throws it to shortstop, and Casey Schmidt is having a nightmare night. This young man has just had a tough one here, and he's got his manager scratching his head. You feel for him at this point. He is not a shortstop by trade. He's a third baseman. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Steve Berthume, Bally Sports down in Arizona, alongside Bob Brinley, correct? Bob Brinley, longtime color analyst with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Oh, baby. We're going to start like this. So, according to some people out here, you and I are not supposed to get mad. You know, it's too early to get mad about the Giants. So, if we're not allowed to do it, maybe Bob Melvin is. And I'm just going to, last night's game, here's Bo Mel.
The salary cap is going to continue rising, and every dollar that you spend on...
Fat fingers, not David Lombardi, not ready for you yet, because we will celebrate McCaffrey.
No spreadsheets at 6:07 in the morning.
No spreadsheets.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. We made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worse?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
Oh, baby! There you go. Oh, baby! It's time to get spicy. And were we allowed to get mad about the Giants yet? Are we allowed to crush this team? Are we allowed to be frustrated by what we're watching on a daily basis? It don't give me this thing about them beating the Phillies. Oh, they beat a good team. They're 2-5 against the Philadelphia Phillies this season. They've won 2 series against teams over 500. Don't give me this thing about the third wild card. Oh, my God, we're a game and a half behind the third wild card. You're a game behind the Pittsburgh Pirates. You're tied with the Reds and the Nationals. You stink right now. And the architect of the team, oh, well, you know what, Bonte? We have to wait for Lamont Wade Jr. Well, that's the problem. You got a bunch of dudes who always are hurt. Michael Conforto. Hell, you gave Jung Hoo Lee $113 million coming off of ankle surgery, and he's already tore his shoulder up before the KBO. He's out for the season. He's not going to be back for 6 weeks. Blake Snell, injury history, out for what, 2 to 3 weeks? So, what are we supposed to get mad at? Are we supposed to just be cool with this? Losing 6 in a row? Losing 7 straight in the desert, Chasky? Tell me what I'm supposed to get mad at. Tell me why I'm not supposed to be frustrated by what I saw last night. Can we field a grounder? Can somebody at shortstop field a grounder cleanly, please? Whether it's Luciano, Wisely, Schmidt. Good Lord.
What I don't understand, and this, I'm going to go back. Man. I'm going to go back to just basic, GMing here. You knew for the last 7 years you had to find a Brandon Crawford replacement. It wasn't like it caught you off guard. Like, hey, the catcher position, like Buster Posey, I thought retired out of nowhere. Maybe they knew more than we did. They did take a couple of catchers in the draft. Okay, the shortstop position caught you off guard. Like how? And so, I'm not even mad at Casey Schmidt. I'm mad at roster construction. Like, when Derek Jeter left the New York Yankees, they had a variety of guys in their pipeline ready to go. And some better than others. They ended up getting an all-star season out of a guy almost immediately after, but they were ready to go. Now, I know the Giants tried to throw money at Carlos Correa, but there were 5 other shortstops on the market that year. 5 other. So if you didn't like Carlos Correa, why weren't you targeting Corey Seager? Why weren't you in on Darby Swanson?
Dansby Swanson.
What'd I say, Darby?
Yeah.
Thank you. Why have you not been a part of, even if he's been bad right now, but the Francisco Lindor deal? You have Brett Wisely, who's played very little amount of time at shortstop and actually has filled in admirably. Casey Schmidt, who was a third baseman. You have this guy playing short. And then your prize shortstop that you've been talking about for 6 years looks like he's never played the position. So to me, like yesterday's game, Kyle Harrison, we'll get to him in a second. Like yesterday's game was a microcosm of everything that's wrong in terms of player identification, development, and foresight as an organization.
Right. Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee's out for 6 months. 925. 6 months after having his surgery. And it's well said, Shasky, because it is a microcosm of what's gone on with the Giants. Like, look, everybody keeps telling me, well, Bonte, half the team's hurt. Half the team's hurt, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of guys have injury history, so that had to be baked into the equation. And right now, Blake Snell's out. Jung-Hoo Lee's out. Nick Ahmed is out. Austin Slater's out. Keaton Wynn's out. Ice Cobb's out. I never even heard of Austin Warren, but he had Tommy John. Austin Ward's on the eye. He had Tommy. Who the hell is Austin Warren? Missed that one. Lamont Wade Jr.'s out with a hammy. Marco Luciano has a quote-unquote hammy. I'm going to cue up Ross Stripling and say that he's on the Phantom DL. Tom Murphy. How much money they gave Tom Murphy? Shasky? How much money did they give Tom Murphy?
$4 million each year for 2 years. So $8 million total.
Wow.
How about Luke Jackson's making 6.5?
Yeah.
And you know what I call him?
What do you call him?
I call him the remote control.
Why do you call him
because
the remote
second
control?
Luke Jackson comes into the game, where's my remote control? What, you think I'm joking? And then here's the other thing.
Hold on. Well, 3 more players.
Just keep going.
Robbie Ray.
Oh, yeah.
Tristan Beck.
Robbie Ray, the guy that you had to trade for because Mitch Haniger and DeSclafani were so bad.
And you gave Haniger money.
I'll just take Robbie Ray. Just give me Robbie Ray. We'll give you. Please take my junk.
Tristan Beck. He's out.
I like Tristan Beck. I've met him. He's a good dude. I'm rooting for him, but he's been gone forever.
Yeah, Ethan Small.
I don't even know who that is.
Who are these guys?
Bonte.
Who are these guys?
Nick Ahmed. And I'm seeing people like, well, Nick Ahmed should be playing short. Nick Ahmed was designated for assignment last year and no one picked him up. The Giants, with everyone on the planet had an opportunity to pick this guy up. The Giants said, we'll give you a minor league contract in February.
Yep.
So to say that like Nick Ahmed is their grandiose plans at shortstop, again, after years of knowing Brandon Crawford was, going to come to an end at some point. To me, this goes back to just the failure of an organization. And what I saw yesterday from Bob Melvin was a man who's exasperated like the fan base is, and he's angry. If the manager's angry, the fans have a right to be angry.
And I'm going to be angry.
And here's the thing, Bob, you just got here. Imagine watching this junk, 5 out of the last 6 seasons.
Exactly. I have people online telling me that in the last decade, the Giants have been more successful than the 49ers, all because the Niners haven't won a Lombardi. The Niners have gone to 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years alone. In the last 5 years. And I know they haven't, and trust me, I'm the ultimate Super Bowl or bust guy. But the memories that the Niners have provided over the last decade, hell, this is the Shanahan era. It's not even close. The Giants haven't even been close. They're not entertaining. They're boring. Like, God bless.
Elliot Ramos is entertaining.
God bless Matt Chapman. Because Matt Chapman's played his ass off here.
I love Matt Chapman.
He's got 22 straight games where he's been on base. He is playing his ass off for this team. And you can see he's wearing it. He is busting his ass down the first base line. He's stretching out singles into doubles. I mean, he is playing balls to the wall. He's on fire right now. Ramos, I can't be mad at Ramos. Ramos is hitting well. He's playing well. I'm not mad at that. But this is what we're talking about here with a $202 million payroll. $202 million payroll. And that's what the product looks like. And don't give me this crap that they won 10 out of 12. Let's be real. They beat the freaking Rockies, the Mets, and the Pirates. Okay? Those are 3 teams who are not trying to win diddly poo.
Well,
all right?
Here's diddly poo. I want to make sure this is very clear. To the people, don't put words in my mouth because I'm smarter than you. Okay. You're probably raising some kids if you're listening to me right now. And your kid's going to school right now, okay? Let's say they're in a science class, all right? They're going to be measured in that science class over the body of the work of a full year, right? So if you ace a test or you get a good grade on a project, that doesn't mean that offsets an entire year's worth of horrible homework, horrible test taking, and horrible midterms. That's not how it works. So for example, I'm seeing a lot of people, you said he had a great offseason, Farhan. He did. He did have a great.
Did he really have a great offseason?
No, I like the offseason.
Hold on.
On the surface, I did.
Can we pause for a second on that?
Matt Chapman's a good signing.
Can we pause on that for a second?
What?
Matt Chapman is a good signing.
And I would have signed Blake Snell, and I thought there was very little downside, and I was wrong.
But here's the deal. And maybe.
And I like Jung Hoo Lee. Maybe more than you.
No, hold
maybe
on. Let me get in here. Let me get in here. Hold on. Let me speak for a second. I guess you get credit for signing the guys. I guess it really doesn't matter how you sign the guys. But let's be real about something. I didn't hear anything about Jung Hoo Lee before the Giants signed him.
No.
I didn't hear a damn thing. And they gave him $113 million. And you know what his numbers were this year, Shasky? He had a 641 OPS. 641 OPS. He had 2 home runs. He had 2 stolen bases. He got caught stealing 3 times, and he ran into the wall about 8 different times.
It was his first month in the bigs, but I can't. It's tough to defend.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
I didn't see it. $113 million. I expect to see it.
That's fair. That's a fair rebuttal.
All right.
I like him more than you, and I get your point.
I think he could be good, but I don't know how good.
I think he's got a really good arm. I think he's got good range. I think he was learning on the fly. I'm also giving a little more space for the cultural differences. Like you're coming over from another country. I just think there's a lot baked into it. You walk into a clubhouse, you're one of the highest paid guys. It's tough.
Maybe, but I wasn't impressed.
Okay.
All that said, I wasn't impressed. Not without $113 million. The guy got
You're not alone.
Yeah,
you're not alone.
So all right. So you signed Blake Snell. Blake Snell had no team to give him the money. He got pimped by Scott Boras. Let's be real. Now you sign Blake Snell, and we're like, all right, Blake Snell, NL Cy Young Award winner, didn't have a spring training. You knew he was going to face an uphill battle, and it's been a disaster, an absolute disaster. Matt Chapman, great signing. Tom Murphy,
honestly, sign me up for 3 more years of Chapman, 2 or 3 more years of this.
Tom Murphy.
That's it. I mean, I said to you in real time, what? Who's giving Tom Murphy $8 million over 2? Who? No one even knew who Tom Murphy was.
Taylor Rogers last year.
Well, Taylor Rogers making $12 million this year, and basically he's a mop-up guy. Like, what's his role?
Luke Jackson, $6 million. Did you see Luke Jackson last night?
Yeah, you mean the remote?
I mean the 6.35 ERA. Luke the remote Jackson. And actually, I didn't change the channel because I wanted to see how disastrous it was going to get. So when we break down Farhan, the Giants got used and abused in the offseason. They get used like as leverage for everybody. Oh, yeah, we're going out to Shohei Ohtani. And the Dodgers said, hold on. Hold my beer. They're not serious up north. They're not serious in the Bay Area about Shohei. They just want to be in the mix to appease their fan base. And the fans eat it up. Oh, Bleacher Report said that we're top of the list for Bo Bichette. Oh, my God. We're going to be in on Vlad Jr. I've heard this over and over in the Farhan era. We're in on everybody. We're the odds-on favorite to do this. We're the odds-on favorite to do that. No, we're just the suckers who are going to get left in the dust, and left at the altar over and over and over. So I say all that to say, did Farhan really have a good offseason? Great, you moved off the DeSclafani and Mitch Haniger, but we got Robbie Ray. We have no idea what Robbie Ray is going to look like. No clue whatsoever. Now, I'll give him this. You get credit for Jordan Hicks, who will pitch today.
There you go.
I give you credit for Jordan Hicks.
That's a great signing.
That's a very good signing.
But I think my overall point isn't that he had the greatest offseason of all time. I thought it was a really good offseason. But that's like having one good test and failing everything else the entire semester and thinking that you should, get an A. To me, that's a false equivalency. I'm looking at the body of work. For example, Mike Nolan had a great year one year. They went 7-9. Frank Gore ran for 1,695 yards. Alex Smith started every single game and looked promising. The team was going in the right direction. What happened the next year?
Norv Turner left late in the process, got the job at San Diego Chargers. Some guy named Jeff Hostler became the offensive coordinator, and they fell flat on their face.
All right, so Don Nelson was a really good coach for a long, long time for the Warriors. Before him, it was Mike Montgomery. Okay, Mike Montgomery had one decent season, but the body of work wasn't good enough. It was very obvious. Very obvious. So I'm saying this to say, anybody, you're not allowed to be angry. The hell I'm not. The hell I'm not. I've been sitting here begging for them to show me one guy who has the potential to be an all-star. Now we get to Harrison.
All right, hold on. Before we get to Harrison, I'm not done with Farhan. Because people say we're all happy about Farhan's offseason. I was cool with it. It was like, great. You signed some guys, finally. Was I high on Jorge Soler?
No, not as much as me. But I was down so bad, I'm begging for something to happen. It's like the guy in the meme with the stick.
No, I know.
Do something.
I agree. But what has Jorge Soler done this year?
I mean, we were joking in the green room. People want to make fun of Pedro Feliz. You go back and look at 4 years of Pedro Feliz versus Jorge. Jorge Soler would die to have one of the Pedro Feliz seasons in a Giants uniform.
So that's
that's crazy to say.
You gave Conforto the player option for $18 million.
Thank God Conforto's back, by the way.
Yeah,
3 weeks of, you got to get Conforto in the lineup.
$18 million.
You got to get him in the lineup.
$18 million.
So that he could let a blooper drop in and left.
$18 million. Mike Yastrzemski, $7.9 million. Arbitration, you gave him the $8 million.
He had a home run yesterday.
He hit a home run to make it close, whatever. That's fine. But overall, did he really have a good offseason? Did Farhan really have a good offseason? No one had a good offseason. John Lynch of the 49ers.
They just re-signed Christian McCaffrey to a great deal that we all feel is like a steal.
And Jawad Jennings.
Yeah.
And they snatch up Logan Thomas, who I think is going to be a really good second tight end for the 49ers.
And Ricky Pearsall looks to be like a player, and so does the cornerback they got from
Renardo Green.
The pads aren't on.
The pads are not on.
But I agree with you. They pretty much kept everything together but Eric Armstead.
So when you really look at it, Jordan Hicks, Matt Chapman, and then on the one hand, you got Jorge Soler, Michael Conforto with his player option. Luke Jackson's making $6.5 million.
It's crazy, right?
It's
you have $20 million invested in two mop-up dudes, in Taylor Rogers and Luke Jackson. It's almost impossible.
Blake Snell's making $23.5 million. All right.
Oh, that's more than that, but that's
more than that.
That's what it's on the books for.
The cash total's $32 million. Yeah. So that hasn't worked out.
Don't forget, you still are paying Mark Melanson's $1 million.
Okay,
but that's Brian Sabian.
That's Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans. Robbie Ray hasn't pitched yet. Jung Hoo Lee's out for the season. Out for the season. Barely saw him. Hit 2 jacks, two stolen bases, but got caught stealing 3 times. And his OPS was 641. And I seen him running the wall multiple times. But hey, look, he's trying to figure out the league. Let me back off him. We'll see him next year.
Could you imagine having the gall to be pathetic? Like just hovering around pathetic for 5 out of 6 years and thinking that you should have job security. And here's the crazy thing. We are running Klay Thompson out of town as a fan base.
A 4-time champion.
And we've got people out here bowing down to Farhan.
I mean, hold on. Let me get in here. Don't even get me started with Klay.
But have some dignity.
No. Don't even get me started with Klay. Yeah, it is. I mean, the guy shot 38%, averaged 19 points a game.
He's not the same old Klay.
19 points a game, 38%, but he sucks. He sucks, but he averages 19 points a game in the NBA. And I talked to NBA players on. Jamal Crawford said it. Kenny Smith said, when you average 15 in a game in the NBA, that's nothing to scoff at. It's the NBA. It's the best of the best. But I got to sit here with this poo-poo platter of all-season pickups and got to credit Farhan saying he had a great offseason. When you really break it down, he didn't really have a great offseason. And then he had that sorry-ass joke. Where's my joke at? Scott Boras, give it to me, Spinoni. His little joke about, we've done 3 deals with Scott Boras. He only did deals with Scott Boras because his clients had nowhere to go. And they knew that you suckers, the Giants that is right now, had money to spend, desperate to burn it, and now you got $202 million payroll.
Actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That's our president of baseball operations. And I got people on this station. I got people out there on Twitter telling me we can't be mad about what the Giants are doing right now. They're 4 games under 500. They lost 7 straight to Arizona. They lost 6 straight overall. They beat 2 teams in a series over 500. All right? And one of the teams swept your ass in 4 games in Philadelphia. So don't give me this crap that, hey, it's too early to be mad. Wait around the deadline. Wait around this. Wait around that. This team stinks right now.
The Giants.
Don't tell me what I can be. I know what I'm going to be. And I'm going to light their asses up every single day and use the same energy we use for the Warriors and the Niners. Stop treating this team with kid gloves. And I swear to God, if somebody else brings up the 2014 championship, when they stuck into 2014 and won the championship, again, those trophies are collecting dust by the day. Remember my Peloton? It's dust steering in my Peloton that I sold last year.
510. The Giants don't have a Klay Thompson. Just a bunch of Dario Saric.
Oh my God!
I like Dario. Why do we got to body Dario?
I like Dario
like
too,
that?
but he was unplayable in the last 4 months of the season.
Hey, Dove Nation, this is Dario Saric.
The shortstop position looks a little unplayable right now defensively for the San Francisco Giants.
Get this guy out of here. Because you know what? I got more thoughts on Farhad before we get to Harrison. The hell with that. We're going to cook today. We're going to cook today, and anybody can get it. The Morning Roast in rare form this morning. That's what's up. Brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job.
to me if I'm giving him all these intros.
Not. They said this is going to be Pat 2 years.
All right, we're back. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text line. Yeah, we're going to cook today, and we're going to celebrate what a good organization does. And that's the 49ers. We got guys like Christian McCaffrey taking discounts saying, yeah, I want to be here. I want to be here. I want to wear red and gold. I want to play for Shanahan. I want to be in this culture. I want to be in this environment. I want to play football here with the 49ers. The Warriors at one point had guys signing up left and right to come here, ring chasing. Now, I don't know where they're going to be at now, but we just saw a decade of that.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Otto Porter Jr., David West, Bielitsa, the list goes on and on. Sean Livingston, the list goes. You guys know the drill. By the way, be sure to be locked into 95.7 The Game all week long for a chance to win some awesome Warrior prizes, as well as qualify to win the perfect Father's Day gift. That's right, the Warriors, they give us things. They give us prizes to give away to the fans. The Niners give us prizes to give away to the fans. I'll see the orange and black stuff around here. Maybe they don't like us. I don't know. Autographed Steph Curry jersey. Tune in at 7:30, 12:30, 4 o'clock every day this week for a chance to win. Thank you to the Golden State Warriors. We're going to talk to Mike Florio 8 o'clock. We'll get to Flim at 8:30. I know he's frustrated. Flim for sure is up. I know for sure he's frustrated. There's no doubt. So I'm going to, before we get to Harrison.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Damn, all right.
He's following him again.
He's following him again. How sick is that? Shout out to Florio for breaking the McCaffrey news. Before we get to Kyle Harrison, I'm seeing a lot of don't blame Farhad. The players have to perform. The players have to execute. You can't blame Farhad for that. Well, I'm going to blame Farhad for that. Because you know why? Farhad put this damn team together. And in 6 years, I got told for the last 4 years, Marco Luciano was the top prospect in baseball. Oh, you can't trade Luciano. Can't miss prospect. The guy was feeling like me last week at West Sunset at shortstop. He was fielding like me in a softball game.
Wait. Can I? So now we can't blame GMs.
No, we can't blame GMs.
So the guy, whoever's running the New York Giants, the football Giants, like, can't blame me, even though Daniel Jones isn't that good.
Yeah.
He got hurt. Are you kidding me?
Think about all the heat Bob Myers got.
Are you kidding me?
Think about all the heat Bob Myers got. Think about all the heat
Can't blame me. James Wiseman got hurt.
Yeah. Think about all the heat John Lynch gets.
Hey,
John Lynch gets all this heat.
Pistons, can't blame me. We thought Darko Milicic would be better.
I don't know.
Marcus didn't watch the film, but hey, you know what? That's on him.
I don't want to put words in watch.
Don't blame me. Bryce Young's not better than CJ Stroud.
I don't want to put
Don't blame me.
I don't want to put words in Watch Party Willard's mouth, but I think he was saying, hey, you can't blame Farhan. You'll give him credit. Wait a minute. He orchestrated this team. Where's the farm? I got told Kyle Harrison was a can't miss prospect.
Can I ask?
He told me in my face. I was asking, hey, I would trade Kyle Harrison right now for Shohei just to showcase him to the Giants. But I walked away from that conversation. Damn, Kyle Harrison may be that dude. And now he pitched into the 6th inning yesterday, and I give him credit. I give him credit for that. But I don't see it with Kyle Harrison yet. Now, he's going through his first go-round. But Paul Skeens, you see it right away. You see it right. Hell, even the other kid, Jones, you see it. The guy, Gill, in New York City with the Yankees, you see it. Your boy down in Dodger Stadium, what's his name? Not Stone. I got him in fantasy baseball. I picked him up like a month ago. Or 2 months ago, the guy's just dealing left to right. What's his name? Stone.
Is that Gavin Stone?
Gavin Stone.
Yeah.
25 years old. Boy, 6'2 record, 2.90 ERA, 1.19 whip. You see his game log? 5, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 7. I mean, so the hell I can't blame Farhan Zaidi for putting this. I mean, look at this roster. We got excited about the lineup yesterday. And the Yankees are laughing at us. I remember I saw the lineup yesterday. It's like, oh, wow, this looks like a major league lineup. Who the hell am I kidding?
Here's the thing I don't understand.
Who the hell am I kidding, Shasky?
Here's the thing
Why can't we play Farhan?
Because I don't understand. Like, everyone take a step back. It's one thing to die on the Bill Walsh hill, okay? It's one thing to die on the Steve Kerr hill. You know what I mean? It's one thing to die on the Jerry West hill, if you will. You know, Brian Sabian hill. You're dying on the Farhan Zaidi hill? Like, really? That's the guy you're going to go down like Denzel in Glory, trying to climb up the mountain with the gun over Farhan Zaidi?
Farhan Zaidi.
That's the guy? Like, not Joe Montana, not Ronnie Lott, not Buster Posey, not Bruce Bochy. Farhan Farhan Zaidi? That's the guy you're going to die on the hill for?
This guy right here.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
It bothers me. The gall to tell that joke after the era or the tenure that he's had with the Giants. The gall to tell that joke after whiffing and realize, like, I'm signing a pitcher, and he's not going to have spring training. I'm giving him $32 million. He's already suffered 2 inductor trades. His ERA is at 9.51. He actually lowered his ERA from 10.42 to 9.51 against the Yankees, and he still hasn't gone through 5 innings. And I can't blame Farhan Zaidi for these players not performing. Well, who the hell picked the groceries? He went to Costco. He went to Lenardi's to go pick these damn groceries, and he tried to tell us this is organic. Oh, this is organic fruit. This is organic. This is top of the line. No. You went to the dollar store, doggy. All right? You went to Food for Less, dude. Come on, man. Let's stop it.
But Vontae, like, the thing I just can't understand, I truly cannot understand. People are dying on the Farhan Zaidi hill. You're going to face Bruce Bochy this weekend. I don't know if the Giants fans know this.
Yeah, no, they know.
You're going to face Bruce Bochy this weekend.
Oh, you think we're mad now?
On the night that Gabe Kapler, who is now employed by the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins,
as an assistant GM,
who's posting weirdo stuff on his Instagram account.
What's so wild?
That's the guy you wanted to get over Bruce Bochy, and you're dying on the Farhan Zaidi hill. Like, you know what? It's funny because, like, look, we've all got misses. Like, I've got tons of misses as a sports fan.
Trey Lance, number 1.
No doubt. No, but forget Trey Lance for a second. Mike Singletary. A lot of us, I'm raising my hands. It's like, wow, Mike Singletary, he's going to lead us into the future. Look what he did to Vernon Davis.
Hey, I was with Igor Spivak.
They went 8-8. Bonte, I thought we had our next Bill Walsh. I could never have been more wrong.
He threw Vernon Davis off the field, and I watched that press conference live at my boy Chuck Zilla's house. What up, Chuck Zilla? Julio, Pierre, my boy Igor Spivak. And when Singletary had that press conference, I said, I damn near cried. My tears were watering. I said, oh my God, the Niners are back. Oh yeah, I said the Niners are back.
And he's all winners. The whole thing.
I went to the Possible Bowl the next year, and he gave a speech, and I was like, oh, we're going to the playoffs.
They went 8-8, and we're all like, oh my God,
we got all kind of misses.
But by the end of year 3, after because he took over a couple of games at the end, we were all like, yeah, this is not right.
How about this?
Like, what are you trying to convince yourself that you were right all along? It's okay. The stock market is made on fools who refuse to sell, on fools who refuse to admit their losses. Don't be the idiot paying for a home you can't afford.
How about this one? Because this one, you're on fire. Listen, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. You're on fire. The Giants fans who know what's up are on fire. How about this? You always talk to me, I wish Jay wouldn't have spoke. And we see Joe Lacob sometimes when they start winning, they get up there and they start flexing, right? Like Joe Lacob held the presser right before the NBA Finals. We lose game 1, and we're doom and gloom like, oh my God, they only scored 8 points in the fourth quarter. 510, you hit this on that. You hit this. You're on fire with this one, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. We're 0-6 since Greg Johnson pumped his chest out on the Tim Kawakami podcast. Greg Johnson thought, it's a good time to speak. We just swept the Rockies. We rallied from 4-run deficits against the Pirates and the Mets. We're rolling right now. To speak to Phillies, let me go ahead and hop on this podcast.
And the question is?
And tell you how we're playing so well. And they're 0-6 since he hopped on that podcast. Because he liked the thought process of Farhan Zaidi. Hey, Greg Johnson, you still like the thought process? You still like Lou Jackson coming into these games? Making $6.5 million? You like the opener?
Possibly. For a man in Greg Johnson who his entire empire was built on his father's company of investment banking, right? That's the entire empire, everything there. How do you not see how poorly you spent money this year? And it's not even about this offseason in particular. It's like all the years leading up to this. Again, you had 2 guys pitch late in last night's game, making nearly $20 million combined to pitch this year, and they're mop-up guys.
Mop-up guys.
You could have got yourself another starter because right now you don't have 2 starters, okay? And even with Blake Snell, you still needed another starter. So that $20 million, you could have paid for another year of Jock, schooling guys in Pasoy in the dugout, or, you could just hand anyone else in San Francisco who needs the $20 million. Instead, you're giving it to the remote control Luke Jackson, and you're giving it to Taylor Rogers because he's the Twins' brother.
No, that's the other thing.
What?
The totality. Now, I heard Guru yesterday said, the Yankees one of the best teams, Bonte, they're mad, and blah, blah, blah. No, this is what it is, Guru, and I'll break right now. But this is what it is. You brought up Jock Peterson. I looked at what really said, they just gave Jock $20 million because it's just $20 million. Nobody was offering him more than $5 million in the offseason. It's Jock Peterson, you gave him $20 million. $20 million. You gave J.D. Davis all that money. You gave Mitch Haniger all that money. You just, oh my God, it's a totality of everything. And this is what we're watching on a Tuesday night, trying to stay awake, watching the Diamondbacks kick their ass for the 7th straight time in the desert. Come on, man.
Just because your kid aces one test doesn't mean that failing the entire semester is acceptable. Come on. God, it's the body of work.
Come on,
be
man.
realistic. How can you watch every night? You must not be, but how can you watch every night and still defend? This is the hill you're dying on.
You know what they tell me? You know what they're telling me? Oh, Bonte doesn't watch. He just looks at the box scores. Well, I'm watching now, and I don't like what I see. More coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward points.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You think Big Pun's happy right now? You think Adam and SF's happy right now?
How about Rocco?
How about Rocco?
How about young Guido?
How about Big Dog City? Big Dog City ain't even watching this team. They're so bad. Wet.
You know what that is, by the way, for those that are just tuning in? That is the final scene of Glory as they're running up the hill, all getting blasted. It's one of the saddest parts of any movie, but we're laughing about today. Imagine dying on the Farhan Hill.
Dying on it.
And here's my favorite part.
You know what? I'm going to do this, and Lubman told me not to do it. But you know what? I don't care because I can handle the smoke, and I want the smoke. Honestly, I want the smoke from Giants fans. Please come at me.
How is this acceptable?
No. Go look at a Twitter account named Garlic Rye Fry Guy or whatever who's subtweeting us left and right. That guy will tell you Farhan's God. All right? The guy lives in Scottsdale, Arizona. I don't even know who the hell he is. He's a faceless avatar on Twitter taking shots at us left and right. Guess what, buddy? We were here in the Candlestick days. We suffered before the World Series, and we're suffering after the World Series. And what we want is winners. Not to quote the great Mike Singletary, but we want winners. And you tell me this is a good product? You telling me we can't blame Farhan Zaidi for this product that we're watching on a Tuesday night? We're trying to find new baseball fans. I'm trying to get Baby Chaz into baseball for crying out loud. You got the SFYBL League and Little Charlie and Rye Guy and the rest of the crew. They're out there trying to love the Giants. And we're out there trotting out that lineup on a Tuesday night in Arizona against the Diamondbacks after getting swept by the Yankees on a Sunday when you had Wilmer Flores batting in a 3-0. The mighty San Francisco Giants, who are the home of Willie McCovey and Willie Mays, Jack Clark and Will Clark and Kevin Mitchell, Barry Bonds, Jeff Kidd, Matt Williams. The list goes on and on and on. And we're supposed to accept this and say, oh, you can't be mad. It's only June.
Well, that's my favorite.
We can't be mad. Well, guess what? 2022, June 20th, they were 8 games over 500. And what did I tell Mark Willard that day in Atlanta? They're not entertaining. This is boring, and I don't think they're going to be able to sustain it. And they slumped hard, and they limped to 500.
Here's the thing that I don't understand. It's only June. You're not allowed to be angry. Then why is the manager saying what he's saying in postgame? So Joe and Bonte and the rest of Giants fans, the real fans who watch, we're not allowed to be angry. But Bob Melvin, the coach, the manager, is allowed to be angry. What? Play the sound.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
I'm so upset.
The motto of the Farhan Zaidi era. Boy, we had runners out. We just can't cash in.
Oh, my God.
How many times have we heard that over the last 4 years? And by the way, and I'm going to take another shot at another guy. Who's this GGG Giants guy, whatever, called to? Oh, we just beat the Phillies. You're 2-5 against the Phillies this year, son. You scored 2 runs in the last 19 innings against the Philadelphia Phillies, and they took it easy on you. All right? We caught lightning good about it with Spencer Howard that game. All right? All right? You got 2 series wins against teams over 500. You lost the series to the Nationals. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing anymore because the Nationals are tied with you in the loss column. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing at that. You lost to Tampa down in Tampa. You barely scraped by Miami and the Marlins. You split with Arizona the first time around. Like, you haven't beat many winning teams all season. So we're not allowed to get mad. But Bob Melvin, the same day people were telling us, the same day, Shasky, oh, Joe and Bonte, you guys are just giving hot takes for ratings. You guys are too mad, blah, 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 blah. Bob Melvin couldn't even talk last night. He was irate, scratching his head, looking for answers, saying, this is not what I signed up for. We heard from Fleming 3 weeks ago, Shasky. I didn't think Bob Melvin was this edgy. Well, I see why he's this edgy. He's got to look at his lineup and say, damn, what do I do?
That's BS, man.
Titillated Wilmer Flores in a 3-hole? Damn, I didn't sign up for this.
It's not Wilmer's fault. We all like Wilmer as a 7-hitter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My guy went from Tatis Soto Machado to Wilmer Matos and a poo-poo platter of hitters. Come on, man.
And we're begging for Conforto to come back from the IL.
Hey, nobody gives a damn. Now Conforto's on the IL. I'm seeing people say, well, he should have stayed on the IL. Well, $18 million, I need him to play.
I mean, Ramos made a play in right field last night. Just a simple fly ball where he caught it, pivoted, turned, and fired in. And I said, yeah, Conforto just defensively doesn't have that in the bag. You know what I mean? He just doesn't right now. I mean, he's basically athletic tape out there. You know, I'm always waiting for the next thing to happen. Here's the thing, though, B, and I just keep coming back to it. Bob Melvin, I don't even know if he's good or not. I don't know what he is. I really don't. But if he's here only to play the Yoko Ono role and split up the Beatles, as in Farhan and this ownership group, if that's the only thing he accomplished, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Because I can already feel it. It's coming. Like two trains on the train track coming toward each other. Farhan's way of doing business, Bob's way of doing things. Bob is not going to go down without throwing Farhan under the bus.
No doubt.
I mean, that's what to me, that was as much about the roster construction as it was about any individual player. He could be mad at Jorge Soler for not driving in. Like, Jorge, I can't remember the last time you had a base hit to drive in an RBI.
Oh, my God.
Not a sac fly, not a ground out. I can't remember the last time.
I mean, those at-bats just look lifeless.
That's what I'm saying.
They just look lifeless.
And he had some at-bats against the Yankees, but no one was on base. Point being, I think that what Bob said right there, and I would like to play it one more time.
Yeah, we will.
What he was saying right there, to me, was directed right at the front office.
Yep. Here it is.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worse?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
He was spicy last night.
But you know what's funny?
Spicy.
I don't think he's alone. I look at Matt Chapman the other day.
Look at his body language.
I showed you a video that Guru sent me, and it might be me and Guru just overlooking. I don't know. Maybe we're too deep, but it's Chapman looking at Doval as Doval's coming off the mound, and I'm sorry, Chapman wants to. I could just tell by the way he conducts himself and the way he plays. Chapman wants to win. The night before, when he was rounding third base, I saw a guy round third base with more authority than I've seen a giant run around the bases in years. That guy wants to win so bad. I don't question his effort, his desire, his work ethic, any of those things. I might question whether he can hit, an above the letters fastball every now and then when he's slumping. But like Chapman's a guy I'll go to war with, and I'll tell you right now,
with that.
I know for a fact, just by seeing his body language, that dude is not happy with how they're playing.
Look at the way he stretched that single into a double. And Kruko was saying, look, when you're behind, no runners on base, it's a risky play. That guy wants to win.
I know.
And he made it for that error right away. And he scores a run to get the Giants on the board. They're down 3-1. But to Bob's point, Bob Melvin, that is, 2 of 10 with runners in scoring position yesterday. And how many times have we seen during the Farhan era Zaidi where they can't cash in with the runners in scoring position?
Outside of 2021, it's been kind of the story of the last 7-8 years. And it even precedes Farhan.
I mean, double plays. You sack flies. I mean, it's just nasty work. And then you play Luke Jackson. And I get it. Bomel has no options right now. They're using the pin left and right. He brought that up. He's like, dude, our bullpen's got the second most innings pitched to the baseball. I need it here. Look at me yesterday. I said, can I get 6 from Harrison? Well, he got the 6. And I don't think he gave up 8 hits. I think 2 of those are errors, but Arizona and their scorekeeper wanted to credit their players with hits or whatnot. His defense did him, man. And we'll get to Kyle Harrison, and we'll get to the soundbite that he had yesterday before we pivot the Niners. But Luke Jackson is 6.35 ERA. And every time I see him, I'm like, damn, if he doesn't get a run, I'm surprised.
Yeah, $1 million for each earned run per game.
Look at what he does yesterday.
Jesus.
I mean, 4 hits, 2 walks, 4 runs, 1 strikeout. And just the game was lost, and it was lifeless. And he's just getting tattooed left and right. I mean, when is enough? Like, honestly, really, are we going to deem success winning? Giants winning 3rd wild card. That's a successful season with the $202 million payroll. We're that down bad that if they make the wild card and lose, we're going to consider that success this season with this team and that payroll?
Again, to me, it's the body of work. So, like, I saw you put out a tweet about 2014. And I understand the Giant fan perspective, oh man, we won 3 World Series. I never thought we would have won. Believe me, I get that. But I'm going to tell you what my calibration was. Damn, we won 1. Oh my God, I never thought we'd win 1. Oh my, I'm happy for a lifetime.
Yep.
All right? Then the second one happened, and it was like, oh my God, are we entering like
dynastic territory?
Like Cardinals territory? Like, could we jump into that upper echelon? Then we won the third, and it was like, all right, now we are in the top 5 of MLB, and this is where I want to stay. I want to stay greedy. It's like the Warriors. The Warriors won their 4 titles. You think they want to just slump back down and be happy forever?
That's a great point with the Warriors. Think about the Warrior fan. Think about the Warrior fan. They go to Boston. They win the championship in 6, parquet floor. Next year, they lose to the Lakers in the second round. Warrior fans wasn't bringing up that previous championship. They were pissed they didn't add more to win another championship.
We were mad at Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman for not being ready enough.
Right. We were mad. And then this year, they don't make the playoffs, and people are more angry. Now they're blaming the owner and this and pointing the finger.
Clay,
and
the young
guys. It's a who's who.
Yes, and Curry.
Damn near Steph Curry ain't even. It's a Steve Kerr's got to go. Like, it's the dialogue. People had Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat 2 years ago.
He's been to 2 Super Bowls. Forget the NFC.
Yeah.
2 Super Bowls and was leading in the fourth quarter in both of them since the Giants have last won a playoff series.
Exactly. And they're mad, and we're mad, but we can't be mad at the Giants for this poo-poo platter of player. And not all of them. I don't even want to disrespect them like that. I don't want to disrespect them like that.
No, it's just we've overrated a lot of the prospects.
We keep hearing great offseason, this and that, and I'm looking at this lineup saying, that's what we spent $200 million on. And I've been thinking about that for a long, like, honestly, I know we were excited about the Pirates and Mets series. Those are facts. We were excited about that.
We were.
And I said, look, I don't know where it's going, but I'm intrigued now. I'm very intrigued. But the fact is that we glossed over because we wanted to keep it positive. And the hell with that. Boss man told us, you know what? Do you. If this is how you feel, this is how you feel. And this is how I feel right now, Chasky. Looking back, okay, you swept the Rockies, great. We know the Rockies they're a 4A team. They're everybody's beating them up. Yeah. I think the Reds hit them the other day. Who knows? They almost got no hit at Coors Field. Yeah. That's how bad the Rockies are. But you needed 4-run rallies to beat the Pirates in back-to-back games. And you needed a 4-run rally to beat the Mets. All right? Terrible teams. Think about the way people talk about the Mets. They're in the headlines every day, the New York Mets. Oh, they just DFA'd a guy because he didn't have a translator and they misquoted him. Like, think about that. They're not beating anybody worth the damn. And the showcase games, and I brought this up yesterday, Chasky, real quick. The showcase games against the Yankees, against the Dodgers, and for the most part against the Phillies and the Braves, you get your ass kicked left and right. I watched the Orioles come into town last year and take 2 or 3 against the Giants like it was nothing.
But Ponte, this thing, and I see it from the 925 right here. A week ago, you guys were all smitten with the Giants. Do you not know how sports works? I want to say this, like I was listening to FP and Willard yesterday. I'm like, FP, you played ball. Yeah, there's a Too Short song with Jay-Z. It was all good a week ago. This is what we do in sports. How did you feel about Kyrie Irving, America, a year ago?
Yep.
How did you feel about Ben Simmons 4 years ago, America?
How do Warrior fans feel about Ben Simmons?
How did you feel about Jordan Poole 2 years ago, 3 years ago? How did you feel about C.J. Stroud and the Texans before the season started, and then once the playoffs started? That's how life works. You see this with the real estate. You see this on Wall Street. One day, a stock is red hot. What happens the next day? Sell, 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 right? This is how life works. One day, you're married and you're at the altar, you have kids. The next day, you're divorced. I mean, how many people listening to me right now?
Giving up 50% of your assets.
I mean, how many people right now thought that they married the love of their life, only to find out, for whatever reason, that they've adjusted? Pivot, don't panic isn't just a saying that I say to get out of an opinion. It is life, folks. This is what happens. I used to wear Chuck Taylors, and then I had the worst plantar fasciitis of my life, and now I have to spend $140 on Nikes.
Right, they're not comfortable.
Okay,
they're not comfortable.
We used to think baggy jeans was good, and then we went to skinny jeans, and then you got 40 and had a belly, and you realize skinny jeans makes you look like a French bulldog.
Baggy's coming back.
I know, but you get what I'm saying? Like, guys, if you're not pivoting or panicking, you're the moron. Right. You're the idiot. Yeah. If you think that your thought process process today is what it was in 1991, and you haven't adjusted, and you haven't grown, and you haven't matured. My God, something's wrong with you.
No prenup.
Not me. You.
No prenup.
Hans cuts.
No prenup. No prenup.
Think about this. Think about this.
It's time for you to do the legal.
Think about the way we all thought about Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay,
right. just the first season. The first season. I remember.
The Niners started off 0-9.
Yeah.
We all hated the Niners. Kyle Shanahan can't win. They get Jimmy Garoppolo. Every one of us, myself included, we flopped like the wind.
Oh, no. What we did was I was out there posting videos, not even a play. I posted a video of him at the line of scrimmage in Chicago, yelling at a wide receiver, get over here, hurry up. Play clock's going down, hike. Quick slant for first, and I said, oh, we got our guy. And then I looked down at my phone, and my guy, Philly Zoo, goes, Bonte? And I was at the Coliseum that day, covering the Raiders game, and the Niners were on a small TV. My guy from Philly Zoo goes, hey, you got yourself a franchise quarterback. And then Jimmy wins in 5 games. And he comes back, gets hurt, and I watched a tear come down from Shasky's eye when he got hurt because he thought we lost our franchise quarterback. He got the Niners to the Super Bowl, and still people wanted to move off him. So, listen, man, what else do you want us to say about the Giants? You want us to say, hey, it's going to be right? You want to accept the third wild card right now? Turn your mic on. 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 Turn your mic on.
No, I assess what I'm watching, and I tell you how I feel. And if you don't like it, call in and tell me why you don't agree. But here's what I don't do.
But nobody calls about the Giants. You know why? Because nobody really cares. You know what? I'm going to say this right now before I read the legal. My mother-in-law, Alona Novikov, working right now. She listens every day.
Yeah.
She don't know what the hell we're talking about. She's foreign, and her English it's good, but she has a doctor. I think Alona texted me. I may get her name wrong. She's a diehard fan.
Okay.
Uma, big time doctor.
Okay.
And met her at a Warriors game a couple years ago. She goes, dude, I roast all the time. You know what she told Alona yesterday? She goes, tell Bonte and Joe, they're talking a little too much baseball. We don't want to hear about the Giants. We want to hear about football. We want to hear about McCaffrey. We want to hear about Ayuk. We want to hear about the Warriors. We'd rather hear all-season hypotheticals than listen to you talk about the Giants. That's what she told Alona yesterday, and Alona spread that message to me. Well, I'll tell you, Dr. Uma and Alona, you can spread this message to her. You can send this message to her. The Giants keep playing like they are. We will stop talking about them, and we will ignore them. So this is what I always look at it. They have a shelf life. They're not contending by August.
Oh, I agree there.
We're in full swing Warriors mode and training camp. And that is that. And I'll still be watching the Giants through the end of the season. But we sure in the hell ain't going to be talking about them.
There's no question on that. But Bonte, life's about evolution and maturation. And I am one of the big... you're talking to a guy that didn't even graduate high school, for Christ's sake. And I've never been more successful in my life and happier and all those things, right? But it's about evolving and moving forward. If you don't allow for flip-flopping... well, then you're the idiot.
Well, it's not just, but it's not. No. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today.
Call me Aquaman, because I will ride Flipper right into the sea.
No. Listen, so I was listening to the crossover, and Willard said, you got Shasky, mad, and Larry Kruger's mad, and
my dad's up in heaven right now, mad at the effort that the Giants are performing. You think my dad would be happy?
Let me finish, Shasky. He called you a flipper. Okay, who cares about? When somebody calls me a flip flop, because I see it on Twitter. Oh, I'll tell you flip flop. You flip flop. No, I'm assessing in real time.
Exactly.
Opinions can't change, and I'm the first one. I got to drop. I'm wrong all the time. I don't care about being wrong. If I was right all the time, I wouldn't be in this business.
Yeah.
I'd be in Las Vegas making millions of dollars, not talking to some of you bozos out there. Not all of you. 10% of you are bozos, but the rest of you, I love you. I love our listeners. I love our roasters. It's not called flopping. It's about assessing. I'm not going to die on the hill. I've seen this story since 2022. What has changed with Farhan Zaidi? A manager change? You still got most of the same personnel. You still have most of the same personnel.
Well, here's the part that's tough to swallow. So, for example...
So it's not about flipping. It's about just telling it like it is. Whatever happened to that? Can we just tell it like it
So
is?
let's talk
the
about
Yankees
Harrison.
come to town and they kick your ass and look like a big league club, and you're not even close to the Yankees. You're not even close to the Dodgers.
Well, that's
I don't
obvious.
even know if you're close to the Padres.
Yeah, that's obvious. But so let's get right into it. So Kyle Harrison, who I was told by everyone who's an expert, he is one of the top pitching prospects. At one time, for a long stretch, he was the number one left-handed pitching prospect, and I bought into all of it.
What did I say to you and Willard?
You're a little unimpressed.
I said no, but I said this 2 years ago. I said I would flip him for Ohtani.
You're right. And
if they're going to trade Ohtani, I would flip him for Ohtani right now.
I wouldn't have. Now, Bonte, have I been as high on him as you could possibly be? Okay. I'm watching the guy and I say, look, I still like him. I like him a lot. Like, I believe he could be some version down the line of some poor man's Cliff Lee. Like, down the line. I'm not saying he's anywhere near. Cliff Lee's one of my favorite left-handed pitchers I've ever seen. But the ability to get the breaking ball over early in a count, I'm not seeing it yet. Now, yesterday, he was sharper than the numbers looked. Schmidt's got to make a play for him. And that's a young player playing a position that I'm not sure how good he's at, but he should make some of those plays. The one diving to your backhand, that's tough. The one up the middle, make that. The second one up the middle, make a play for the guy. Help Harrison out. That being said, Harrison's shown me a little, but I'll be... and I like him. I'm not getting rid of him. I'm not dumping him. I'm not saying, but to say that he's looking like the number one pitching prospect since Lincecum, there's a big drop off. Now, I'm not expecting people to be. Lincecum is one of the best Giants pitchers.
Stop comparing him to Lincecum.
No,
Just let Kyle Harrison be Kyle Harrison, and that's what. But this is why we'll flip prospects up for major league proven talent all day long. How much value does Luciano Harrison have now compared to 2 years ago? When I wanted to trade these guys for some big boys.
I think a fraction of what they were worth.
So, I see some people out there saying, Farhan needs to be a guest on the Morning Roast. Farhan ain't never coming on the show. That man won't even look me in the eyes.
I've tried.
He won't even look me in the eyes. He knows what it is.
That's tough.
He knows what it is. He knows what shows to go on.
Adam, it's too much for you.
He ain't that dumb. More coming up, brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair.
I'm just going to play Boo Boo the Fool.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
I miss you, Steph. I miss you so bad. Even when you go 5 for 20, I still love talking about you. I miss you. You have no idea how. I can't wait to see him play in the Olympics, man. The joy he brings to everybody on the nightly basis, even if the Warriors lose. Am I angry? Sometimes. But I know I got Steph. And he figured it out with the Golden State Warriors. I miss you, Steph. I just had to say that. Speaking of which, the NBA, since we're on that hype. The NBA, according to the Wall Street Journal, is nearing an 11-year deal with NBC, ESPN, and Amazon that would bring in about $76 billion in revenue.
Wow. Money time! Wow.
Again.
Wow.
It looks like the NBA, according to the Wall Street Journal, is leaving TNT, nearing an 11-year deal with NBC, ESPN, and Amazon that would bring in about $76 billion in revenue.
So insert Joe Shasky's analysis here. Jonathan Kuminga's $31 million per year is actually not going to be a bad deal 4 years from now when the salary cap expands. I'm teasing.
That's a pivot. Don't panic.
Exactly.
Because I always believe, because I think that contract is going to be,
you know why?
If he gets $30 million, that contract will be a bargain in a couple
years. Because now I'm presented with new information. I'm a very fact-based individual.
Oh, man. By the way.
Except for when it comes to my religion.
I would love for Farhan Zaidi to come on the show. Did you hear what he said about the Cubs? Lubman, can you get here, Lubman?
You mean the guy who's got like a, we're close to 0 ERA?
We're about to pivot to Niners in a couple minutes here. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about McCaffrey? How about the 49ers taking care of their own and extending Christian McCaffrey? And we got plenty of sound from that. We'll get into it. What does it mean for Brandon Ayuk? I have no idea what it means for Brandon Ayuk. Got some quotes from Debo. Debo kind of understands this could be his last year. We'll get to that in just a couple minutes. I promise you. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Niner fans. It's been too long. Niner fans, talk to me. Because I know you guys don't accept mediocrity. Niners lost 3 in a row midway through the year. It was doom and gloom. We went to the Super Bowl. They beat the Green Bay Packers divisional round, and people still weren't happy. That's the type of energy I like. So we'll get to the Niners in just a second. But Lubman... Because I know we want to talk Harrison, and we'll get to him, and look, he's fine. Farhan Zaidi had an article that just kind of slipped through the radar. The Giants know how to news dump better than all of them. Something happens, they'll do it on the Friday. No, we can't talk about it for a couple days. They know how to news dump things so good. They're perfect with that.
You know, can we have a realistic conversation before you get to that?
Do you want to hear what Farhan said about the Cubs pitcher?
Yeah, and I do, and I want to talk about propaganda. Continue.
Yeah, the propaganda. That's the problem with Giants fans. They've been served soft-serve ice cream for so damn long. Propaganda from beat writers, propaganda from radio station, state media. Oh, it's all good. It's fine. Blah, 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 blah. And so they're not used to people bringing the heat when it comes to the Giants.
The way we have been partners as a station with the Warriors for quite some time.
Since 2016.
Okay. Just every single host has cooked up, every one of us, 15, 16 different trades for all-time legends? I'm talking Clay, Steph, Draymond, how many times has every one of us just dismantled one of the greatest coaches, GMs, or any of the players, because that's what we do, right? We're just being real. We get frustrated. That's what fans do. That's what we do. Okay.
But we're a flagship station, and some people say that's a flagship, man. You hear the way they talk about the Warriors, but people lock in. People listen.
But here's the thing,
and even the Warriors listen. And look, to the credit to most of these organizations, how they operate is like right now we're crushing the Giants, and some people might think, oh, the Giants can't stand these guys. No, they love it because we're talking about them. They're getting attention right now. But they operate under their the perception of all news is good news. Well, all talk is good talk. All attention is good attention.
I can't speak for everyone, but I've run into Bob a few times, Bob Myers, and it's like he'd come up and I'm with my wife. He puts his arm around me. He's like, "Who we trading today?" And I'm like, "Bob." It's like he's like, "No. I love it because that's the fans' point of view, and you're stirring the excitement and the energy for our team." Like, no,
he loves it.
You do what you do. My job. This is what he said to me. My job is to get it right.
Yep.
That's my job. And when I don't, your job is to talk about it.
Javier Lopez grabbed a young Bonte Hill in the Giants clubhouse back in 2015, maybe. And I was doing shows with Marty on the weekends, and he goes, hey, and I'm interviewing him because it was a trade deadline. I want to get a player's perspective on what it was like to be in trade rumors and having to move your family, how stressful that is. And Javier gave me like 5 minutes ago. And I had the old recorder, Shasky, the old Walkman recorders. I stopped it, right? Stopped the tape. And afterwards, he goes, hey, Bonte, keep doing what you do, man. You sound good with Marty. You sound really good. And I say, oh, man, I got to watch what I say. He goes, no, don't watch what you say. As long as you keep it professional. Constructive criticism, we've got to handle it. We're pro athletes. Now, we may not agree with you. Like Bob Myers probably said, we may not agree with everything you're saying.
Exactly.
But as long as you keep it professional, we got no problem with it. Keep doing what you do. For some reason, Farhan, I don't think he looks at it like that. I really don't. Every time I see him, I don't know, man.
So what I'm saying is the way we cover a partner, and I feel it's authentic. Like the way we cover the Warriors, we are all over we will discuss the 12th man buyout guy for a month, right? Do we not?
All the time.
When I listen to the other station, all right, I'm just being real. You're not being served justice as a fan because of the way they discuss about it. And then I see beat writers, Anthony Slater, the way he covers the Warriors, like every practice is covered like a fine-tooth comb. Wow, James Wiseman can't even get shots up against a coach, for example.
Right.
And then I see this from Andrew Baggerly, who's been on the Giants beat forever. This is a real tweet.
From when? How long ago?
Last night.
Last night?
The Giants had been playing kind of okay despite losing 5 in a row. Their 6th loss was ... not okay. And then he inserts the Bob Melvin quote. I mean, what are we doing? They're negative 34 run differential this year.
So
what are you talking about?
So hold on. So Bagley said they were playing kind of okay in the last 6 games.
The exact quote from a journalist who wants to rub his nose in everyone's face about how journalistic he is.
Forget Bagley because
the Giants have been playing kind of okay despite losing 5 in a row. Imagine that flying in the New York market, the Boston market, the St. Louis market.
Well, Bagley's in the Giants' pockets. And when I went down to that end of season presser last year to Farhan Zaidi and asked Farhan a question that hadn't been asked to him, it was Farhan's quotes. If Farhan tried to snap at me, remember Lubman? Lubman was right there. He snapped at me saying, you're paraphrasing me. And I flipped my phone over and said, actually, these are your quotes. And I'm reading them to you. But they're so long, so I'm cutting it short. But I'm not mincing any words. And he gave me some bogus ass answer. And I looked at Murph.
He meant about how it was cold, the cold weather. That's what he threw under the bus.
I
meant the cold weather.
So it's always excuses. Weather, ballpark, whatever. Weather. It's always some homeless people. Yeah. Oh, there's too many homeless people. They're in the TL, which is about
New York City,
20 minutes away from Oracle Park.
City.
The homeless people got nothing to do with Oracle Park. There's none. Let's stop. But it's always an excuse with this team. And I'm not going to lie. I'll say his name. Murph. From the other station.
Yeah.
And we know Murph. We
respect him.
I stood right now. I said it 5 feet away from Farhan. I looked at Murph. I said, this guy ain't it. He ain't it. He's not the guy. So when Bagley says that, I'm glad you brought that up. So Bagley says that, and we're going to get to the Niners. Oh, we got the contest, too, coming up. By the way, make sure you're locked in, 7:30, between 7:30 and 7:45 for your first chance to win this Warriors Golf Bros bobblehead. Ooh, Splash Bros Golf bobblehead, and qualify to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. We'll be playing Know the Show. So when you hear this sounder, make sure to pay attention because at 7:50, when you again hear the sounder, we will ask a question about the show. Did you have to get right in order to win the bobblehead and qualify for the jersey? Thank you to the Golden State Warriors for the great prizes. By the way, I think this segment is brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. I don't even know if I read that yet. But look, the last 6 games. So Bagley says they've been kind of playing okay. So last 6 games, the Giants, offensively, they've come up with 43 hits. They've given up 66 hits. They're a negative 23 when it comes to hit differential. They've been out-hit times 23, basically. Teams in the 6-game streak, Yankees, who Phillies.
I mean, have they even had a quality start from a starter?
Right. So but they've given up 66 hits. Runs, they've scored 18. They've given up 38.
I mean, come on.
That's a minus 20 differential. So are they playing? That's why Andrew Bagley, and I ripped him a couple times because he called me an opportunist. Guys don't come to the games every day. Well, I can't come to the games every day. I'm doing Warriors pre and post game live. I got to wake up early in the morning and do this show. Yeah. I don't have the time. I got a 3-year-old daughter. I wish I could get out there and get to the clubhouse. Trust me. Yeah. I feel like Stephen A. right now would say, you don't want me to go to those clubhouses. No, seriously, because I lived in those locker rooms. I miss those locker rooms. I miss going to talk to the players. I miss getting down and dirty and what's really going on. Because you know what? Andrew Bagley, you ain't telling me what's going on.
No.
You're trying to tell me Giants fans want to hear everything is okay. No, it's not okay, Andrew Bagley. This is a disaster. It is a mess. Get out of their pockets and do your damn job. Do your damn job. You want to call people opportunists? Stop playing state media role. We got enough of those guys out here.
But you're asking me why the Niners and the Warriors are covered differently and the reception from the fans is different than the Giants. It starts with the coverage. Yep. To me, it's the coverage. And it's been 20 years of how that station, I listened to that station.
I worked at that station.
20 years of worked at that station. And I grew up, I still like a lot of the guys over there. But 20 years of listening to how they're, talking about the team, how the audience is served the coverage of the team, the questions that guys are asked in the clubhouse. And Lubman, I'm not coming at you because I know you're in that clubhouse. But let's call it what it is.
Lubman asks questions.
No, but when Shanahan's at a podium, y'all can hate Grant Cohn all you want. I know Grant's going to ask uncomfortable questions.
To really kind of drive your point home there, Shasky, and I wasn't there that day, but the day that Marco Luciano had that, the slow urgency throw to first, then was taken out for a quote-unquote hamstring injury. I wasn't at that game, but a friend of mine was, and he said in the post-game presser, they asked about Luciano's hamstring, and that was it. They didn't ask any follow-ups as to why he might have gotten taken out. And that right there, I think, underscores your point. The intensity of the question just isn't there sometimes.
If that was a Niner, Deebo Samuel, Green Bay Packer playoff game, how many questions do you think Kyle Shanahan would have on that injury?
All day.
3, 4, 5 follow-ups?
Hey, man, I work with Papa. We would ask Bob Myers about injuries all day long, the whole interview. And I'm like, damn, we got Bob Myers on. We're asking about the fourth metacarpal for 5 minutes. What the hell are we doing?
It's the injury hour.
But that's the thing. The medical hour, Bob Myers. But no, seriously. When Bagley kind of tried to come at us about being opportunistic and, they just want to go down there and feed the frenzy or whatnot, I'm only down there. And I only went down to the end of the season presser because the questions that the fans want answered weren't getting asked to Farhan or the manager. We got to do that. We got to ask the uncomfortable questions. So I went down there and pressed him on, what do you mean you can't attract free agents to the city? What do you mean by that? You're blaming the city, now you're blaming the weather. We got Greg Johnson, who, after winning 10-12, wants to beat his chest on TK's podcast. And all of a sudden, they lost 6 in a row, and he wants to talk about, the park enables us. Wait a minute. Everybody in baseball says this is the most beautiful park in the entire league, Oracle Park. It's on the short list. PNC Park, Camden Yards, Oracle Park. Everybody says it. It's the top 3 on everybody's list. Number 1 on many, number 2, number 3. And you're telling me the ballpark handcuffs you into signing players? It really does. Does Jed York make excuses for the Santa Clara politics? There ain't a damn thing in Santa Clara.
They had to move to Arizona to play home games.
I mean, does anybody do they make excuses down there?
No.
The Warriors played in Oakland, California, down the street from Hagenberger. I mean, it was rough. You don't want to go around there at night. But they never made excuses. They were able to get players. And instead, they said, we got the best home fans and the best home crowd in all of basketball.
Yeah.
All these excuses coming from a 500 organization right now. I'm just tired of it. And if you're not tired of it, then do you. But I'm not dying on this hill of watching 500 baseball over and over and over again, and you expect me to spend 4 hours talking about you. And I'm getting the production like I got yesterday. And by the way, you lost 7 straight games in Arizona. So they're no longer your whipping boy. They actually own you when you go down to Phoenix, Arizona. And Corbett Carroll he didn't even play yesterday.
I mean, the frustrating part is that, you're asking me about Luciano and Harrison before the break, and you're like, how do we view them now? And the reality is that a year ago, if you would have asked that question, I would have been sky high because I didn't see a lot. You just not a lot of videos of these guys, and you don't get to watch them. And I'm way more tapped into the minor leagues than the average Giants fan. You hear, you read.
All right, that's the start of Know the Show. Be locked in for the next 15 minutes, and at 7:50, we'll ask a question about what happened during that time. And if you get the question right, you will win this cool Splash Brothers limited edition bobblehead set. It's really cool. And then you'll qualify for a signed Stephen Curry jersey, the perfect gift for Father's Day. Thank you to the Golden State Warriors. Despite us being a flagship, despite us taking shots at them sometimes, we still have a great partnership with the Golden State Warriors.
love them.
I love the Warriors. They've done so much for my career over the last decade. So that's coming up here. Perfect gift. We'll qualify, know the show within the next 15 minutes.
But like after you've now seen, and I like Harrison. I'm not throwing him out with the bathwater. That's not what I'm doing. I think he's a lot farther along than I wanted at this point. Like I thought he was going to be a little more polished. Did I expect him to be Skeens, number 1 overall pick, ready to go day one? No. But I certainly thought that he'd be a little more polished in terms of can he get the breaking balls over consistently early in counts. And the 94-mile-an-hour fastball, I thought it was a little more than that. And again, we're talking a couple of miles per hour, and I thought he was working on a cutter this offseason. Apparently not. So his repertoire of pitches, his ability to go deeper in games, how he goes about the at-bats, I thought he was a little farther along. As a competitor, I like him a lot. As a young man, I like him a lot. I think he's got great moxie, but I think he's really raw. I do. And for a 22-year-old who's been in the system for 3, 4, 5 years now, like I thought he'd be a little more far along. Well, that being said, yesterday was one of the more encouraging starts of the last few weeks.
But you look at the line, 8 hits, 4 runs, and we watched the game. It was a disaster.
Well, Schmidt's got to make a play to get him out of an inning.
I agree with that. But that's a microcosm of the Farhan Zaidi era, a prospect that we've been told about for multiple years. And I don't want to crush a young man.
No, I don't want to either. That's not what I'm
rooting him. He's rooting for him. He's a local guy. I want him to excel with the San Francisco Giants, and he's trying hard. He really is. He's on the list of issues for the San Francisco Giants. He's not even an issue. You're right. He's not an issue. He's not an issue. But the overall theme of this team is you were brought here he's great. He developed the Dodgers farm system. Well, how's our farm looking right now? How's our prospects looking at the big league level? All right? But let Andrew Bagley tell it. They're kind of playing okay during the 6-game losing streak.
And the manager's losing his mind in the postgame, but they're kind of okay.
They're playing.
When does
they're
that
playing
crack
okay.
come into play for you?
Now, let me ask
you imagine us saying, oh boy, like the Super Bowl, right? The Niners lost on the last play of overtime. You imagine us coming and saying, hey, look, man, we know they lost the Super Bowl, but boy, they took Mahomes down to the last play of overtime.
They played kind of okay.
They played okay. Their defense kind of played okay. No, Steve Wilkes got fired 2 days later.
And the defense actually had a really good game until
Chase Young had his best game as a Niner.
Ever as a Niner.
And they didn't even offer him a contract extension. Once he was gone, he was gone. All right? So this is the problem when it comes to the Giants. And that's my biggest issue that I'm battling right now, where it's just like, you know what? I'm going to do me. I'm going to call it like it is. This team is very mediocre right now. And for $202 million, I keep going back to the payroll.
Yeah.
Because this is what Farhan constructed. You can say we can't blame Farhan all you want to.
Stop. I just want to hear that.
He put the team together. He hired the manager. He hired the previous manager after running out the World Series manager. He put the team together. So I can't blame him. And they got a $202 million payroll, Shasky. And right now, when I look at the standings, and yeah, you could say, oh, it's only June. Well, the great Yogi Berra says, and we said it all season during the Warriors season, it gets late early out there. It gets late very early out there. So you mess around, go to Texas, because you already lost this series. This series is done. We're just hoping you don't get swept. We're just hoping they don't bring out the brooms on you. Then you go to Texas, and Bochy's ready to go. He's ready to roll this weekend. They're trying to get their game back. Then you got the Cubs who are starting to play well. Listen, you're tied with the Diamond. Actually, you're behind the Diamondbacks now. You're in 4th place in the NL West. You're closer to the Rockies than you are to the Dodgers, which is laughable. But you're now a game behind the Pittsburgh Pirates. You're tied with the Washington Nationals in the loss column. And the New York Mets are 2.5 games behind you. And you got a $202 million payroll. Nationals, what? They got a $100 million payroll. Pirates got an $83 million payroll. What do the Diamondbacks have? Their payroll can't be that high. The Reds, we know their payroll's not that high. So this is where we're at with the Giants. And I'm frustrated as hell. Because it's not just losing to the Yankees. It's what they've done in marquee series since June 20th of 2022 when they were 8 games over 500, going down to Atlanta to play the Braves, and they lost 3 or 4, and it's just been, how many series have they, Ludman, did you know this? The last 2 years, they had 2 winning months last season, 2 winning months in the previous season. Baseball's a 6-month season. 2 winning months the last 2 seasons, in each of the seasons.
I feel like we're spending way too much time on them, but I want to pivot, and this is how we're going to pivot.
You keep going. I tried to pivot, but hey, we keep going down this train.
No, but you, me, and the boss have had these conversations. Like, you trade picks and prospects for players almost every single time. Wouldn't you agree?
I've been saying it for years.
Okay. So on the day we watched Harrison, and it was a decent start, and I thought it was better than the box score indicated, but and then I'm looking at Luciano, it's like, On the day Christian McCaffrey signs an extension, can you even name what Carolina has used those picks to acquire on behalf of getting Christian McCaffrey, where it is not even a doubt that the Niners got a grand slam trade?
Well, since Willard likes to dog us all the time during the crossover, I'll say this. Remember that Chicago game when they lost in the monsoon? And I thought, I didn't think Trey Lance looked horrible in that game. But one of my biggest takeaways was damn, they need a running back. Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and their running game was non-existent.
Yeah.
Jeff Wilson Jr., he had that one Patriots game during the COVID year, during the pandemic year, but they need a running back. And they don't do running back. They don't do running back. How do we feel about McCaffrey now? You can't even name the players or the picks that Carolina used for that guy. And now he gets the extension at $19 million per?
No, I can. They basically took all those picks and acquired one guy, DJ Johnson, for Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey is a first ballot Hall of Fame talent. So the Niners traded a second, a third, and a fourth. And basically, Carolina walked away with all those picks. And what did they have? One linebacker, DJ Johnson, who none of us even know. DJ Johnson could have the greatest linebacker season of all time, and every Niner fan would say, "Yeah, we got the better end of that deal." Wouldn't you agree?
Yep. I mean,
Christian McCaffrey is one of the greatest midseason trades of all time.
No, it is one of the greatest midseason trades of all time. You remember the excitement we had the day they traded for Chris. And nobody wants to give us credit. Everybody wants to talk about us. They were all over Trey Lance. What happened when we brought up Christian McCaffrey? Said they need to go get Christian McCaffrey. They don't need a running back. Christian McCaffrey, he's always hurt. Well, he had over 400 touches last year, one Offensive Player of the Year. And without him, you don't average 30 points a game. And so he gets a 2-year, $38 million extension. It creates $7.6 million in cap space, and he's under contract through 2027 at the age of 31. What a home run for the San Francisco 49ers. Yes, he's the highest paid running back, and he should be the highest paid running back in the NFL. 1,459 rushing yards, 2,023 scrimmage yards, 21 touchdowns. You know what? Enough of the Giants. We'll talk to Fleming about the Giants, and we'll voice our frustrations with him. We'll try our best with him because we know Fleming is in a tough spot, and that's our guy. And we could get a little outrageous sometimes, but let's talk about a winning organization. The audacity of Giants fans telling me that they've had a more successful decade because the Niners haven't won the Super Bowl. Miss me with that. Ratings tank in sports radio when you talk Giants. Those are just facts. All right? When you talk Giants all day long, why do you think the station snatched the other station and became the sports leader? Why do you think 95.7 The Game became the Bay station? Because we don't talk about losers. We talk about winners. So let's talk about the 49ers. It wasn't
talking about Darren Ruff, that's for sure.
Darren Ruff, Mike Yastrzemski. I got people telling me, boy, wait till Lamont Wade Jr. gets back. I like Lamont Wade Jr. He's a brother. I'm pulling for him. I'm pulling for him. But we're out here talking about Lamont Wade Jr. is going to save the day.
I mean, in a division with Freddie Freeman, Christian Walker. I mean, come on. And then you look around Atlanta. They've got Matt Olson. And I like Lamont Wade Jr. But look around the first base production around the league, and he is one of their better players. But it's also telling as to where they're at.
Right. You could say what the Niners have won though, but they've been highly successful. How many primetime games do the 49ers get now? Huh?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I mean, they're one of the marquee franchises in sports.
So this Christian McCaffrey deal. Now, are you surprised it got done in the manner that it got done?
Well,
this is interesting. We haven't seen them give extensions out in June.
Yeah, he's also the best player. Outside of Bosa, you're talking about one of the best players the Niners have on their team without a question.
He is the best player on the team.
I think so too. I do too. And also, if I go ethos of the team. The how does Kyle Shanahan want to play? I don't know. run the ball down your throat and check down. Like, that's literally, this is the greatest run the ball down your throat, check down player since Marshall Faulk.
Do you understand what he's done with the Niners?
Give me the numbers.
In 22 total games with San Francisco.
This is regular season.
Regular season. Could be playoffs, too. This is Schefter's tweet. McCaffrey has totaled 2,711 rushing yards.
Wow.
1,241 receiving yards and 39 total touchdowns. Let me read that again.
22 games, 39 touchdowns?
39 touchdowns in 22 games, 2,711 rushing yards, 1,241 receiving yards. I almost told the boys this morning, I was thinking about them driving in. I said, I just want to hear the Stanford highlights. And then I want to get to the Niner highlights. I just want to play a montage of Christian McCaffrey highlights. Throwing touchdown passes, running for touchdown passes, catching screen passes, running Texas routes, running swing routes. Wow, what about the run in Pittsburgh to start the season with Brandon Ayuk blocking downfield, 75-yard touchdown run in week number 1 to end the game and early in the third quarter? And they break him off.
I just... Frank Gore ran for 64 touchdowns with the Niners and caught 11.
This guy's got 39 and 20.
Is McCaffrey going to beat that in the next 2 years?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
I hold Frank Gore in the highest of regard as a player for what he represents, his career path, the way he went about his business, what he represented on loser teams, embracing the Harbaugh era, never getting the ring, which sucks. I didn't think we'd see a running back that I would love more than Frank Gore, and yet Christian McCaffrey shows up, and it's no disrespect to Frank Gore even at all, but I'm like, oh, I'm watching the best 49er running back of all time. And I'm not disrespecting Roger Craig. I'm not disrespecting Joe the Jet Perry or Jimmy John, any of John Henry Johnson, excuse me. I'm not disrespecting any of the legends.
Hugh McElhaney.
Ken Willard.
Hugh McElhaney.
Hugh McElhaney's another one. Christian McCaffrey is the greatest talent to play running back for the 49ers. Now, I don't know if his career will end up being the best career in a 49er uniform because Frank put together unbelievable numbers.
He wins one Super Bowl, and we're going to put him up there. His number will probably get retired.
Wow.
That's how great this guy is.
I mean, he's that good.
That's how great this guy is. And I feel disrespectful. I felt like I was disrespecting him because in college I said, boy, this is the white Reggie Bush.
No, he's way better.
No. Listen. In college, Reggie Bush was the truth.
No doubt.
But I'm disrespectful in terms of, no. He's Christian McCaffrey, CMC. We're going to be comparing black and white running backs to Christian McCaffrey. I mean, I shared some Marshall Faulk highlights earlier today on my Instagram. At San Diego State, he was cooking up USC. He ran for 242, 3 touchdowns. It's just Marshall Faulk just doing what Marshall Faulk does. Christian McCaffrey's Marshall Faulk. I mean, this guy, Marshall Faulk did everything. Line up in the slot. I mean, they played a highlight. I saw a highlight a couple of weeks ago where he's in the Georgia Dome against the Falcons, lined up in the slot, caught a quick slant like it was Jerry Rice, and it was off to the races. And John Madden's on the call was like, this is what you can do with Marshall Faulk. You can play wide receiver. He was like, Marshall Faulk's probably a top 5 wide receiver in the game, and he's a running back.
Don't you feel the same way about McCaffrey?
Exactly where I'm going. That's who Christian McCaffrey is. He's got hands. Now, the fumble in the Super Bowl hurt, but he battled. He bounced back. And he hated it. Trust me. He still blames himself for that. You saw him after the game. But let's hear from Christian McCaffrey on getting the extension done.
Business is business. It's part of this game. Both sides were mutually very respectful the whole time, and just proud and happy that we got something done.
And then he takes a moment to thank his teammates.
I really appreciate the players on the team. I think, anytime you sign an extension, obviously you're individually really happy, but then you also have to think about the other guys on the team who have helped you get there and who are a big part of your individual success. So I really, I'm very thankful that I'm on a team with guys like that, with a great staff, just an overall great organization, takes care of the players. And so I've had nothing but an amazing experience in my time here, and I'm really fired up that I'm staying.
And not only is he fired up, somebody asked him about the Niners window. Is this window going to be open for 5 years, 4 years? I love this answer from Christian McCaffrey.
I don't know. I know we got a window this year. That's all I know. So I'm focused on this year and taking it, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 year at a time.
I love that. The NFL's a year-to-year league. Guys get hurt, guys retire, guys get traded, guys get cut. Worried about this year. And is the window open this year? Absolutely.
Of course, as long as you have him and Purdy together, like, yeah, of course it is. It's wild to me. You and I have gone to a bunch of the training camps, and when you walk onto the field for the Niners, it's like, wow, there's Nick Bosa. Wow, there's Fred Warner. Wow, there's George Kittle. And CMC's a bigger star than all of them in terms of like play. And Bosa's awesome, like, but CMC jumped onto a team that was loaded and became the best player overnight.
Unbelievable.
It's the most crazy thing I've ever seen.
And running backs matter, right? Did we move off that? Did we move off that? Running backs, they matter. Philadelphia gave Saquon Barkley a lot of money. Why? Because running backs matter. They help your offense.
Certain running backs matter. With the skill set
but
that
you need a running game, though. What do people say in the playoffs? You need to run the ball.
No doubt.
So running backs do matter. I thought you were going to say, man, I go to Scottsdale, Arizona, and there's Alex Dickerson. There's Mike Krzyzewski. There's Luke Jackson. There's the Rogers brothers. That's where I thought you were going.
Well, they played the Alex Dickerson commercials, the Philly cheesesteak ones, way too long. Yeah. Last night, two old Philly cheesesteak commercials came up.
And I think they were mistakes. I saw that. I texted somebody. I was like,
the greatest eater of a Philly cheesesteak you've ever seen.
Oh, no.
But getting back to that, like the way McCaffrey goes about, like he is one of the flashiest players on the field, and then off the field, the way he conducts himself. I mean,
just a pro.
There's not one person who could say anything negative about McCaffrey. His approval rating is unanimous?
I would think so. I mean, he's the same guy I saw at Stanford. He's the same guy. When I used to go to those Stanford pressers, he's the same exact guy.
Yeah, I think he's bulked up a little.
I mean, in terms of like personality, maturity. Yeah, of course he bulked up and got bigger. He had to. He was in college and in the NFL.
Good, and I've said this to you.
I'm saying the way he conducts himself as a professional.
No doubt.
Credit to his parents.
Yes.
Credit to his parents. They've done a great job.
But it's not lost on me that he went about his contract situation in the quietest, behind-the-scenes way, and it played out as fast as it did. But it also speaks to me about how the organization views his importance to the team, where they prioritized it, and they don't want to mess around at all.
But you've kind of led me to this. How he conducted his business. How will fans now look at Brandon Ayuk? And the way he's handling his business.
I think the optics for the casual fan probably isn't great.
Now, you could say on one end, McCaffrey already got paid. He had money before. Ayuk's working on his first big extension. Chris McCaffrey's on his second contract. He had gotten paid before. You know what I'm saying? He had his money. So maybe he knew how the process worked out. But how will fans look at Brandon Ayuk now? Or how are we viewing Brandon Ayuk now? And what does this have to do with Brandon Ayuk? We got plenty of sound coming up. Plenty of sound about the 49ers. Deebo Samuel. Now, this was interesting because he was in a lot of trade rumors. A lot of trade rumors. You got to ask whether or not he heard about the trade rumors. Listen to Deebo.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But, we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
Play that again. Know the show. Let me get my contest line. Let me get my question right now. Here we go. Be locked in at 95.7 The Game, and it's time to qualify. If you call 415-523-4652, the question is, and you have to get it right to win a Golf Bros limited edition bobblehead, Steph and Clay. This is pretty cool, and you qualify for a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Here it is. Bonte and Shasky both agree that this guy is the best player on the 49ers. Who is that guy? Bonte and Shasky both agree that this guy is the best player on the 49ers. Who is that guy? Call 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652 is the phone number. You'll have another chance to qualify at 12:30 and 4:30. And thank you to the Golden State Warriors, as always, for these kind gifts here. That is pretty cool. So CMC gets his money. But how are fans going to view Brandon Ayuk? Now, you heard D-Ball right there. I'm going to play it one more time. D-Ball, and if you heard the trade talks, listen to the tone.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But, we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
It is wild to me how quickly... And again, this goes to the pivot, don't panic nature of sports fandom and football assessment in general. Football is like, oh, you were good yesterday? Great, you're garbage today, you're gone. Deebo Samuel dragged this team dragged this team to the playoffs and through the playoffs into an NFC Championship game that they were winning by 10 points in LA in SoFi Stadium, a quarter away from going to the Super Bowl. And he held out, and it was kind of ugly in the way he conducted business. And I feel like the rhetoric, not for everyone, but for a lot of people around Debo, hasn't quite been the same. And so you're asking me about what's it going to look like for Ayuk?
Oh, it's not going to look pretty.
I don't think it's going to look good,
I told you this yesterday. He held out. He got the Jones fracture. He was a little out of shape. Kyle looked at the film with him. He came back in a major way. But even then, I remember this last season, the way we talk about, well, Debo's not really a wide receiver. He's a wide back. Oh, Debo's expendable. When they traded for Christian McCaffrey, go ahead, pivot off of Debo. Debo, when he has the ball in his hands, is still one of the most devastating players in the NFL. That gets lost on a lot of people. But when he did that, where he said he scrubbed his Instagram. He's like, nah, I ain't going to the Niners. I want to be with Jet. They asked for a trade. He asked for a trade. They asked to get traded from San Francisco. And so fans said, the heck with Debo. And then it's not lost on them that he only had 3 catches on 13 targets in the Super Bowl. Couldn't get off press man, and he comes up with the hamstring injury, and he can't finish the game.
To go full circle.
So Brandon Ayuk, what he's doing, sorry to cut you off.
No.
What's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk is basically going to be the same thing. Every drop Brandon Ayuk has this season, this guy held out. We paid him $28 million, $25 million.
No doubt.
He's going to get scrutinized over and over and over if he doesn't get off a jam.
We did it to Bosa.
If he doesn't run the right route. You know, he's putting himself in a bad spot with the fan base. Now, I've heard this from multiple people who were down there the last 2 days. The players love Brandon Ayuk. And they understand that.
Sure.
You got to do what you got to do to get paid. You got to look out for yourself in this situation. It is a business. In this NFL, they will cut your ass in a heartbeat. So you got to maximize your window to get paid. If you got offered $300,000 at the station across the street, I tell you, you'd be a damn fool not to take that money. Go set yourself up for life. Would I be crushed that you're leaving me? Absolutely. But I'd understand. Go get your money, Shasky.
Who am I working with in that scenario? No, I'm just teasing. I'm totally teasing.
You take the $300,000 and figure it out.
Yeah, right. Pop. It's like you said, Pop.
You wouldn't get paid. You wouldn't get paid. Hey, you do that in a heartbeat. Profile will skyrocket.
Did you see the way Lamont Joy Jr. rehabbed that knee? Oh, chef's kiss.
He's a legend, though. Leave him alone.
It's time for the injury report.
Sorry if the lines are busy. People will be calling left and right. It's jam-packed. We apologize. It's just people were trying to get in there, calling before the contest is even over. So, by the way, you work with Pop, making $300,000. Sign me up for that. My profile, my career went to another level with 3 levels. I would talk for 30 seconds on that show and people around the country be hitting me up for radio hits. I'm like, man, it's a regular crack? Man, this is a legend. Put some respect on his name. Let's not be petty.
I was teasing.
Let's not be petty. Why am I in the Xfinity Fast 5 read here? Oh, injury report. Alex Cobb. Long anticipated 2024 debut of Alex Cobb was delayed as the Giants starting pitcher had been dealing with nerve pain in his throwing shoulder that caused him to pause his rehab from offseason hip surgery. The good news is the nerve pain in Cobb's shoulder has subsided, which he attributes to taking the medication gabapentin. Never heard of that one. Gabapentin. You ever heard that? You ever go to the pharmacy and grab some gabapentin?
This is a guy who I thought was going to be ready the first month of the season because he was throwing these simulated bullpens and
well,
we're almost in mid-June.
Well, he's optimistic getting a bullpen session next week and hopes to be back in the Giants rotation in July.
I'm optimistic about that.
Is Brian and Paulo also optimistic? Is he optimistic about this team right now?
Farhan's cooked.
Where's BPA right now? Now today is a day that I'd love to hear BPA.
Sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
He's been on mute on Twitter. I don't know. I've seen him on Twitter.
He's my favorite.
Is he tweeting on Twitter?
Oh,
Did he tweet yesterday?
I love Brian.
Yeah, you do love him. You love some
tweets
weirdos.
what I wish I could tweet at to some of the beat writers.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
You love BPA, but you don't love Tony in Oakland.
Hey, to each their own. You know, some people are pescatarians.
You just don't know how to get in the zone, man.
Some people are vegans.
You just don't know how to get in the zone. That's all.
Some people order prime rib.
He doesn't have the balls.
No, he doesn't. I'm with you, Tony. Injury report brought to you by, I'm betting she's watching the French Open and Roland Garros. How about, did Joker win a set on a torn meniscus?
Certainly did, a 5-setter.
Dude is sick. What a machine. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're talking to Mike Florio, pro football talk. Let's talk about a winning organization, the San Francisco 49ers. We ain't talking about no team under 500. Come on, man. Or we'll get back to them. Mike Florio next on the roast.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant
I'm right.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, what is happening? Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I need that Robin San Bruno. The downfall is coming, and it's coming hard. That's how I feel about the Giants right now. The downfall is coming. It's not coming for the 49ers.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
There it is. Christian McCaffrey just signed a 2-year, $38 million extension. He's wrapped up through the 2027 season. And not only that, he created $7.6 million in cap space. He already has 2 years left on the 4 years of a $64 million deal he signed with the Panthers back in 2020. He's now the highest paid running back to stats. He's got them left and right. We're going to get Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. But I wonder, 888-957-9570. Should Brandon Ayuk be a little ticked off that McCaffrey got his new money first? He's been here longer. He's been with the Niners. He's homegrown. Should Brandon Ayuk be ticked off? Does anybody care about Brandon Ayuk's psyche right now? But I wonder how many people feel like Brandon Ayuk should be a little pissed that, boy, I'm watching all these wide receivers get their money all over the league. And here I am at home looking for new money, and I see McCaffrey and Jawan Jennings get paid. And Brandon Ayuk saying, I'm the best wide receiver on this football team. The best. So we'll get Mike Florio on in a second. We got your boy on, I believe. Should we go to him? Let's get to him. Bad signal was out for him. Brian and Palo Alto. The floor is yours, BPA.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, bud?
Nothing. Great, man. It's 75 degrees in the morning, so life is good. Yeah, what, Giants 90? I mean, look, Farhan, the Giants are sort of the post-Harbaugh Niners, right? Where, everybody knew Balky had man walking, but for some reason he stuck around 2-3 years too long. And that's Farhan, right? Obviously not a dysfunctional human being in the same way that Balky is, but it's over. Anyone that's not anyone who's a non-Giants front office burner account, of which there are plenty, and I give them mad respect for, their front office employees for impersonating actual raving Farhan fans, but yeah, it's over. It's just a matter of how much longer do we have to sit around and watch it?
And Brian, can I ask you a question? I was using the analogy in Glory at the end of the movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it with Denzel Washington. They're going up the hill, and it's a very emotional movie. But if you're gonna die on a hill, dying on the Farhan Hill is just the oddest one to die on. We have people again, we're ready to run Klay Thompson out of town, and he's a legend. We all acknowledge the guy had legendary moments. Pick and choose your battles. Why are people dying on the Farhan Hill? I don't get it.
They are. It's just, look, the Giants are, again, I've said this, they're elite at sort of media relations and bullying, right? It's their number one superpower. And, they have a lot of these front office burner accounts, and they're super active on Twitter and The Athletic in the comment section that makes it look like there's, how on earth, I thought Santangelo's comment of Farhan cannot be blamed in any way was ridiculous, but that's a pretty good summation of the sort of Giants burner accounts. But yeah, it's over. I'm assuming their rationale around it is you fire Farhan and now we have to start over, and then it's an acknowledgement that Farhan's failed with the farm system, which he has. But to me, it's I would, if you fire Farhan, it doesn't mean that anyone in the farm system is finished as a Giant, right? It doesn't, but it does mean that, hey, we need to start building a farm system and a draft and development program that actually works. Yeah, so that's Farhan's greatest failure.
All right, we got to run, BPA. Call us back anytime.
We need to do an hour with BPA.
No, we don't. No, we don't. 2 minutes is good enough. Mike Florio's on the line here. Mike Florio. What date was this, Spinotti? March 11th. March 11th. Listen to Mike Florio back on this show March 11th before we bring him onto the airwaves.
something to put on the radar screen. I don't know that this is going to happen, but at some point, I think it's fair for Christian McCaffrey to say, hey, I think it's time to look at my contract here, because how many great years does he have left? This may be the time for him to rattle the cage a little bit and try to get more money.
Wow. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, one of our best friends on this show. And you were all over it, and you were right, and you broke the news yesterday. Christian McCaffrey gets his new money, 2-year, $38 million extension, creates $7.6 million in cap space for the 49ers, and they get the deal done. It's not usually the way John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan operates, Mike, where they usually give extensions in July, late July, early August in training camp, but they get the deal done with McCaffrey in June at minicamp. Are you surprised it got done this early?
No, I'm not surprised. Look, going into the last season, I thought there was a chance during the season as Christian McCaffrey was putting together the kind of numbers that ultimately secured the 2023 AP Offensive Player of the Year award, that there would be an effort to get that contract adjusted. When they traded for him in October of 2022, they inherited a contract that for the 49ers was $12 million a year for 3 years, which is, as the running back market goes, a hell of a bargain. So I think the 49ers benefited by McCaffrey's patience, and I think they realized his patience potentially was going to run out at some point. They needed to get this taken care of. They need to not have him within a year or two of potentially becoming a free agent, especially with Adam Peters and Christian McCaffrey's brother playing in Washington. And there's certainly other teams out there that would have been interested if he would have become available as a free agent. So I think it made a ton of sense to get this taken care of. You push the running back market up to $19 million. I mean, there is something seriously wrong with this picture when you consider what a weapon Christian McCaffrey is. And you've got so many receivers now north of $25 million a year. Christian McCaffrey is more valuable than several of, I'm not going to name names, but do I really have to? Several of the guys who are making $25 million or more per year. I'd rather have Christian McCaffrey than them. The only issue is, at what point is the tread off the tires? At what point do we see a decline? How long can he play at the level he's been playing at?
Well, there may be a receiver on his own team where he's more valuable, and that's Deebo Samuel, Jason's number one. I said it, not you, Mike, but real quick, do you think there was any chance, if this deal didn't get done for Christian McCaffrey, that he holds out in training camp?
I don't know. Look, he was staying away from OTAs, and I poked around to see if it was contract related, and I was told it wasn't. He's got a wedding coming up. Well, the wedding's not until the end of June, so he could have been at OTAs. And I think everybody was trying to be positive about it and not create a mess. And it worked. They got it done. They got it done right at the mandatory minicamp. He didn't have to hold out from that, didn't create a mess, didn't create a problem. And the team did the right thing. He has $24 million in guarantees that weren't otherwise there. And he's got that $19 million per year new money average on the 2 years that we're at the end. It's, one of the great misconceptions, because we hear about extensions all the time. There is no such thing as an extension. I can talk about this till I'm blue in the face. They rip up the old contract and they replace it with a new one. And that's what they did. He gets a signing bonus. He gets $24 million fully guaranteed at signing. The deal's worth like $15.1, $15.2 million at signing on a 4-year deal. That's what it is. It's still a great deal, but the agents like to focus on new money average because it's a bigger number and it lets them say to prospective clients, look at what I got for this guy. But the real deal is a win-win. And they've got him for 4 more years. We'll see what happens after he turns 30, June 7 of 2026. But for now, he's still playing at a high level. And if they want to finish this job and win a Super Bowl, they need him to be not thinking about his future, but focused on the present.
Mike, I'm looking at Carolina after trading so many different picks. And basically they got part of the package from CMC they used to go get Bryce, and that hasn't worked out. And then they got a linebacker. I mean, is this not one of the greatest in-season trades of all time for the 49ers? Outside of like Fred Dean, when they won
the Niners in the league.
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking. Like
the NFL.
To me, this is the template in any sport. Like, give me the player over the picks all day.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I always say get a proven player over the roll of the dice on a draft pick because there's no guarantee the guy's going to work out. You look at how the Panthers have been mismanaged under David Tepper by trading away Christian McCaffrey in his prime, by giving up all that stuff they did to go from 9-1 to get the wrong quarterback, all due respect, Bryce Young could still turn out to be a franchise quarterback, but based on first year, they clearly whiffed on that. And as part of that package, they surrendered to the Bears the pick that became Caleb Williams, who could become a franchise quarterback. So as bad moves go, the Panthers have made plenty of them. And the McCaffrey trade, I mean, although the 49ers didn't win the Super Bowl, it kind of worked out for the 49ers the way that Herschel Walker trade was supposed to work out for the Vikings. That was the missing piece. That was the thing they needed. That was the kick in the ass. And the irony is the Shanahan offense is premised on using a bunch of different running backs and not one bell cow guy. You get Christian McCaffrey, though, you pivot to the bell cow mindset and you get the most out of him you can. And, you know, he's around for another run at it. They've been so tantalizingly close to a Super Bowl, 4 NFC championship appearances and 2 Super Bowl appearances. And, you know, it looked like last year it was going to finally happen. But if you want to get through, if you want to kick that door in, you need to have Christian McCaffrey.
There's no doubt about that. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget about his book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon right now. Really good book, Mike. I'm halfway through it. Before we get to Brandon Ayuk, I just saw a report, Adam Schefter's podcast, where they said, hey, Minnesota didn't want to trade Justin Jefferson, but the Niners definitely called the Minnesota Vikings about Justin Jefferson and looking for a trade. Were the Minnesota Vikings looking to trade Jefferson? Was there any smoke there on the potential trade of JJ, who's got the big money deal at the wide receiver position?
I think the Vikings played this very coyly. They didn't get serious about trying to sign Justin Jefferson until after the draft. And I think before the draft, they just were kind of sitting back and seeing, is somebody going to make a Herschel Walker type of an offer? And too many people have heard about this possibility of moving up to 5 to get Malik Neighbors, the LSU receiver that the Giants took at 6, to just dismiss it as something somebody's pulling out of their butt. There's too many people that heard about it. I heard about it from somebody in the Chargers draft room as it was all going down. And the Chargers said no. Jim Harbaugh wanted to stick with Joe Alt, the Notre Dame tackle at number 5. They rejected the offer from the Vikings to trade up, and the belief was they wanted Neighbors, not a quarterback. So I don't know what they would have done if they had pulled it off. But, yes, I think it was a possibility. You have to consider the economics of the position. Neighbors has already signed a 4-year contract worth $29 million total as the 6th overall pick in the draft. The Vikings are paying Justin Jefferson $35 million per year on his new deal. So there's a financial reason to say, and this is the original analytics in football, dollar for dollar, what am I getting for this player? Can I get more dollar for dollar for someone else? Can I get somebody who's almost as good for a lot cheaper? Do I have him a lot longer? So I think it would have taken a lot to pry him away. And the Vikings also would have had to be in position where they emerged from that transaction with a replacement for Justin Jefferson. We're so focused on their replacement for Kirk Cousins. How do you make that offense go if you have Jordan Addison, Brandon Powell, and no one else?
That's a great point. Where does this leave Brandon Ayuk with everything going on with the wide receiver market, with the 49ers giving CMC the money quietly behind the scenes? He's been very, I would say, social media outspoken because he hasn't said anything, in front of a microphone per se. Where does this leave Brandon Ayuk?
Well, this receiver market is strange because it's kind of a hybrid of quarterback and running back. At the running back position, for the most part, teams are willing to say, we're just not going to pay you big money. We'll go find somebody else. At the quarterback position, the inclination is we better keep the guy we have, even if he's not a guy that's going to take us over the hump. For receivers, there's a handful of guys that are going to command that huge contract, and at some point, there's going to be a dividing line between we're going to pay you what you want versus we'll just find somebody else. And, is Ricky Pearsall to somebody else they've already found, and are they just going to reload that way? One of the points Chris Sims made when we started talking about Ayuk before the draft, you look at highlights, it's a lot of Brandon Ayuk wide open, and that's the offense, and that's having Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams. And is it the innate skill of Ayuk, or is it just this guy is right place, right time? And yes, he's got the basic skill level. I don't want to demean his abilities, but how much of it is, hey, we could find somebody else a lot cheaper and plug him into that spot, and he'll become a second-team All-Pro like Brandon Ayuk. So I think that's what they're dealing with. And you could look at the McCaffrey deal in one of two ways. Hey, by paying McCaffrey, they're sending the message they're not going to dig deep for Ayuk, or before we give Ayuk something north of $20 million, we better take care of Christian because it's going to be damn glaring if Ayuk's at 24 and Christian's at 12.
Think Ayuk's pissed off right now? You think he's ticked off a little bit? He had an Instagram post a couple of weeks ago, Mike, where he said, hey, I don't like to share my food. And next thing you know, he says, I'm hungry. I don't like to share my food. And basically, Juwan Jennings gets the deal. We see Christian McCaffrey gets the deal yesterday. How's this going to end up for Brendan? This seems nasty. This one seems nastier than the Debo situation, Mike.
Well, and you're right. And remember how bad it was with Debo at one point. It was a given he wanted out. And those were the reports. And there was the video of him in the club, and there was the sign about keeping Debo Samuel, and they cut to him, and he's doing the no, I don't want to be, it was crazy. And then it worked. He got the contract. This is the dilemma that players face all the time. And Sims and I argued about this last week. It was a pretty robust discussion. On one hand, you want to have a team that's successful, and there's only so many dollars to go around, and you want to try to win championships, and you don't want to be selfish. On the other hand, you want to be selfish. You've only got so many years to play at a high level. You only have so many opportunities to go get paid big money. For Ayuk, this might be it. So do you compromise that on the roll of the dice that you're going to win a Super Bowl? You see how hard it is? Good Lord. There's no guarantee that just keeping the band together is going to result in anything different than what it's been the last 5 years. At some point, you have to have the Peyton Manning approach, which is, it's my job to get paid. It's your job to manage the salary cap. And yes, he only won 2 Super Bowls with that approach, but he walked away with a hell of a lot more money than he otherwise would have. And you can go the Tom Brady approach and consistently take less and win more championships, but there's still no guarantee you're going to win those championships. So that's the balance. But Ayuk, when you consider what the market is, I don't see why he should compromise. But the problem is, if the 49ers aren't going to pay him, who is? And that's the problem. You've got to get somebody who's willing to give the 49ers what they would want by trade and pay him what he wants. It's more to expect from a stranger team than it is from the 49ers, because all they'd have to do is pay him. So, I think they tried before the draft. It didn't get anywhere. I think permission was given for him to go out and shop for a trade. It didn't get to where it needed to be. I don't know what's changed now. So I agree with you. There's a chance this gets ugly, and he could hold out a training camp and try to force this thing all the way down to week 1 and see if anybody eventually bites.
Who would pay him quickly in the NFL? Because I have a Purdy question I want to get to.
Well, I know I'm close to Pittsburgh, and I know that there are Steelers fans that would love to get him. But, I mean, again, $25-30 million a year and the Steelers have shown that they can draft and develop great young receivers. They have a history going back to Mike Wallace, for crying out loud. Antonio Brown, and the list goes on and on. So I just think it's a lot, and it's a shame. I think Brandon Ayuk potentially is going to be the guy who finds out there are limits to how many of these receivers are going to get paid big money.
Hey, real quick, before Shasky gets to the Purdy question, do you believe Brandon Ayuk's an elite receiver, I should say? Is he a top 10 elite wide receiver in this league?
I mean, he's second-team All-Pro, but would he be the guy that keeps you up at night game planning? Is he the guy that you have to put 2 defenders on everywhere he goes? I don't think he's that guy. So, I think there's a lot of guys you could put at that spot in the 49ers offense who would put together 1,300-plus receiving yards and be a second-team All-Pro. And again, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think it's elite, rare skills like Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, absolute top-of-the-market guys.
So you'd say he's kind of like a system wide receiver to a degree, which brings me to Brock Purdy, because Chris Sims, the guy that you do the podcast with, who we hold in high regard, who's friends with Kyle Shanahan, does his quarterback rankings. And he emphasized that to him, Brock Purdy is a system plus quarterback, which was very interesting. And I got what he was saying. But of course, Mike, you know how this works. Niner fans were triggered, and they were triggered because Purdy is 17th on his list. And ahead of Purdy are Trevor Lawrence, Kirk Cousins, Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, and Kyler Murray. What did you think of where Chris put Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, look, Chris basically strips all other factors away and just focuses on what the guy brings to the table. And the reality of the Shanahan offense is there's a certain guy that can thrive in that system. System quarterback has become a pejorative. I don't think there's a problem with calling a guy a system quarterback. The system quarterback is the guy who runs the plays that are called as designed, like clockwork, makes the throws. I think it is difficult to be a great system quarterback because you have to basically be exactly what the coach expects you to be, and that's how you're successful in a Kyle Shanahan offense. So he's done that well. He's the guy that Shanahan has been looking for. He came there wanting to get Kirk Cousins. They didn't evaluate Patrick Mahomes in 2017, his first year, because he thought he was getting Cousins the next year. And on the way to Cousins, he got talked into Jimmy Garoppolo. Oops. So Purdy is the guy that runs that system, and it works. Now, paying Purdy is going to be a challenge because, when it's time to go to the bargaining table after this season and Purdy's eligible for a contract, what's he going to want? And the argument is the same argument that we've been making as it relates to Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. How many of the guys out there could you put into that system and have that guy be as good or better? How much of it is the coach, the supporting cast, and how much of it is innate to the quarterback? And to me, the best of the best quarterbacks are the guys who, when the play that's called goes sideways, when the system breaks down, can he make chicken salad on the fly? And there aren't many guys that can do that. Those are the ones that should be north of $50 million, like Patrick Mahomes isn't but should be, and Josh Allen isn't but should be.
Chris Sims was on it with the Green Bay game, and I came on these airways and said, boy, that looked like a lot like Jimmy Garoppolo, Mike, in that playoff game against the Green Bay Packers. Brock Purdy for the first 3 quarters did not look good. And to Shasky's point, Niner fans do not want to hear it. He is the golden child around here, so we're scared to even critique him on a throw that he may throw to the other team, like the Baltimore Ravens, in which he almost threw 7 picks.
That's what fans do of every team. They rally the troops, they circle the wagons, and screw anyone who dares to say anything other than this is the best team that's ever been assembled in the history of football, and it's going to win the next 10 Super Bowls.
That's a walk-off, Mike. Take care, man. The new book is really, really good. I'll let you know when I finish it. Father of Mine, available right now on Amazon. Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports. It's Mike Florio who broke the news yesterday. It's Christian McCaffrey gets some new money here. 2 years, $38 million, signed through 2027, $19 million per. He resets the running back market. Mike, take care as always. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Mike Florio. Al Davis right there. With that said, we'll go to Dave Fleming, and we're coming right back to 49ers. Right back. I don't even want to – I may just ask Dave about the 49ers. I don't even want to talk about the Giants right now. It's the way they make me feel. And the way that made me feel, I want to get into it. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Be sure to be locked in at 95.7 Game all week long for a chance to win some awesome Warriors prizes, as well as qualify to win the perfect Father's Day gift, an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Tune in at 7:30, 12:30, 4 o'clock every single day this week for a chance to win some cool prizes. Who won the prize, by the way? Give me the name when you get a chance, Lubman, on who won the prize, and we'll give them some love.
Leslie Leo.
Leslie Leo. From where?
She was from San Jose, I believe.
Oh, congratulations, Leslie, on winning these. Cool. You qualified for the Steph jersey. And let me tell you, this bobblehead, Leslie, I may have to keep this. Can I buy it off you? Leslie, can we negotiate? I'll give you $10 right now for it. $10, Leslie? Let me know.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Tessa loves the bobbleheads. I put them in her room. She likes to bobble, and then watch the bobbleheads go bobble.
Lubman, I was in the, garlic fries and baseball guys
podcast. The name of your podcast?
Which I could have just totally sputtered out there. And he's showing me the Lamont Wade Jr. bobblehead which shoots out water.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's very cool. And I said, dude, can you get LJ one? He's like, oh, no, this is mine. And I'm like, you're an adult, dude. Give it to my kid. I'm guilting you now.
Yeah, that is wrong. Maybe Fleming could get you one. You beg him from everything else. Did he get you some Masters gear?
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Well, we will, because we just had Mike Florio on, and we love Fleming. And I love being at the game Friday night. Seeing the crowd wish Dave Fleming a happy birthday. That was cool. Happy belated birthday, Fleming. It was good to see you there on the big screen until Aaron Judge hit those 2 bombs. I don't know if you gave him a standing ovation, but I damn near gave Aaron Judge a standing ovation, Fleming. Good morning to you down in Arizona.
He was something else, wasn't he? I mean, you hate to lose those games, and it's sort of sent the Giants into a bit of a tailspin here. But God dang, he is one heck of a player. And I look for Giants fans who don't get to see him in person. I saw him up close for the first time a couple of years ago, and he's big, but when you see him in person, it's just astonishing how big and strong he is, and there's never really been a player like him. And I guess I would have loved to have seen him in the black and orange. I guess it's good.
Oh, he'll be back.
What were you going to ask him?
His presence.
Well, that's what
stature.
That's where I was going to go.
The feeling that I got after that game, feeling like I just watched Barry Bonds.
Well, Tiger. When I went to the U.S. Open at Pebble and I saw Tiger. And again, this is after the accidents and stuff, but wow, right? When I see Steph Curry, look, when you're at these games, I see Mahomes,
Giannis,
Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow came in. So it's funny because I had a Facebook memory the other day, game 1 of the finals in 2015, and my Facebook status was, I can't believe I'm sitting here watching Stephen Curry and the Warriors against LeBron James and the Cavaliers. And as we get Flynn back, I was just going to ask you, and Chaska was going to ask the same
question.
The stature, when I watch Aaron Judge take a step in that dugout, and he's waiting to get into the on-deck circle, I felt like I was watching the right-handed Barry Bonds. Walking out that stadium, I didn't care that the Giants lost, but I was like, boy, do we need a star in this market bad. I was so energized by not the first home run, but the second one, and just the presence that he had out there. I was like, wow, that's what we're missing out here in this market when it comes to the San Francisco Giants, Flynn.
Well, look, I mean, do I agree with that? Yeah, I agree with that. But I also think, because I did think of Barry when I was watching him this weekend, and I thought, this is what those people thought about and felt like all those years having to face him. And we got to watch him and cheer for Barry and be thrilled by all the exploits. Imagine what it was like to be on the other side. And the only thing you need to imagine that is to watch Judge this weekend. If you made a mistake, he was going to pummel it. And I mean, that was Barry. And there are a lot of superstars. There are a lot of stars. There are a few superstars. There aren't many at that level. And that's the Aaron Judge level right now. He is doing what Barry did for those years in a Giants uniform. It's that impressive.
I mean, it really is. And I was telling Bonte, it's like, when you're standing on the mound, it's like, all right, we got Volpe coming up, and you're the pitcher, and then you look over, it's like, wow, Juan Soto's in the batter's box. In the on deck circle, and then Judge is on the steps, and then here comes Soto. Oh my gosh, there's Judge in the on deck circle, and then there's Stanton on the steps. Like that team just has an aura. I want to get to the kid though. Last night, Kyle Harrison. I like Kyle Harrison a lot. He's just really raw, and he's really young, and he's got a long way to go. I really like him. I'm not saying we got to run him out of town. I'm not saying he's a lost. None of those things. I really like him. I thought yesterday was a step in the right direction, but the guys behind him have got to play some defense. And shortstop in particular, they've squeezed the lemon on Brett Wisely. I feel like he's had a really good month here, but like, Flem, what is going on at shortstop defensively? This is the poor kid should have got out of that inning last night.
He should have. He did not get much support yesterday. I mean, there was one error charge. There should have been two. There could have been three. And then there was even another play that could have been made that wasn't. So that's four plays at one position that could have been made that would have obviously changed the outcome for Kyle. It's hard when you're throwing young guys in spots where, I'm not saying Casey can't be a shortstop. He absolutely can. He played well on this last homestand at shortstop, but there is a learning curve. And I remember a game, you guys probably remember this, Brandon Crawford was really young. It might have been his first year making the team out of spring training. And it could be that we started the season here. So we didn't ever go home, or we went home for the Bay Bridge and came right back, something like that. And he had a game here where he made a couple errors and maybe 3 or 4 other plays that could have been made. It was very similar to Casey's last night. And there is something about here. It's an extremely fast infield. It can get in your head a little bit. It happened even to Crawford, as great as he was. So you feel for a young guy when that happens. I think the other issue with Harrison, and Andy Baggerly wrote about this morning, and I don't know if somebody's telling this to Andy or if he's just sort of applying this based on what he's seeing. But I do think there is something to the fact that Harrison has changed his approach as a pitcher because the Giants are so shorthanded and they need him to go deeper in games. And it's making him more vulnerable. He's a strikeout guy. When he was in the minor leagues, he had the number one highest strikeout rate of any pitcher in the minor leagues. And that strikeout rate has come down. And I think in a way it's kind of been intentional by him because he's just desperate to be as efficient as he can, go deep into games. And that's been important for the Giants. Giants have to find a way. It's nobody's fault that everybody's getting hurt. It's nobody's fault that Snell keeps getting hurt, that Cobb can't get healthy, that Tristan Beck is hurt on a fluke thing, that Keaton Wynn is hurt again. There's nobody to blame for that. But they're in this cycle now where they cannot get a good streak going because their pitching is – the Giants are 26th in ERA in MLB. Like, they have way too many good pitchers to be 26th. And a big reason why they are is they're exposed. And Bob Melvin can't use the guys he wants to use day after day after day. And it's becoming, I think, very frustrating for everybody there that the circumstance has gotten to this point where we're basically back to 2 years ago where – it's bullpen games and figure it out games, and nobody wants to be there. That wasn't the game plan. The Giants tried to mitigate against that, and it's frustrating for everybody involved.
You're referencing the strikeout numbers in the minor leagues, and something that I've been watching, and I don't pretend to be, a pitcher. I'm not Dave Righetti, okay? But like I said to Bonte, like I could see some version of a Cliff Lee type of a player. Like that's who he should be emulating in Kyle Harrison. But like the 94 isn't necessarily, modern day baseball. Like 98 is power arm, like Rodon. I don't see the breaking ball stuff early in counts from Harrison to be able to really keep guys off that 94. Like, I don't know. He's just a tick off. And yesterday he was sharper. I don't know about being a strikeout guy with his repertoire currently.
Fair, but I will say the fastball for him plays up. His delivery, his arm angle, his spin, the way he throws that fastball, it's faster than the radar gun indicates. And so he gets swings and misses on that, even at 92, 93, 94. Now, 95, 96, 97, he's really going to get a bunch of swings and misses. And he has that in there. Look, he's a work in progress. He's 22. It's his first year. He got rushed through, he got drafted in the pandemic year, for God's sake. So, like so many of those players, development was interrupted early on, and it hasn't been a totally smooth path for him. I love the kid. And by no means should we be pointing the finger at him, even if the results the last few, and I know you're not doing that, but the last few games haven't been quite as good for him, and he's wearing it. This is not on him. Kyle is doing his job, and I have all the faith in the world that long term he's going to be a huge part of this Giants team.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game as the Giants get ready to play Arizona in the series finale. They got to win a game to prevent a sweep here. They've lost 7 straight down at Chase Field, which is unbelievable when they had all the dominance against Arizona in 2021. But it's a better ball club, no doubt about it. Bob Melvin, and you mentioned this. I keep referencing what you said a few weeks ago about Bob Melvin, how you didn't know how edgy he was, and he is edgy. And last night, boy, he was not happy whatsoever. And it's the bats. The bats. Lamont Wade Jr. has had a very impressive season. He goes down, and this offense just forgets how to score runs. They can't hit with runners in scoring position. 2 of 10 yesterday. Matt Chapman's given everything he had, but overall, this lineup is just not getting the job done. And you saw for Bo Bill last night, Flem. He was hot.
He was. They let that kid off the hook. The starter for the Diamondbacks, as opposed to all the good stuff we're saying about Kyle Harrison, that kid was not very good last night. And the fact that the Giants didn't pummel him out of the game cost him the game. Like, they should have been up big. And for whatever reason, the early innings, this offense just is not doing anything early in games. And so there's another reason why the pitching staff is off schedule, off kilter, because they're playing catch up so much. And it's just that's a hard way to exist, man. You have to find a way to score runs earlier in the game. I have sympathy for Tyro. Tyro's playing hurt. He wants to be in there. He might be the toughest guy on that team, but he misses 3 games. He comes back last night. That was the worst at bat he's maybe ever had in the first inning. He chased a pitch 1.5 feet outside that would have been ball 4. You got 2 on, nobody out to start the game. A kid who has got no idea where the ball's going, and you just bail him out. And there were too many of those last night. Casey Schmidt had an at bat where you got to find a way, bases loaded, to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. You got to find a way to put it in play, even if that's early in the count. Couldn't do it, struck out. Giants don't score. You have to be better than that. This is the big leagues. And if you want to snap out of a losing streak and stabilize and try to buy time, they are vulnerable right now. There's no doubt about that. Lamont Wade, they're missing Lamont Wade. Conforto's just back. His timing's off. Estrada misses time. Yastrzemski's been off kilter. All that stuff. They have to find a way to tread water here and hope that they can actually get healthier and be the team they know they can be. Last week when the three of us were talking, we saw how good this team can be. It is in there. They are not incapable. But far too often this year, they're falling into these funks where they're losing these games in a row and the pitching staff is beat up. And here we are again today. It's like, well, Jordan Hicks better go pitch pretty well because we don't know who's coming in after him.
Well, look, there's a lot of negative, and I get it. When you're in the middle of a 6-game losing streak, I understand it. There is a bright spot, and then there's probably a couple of them. Like Brett Wisely was playing really well. It's Elliot Ramos for me, though. I just think he's making the most of his opportunity right now. Clutch base hits, laying off, the at-bats look so much better. Laying off the junk in the dirt and working counts and then driving the ball, whether it's up the middle, a home run the other night. He made a play in right field. I didn't think he was a great defensive player. He made a play, a simple fly out in right field, pivoted, turned, and fired it back into the cutoff man. And I'm just this is a guy trying to make the most of his opportunity, and I don't want to see him get DFA'd. I think he's out of options, right? This is a guy I want to see the rest of the way, and I hope he continues to perform. What's your thoughts on Ramos?
Yeah, I think you're right, and I don't think there's any chance he's going anywhere. He's been the Giants' best player over the last couple weeks. He's all around, and it's all the stuff you're talking about. There's one last step for him to take because the guy has made so many improvements. He's gotten better on defense. He's not chasing the way he used to. Those at bats last night, man, he was laying off some tough, close pitches that were not strikes. Got on base 3 times in a row to start the game. He does still have to find a way. And look, we've seen him. He's got aptitude. He gets better. He improves. You tell him to work on something, he does it. That's a really good quality. You can't strike out 35% of the time and be a great player. You cannot. It is. I'll say impossible. Maybe it's not impossible. If you were hitting home runs at an Aaron Judge pace, maybe you can still be a good player striking out that much. Otherwise, you got to cut that down. Even if it's just, cut it down by 10%. You got to find a way to not be so vulnerable to the swing and miss. And so if he can do that, all the ability is there for him to be not just a regular, but a really good everyday player.
Going to see Bruce Bochy this weekend down in Texas. Hopefully they prevent a sweep and, you get these starters to get deeper and deeper into the game. We know Blake Snell's on the IL. Disappointment. He hasn't gone through 5 yet this season. But let's end on a positive note. Christian McCaffrey just signed a big-time deal yesterday. $19 million extension per season. $38 million in total. He's a Stanford guy. Flem, you're a big-time Stanford guy. I went to a lot of Stanford games. Shasky went to a lot of Stanford games. Did you know when you were watching him down in Stanford, or when he first arrived on campus, what was the talk about Christian McCaffrey? Did people know that he would be this special? Because, boy, right now, on a slew of stars with the 49ers, both Trent Williams, Kittle, Debo, Purdy, this guy may be the best player of them all.
There are 3 players that I was around down there who the first day I saw them, the first 5 minutes I saw them, the first minute I saw them, I knew they were going to be great players. One was Andrew Luck. You watch Andrew Luck throw 2 balls, and it was like, okay, There's the guy. He's the guy. It literally took 30 seconds. The second guy was David DeCastro. You remember David DeCastro?
Steeler.
Yeah, he was a puppy. They threw him in the mix on the offensive line, and he just starts bullying people. It's like, oh, okay, that kid was in high school 10 days ago, and he's mauling people here. And the third was Christian McCaffrey. The first time he touched the ball, it was like nobody could find him, and he to me is one of the all time great college players at what he did, and he's going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame someday. And Kyle Shanahan's the perfect coach for him, and I can't wait to watch him for hopefully more than just a few more years, because that guy he's awesome, and he's a tough dude, man. Yeah. For a kid his size, he's super strong, obviously, but he is not a big guy. For him to do what he does against those NFL big boys is amazing.
I mean, he should have won the Heisman Trophy. Remember the Pac-12 championship at Levi's Stadium where he had the 3 touchdowns against USC? Remember that? He had the great 3rd and 5 Texas route, punt return in that game. The Rose Bowl against Iowa, first play of the game, choice route over the middle, goes 75, 80 yards. I mean, this guy, he should have won the Heisman. And I'm so glad we have him here in the Bay Area, back in the Bay Area, playing running back for the 49ers. All right, Flem, have a good call today. Got to get a win. We did it for our soul. Shasky and I, we're getting a little restless here. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah. We tamed it down for you because we know you're the professional. But, boy, that Yankee series left a sour taste in our mouth because those showcase series, Flem, time and time again, and I know you just picked the Phillies, but they also got swept in Philadelphia. They're not showing up against the big boys. When you have this type of payroll, we want to see a little bit more. That's all it is, Flem. We just want to see a little bit more from this team and this organization.
I agree, and I thought they played fine against the Yankees. I mean, they should have won the Sunday game. Camilo Doval had his worst outing ever. I thought he was tipping his pitches. Then the Yankees knew what was coming, and they teed off on him. And so that cost you that game. The last 2 have been the real disappointments for me. So I'm with you. They got to win. I won't be in Dallas. So the Fleming girls, Lick Wilmerding graduation is this Saturday.
Congratulations.
Coming home for my oldest 2 are graduating high school this weekend. I'm very proud of them, and I'm going to be with them, and I'm going to miss my friend Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, you will. But I love Dave. I love Lick Wilmerding. Bay County League West, man. I covered that league in high school. I love that.
Smart man. You spaced it out so you're actually saving money this year when your son goes to high school. It's a joke.
I am. I get and then don't ask me where the girls are going. I ain't quitting anytime soon. Lord.
You'll be working college football, volleyball games, ESPN Plus, ESPN Ocho.
Let me know when you need a spotter. I'm there for you.
Think East and think a big dollar sign next to it. But I'm very, very proud of them, and
congratulations.
They've had a heck of a high school career, and I can't wait to watch them graduate.
There we go.
It's a great school. Lick Wilmerding knows how to send them to the best places in the world. No doubt about that. Flem, congratulations and happy belated birthday.
You guys, man. Bob Melvin said to me yesterday, "What are you, 12? Why does everybody keep wishing you a happy birthday?" I was like, you know what, Bob? That's fair. I don't know. I don't know why.
Bob Bell's on a heater. He needs to win more than us right now.
Yeah, he does. He does.
All right, man. Take care. Have a good
See you guys.
See ya.
All right, man. That's cool stuff, man. We can laugh a little bit. Damn. We can't get swept by the Diamondbacks. Cannot get swept by the Diamondbacks. Oh, we're going to be locked in. Wait, are we going to? Oh, boy. I can't get swept by the Diamondbacks. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, back to the Niners. Because Florio said some things. Florio said some things. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. That is the hotline to call this show. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. And there's been a lot of conversation after Christian McCaffrey signed the extension. 2 years, $38 million, 19 per. I think we're all good with that. You look at what he did last season. You look at what he's done for the 49ers. 39 touchdowns in 22 games. Are you kidding me? Over 2,700 rushing yards in 22 games. Over 1,400 receiving yards in 22 games. Are you kidding me? He's worth every single penny. But where does it leave? Where does it leave Brandon Ayuk? Well, David Lombardi joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday because Willard opened the show saying basically this means great things for Ayuk. They save money. They're extending guys. Brandon Ayuk, you should be thrilled. According to David Lombardi of The Athletic.
Doesn't mean anything for Brandon Ayuk. The Brandon Ayuk deal is happening in the receiver market. The receiver market is what might actually slow it down because we saw such an outlier with Justin Jefferson's contract that it's kind of, to be honest, I think it's confused a lot of the league. You might even be able to compare it to the Deshaun Watson contract a couple of years ago when the Browns gave him that fully guaranteed deal. It was unprecedented. And then a lot of people at the time said, well, okay, now here come all the fully guaranteed deals for quarterbacks. And that never happened. The rest of the league never followed suit. So that remained an outlier. And this Justin Jefferson contract is 70% larger in terms of fully guaranteed money than anything that had happened before it at the receiver position. It's a good chance that the league is going to view it as an outlier again. And the first teams to really put to the test regarding that will be the 49ers because they're negotiating with Brandon Ayuk, and the Cowboys because they're negotiating with CeeDee Lamb. Maybe the Bengals too with Jamar Chase. But anyway, that's the main focus point for the Brandon Ayuk deal.
Wow. You went, as in CMC has no correlation to Brandon Ayuk. What do you think of when you say that? I'll get into the football in a second.
Well, I was just basically saying Lombardi when Willard was asking the question.
You're overthinking it.
Well, no.
It's Jurassic Park.
No.
You didn't say the magic word.
Oh, I don't remember that.
You guys don't remember that with Newman?
I don't remember that.
I knew what you were talking about.
With the Barbasol can?
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
Dogson, we got Dogson here. See, nobody cares.
Oh, yeah, see, I forgot Newman was in the movie. I haven't watched Jurassic
He's
Park.
the one that gets hit by the
Dilophosaurus.
What is it?
The Dilophosaurus.
Yes, he like spits tar at him.
Yeah. No, he got played. Newman, he went out.
He went
out cold. He went out cold. But what I was saying,
kind of like Mark Willard's question to David Lombardi, where he like gave him the Heisman.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, because I understand where Mark's coming from. I probably would have thought, I wonder what this means for Brandon Ayuk.
Well, his opening monologue yesterday after he ripped us for being floppers, or he ripped you, he didn't bring me up. Guru brought me up, so I ripped Guru for flopping. Karen, we were flopping just because we are investing into the Giants, and we kind of call some things here.
At least Bonte didn't win. I was rooting against Bonte.
Yeah, I get it. We're the youngsters here at the station. A lot of people like to hate on us. It's okay. Don't hate us because you can't be us. Anyway, Mark Willard opened the show, and he was saying that, this is good news for Brandon Ayuk. And so I was saying, David Lombardi thinks differently. Mike Florio thinks differently. This has nothing to do with Christian McCaffrey. But how do Niner fans feel right now? Because this thing could get nasty.
You don't think there's any, honestly, you don't think there's any correlation, either they're gonna or not gonna pay him based on CMC? Like, I think are they all independent deals? Absolutely. But at the same time, you're juggling and balancing the books. And so, prioritizing this guy to free up money in this calendar year to pay that guy, those things do happen.
But before McCaffrey got his money, before anybody knew that McCaffrey may have held out for a contract, because it was funny. Florio brought up, why did he miss OTAs? Oh, he's getting ready for a wedding. Wedding's at the end of June. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how weddings work. I've never been married. I haven't started planning a wedding yet.
Let me tell you how they work. You pay an exorbitant amount of money. There's an entire book of profit being made.
Oh, no. Just keep going. Keep cooking.
Based on, you wanting to get into a wedding. If you say wedding, they go, oh, let me mark this up 500%.
Right. Okay. So that's how it works. So anyway,
you have a save the date and then an invitation, just to show you how ridiculous it is that you have to pay 2 invitations basically to come to my wedding. Hey, remember, this is the date, but also here's an invite. Stupidest thing ever. Langford was venting me about that yesterday. Nice guy Stephen Langford over at KCBS, also getting married this year.
Yeah, no. September 21st.
I know.
There you go. Are we all going to be there?
Save the date.
I'll be watching college football while he walks down the aisle on my phone.
Dave Fleming will be watching him. He's got to be doing it.
I'd like to know what table I'm going to be at before I
you're one of
commit.
those guys.
Probably with us.
You're one of those guys. Why does it matter? Make the table. You're
I'm
Shasky.
teasing.
I love being at uncomfortable tables.
As long as all the food's the same, I don't care.
I make the table crack. I make it pop. You know what I'm saying? Life of the party. Let's go. Don't be that guy, Shasky. But nobody said anything before we even knew Christian McCaffrey was gunning for new money. The word we have received was that it didn't matter. There's still money to pay Ayuk. Now, you're going to put yourself in the pinch, and you're going to have to move on from either Debo or Ayuk after this season. But nobody said anything about the money impact of Brandon Ayuk whatsoever. So how is it going to impact Brandon Ayuk now? Now, I get it. You got more cap space to work with, and maybe you find some new money. But I'm kind of with David Lombardi here. I don't see how the two correlate. I don't. Because before we even knew McCaffrey, again, before we knew he was going to get his money, everybody told us from 49er land, we could pay Brandon Ayuk, but it's about dollars and cents to how much we want to pay him. That's all it was.
So, if I just put, and the money is always the number one thing, but if I put the money to the side, because I feel like I don't know anything about the salary cap, even though everybody, this guy and this guy, and you can't afford this. Like every year you see a team with $75 million over the cap, and somehow they sign people. So, just the Philly is a great example. I don't know where their money comes from, but just put that to the side. I just find it odd that they re-signed Jennings. They have Debo under contract. They have Ayuk currently under contract. They drafted Pearsall. So that's 4 guys at wide receiver. I don't, I'm just asking out loud. Are they going to philosophically change how they play football? Are we going to see more 3 and 4 wide receiver sets? We know all those guys has a role. I'm just saying, bang for your buck on a first round pick on a Super Bowl now winning team, or a team that you want to win the Super Bowl now. I don't know. I'm questioning who's staying, who's going. I'm asking out loud.
Shanahan really didn't say anything about changing his philosophy. He said they're going to do the things that they've done to win a lot of football games.
As they should.
Yeah, so
it's been working.
I don't see him just all of a sudden, hey, we're coming out in 5 wide, we're going to run no huddle. All of a sudden, we're going to see the K-gun in Buffalo. Hey, Purdy, 11, 11,
no,
11. On the ball, on the ball, on the ball.
But you get what I'm saying? When you draft Pearsall, that's something okay, down the line. And then you sign Jennings. I mean, maybe they were going to do all these things anyeanyway. But I think they're sending the message to Brandon Ayuk. Hey, and we're gonna you're under contract for $15 million. We have the 5th year or the franchise tag in our back pocket. You're gonna play for us at this number for 1 year, and we're gonna move you next year like T. Higgins.
Well,
that's the feeling I get.
But they do have an eye on the future, and the future involves Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. And Mike Silver yesterday had a tweet, and I think he's right. I think he's right on the money about it. I think he's right on the money about it, about what's going to go down after this season. And they're basically going to have to pick between Debo and Ayuk. So that's why you drafted Ricky Pearsall. Maybe you get him the system, and maybe he doesn't have the rookie season that we all envision. Do I expect Ricky Pearsall to win Rookie of the Year? I don't. If he catches more than 50 balls, I'm like, whoa.
50 balls?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My expectations for him
of passes last year.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain here, Shasky, is that I don't expect him to do a whole lot.
Yeah.
I know how the fans are going to react. Oh, you drafted Ricky Pearsall. He had 20 catches this year. Have an eye on the future. Get him in your system. Let him bulk up. Let him learn the system, because they always say Shanahan's system is complicated, especially for the wide receivers, which is why Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse, right? Wouldn't get things done. They have an eye on the future. So you draft Pearsall, you have him ready to go once Debo or Ayuk does move on. But Michael Silver, here's a short version, and I want you to get your opinion on this. He tweeted out yesterday at about 11:37 a.m. Very short version of where things stand with the Niners and their receivers. They drafted Pearsall in the first round. He's a big part of the present and the future, which I do agree with. Number 2, if Ayuk ends up taking their best offer, Debo will be gone after 2024. I think Debo knows that, and I think everybody knows that. Number 3, so I agree with number 2. I agree with the first 2 points. Number 3, if Ayuk doesn't take their best offer and plays on the 5th-year option, it's Hunger Games between him and Debo to see who stays behind beyond 2024. And then there's still a chance Ayuk or Debo could be traded between now and the November deadline if the offer's good enough or if things have devolved with Brandon Ayuk. So that's how I see things playing out. I kind of see it just like that. Kind of seeing it just like that.
Well, you are flirting with, you need these guys to act professional, which you assume they will, but in in a sport where it is like every dollar matters because of the guarantees and the lack of guarantees, and any play could be your last play. Having two wide receivers kind of fight over catches and yards because both could conceivably be on the open market fighting for new contracts elsewhere. I do think you're inviting a thin line. You're inviting some creative tension at minimum. At maximum, you're getting the best out of both guys, right, but it could create frustration. It just can. I mean, you see this in other places. And at that position on a team that doesn't throw first, they're going to ask you to block. And man, I go back to what Florio said, which was an interesting one about, I like Ayuk. I want Ayuk. I think if you didn't have Debo under contract for $28 million and it was $17 million, I think this is a much easier discussion. But he goes, is Ayuk the kind of guy that scares you and keeps you awake at night if you're an offense? And I'm like, man, he's right on the line, right? Like, he's like right on the line of what I would deem to be one of those guys. I lean no, right? But that doesn't mean I don't want him on my team. Like, right, he's very productive, and he's really good, and he's everything I like, and he does things that no one else on the team does.
Let's play the cut first. Let's play the cut for Mike Florio.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Football Talk. No, I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm a big Ayuk fan. I don't know the answer to that question. The only thing I know is that he's got back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers in a run receiving seasons in a run-first offense, and he averaged 19.7 yards a catch last year. 75 catches, averaged 19.7 yards per catch. Pretty dynamic. Doesn't drop a lot of passes. And he's been healthy. But here's what Florio said about that very point.
I mean, he's second-team All-Pro, but, would he be the guy that keeps you up at night game planning? Is he the guy that you have to put two defenders on everywhere he goes? I don't think he's that guy. So, I think there's a lot of guys you could put at that spot in the 49ers offense who would put together 1,300-plus receiving yards and be a second-team All-Pro. And again, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think it's elite, rare skills like Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, absolute top-of-the-market guys.
So, second-team All-Pro, and he doesn't keep you up at night?
Well, that guy on the offense, like if we were asking out loud, like that guy on the offense is CMC.
No doubt. He keeps you up at night.
Different position and all those things, but like that's the guy. And
Does Debo keep you up at night?
What's that?
Does Debo keep you up at night?
I think before CMC came to the Niners, yes. I think the thing with Debo is you paid him prior to CMC because he was worth a lot more to the team. And I do believe that because of CMC and how great he is, it's taken a little of the usage and the shine off of Debo. And I don't think that's a knock on Debo. I just think CMC's that great.
CMC's great. But when you get the ball in Debo's hands, who wants to tackle him?
Nobody.
Go ask any DB in this league right now. Who wants to tackle Debo Samuel in open space?
Well, Kansas City did.
They didn't want to tackle him. They just handcuffed him.
Yeah.
But if he gets the ball in his hands in the open field, he could take it 80 yards. Oh, that's what we're talking about here. So I think teams fear them. And then you got Ayuk as a receiver. How many times did Ayuk destroy one-on-one coverage? Destroy it. Hell, the play of the game in the Super Bowl where Chris Jones comes up with the big deflection and the Niners can't get the pass off. L'Jarius Sneed was on the turf with his face down in the turf after getting juked at the line of scrimmage by Brandon Ayuk. And he was wide open. And how many times did we see Brandon Ayuk run off the field this year when he didn't get a pass thrown to him? Wow. Sorry, I just hit the mic, but wow. Basically, that's the sound of him hitting his helmet like, wow, give me the ball.
Well, now you're playing on a 50. Now you're playing on the fifth year with the franchise tag in the team's back pocket, and you're not getting the ball. How are you going to react now?
It's going to mess your money up.
Well, but the other part of this is like building a team, right? So like I love the finances of building a team. Is it good money to give two receivers $25+ million? So that's $50 million in a receiver. Add another 15 for Kittle. That's $65 million. Your running back's making 20. That's $85 million. Now your quarterback is going to be making next year, not this year. Let's say I'm just going to be cheap, $40 million. Yeah. Like that's more than half the salary on just like five guys.
But a scout scout with the 49ers. They tell me, look, defense. Look, you need a defense to win championships. But I think in today's game, maybe a little more important to have a potent offense because you need to score in this wide open league.
Yeah, this has never been easier to score. Bears. Yeah,
it's never been easier to score.
I agree.
And you need playmakers. And so ask Philadelphia. Is it worth it to have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith playing at the money they're playing at?
Well, I think
it is.
I think Philadelphia's
time for the legal.
But Philadelphia's a great example. They're paying all those guys this year all that money, and they had no linebacker play.
I mean, did you hear that from Guru? Time for the legal.
Wow.
You really don't hear anything when you talk.
It's hard to hear in these headphones.
Pivot, don't panic.
I block it out.
I will say.
Like a good third base coach like Matt Williams, the crowd is cheering, and I'm like, go, 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 go. Hold, ball there. Hold, ball there.
No, he was talking for like 10 seconds straight with the mic off, and he told him so many times earlier.
Well,
I'm having a bad day.
I'm not going to lie.
No, you're doing great.
I'm not going to lie. Ray Rattle did tell me. I mean, one day after I said, man, Shasky don't be listening. Ray Rattle says, when he talks, his ear holes close up. I'm kidding, man.
There's an eating joke somewhere in there for Rattle as he's sitting at home after not saying a damn thing for 20 years on air.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And pretending to be smarter than everyone.
Why not do that?
And miserable in life. Yet he ate the same thing every day.
Oh, man.
Why do you got to go? Give me a break. Ray Rattle. One of the meanest people outside of real work possible. Blocking people because he's a miserable human being. Don't start me on Rattle.
Don't stop.
What a fraud of a human.
No, he's a good dude.
Break. People actually like me in the real world.
He's a good dude. They like Rattle too.
No,
they
he's
actually
not.
love Rattle. They
Let's
actually
call
love Ray
it what it
Rattle.
is. No, he's not.
They love Ray Rattle too.
You don't block your coworkers.
They love Ray Rattle. You're listening to
time for the legal.
KTMC FM and
Fired everywhere he's been.
Cisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. I know what bucks not to open up anymore. Brandon in Fairfield. Brandon, what's happening here on the road?
I just think he's a fraud.
No, just leave it alone.
That's my opinion. I can say my opinion. I think he's a fraud.
Come on, man. Move on.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, the only receiver that's really flourished in Kyle's offense is Julio Jones. No receiver really flourishes. I'm telling you, Ayuk, if he goes somewhere else where he's going to be featured and not play mind games with how Kyle has done with him, doghouse this, doghouse that, I guarantee you he will flourish. He should go get his money, man, somewhere where he don't get paid, man. I'm telling you. These mind games. Go ahead.
Brandon, do you think Ayuk should be ticked off that Jennings and McCaffrey got paid before him?
Well, I'm going to tell you who he should be ticked off at. The 2 targets in the Super Bowl, and then when it comes time to renegotiate, they bring that to the table and say, well, hey, Brandon, you only had 2 targets, but in the meantime, they're going in for, at Debo, 10 targets who cannot beat single-man coverage.
Yeah.
That's what they do, the mind games. Oh, you didn't do this? Well, Kyle, you're in charge of getting me the ball. You purposely did that because you knew it was going to be contract time, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. 888-957-9570. How many of you guys feel like Brandon in Fairfield? How many people think Brandon Ayuk is getting the short end of the stick? Mike Florio, before we go to break, here's what he also had to say about Brandon Ayuk's contract dilemma.
This is the dilemma that players face all the time. And on one hand, you want to have a team that's successful, and there's only so many dollars to go around, and you want to try to win championships, and you don't want to be selfish. On the other hand, you want to be selfish. You've only got so many years to play at a high level. You only have so many opportunities to go get paid big money. For Ayuk, this might be it. So do you compromise that on the roll of the dice that you're going to win a Super Bowl? You see how hard it is? Good Lord. There's no guarantee that just keeping the band together is going to result in anything different than what it's been the last 5 years. At some point, you have to have the Peyton Manning approach, which is, it's my job to get paid. It's your job to manage the salary cap. And yes, he only won 2 Super Bowls with that approach, but he walked away with a hell of a lot more money than he otherwise would have. And you can go the Tom Brady approach and consistently take less and win more championships, but there's still no guarantee you're going to win those championships. So that's the balance. But Ayuk, when you consider what the market is, I don't see why he should compromise. But the problem is, if the 49ers aren't going to pay him, who is?
Who's going to pay Brandon Ayuk? What do you do with Brandon Ayuk? What do you do with BA? 888-957-9570. We're talking Niners. We're talking McCaffrey contract. We're talking Brandon Ayuk. Should Brandon Ayuk be ticked off? Where is this going to end? Is he going about his business the right way? All that coming up on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Oops.
Have you been in a car accident?
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Can you feel me?
I was playing a lot of Hopes and Dreams this morning. Wiz Khalifa.
You feel me?
I had a little Dom Kennedy, My Type of Party. This my type of party. You can't play it on the air because there's a lot of swear words.
I said I'm doing what I gotta do, staying true to the crew.
Oops.
If I was gonna go top 3 perms all time, Bay Area, it's Drew Down,
Ray Love,
Rapid Forte. You gonna throw Ray Love in there?
Did he have a perm?
Did
he have a perm?
I thought he had short hair.
No, maybe he had short hair. I thought Ray Love had a perm. I don't know. Who knows?
I was going to put Reggie Milligan in there, too.
Rest in peace,
Rest in peace, Reggie.
He did have a sick perm.
He did, though.
He had a sick perm.
He did, though, with the Fila sweatsuits.
I was always jealous of guys who could rock the perm because I thought it took a lot of confidence to come out the house with that perm. And when I saw dudes with a perm, I always thought, boy, that dude's a pimp. He gets it. Like, I'm not condoning pimping, kids. I'm not condoning pimping. I'm not. I'm not trying to get fired. But I always like, man, that dude, he's got swag. Oh, well, you said Bay Area, but I was going to go down to L.A. and say Ice-T, and who had one of the sickest album covers of all time in the drop top convertible with the baddie.
6 in the morning.
Dude, like, come on, man.
6 in the morning.
Like, come on, man.
My dog.
Like, to walk out the house with that perm, dripping, and you're looking left to right, and you're walking, you got a certain limp. Every dude I knew with a perm got it.
Unlimited,
you know what I mean? Got it. It could be the neighborhood dude. This dude named Star I knew used to take us to the Midnight League in Ocean View. He had a perm. Dude was missing a front tooth. Still had 3 ladies because he had the perm. I mean, you want to talk about swagger. Okay. You're out there missing a tooth. You got the finger waves rolling, and you still got 3 baddies in a van. Talking about, let's go to the Midnight League in Ocean View. Sure, why not? I'm a kid. I want to see basketball. So,
What if I nominated as the number 3? So if I go Drew Down, Rapid Forte, what if I said number 3 was the guy in the all-white pimp suit at the NFC Championship game in 1981?
Who is that guy?
I don't know who that guy is.
Somebody
you know exactly who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who he is.
You got to Google it.
He's got the hat,
exactly
and
who
he's
I'm talking about.
How he got those seats.
He was pointing.
He had the sick collar with the white suit, and he was definitely partying. I know exactly who that guy is.
Who I'm talking about. 1981, the catch, the championship game. The one guy in the all-white suit.
So, I mean, when you talk about figure, I'm telling you, man, you had to have a certain type of swagger and a certain type of confidence to have finger waves. I was jealous of those guys. I can never pull it off. But dudes who do pull it off, they just know when you see a dude with finger waves, he's about that life. Just know that.
I'm trying to think of the equivalent for the white guy. It's probably like a mullet because some people can pull them off.
Well, time out.
Some people can.
There are white guys who had perms back in the day.
Well, I know.
Like, for example, Carlito's Way, the lawyer in Carlito's Way basically had a perm.
Sean Penn,
yes, where he's all blowed out. God, it always comes back to drugs on this show.
Give it up to me. It always comes back to drugs.
Crack. It just always does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, kids. Stay in school.
For every Farhan stan, because I saw Guru in the room, he hyped me up. Guru did, and people want to die on a Farhan's ID hill, which is crazy.
I was rooting against Bonte.
Yeah, I know he always does. And people are getting shots today, baby. Shots are fired. Anybody can get it. One thing I admired about Mac in the Bag Dog, they didn't give a damn if they worked their 2 to 6 show. They didn't care if you worked 10 to 2 at the same station, 6 to 10. Anybody could get it. Anybody. Do not care. You know why? Because we can handle smoke. We can handle the smoke on this show. I know that for sure. Not everybody can. Some people think it's personal shots or whatnot. It is what it is. I don't care. I don't really care anymore because the Farhan's ID, for everybody, it's not Farhan's fault. I just want to play. When does that crack come into play? When does that crack come into play for you? You think this guy can run an organization?
So the cocaine's happening.
The cocaine's happening.
When does that crack come into play for you?
I want the whole damn drop, Spadoni. I want the whole thing today.
When does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you.
Because that's what I think when I see Garlic Fry Guy, whatever the hell his name is on Twitter, or GGG Giants, when they're tweeting at me talking about, oh, we just beat a good team. What are you talking about? Oh, it's not Farhan's fault. Wait a minute. He put together this whole damn roster, and we got J.D. Davis, Ross Stripling, and all these guys taking shots at Farhan Zaidi. He's not capable of running a big market organization. The proof is in the pudding. And I got questions about Greg Johnson being the owner. So whenever somebody comes at me saying it's not Farhan's fault, I'm just going to reply with that gif. When did that crack come into play? That's all I'm going to do from here on out when it comes to Farhan Zaidi. Now we move on to a real organization right now, and that's the San Francisco 49ers, a legit organization. Jed York. Everybody was ripping on him 10 years ago. Well, look at what he's done. Nick Bosa got paid. Dre Greenlaw got paid. Travis Ward got paid. Who else? Fred Warner got paid. George Kittle got paid. Deebo Samuel got paid. Christian McCaffrey just got paid. Brock Purdy will be paid. Trent Williams will be paid. The list goes on and on and on. Trayvon Hargrave got paid. Who else? D Ford got paid. Eric Armstead got paid. You get the point here, folks? You get the point here? They're trying to win. So when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, I do believe he'll get paid by this organization because I do believe they'll move off of Debo after this season because Debo is aware that his contract, the Niners have an opt-out with this contract.
You know, at the end of the day, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
We just focus on this year. Hey, Debo, giving Ayuk any advice?
Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And when it comes to things like this, it get tough, and some things you kind of take personal, and it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
I do want to say one thing about just the 49ers in general. I would throw the Warriors in there as well.
Oh yeah, the Warriors are in it. That's
no. But I'm saying, listen to the questions that are being asked of guys at the podium for practice. The season is months away, and we're talking about your contract 2 years from now, and whether you're going to be on the team or not. And we're tap dancing around mediocrity when it comes to the Giants, and we're afraid to ask questions. It's crazy. We are literally Deebo Samuel, who had one of the great playoff runs in a 49er uniform I can remember. We are immediately asking him, hey, so sounds like you're going to get traded. If not this year, we're going to cut you next year.
No, here it is.
At the podium.
Here it is. In June. Minicamp. Nobody even gave a damn about minicamp 3 years ago. My entire life, nobody cared about minicamp. But at minicamp, Debo's ass, they're not here to trade rumors.
Yeah, I heard it. Had a conversation with my agent about it. That was going back and forth with whoever it was. But it was a thing at first. But we done moved past it. So we're here to get better.
Now juxtapose that to what the Giants are doing, and Greg Johnson going on with Tim Kawakami talking about, the ballpark really it hurts us when it comes to free agents. Or you got Farhan Zaidi telling me about his quotes. Yeah, the weather. Some guys don't like the cold weather. And now the sky's blue. Nobody likes that around here. I mean, just the excuses from the orange and black. I am done. I haven't really defended them. I've had an open mind, and I told you this last week. I'm happy that they're winning. It's exciting. It's fun when you rally from 4-run deficits. At the same time, it's against the Pirates and Mets. But I didn't bring that up because I didn't want to be the Debbie Downer. Everybody was partying, so I didn't want to be the Debbie Downer. I said, you know what? Pass me a Miller High Life. I'll get in on this party too. Why not? But here's the reality. All right? Here's the reality. $22 million payroll. And people say, we're getting too mad. Well, we're mad? Hey, Mark Willard, we're not allowed to get mad? What about Bob Melvin?
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
What do you know? Evan Webeck asked a question. In the season presser with Farhan Zaidi, guy didn't ask one question, 45 minutes. Beat writer for the Mercury News didn't ask one question when the GM is signing off. You think Anthony Slater will sit through a press conference and not ask one question to Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Think Kenja Andrews is doing that? You think Kareth Burke is doing that? Think Zena Cater, Marcus Thompson, Tim Kawakami's doing that? That's the problem I have with the way the Giants are covered. We treat them with kid gloves, and we're not allowed to be mad. Well, you know what, to everybody out there, I'm going to stay mad about this team until they do something about it. They've done nothing about it.
Did anyone just ask directly, what the hell is going on at shortstop this year? Are you frustrated with the defense? No, like shortstop. We're talking about shortstop, right? Like you saw this coming a mile away. Brandon Crawford was old when you got here, and you've been touting this prospect, and he's not ready to play shortstop, and you have no alternative options, and you're basically relying on the savior, Nick Ahmed, who was designated for assignment in September last year. No one wanted him, and you didn't even give him a major league contract. You gave him a minor league contract. And shortstop, how many games has shortstop cost them this year?
Oh, my gosh.
Defensively. And Brett Wisely was good for a week and a half.
A week and a half.
No, he was. And Nick Ahmed defensively was all right.
It's a 6-month season, and we're applauding dudes for being good for 2 weeks. That's how far down we've fallen with the Giants. Think about that. Wisely was good for a week and a half, and we rolled with that. And I'm not trying to rip Wisely.
Well, he's batting pretty well right now. I mean,
Matos is down, batting ninth again, and I was high on Matos for a couple of weeks.
He had a hit.
And the new league adjusted, and he hasn't adjusted back.
Yeah, he got a hit, though, last night. But it was a good pinch hit. To have Yaz pinch hit was the right move.
Bounced at home plate. It was a high chopper on home plate. Come on, let's be real.
I know.
Even Kruko say, well, sometimes you just got to get them how they come.
That's
what we're celebrating here.
I know.
That's what we're celebrating here.
I know.
And Brock Purdy leads a comeback to the Green Bay Packers, and it ain't good enough for Niner fans in the playoffs. Yeah, we're giving credit. You know, Luis Matos, he had a hit yesterday, even though it chopped off a home. It bounced off a home plate and went 50 feet in the air. It was a 2-foot hit. But let's give him credit. But with the Niners and the Warriors, we get irate. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. So I'm tired of giving this team a pass. State media, we're not that when it comes to the Giants. I'm not doing that. And please, for the love of God, do not bring up 2014 and those championships ever again. And another thing, listening to Bob Melvin, I just thought about it. You think Bo Bell's sitting there last night as he's going crazy saying that's just a bad loss? And Flippy's talking about how edgy he's been this season, and you can see in the dugout, he's always red.
I know.
He's like, his jaws are always shaking in the first inning. I'm like, damn, you're stressed out because he knows what he's working with. You think that guy's having regrets saying, I just should have worked it out with A.J. Preller, stayed in San Diego.
No, I think he's learned from what happened in San Diego, and he's saying, if one of us is going down, I'm not going down this time.
What? Well,
you think I'm joking? You think I'm joking?
I actually like that thought a lot, to be honest.
What? No, I think it's real. Like, again, just think about this. You lost the war in San Diego, and you had a batting lineup of, at the time, Juan Soto, Machado, Tatis, and Bogarts, and you couldn't make it work.
Couldn't make it work.
And then you come up here, and you're like, oh, my God. I mean, I gotta really like move guys around every single inning. Every inning. Forget every game.
He went from managing Xander Bogaerts, Juan Soto, Tatis Jr., and Machado, and he's got to pencil in Wilmer Flores at the third spot against the New York Yankees. Think about that. You don't think Bo Bell's sitting there like, damn. But
wasn't it refreshing to have a manager just come out and be angry and flip the spread a little?
I do love that.
I mean, like metaphorically but you know what? Flip the spread?
We're not allowed to do that, Shasky. Let's see how people react to Bo Mel. I saw a lot of people saying, oh, Bo Mel's hot. Yay, Bo Mel.
Yeah, I am.
But we get mad as fans, and it's a problem.
Yeah, but sports radio wasn't built on a Monday Night Football game reaction. You know what it was built on? The mundane July and June baseball game with Mad Dog and Mike Francesa bitching and complaining about Alfonso Soriano kicking a ball.
Dude, I sent you
about Charlie Hayes at third.
I'm on the European extravaganza, chilling. I'm on YouTube, and I find this YouTube video, and it's Mike and the Mad Dog interviewing George Steinbrenner in 90 for an hour. And there was no, hey, how's it going? How's the wife? How's the kids? What's it been like this season? No. That got right to it. And for an hour, grilled George Steinbrenner. To Steinbrenner's credit, he sat there and took it. And he respected him even more. He said, okay, these guys care. These guys care. But when we do it, and we go off the handle, sometimes we do fly off the handle. But of
course I do.
Because the way the Warriors and Niners are covered is so much different than the Giants, and I'm tired of it. These guys have actually tried to win championships, have been knocking on the door of championships. Joe Lacob, he bought the team for what, $450 million? What was it, $450 million, something like that? He spent more money in luxury tax than it has to buy the team.
I know.
Jed York, who we crushed for many, many years.
Yeah.
How much guaranteed money has he given players over the last 5 years?
How happy you feel about Jed after signing Christian McCaffrey without any problems?
No problems whatsoever.
I mean,
no drama.
I feel pretty good.
I feel pretty damn good about where the Niners are at.
Year 8 with Lynch and Shanahan? They feel
it's about to be year 8.
Okay, they feel pretty harmonious as a relationship, which is a far cry from a decade ago.
Year 8 of the Lynch-Shanahan era, and we're in year 6 of the Farhan era, and this is what we're working with right now. And we're supposed to be happy and say, well, if they win 5 games, well, who's the 5 games? Hey, Willard was taking shots at you and saying, and I like Mark Willard. It's nothing personal. But I heard it. I say, what the hell is this?
Well, people disagree.
No. I get it. People could disagree. But it's like, oh, you guys will be back on the train when they win 7 in a row. Well, who's the 7 against? Is it against the Rockies again?
Oops.
Is it against the Oakland A's? Actually, they're playing pretty good baseball.
Here's my
you know what I'm saying?
But here's my point, though, like on like the whole Farhan offseason, like because people are like, well, you're not allowed to get mad. It's like, hey, look, okay, if your child, right? If your child or whoever, if you're a teacher, because I know Mark teaches, and I would say this to him, and I'd call him up and tell him, but like, hey, you're teaching a class and somebody aces a test, but the body of work of the semester is all subpar. Does that mean they ace the class? No. That's just one test of many, and I'm sure there's homeworks and essays and midterms and finals and all these things. Just because you ace one off season doesn't mean the body of work of 6 or 7 years can't be criticized.
And here's the thing.
The golden era of everyone in the Bay Area with sports radio was what? It was when Ralph Barbieri and Brian Sabian used to go at it, right? Was it not? I look up to Ralph Barbieri. He's one of my favorite radio. I mean, him and Radnich. So that to me, the gold standard. They went about it in a completely different way.
Yeah,
you could either one of them.
I love Radnich with the way he did it.
Yeah, and I loved Ralph Barbieri.
And I love Ralph too.
And the way Ralph would go at Brian Sabian over nothing in June.
But listen, not only that, you say that Farhan aced the test, and if I push back on that. Did everybody want Chapman? At first, I didn't want Chapman. Remember, I didn't want Chapman at first.
I like Chapman.
I've warmed up to Chapman, and I really like the way he's playing. I really respect the young man. That guy is playing his ass off. That's all I ask for. As a fan, I just want to see my players play hard, give maximum effort, and make some plays. He's done that. And he pressed early on.
Sure.
He turned it on, and he cares. That guy truly cares. But when it goes to Farhan's offseason, and when you say he aced the offseason, did he really ace the offseason?
That's what I felt. No, I will say, I felt, because you know why? You got an elite lefty, which I thought there was zero downside on, and I'll defend it to this. Even though it's been a horrific signing, like, I wanted Blake Snell. I did. I wanted him. I'm like, oh, he's sitting there. There's no downside. Boy, could I not be more wrong. It's been horrific.
Jordan Hicks has worked out.
Jordan Hicks has been a great acquisition.
I do get concerned about him moving forward, though. He's never been in this role before.
Now, Jung-Hoo Lee, I feel bad that he got hurt. I like him. I probably like him more than others. And that's fine. We could disagree. We could talk about what does he do better than Luis Matos. Well, I think he has better bat-to-ball skills currently. I think he's got a little more speed. He just didn't really showcase it. He was in his first month in the bigs. He got hurt. That sucks. Well, but today it looks like a bad signing.
Well, I'm looking at Jung-Hoo Lee right now because when they signed him, I was like,
I think he's got a great arm.
Yeah, all right. So he tore his labrum in his left shoulder. He's had shoulder surgery in the other one. He had a fractured ankle last season before coming to the major leagues. He batted .262. 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, 2 stolen bases, got caught stealing 3 times.
But on this team, .262 is like, we could use that.
I mean, but that's why I need to change this. We need to change this.
Right.
The bar shouldn't be, hey, .262 on the Giants is really, really good. Is .262 on the Yankees good? Is .262 on the Dodgers have a great offense. I just saw an article the other day or this morning. Dodgers, their offense is scuffling. Oh, my gosh, they got shut out in Pittsburgh 1-0, and people were flying off the handle in L.A. land saying, where's our offense at? You guys are fine. You guys are first place in the division by 7 games. But that's the bar. We have to reset the bar here in San Francisco. Enough of mediocrity. Enough of accepting. His on-base percentage, Jung-Hoo Lee, was .310. His OPS was .641. All right? He's okay. But we didn't see enough to say, oh, boy, this guy's a superstar. He's going to carry the torch.
But again,
and here's the problem. Here's the problem, Shasky. And here's the problem. They gave him $113 million. When you give a player, you want to know what Ozzie Albies' contract is?
I think it's $70 million.
Yeah. You see what he's doing?
Well, Ozzie Albies is a really good player. They had him in the system. They've developed him, and he's an excellent player.
You see those contracts? All right? So when I see these contracts and I see $113 million, I'm sorry, I expect a little more.
Well, they had to overpay and go a little Buck Louie in the offseason because they don't have anything in the farm. And so just because I'm excited by the acquisitions in the offseason doesn't mean that the body of work, which was the farm that I've been hearing about, has been lackluster.
Well,
and even then, look, I'm excited about Elliot Ramos. Right. I don't even know if he's a starter, and I'm excited. And I want to see him play.
What does Flem say? 35% strikeout rate.
It's not good.
Oh boy!
But he's got a hit in every game basically.
Yeah, he does.
25 games played, 25 hits. I feel like he's been clutch in terms of when he's getting those hits. It's not like, hey, 7-1 game, let me get a single. I feel like he's been really good this year. Ramos, like on my list of issues, Ramos is like way down.
But I love Ramos. Even going back to Jung-Hoo Lee, and I know fans were excited about Jung-Hoo Lee, but I watched a few games. So I watched every game with Jung-Hoo Lee. How many times did he run into a center field wall? Misplaying the ball.
I also watched Yaz almost run into a center field wall the other day.
I get that.
That happened just the other day.
But we don't think Yaz is Jung-Hoo Lee.
No doubt.
Yaz is not making $113 million.
No, he's making
Yaz is making $70.5 million. $8 million. All right? Jung-Hoo Lee ran into like 5 walls this year. And I'm thinking, do they take infield? Do they take BP? Do they shack balls in the outfield before the game? What the hell is going on here? $113 million. And now we're blaming chain link fences. Again, nothing but excuses coming for the Giants. Well, the chain link fence is hurt. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. All right, I get it. So that's Jung-Hoo Lee. So as we go down the offseason, Tom Murphy, $8 million. How's he doing?
Well, I can't defend that.
All right? You want to go back to our last offseason? You want to go back to the player option, Converto sign? So, and my rant about the Giants, and I want to move back to the Niners for a second. We could do the Giants. I don't even really care where the show goes for the next 15 minutes. I really don't, because I'm so fed up by being served this soft-serve ice cream and propaganda, and some people just eating it up. I'm not doing that with the Giants no more. I'm going to keep the same energy that I do with the Warriors and the Niners on the Giants, and that should be the bare minimum. If we say we can't yell out here as fans and say, we're a big boy market. We're the West Coast New York. We're up there with Chicago, Philadelphia, LA, and then accept a Moneyball type of team in the San Francisco Giants, yet they spend $202 million, and they're tied with the Nationals right now, and they're not even trying to win, Shasky. You couldn't even name 5 Washington Nationals. We can barely name 5 Pittsburgh Pirates.
The only one I can name is the shortstop who was traded from San Diego.
Abrams.
Yes.
and I know they got a dude named James Wood in the minor league system.
Yeah. I also have a sickness, and Dylan Cruz, who's not yet on their big league roster.
So when I hear people say, well, we got to offer Juan Soto this and that. Who are you kidding? Why even go down that road? Stop accepting soft-serve media ice cream where it comes to, Farhan, it's not his fault. The players got to perform. Why y'all mad at Farhan? He constructed his whole roster. This is his entire farm system. He does everything. He answers to himself. And this is what we have right now. Who's the next prospect coming up? A guy in single A, Bryce Eldridge?
I do like him.
He's in single.
Oh
Shasky.
my God, I sound
Shasky,
insane.
think about that,
I'm
though.
doing it to myself.
No. But hold on. It's not that. That's not the point I'm trying to make. He's in single A.
I know.
Who's the next guy in triple A? Who's the next guy in double A?
McCrary and Hunter Bishop. I mean, I'm reaching here. I'm legitimately.
And I got told over and over, Luciano and Kyle Harrison should be untouchable. And I like Kyle Harrison. I think he's solid. He shouldn't be a 2-starter right now. He's not. But he's got to step his game up because Snell is hurt. Keaton Wynn is hurt. Beck was hurt. But Marco Luciano comes up. I'm like, this is the prospect that people didn't want to trade?
It's a lot of pressure for the two guys to save the guy's job. I mean, we've been waiting. It's crazy. And it's just, I don't know what you do. Because, like, if you asked me a year ago, I was like, they're untouchable. I got to see him. I want to see him. And now that I've seen him, I'm like, maybe they shouldn't have been untouchable. Maybe I was just so deprived and starving for our own homegrown player. It's just, I was hoping that we'd have a wave of guys that would show some impact. And again, Ramos has shown that. But I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a 35% strikeout right.
I don't know if it's enough.
Damn. It surprised me when Consos came on here and said Casey Smith swing it outside the zone. He's going to watch what happens. And we've seen what Casey Smith has done. The guy's a 4A player right now. He's a 4A player.
Well, and if you're going to hang your hat on defense, you can't have multiple gaffes in the same inning, and you just can't. I mean, you can't do that.
We're giving Farhan Zaidi credit for taking scraps in free agency. All right, that's what it is. And when we talk about prospects, the Niners, what do? Multiple times, and sometimes you whiff. They traded picks for Trey Lance. It did not work out whatsoever. No. It made be the worst draft trade in NFL history.
Yeah,
it
but
may
they
go down like
pivoted
that.
and they found someone else.
They got it. But up to that point, they're struggling mid-season, and they don't have a running back because Elijah Mitchell's hurt, and Jeff Wilson Jr. is not running the ball the way he should be running the ball, and they pivot, and they trade multiple picks for Christian McCaffrey. And we can't even name who the players are for Carolina, that the picks they made, the draft selections they made with those picks. Because you take proven talent every day of the week and twice on Sunday over prospects.
But you have to have talent in the minors that is desired by others. So that, to me, not only are you not developing your own, other organizations don't view your talent the way you do.
Year 6 and the Favre system producing nothing. Nothing at all. Well, meanwhile, the Niners trade multiple picks and now Christian McCaffrey. Bailey might be something. But
an everyday player.
What did he do yesterday? 2 double plays in his first 2 at-bats.
Batting right-handed, it wasn't great.
It just wasn't pretty.
But he made a really nice, he made a really nice play on the Chapman ball where he went home on it and they got in a rundown. I mean, that was textbook.
Right. Remember how much we heard about Jesus Luzardo with the Oakland A's? They pivoted off of him.
Was he on his third team?
Yeah,
he was with the Marlins.
No,
it's his second team, but he'll probably get traded at the deadline this year.
And he got rocked up yesterday. He gave up like 5-6 runs.
Meatballs down the middle.
Meatballs. Yeah, go for proven talent
No doubt.
every day of the week. So it is what it is with the Giants, man. They're frustrating as hell right now. And the boss man told us on Monday, I want you guys to feel how you feel. Speak and how I feel right now after watching the Yankees smoke us and watching the Diamondbacks just outclass you. And watching you only win 2 series against winning teams. And really, you beat the Phillies, but you're 2-5 against the Phillies this season because you got swept in 4 games. You didn't win 1 game in a 4-game series in Philadelphia at that ballpark. What do you want from me?
I don't know.
You want me to say Farhan's doing a great job in the offseason? How many times? Lubman brought this up earlier. How many times did the Mets win the offseason?
Oh, over and over and over and over.
They won the offseason last year, end up selling to everybody by midseason.
Well, just going back to like Bobby Bonilla, Jason Bay, Jason Worth 1 year. I mean, they've signed everyone. Pedro 1 year. Like Tom Glavine, like a million guys.
It hasn't worked out for the Yankees every year.
No.
All right?
But
the Miami Marlins.
But here's what the Yankees have done. They've drafted and developed their own.
Wow. It don't even get me started on Jorge Soler. I mean, J.D. Martinez told us he didn't want to play here. Well, give us some money to make him want to play here. You want a long-term deal instead of a 1-year deal? Here, we'll give it to you. Jorge Soler is a DH.
But why is the maybe it's just a loud online contingent. Why are they so content? Like, why is there such a fervor for the Niners and the Warriors and such a complacency with the Giants?
It drives me crazy. It drives me insane. I don't know the answer to that. But I'm going to do my part and bringing that same energy to the orange and black because I care.
Well, that's why I appreciated what Bob Melvin did last night because for the first time in a long time, I didn't just get coach cliche, which is what I got from Gabe Kapler. Well, things happen in a game and we're going to do blah, blah, blah. Like hearing Bob Melvin actually show a little heart and a little soul, that was like refreshing. It was. I don't even know if Bob's even good or not, but like that. Finally, someone flipping the spread. Like, let's go.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
So, Bob Melvin's pissed off, and I saw this article on NBC Sports Bay Area about Shota. Is it Shota or Shota? Imanaga from the Chicago Cubs.
Having a monster year. Feels like the rookie of the year.
Shota Imanaga.
Right? Feels like the rookie of the year.
Apparently, the Giants were one of 7 teams, including the Red Sox, Cubs, Orioles, Astros, Pirates, and Brewers, to express interest in the free agent left-handed pitcher. San Francisco was reported to have some interest in Imanaga before he signed a 4-year, $53 million contract with the Cubs. But it doesn't appear the Giants ever offered the 30-year-old a contract. And here's what Farhan said about that with The Athletic. He explained why San Francisco had hesitations. Listen to this. Listen to this answer. Our pitch grade models really liked him. Our pitch grade models really liked him. I don't even know what a pitch grade model is. They had plus grades on all 3 of his pitches, fastball, split, and breaking ball. But our scouting reports weren't as strong. And it's understandable because what makes his pitches so effective doesn't jump out to the naked eye. When you layer in the competition gap in scouting international professionals, it's always easier to bank on louder tools than subtle skills like having pitches with unique movement patterns. The availability of pitch data from the Pacific Rim has theoretically made these valuations more sound, but there's still a leap to take when you can't hang your hat on high-end velocity. I imagine there are scouts around the game that did see him as a high-end starter in the big leagues, but I suspect that the teams that were highest on him put the greatest stock in their pitch model valuations. Right now, he's 5-1 with a 1.86 ERA in 58 innings. Now, let's see what happens in the second half of the season when the league gets an eye on him. But that was his explanation on why he didn't go after him.
Do we need new scouts?
I mean, honestly, you hear that as a fan. You hear that as a fan. We're talking Pacific Rim scouting. What are we doing? Pacific Rim, the data from Pacific Rim. Maybe get your ass out there, scout in Japan, and go see it for yourself. Stop using computers. Using these computers like these guys are
I don't even know what's going on.
I mean, these guys aren't robots, dude.
They need their Sandy Alderson. I mean, this is what they need. They need their Brian Cashman. Like, Brian Cashman talks about, like, yeah, we're going to use the data and all this, but we also are going to use the old school scouts. Like, that's one thing I appreciate about when it comes to John Lynch is like, yeah, we're going to be, modern thinking, but at the end of the day, like, I'm using my eyeballs. I don't know about you, but I trust John Lynch's eyeballs.
Yeah,
and he's going to miss. He misses.
Our data on a Pacific Rim says us that he doesn't have plus pitches. Our scouting reports don't really like it, but Pacific Rim data, pitch grade models.
Pacific Rim data.
This is Jonah Hill from Moneyball when you need him.
This is what you're getting served.
Okay.
On a daily basis. Excuse after excuse. Excuse after excuse. Make it stop, please.
In the words of David Justice, the whole Moneyball thing, they spent the whole movie talking about Scott Hatterberg, when in reality they had Miguel Tejada, they had Eric Chavez, they had the big 3, Mulder, Zito, Hudson. The scouts, the old school scouts nailed like 6 dudes, and we spent the whole movie talking about a guy who platooned it first.
Make it stop, please. The excuses. I can't take it anymore. I can't take the excuses. Pitch grade models, Pacific Rim databases. The weather's too cold. It's not sunny enough. Well, the ballpark, this and that. Today, by the way. I mean,
doesn't it make you appreciate John Lynch saying, we just whiffed on the Patrick Mahomes thing.
Right.
At least that was just like straight up. Like, I asked Kyle to look at him. We didn't look at him. We messed. We messed that up.
How about Joe Lacob?
Thank God we found Purdy, though.
How about Joe Lacob coming to the studio and saying, look, man, we made the move for Kelly Oubre Jr. It's my fault. People try to talk me out of it, but I wanted to win. I made a mistake. We'll wear it, and we'll move on.
I can
and then they win a championship. I can accept that. I can't accept whether we're getting served with the orange and black. I can't do it no more. I'm going to lose my freaking marbles talking about this team.
Excuses.
Gosh.
It bothers me.
Dude.
All right. My final thought is you best not get swept today. That's my final thought. You best not get swept today.
My final thought is this. Joey Spadoni, you're a silent but deadly type. You didn't let anyone know it was your birthday yesterday.
I did not.
Your wife posted it, and I just want to say, on behalf of everyone here at the show and the station, I love you, pal. Happy birthday.
Oh,
you make me smile every day.
Appreciate it. It's 31, so last year was the bigger one, and obviously, most of you guys were there at the party, so I appreciate that. I'm not a big birthday guy, too, so I don't really go out of my way to tell people, so thank you, and don't worry about it if you didn't tell me.
I saw that this morning, and I was happy as hell. I was like, Spadoni's just like me. We try to just move on without telling anybody. I'm not a big, hey, it's my birthday in 5 days. No, I don't do that. I don't like that.
And
Happy birthday, Spadoni.
Otis Bird III is saying it was his birthday recently. So
happy
Otis,
birthday.
On behalf of everyone here at 95.7,
I love you, Otis.
Thank you and happy birthday, bud.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Sam.
Hey, congrats to my niece today. We're going to her graduation. My niece, Nai. Remember you met her at the Niners game and she was crying because they lost? Yeah. And I said, my niece is all in. She's crying about a loss. She's getting promoted from 5th to 6th grade.
Nice.
Middle
Elementary to
school.
junior high.
Middle school.
Actually, maybe 6 to 7 because the school system.
It's elementary, my dear Watson.
Yeah, but she's moving on up. Moving on up.
Moving on up to the side. Love, just get in there. Get in
I
where
want to let you finish singing there. I don't want to interrupt you. That was really nice. I want to give a little shout out, an end of career shout out to one Joe Pavelski who is hanging up the skates. Unfortunately, after 1,332 games, 476 goals, 1,068 points over 18 years. One of the all-time great Sharks. He was the captain. He was a great captain. And you talk about, the great players who failed to win a championship. The quartet of him, Joe Thornton, Patrick Marleau, throw in Evgeny Nabokov, too.
What about Burns?
Brent Burns, too. It's just, those are guys who I want to see them win a cup. It didn't have to be with the Sharks. Could have been elsewhere. To see them not Jonathan Chichu, Devin Setaguchi, so many great players on the Sharks team.
Tomas Hertl.
It is just great career, Joe Pavelski. I'm sorry you couldn't raise a cup.
Yeah, same here. Went out with the Dallas Stars in Game 6 against the Edmonton Oilers. Going to be a fun series between them.
I saw an article because he's hanging him up. He's like, the most underrated Hall of Famer, Joe Pavelski. I was like, that's kind of like an oxymoron. Can you be a Hall of Famer be underrated? I think Larry Fitzgerald fits in that mold.
Yes.
We don't talk about him enough and how consistent and good he was for so long because he was with Arizona.
I think about that with Hakeem Olajuwon. Nobody ever brings him up as a top 10, top 20
That's
player.
a good point.
And Hakeem Olajuwon had years where he was averaging 25, 14, 4 block shots, dream shake, could have hit threes if he wanted to. I mean, great career for Pavelski. Great career. All right, that's it for us. We're gonna cool down. This team, dude.
It's like me and radio.
This team's driving me crazy, dude. They're driving me insane. The defenders are Farhan Zaidi, and this is the product we have right now. All right, we'll see if they win a game today, though. Maybe they get back off the side and we're happy tomorrow. We shall see. That's it for us. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity.
Angrier than you.
At home or on the go. No, you're not allowed to be mad, Shasky. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Oops. The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs.
invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Got a little cop to you.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area. Yes. It's Happy Hump Day. It is FP Santangelo riding shotgun with myself, Daryl the Guru Johnson, FP in for Steiny. And you heard me, FP. It's Happy Hump Day. But before we get to it, we got to do it. I just got to talk about this weather in the Bay real quick. What happened yesterday in regard to how warm it was when I walked to the caddy? I saw Evan Giddings at the beach. And I'm going to just throw it to you real quick. How are you doing? And what did you do as soon as we got off the show yesterday to take advantage of this beautiful weather we had here in the city?
Dude, it's just amazing, man. You just got to be outside.
Yeah, tell us what you did.
It's a different city. It's a different city when it's nice like this.
When it's warm.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what was warm, the morning roast. I mean, I caught a stray, and I got to respond. I got to do my Kendrick Lamar. Bonte came at me, and I'll share that here soon. But let's just get to business, man. The San Francisco Giants, Gigantes, lost their sixth game in a row to the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are not the New York Yankees. I hear the frustration. I read it. I see it. And I'm watching that game last night with Kyle Harrison on the mound. And FP, I go into, the games like I play or I matter. And I'm like, you know what? The Yankees were just a blip on the radar. It was ugly. You got swept. Anytime you get swept, you notice you played the game. It's ugly. But I looked at Arizona as a pushover. I looked at them as a remedy for the Yankee sweep. I put some money on the Giants thinking, you know what? They're pissed off. And they've lost 2 straight. And last night it didn't get any better. They kicked the ball around. And my takeaway before I throw it to you and get your thoughts is I called out Melvin, my version of it. Like, dude, you got to go Hal McRae. You got to flip over a spread. You can't continue to focus on the positives when the negatives are, they're more negatives than positives. And last night we got some sound we're going to hear from Bo Mail. He went in. He was not happy. But I'll say this. It's a 162-game season. It's still early if you're one of those, but it can get late fast. And FP, if they don't get their act right or right this ship, this season could get out of hand for the Giants.
Yeah, it definitely could get out of hand. It kind of is. And here's the thing. Nobody, Goo, is a pushover in the big leagues.
Wow. Okay.
This is a team that won the National League last year and went to the World Series. So nobody's a pushover. Number one. Number two, that game last night was unacceptable. Like, that's not a Major League Baseball game. And if you're the manager of that team last night, in a nutshell, Bob Melvin was upset because he was embarrassed. Because your team and how they perform is a direct reflection on you. You lose baseball games. I mean, that's part of being in the big leagues. The best teams lose 70, 80 games, 70 games, whatever. 60 games if you're really good. And that's fine. But if you lose it the way they lost it last night, and I'm the manager of that team, and that's a reflection of me, that's embarrassing. And when you get embarrassed on a big stage at the highest level, that's Major League Baseball. Last night, that wasn't Major League Baseball. And what do I mean by that? I mean, like plays that should have been made that weren't.
Routine.
Plays, physical errors are part of the game. But when you're the guy making them, and Casey Schmidt last night, and that's a high hopper and it kind of shoots on him and he misses it because he took his eye off it, like that's a mental error if you take your eye off it. The thing that really got me going, and I tweeted about it last night, and I'm usually super positive on Twitter last night. I was frustrated like the manager. Brett Wisely's played a lot of shortstop. Maybe not as much as he has played second base, but from, I don't know, 6th grade baseball, from Little League Baseball, if there's a bunt to first base with a runner on first and you're the shortstop, your job is to cover second. And there's a general rule in baseball for anybody listening that's a coach that if you're standing around on the field and not moving toward the baseball or not doing something, you're doing something wrong. So for Brett Wisely just to sit at shortstop last night in a sacrifice bunt scenario and Luke Jackson spins and throws to second, would have had the guy, and he's standing at shortstop and he's not there and he has to choke off the throw and go to first at the highest level. This is the big leagues. There's no excuse for that to happen. Not a brain fart.
Yeah.
That's not something where, I should have been there. That's just natural instinct to go in the direction of the baseball. And if you haven't played shortstop and you are a second baseman, you still know that the shortstop covers second on a bunt with the runner on first. Now, maybe there's just so little bunting in the game of baseball today that you don't know that, but there's no excuse. That's not on coaching. That's not on anybody but Brett Wisely. So Casey Schmidt had a rough night. He swung like a crazy man with the bases
But
loaded.
he's been playing better with the bat. But you go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean,
this 6-game losing streak, not to interrupt FP, we can't just put it all on Schmidt because he had a bad game
but
or
my
any
point
other
is
player.
that wasn't a major league quality baseball game last night, and that was hard to watch.
I
hard
appreciate
to
that
watch,
honesty.
and I'm watching because I'm doing the show.
Yeah.
Frustrated former player in me would have turned that game off last night, but I kept watching because I knew we were doing the show today.
Wow. You know what? Let's hear the skipper.
I mean, I'm a giant. I've always been a giant.
I love it.
And sometimes
Number
I get
14.
so pissed I can't watch. And last night was, if you and I weren't here for 4 hours today, I would have probably turned that off.
Wow. I appreciate that raw and uncut honesty. And what about the visual? I don't know if you caught this, and we're going to hear the sound 1 second here from Bo Mail. And the look he had, the scowl that was on his face as the final out was recorded, they lose. Guys are walking to the clubhouse, getting their bats, their gloves or whatnot. And Bo Mail just looked like an angry parent. You ever have it where you ever get in trouble where your parent, they don't even need to say anything. Looks could kill. Bo Mail had that look like, normally he just goes in with the rest of the guys. He just stood and looked. And I felt like, I'm paraphrasing, I felt like I could read his mind, like he was saying, what the hell is going on?
Wait, he stood in the dugout after the game? I didn't see that.
I mean, again, just me, the guru computer. I catch a lot of people don't catch.
If a manager's standing there staring, he was getting his thoughts together to go rip him.
And you know what? Speaking of which, Evan, can we hear from Bo Mail after the game last night, after their 6th straight loss?
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
Wow.
He started to call Casey Schmidt out by name right there. He goes, that at-bat. He goes, we had some at-bats with runners in scoring position. When Casey Schmidt just swung at 3 pitches wildly, that's just like the situation's a little bit too big for you. Like good RBI guys let the game come to them. They're patient. They have a game plan. That was just like he was just flailing, and that was a huge at-bat in the game. So, like, it's one game. I'm still on board, but there's a lot.
When you say on board, what train are you on board
I'm
with?
on board when everybody gets healthy. If they're playing like this, then I'm not on board. Then you got worried.
All right. Okay, so let's keep it there because I just want to keep it real. The guys in the morning, they're angry. They're not the only ones. But the bottom line is Farhan is the guy leading you into this season, whether you like it or not. And I told Bonte on the way out, and I'm going to respond to the stray I caught. I said, you know what? The feeling I had, and I'll never forget it, FP, of that Yankee series and being there with you Friday night was incredible. It was a reminder of what you would like to have in your backyard as a fan or a part of whatever city you're in. That was the Beatles. That was the Jackson 5. So there was envy, there was jealousy. But you know what? Couple days went by, and I said, every team that the Giants are playing are not the Yankees. They don't have the luxuries that the Yankees have right now. And they ain't won a damn thing, the Yankees, but it looks good. You know, you're always in it. You're going to throw money at your problems. So I got over that from a Giant perspective. And then you go to Arizona, and I'm thinking, okay, you're going to miss their 2 studs when you talk about the pitchers for Arizona. You got mincemeat on the mound. And the rat on the table for the Giants early on is they can't hit. They just cannot hit, FP. And we got Ron Wotus, the great Ron Wotus, joining us at 12 o'clock so we can ask him some questions and kind of pick his brain. But my question to you is, You got about 15, 14, or 13 guys on the IL. How long is that how big is that credit card to use to say, hey, everybody slow down, put the crazy pills down, it's going to be okay. Bobby McFerrin, everything going to be all right. How long do you have that to play that card of what you just talked about? You know what? We're not whole. Don't judge us as harshly as you could as if we were healthy. When does that run out? Because you're 4 games under and you're in 4th place in your division. So, FP, I am worried if you get swept today and then you go to Texas, you could bury yourself.
Organizational depth gets exposed through injuries to your regulars. And ideally, as an organization, when you have injuries, maybe not this many, this many is tough for any organization, no matter how deep they are, ideally is to tread water. Meaning play 500 ball till the cavalry comes back and then get back to where you're used to playing. So when you have these kids, and I've said this going on with Willard and Dibbs, everyone's tweeting, let the kids play, the youth movement, let's go, this is great. And I said, it is for a time, but with the youth, you're going to see mistakes. You're going to see things that you wouldn't see with veteran players. You're going to see guys that haven't played at the highest level, that being a veteran with experience enables you to slow the game down at the biggest moments. When you're a young player, the biggest moments speed up and they get away from you. So while we're all excited about the youth movement and let the kids play, and what are we doing? This is great. Let them play. I saw Matt, everybody tweeting, let the kids play. What are we doing? When the kids play, you're going to see a guy not cover second on a bunt. You're going to see Casey Schmidt have a wild at-bat with the bases loaded and 1 out because he's overamped. That was a bad at-bat. Well, that's just youth and the game's speeding up. So while everyone's saying, let the kids play, Luis Matos, National League Player of the Week, where has he been? What are we doing? Now the league is adjustment to him. He hasn't adjusted back. Wow. These are all things that I said a month ago that this youth thing is great, but with the youth is going to come you pulling your hair out at times. Because when you have kids that may not be quite ready, that don't have the experience as a Nick Ahmed, a Matt Chapman, a Tyro Estrada, a Lamont Wade Jr., they've been through it before. They know that this is the part of the game where I slow down, that speeds up. This is the part of the season where I'm not going to panic because I got off to a slow start. This is the part of the season where the league is doing this to me, and 3 years ago, I did this to counter what they're doing to me. So when you have that experience as a veteran player, you can control the speed of the game. When you're a kid and it's a 9th inning and you get a top spin ground ball and you're thinking about turning 2, but you boot it because it's moving fast. So all these mistakes that back in the day you made at lower levels of the minor leagues because it was hard to get to the big leagues. Now there's so much emphasis on winning. And when there's injuries, guys are forced into positions, like literal positions that they haven't played, and positions at the big league level that they're not ready to accomplish. This is what you get. So was last night hard to watch? Was it a big league game? No. I mean, you don't see that in the big leagues. It's the big leagues.
There's 6 losses in a row.
Yeah, but it's not losing so much. It's not the same. Like, I'm going for a higher altitude view of this. 6 losses in a row sucks. Like, as a player, you're not sleeping at night, you're flip-flopping.
Now, what are you looking for on that higher?
They didn't play a good baseball game, Guru.
Right.
At the major leagues, you don't go out to win a game. Like, it's not you're in the clubhouse going, let's win tonight. You play a good brand of baseball. You play a fundamentally sound brand of baseball about the process that you look up after 15 games and you've won 9 of them. So I'm not sitting there going, I'm trying to win tonight. I'm just trying to play good, consistent baseball. My at-bats, making plays, throwing strikes, throwing quality strikes, throwing balls when I want to throw balls, throwing strikes when I want to throw strikes, making all the routine plays, getting guys over, leadoff doubles over, picking up a runner on third less than 2 outs. And I'm playing the game the right freaking way consistently every single day. Well, I might lose 4-3. There was times in Oakland where we lost 2-1 and Giambi come in the clubhouse and say, hey, we did everything we could tonight. That pitcher was good. Turn on the music. We're not going to sit here and make it a funeral. And we turn on the music after we lost. So it's part of the process, and it's playing the game the right way. Whether it's taking a walk and letting the next guy behind you do something. Whether it's just a ground ball to second on a leadoff double, getting the guy over. Playing the game the right way consistently over a month period and doing things the right way, if you have the talent, if you have the guys with the right mentality, out of 30 games in a month, you'll win 16 or 17 of them. And if you have a really good team, you're lucky you win 20 of them and lose 10 based on your talent level. But it's not about trying to win a game every night.
See that? Wow. I hadn't played pro, but that to me,
it's
that's
about
it.
playing the game the right way. And if you do play the game
Everything
the
will
right way,
take care of itself.
You look up and it's 4-3 and we're shaking hands. But if you don't play the game the right way, the way they did last night, wild at bats with runners in scoring position, making errors on routine balls, diving for balls and clicking them off your glove down the corner, and everyone's running around like that. This is maybe an insult to A-ball, but that's the way it looked last night. In a snapshot, that game last night did not appear to be what I'm talking about. Wow. It's a process. It's about playing the game the right way. It's about approaching the game on a daily basis the right way. The only thing you can control in baseball is your attitude and your effort on a daily basis. You can't control once the ball's off your bat where it goes. You can't control once I let go of the ball on the mound where it goes. Like, you can control your attitude, your effort, and how you approach the game every day, and playing the game the right way with your hair on fire for 2.5 hours. Everybody listening out there right now, if you had to work for 2.5 hours a day, they got to work for 2.5 hours every day. Yeah. So you go balls out for 2.5 hours and you play the game the way they're playing hard.
Because you didn't say this.
Balls out hard. They're not lollygagging.
Let me run this by you. When I saw you and we talked about the Yankee sweep, you didn't say what you're saying. You didn't see bad. Correct me if I'm wrong. You didn't go down this road that you were PO'd about how they played and they mentally weren't in there. You said, you know what, Goo, they lost. But I didn't hear you say, my bigger point is you didn't see over the weekend versus the Yankees, as they lost all three, I felt like your checklist, they checked the boxes in regard to doing their job.
Your closer's going to give up. Your closer's going to blow saves against the
you didn't sound like this.
That's fine. Camilo Duvall's going to blow saves. The greatest closer, Dennis Eckersley, blew saves. That's going to happen. If you're playing the game the right way and you have a hiccup, you blow a save, that's baseball. The Yankees they've won 7 in a row. What are they, 43 or 44 and 19?
Good God.
So you can't make mistakes against those teams, but I don't feel like they handed the Yankees the game like they did. That's baseball. Baseball happens. You get swept. You get swept by a good team in your own ballpark. So what? So what? And the sky's not falling. Do the Yankees have more talent? Are they a better team right now? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your record is your resume. So that goes without saying. I'm just saying, if that team on the corner of 3rd and King plays baseball the right way, and their manager and their coaching staff know that way, and they play that way consistently, they're going to be above 500. They're going to win more games than they lose. Now, once they get to full strength, if they play the game the right way, are they as talented as the Dodgers with their lineup or the Phillies? Probably not. But that doesn't mean on July 30th, if you're close, that you make some tweaks and you make some trades and you make yourself better. Now, all of a sudden, the month of August, the month of September, we're on this show going, see, they're right where they should be. But right now, you lose 6 in a row. Everybody wants this guy fired, that guy fired. Farhan had nothing to do with last night's game. Not that I'm going to sit here and defend Farhan, because I understand where people are coming from.
Even before the season started, it was out there.
Fan,
okay.
And I've been lucky enough and play the bloop thing. I really don't care to play for some great GMs. I played for Billy Beane. I played for Brian Sabian. You know, I played for some great general managers and some great presidents of baseball operations. Mike Rizzo in D.C., I was a part of that for a decade. So I have my ideas about how things could go, should go. And I understand where people that are coming from an organization that won 3 World Series under Brian Sabian are kind of like, well, that's the way we used to do it. And I get the criticism. Like, anybody in a public position is susceptible to criticism if it isn't going the right way. So I understand it. But I also understand baseball better than most in the sense that once you put the pieces of the puzzle together and you put the roster together and you assemble it, you're not pitching, you're not hitting, you're not playing defense. The only thing you can do as a president of a baseball team is assemble a roster that you think is conducive to competing and to winning.
Right. Dude, I mean, man, bottle that up. And you speak of the GMs that you played for. Let's bring it into the managers. Bo Mail, now that the team is so young by default and they had these rash injuries, do you think the sound that we played and Bob Melvin being who he is, you know, in his skin, do you think that resonated with the young guys that are, a lot of them are out there on the field at the same time? And as a fan, as a spectator, I said to you yesterday in the masses or anybody that would listen, FP, I said he needs to flip over a spread. He needs to maybe put FP's name, if he was talking about Casey Schmidt yesterday, throw it in there. Is he the guy for this team if it stays this young, I guess? Like, is that a good fit? Because
I'll say this, Goose. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I was talk to me because I'm starting to get a little nervous for Giant fan and the Giant players. Is that voice too much of an OG and soft-spoken for a majority of these youngsters that are now in your lineup who you are dependent on? I'm just asking, do they need some tough love?
Well, I'll tell you this, and it's weird in baseball not to have crossed paths with somebody. I've never crossed paths with Bo Mel.
Oh, man.
So I've gotten to know him this year. Yeah. And he has a presence about him, a lot like Bruce Bochy, a lot like Felipe Alou, where you're sitting in the office and you're talking to him and you're kind of intimidated. So in all my travels and experiences, if I'm feeling that, the young players, and that's not a bad thing. Like instilling fear in a young player, like either you do it or you're sitting next to me, or either you do it or you're going down. That's the old school approach.
Oh, man.
The new school
Norm
approach
Johnson
is I
way.
love you, huggy, things will be better.
You didn't mess up, little Bobby. You're good.
Shake it off, and I'm going to hug you and love you, and we're going to talk, and I'll text you, and we'll burn incense, and everything will be fine. They're more old school. So when you underperform like that, if you come in the clubhouse last night, what happened in his press conference that we just played? He just aired his team out. He went right from airing his team out to the press conference, and he was still fuming. And those things, I don't know what happened. I didn't talk to anybody, but those things generally go like, hey, this is the big leagues. Clean that S up. Okay. You got to clean it up. That's not big league baseball. We're better than that, and we better be better than that tomorrow. And if X, Y, and Z happens again, you're either going to Sacramento or you're sitting next to me, and turn around and walk out.
So does the volume matter, I guess, too, to that point?
Yes.
But he's kind of soft-spoken,
to you and me.
But they knew he was P.O.
To you and me, he is. Like, behind closed doors, Bill Belichick was soft-spoken, too. You don't think he got in people's, what?
Oh, no, man.
Okay. So, yeah, Bo Mel's got that. Trust me. There's a resume and a respect there from a guy that's been there and done that as a player, a guy that's been there and done that as a manager, where if you're a young kid or even a veteran and he comes in pissed, you don't want to if you respect your manager this much, and I'm holding up my thumb and my index finger, you don't want to let him down in the heat of battle. You're thinking about playing the game the right way, how he wants you to play the game, and there's a respect for him there that you're going to go approach the game, whatever sport it is. If you have respect for your coach or your manager, you're going to go out there and you're not going to let him down. Almost like a father figure. Yeah. And maybe I'm saying that from personal experience because my dad was a coach. I'm a son of a coach. But when I was out there playing for Dusty, I didn't want to let Dusty down. When I was playing for Felipe, I didn't want to let Felipe down. Because I know how they wanted the game to be played. They want to play hard and break up a double play and run over a catcher and do whatever it takes to catch a pop-up between the infield and the outfield and get on base and let the ball, whatever it is, you knew the type of brand of baseball they want to do. So like, A, if you wanted to play, B, if you wanted to stay in the big leagues, and C, if you had respect for your manager, this is the way you played the game. And when they came in, it's like when your dad used to yell at you or your mom used to yell at you.
I remember Norm Johnson.
And you let your parents down or you let your parental figures down, whoever that was in your life, your authoritative figure, you let them down and you felt bad and you're like, damn, they're right. You didn't want to get to that point. So if a manager picks his spots on after certain games, certain points of the season where he comes in, if it's every day, it's white noise. Let's get it. But if all of a sudden Bo Mel comes in last night and he goes, clean it up. Like, clean it up. Like, that's unacceptable. That's freaking embarrassing. We're better than that. That wasn't the big leagues. And you turn around and walk out, that sends a message. And we'll see what happens tonight.
No doubt about it. You cannot, I reiterate, FP, I'm sorry, you cannot get swept by the Diamondbacks. And hopefully you got Jordan Hicks on the mound. You take care of business. And then you go and have your reunion with Bochy. But from you don't know this, but I'll share it with you. I'm the author of a saying, and it's called react to new information. And FP, that's how I live my life. And I'm going to explain to you exactly what that means on the other side. But I'm just telling you, I get Giant fan, the one that's mad, the one that doesn't think the wild card is sufficient, and that's way down the road. But where the Giants have been and what they are and what you're trying to strive to maintain, and you talk about the history of the Giants and how prestigious this organization is, I'm sorry, you are in no position to raise your nose up at the wild card, or let's just say the playoffs. So to me, it was Operation Playoffs. So when we get back, FP, I want you to talk to Giant fan, all of them, because we heard the guys in the morning. They're almost done with this. And then you got people like me. I'm a baseball romantic, a sports romantic. I want to believe. I saw the Diamondbacks. You know, they're not lighting it on fire right now. Last year, use that wild card, and guess what? Get to the World Series. So to me, that would be a win. But it's amazing, and I'm saying we'll get to all this on the other side. I need your help. Walk me off the ledge, and I want FP Santangelo, number 14, on the other side to talk to Giant fan on what you believe should be the anthem right now and what you should be believing about this team with its injuries. We'll get to that and more on Steiny and Guru. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, that segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Good tune.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good tune, man. Let it roll. Let it roll a little bit.
No, Steiny. It is FP Santangelo holding it down. We got today, tomorrow, rocking and rolling. And Carlito, hang tight in Alameda because I can see what he wants to talk about. You can't, FP. And I'm telling you, I just quiveled because what he is going to share with us and the listeners, I just wholeheartedly agree with him. But before we do that, I just want to set the stage. Giants last night in Arizona lost their 6th straight game. And the thing that we're talking about and you're sharing with us from your experience is a manager's job and Bob Melvin's reaction last night. Evan, if you can play Bob Melvin after last night's game, his message, I'd appreciate it.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning and couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is, but doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
So that is Bob Melvin hot. You could fry an egg on the top of his head. He's that hot. FP, it sounded like he wanted to mention, this is just me, Casey Schmidt, and that at-bat that you had referenced last segment. I got to give Bob Melvin credit again. I'm no pro athlete. You're the former athlete on the show. But I thought it would have been weak sauce had he mentioned any particular player. Now, when the lights aren't and the cameras aren't around, go in on everybody. I get that. But can I call that a win? Can I give Bo Mel some praise for not calling out one specific person? But let me just throw this to the listeners out there. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. If you could call out somebody on this Giant team, who would it be right now? Who would that one person be? And I know you didn't like Schmitz at bat, but I'm going to give Bo Mel credit for taking one for the team. When asked, he didn't mention the player, and to me, he had their back.
So not only do you risk losing the one player you call out, right, if he's a young player, you have a risk of losing, did you hear he called out so-and-so last night? So I think you could say we stunk. We as a group didn't play well last night. That was a bad game. And if you keep it general, you're still getting the point across. And more importantly, I just never liked coaches or managers that make their point through the media. Meaning, if you got a problem with the way I'm playing or we're playing, come in the room and tell me, call me in your office and tell me.
Not public.
Well, you could still go public, but tell me first. So based on the fact that you can kind of, you got the sense that he went and talked to the team first and he said, tighten it up, clean it up. That's BS. Then he came back and called out the team in the press. That's fine. But if you're just going to call out the team in the press conference and then you take it to another level and you start individually calling out players, like Brock Purdy was terrible today. Like Steph was 1 for 25 from 3-point line. That can't happen ever again. Like, you start doing stuff like that, now you're going to alienate everybody. So the way he did it is what a veteran manager does. The way we played tonight is unacceptable. That stunk. After he addressed the players. And I think he did a good job of maybe catching himself and calling out an individual in an at-bat in a big situation and then just generalize things. It's just, sometimes you can't control your emotions, and I think we as fans love when we see a coach or a manager that be real and be authentic.
Yeah.
And just like, if Bob Melvin would have came out and gave us the Gabe Kapler last night and he said like, well, there's and said nothing, we would have just been like, wait a minute. And that's even more frustrating. And Gabe did that a lot. If I'm being honest, he did. He would just say nothing. And you're sitting there going like, what did he just say? Like, his team just like crapped the bed. And it's one game of 162.
Well, they're 62 games in now.
Six losses in a row. You could have won a few of them. I'm not trying to say that this team's great by any means with 13 guys on the IL and you're missing some key parts.
Yeah.
But this is what it is right now. Nobody gives a crap how many injuries you have. Nobody has sympathy for you.
Not a soul.
So you got to buckle up, man, and find ways to win. And it doesn't have to be the obvious ways. It's make routine plays, throw strikes, run the bases aggressively but intelligently. You know, just play the game of baseball the right way. Play fundamentally sound baseball. Like it doesn't have to be A-listers always. I've seen teams win a World Series with just like Gerardo Parra wasn't good enough for the Giants, and the Nationals got him in 2019, and he turned their whole season around as a bench player.
Right.
So like there's certain tweaks and moves you can make that aren't the obvious ones, like signing Aaron Judge and making tweaks to a bullpen and getting free agents that maybe didn't fit in somebody else's plan and are on the waiver. There's ways to figure things out to make tweaks and adjustments. There is. So I'm not going to sit here and throw the whole season away because of a 6-game losing streak. Was last night frustrating? Yeah. They didn't play good baseball last night. They didn't play major league baseball.
Well, the last week has been frustrating. And FP, I'm going to keep it real. You mentioned Gabe Kapler. Besides his weird TikToks and his IG post, how do you think he's feeling right now? He's probably like, yeah, y'all wanted to blame me, huh? Because I had muscles and tats and I'm a good-looking dude? I was the joke of the town. Now look at you. You guys ran me out of town. Farhan kept his job, but you guys wanted to blame me, and it cost me my job. How you doing, San Francisco Giants? And I'm wondering if he's eating his scrambled eggs and his Jimmy Dean sausage thinking, hey, if you would have got me Matt Chapman, if you would have got me Blake Snell, if you would have got me Jung-Hoo Lee, there's no telling what we could have done. But Gabe can say this, FP, and I'm being Monday morning quarterback, but I feel it. I took your asses to the playoffs. We won 107 when I was the skipper. But all you guys wanted to do was focus on my hair and my tats and my muscles. But look at you now. Dude, and the reason I bring that up is not a bad take. It's real.
Gabe focused on his hair and his muscles.
But he took you to the playoffs. Even if you want to say it's a fluke. FP, they won.
More than his players.
Well, FP, he gets credit, though. My point is, I feel like the Giants' faceless ownership sold their soul by saying night-night to Gabe and keeping Farhan here.
See, once you lose a clubhouse, you ain't getting it back.
Okay, but I don't care about losing clubhouse. I care about losing games. And
if you lose a clubhouse, you're going to lose games. You're not making any sense.
It's a fine line, FP. What is it? Oh, we love FP, but we're not winning. So what are you really gaining? Like you can sit there and say Gabe lost the clubhouse. I'm not saying he didn't. The bottom line is about wins and losses. And right now, this is not acceptable. And my bigger point is, Gabe can say, and I know it's early.
I don't know why we're bringing Gabe into this.
Because you talked about Gabe. You brought Gabe up just a second ago, right. And Gabe was symbolic of the failures of this regime. And my point in why I'm bringing Gabe up is Farhan should have been ousted with them. And that's why I feel like this is just a dark cloud, and I want to call it karma, that everybody's getting hurt, everything that you were supposed to do, and not firing this guy. And I'm talking about Farhan and him. He handpicked Gabe, and Gabe gets fired. He keeps his job, and now Giant fans want to wonder why they got bad luck or things aren't going their way. That's all I'm trying to tell you, FP, is maybe this is karma for the way you treated Kapler and saying, Farhan, you get another year.
Dude, when you're not communicating to your players and you're not speaking up as the leader of the team in team meetings and you're playing the most important games of the season to get you to the playoffs or not, and you're not participating as a manager and you're texting people and not talking to them, like those are all reasons to give anybody an excuse to let you go. There's just, I feel like that ran its course. So firing Gabe is not like the reason why they're playing bad this year. Like that's the most out there take guru I've ever heard in my life.
No,
it's not the curse of Gabe Kapler this year.
They're playing bad ball and you can't blame him. He's not the scapegoat. Farhan is still here. I feel like, and I said it, FP, that was wrong. I'm not telling you if Kapler was here, they'd be 10 games over. I'm not. I'm telling you they made a decision, the faceless ownership, to keep Farhan when he has not done diddly squat, and he should have left with Kapler. That's my point. And I think now that's what's anger. The anger comes from Giant fan is, how the hell, what has this dude done? What has Farhan done to keep his job and not be thrown out with the bathwater with Gabe. That's the point I'm trying to hammer home.
Yeah, and I hear that from a lot of my friends that are Giants fans. That exact same take. So, I mean, you went the long way around the block to get to your point, and I understand your point because I hear it a lot. But once again, I'm not defending anybody here. I'm defending presidents of baseball operations in general. They get how much they can spend from ownership. Then how they spend the money is on them. They always have to check back in. Can I sign him for this? Can I sign him for that? Being within an organization for 11 years as I was back east, I knew all the secrets.
Right.
I knew guys they wanted to sign, that they would go to ownership and they would say no. I know the guys they wanted to trade for and they had trades on the table. Like I got the curtain back front office for the first time in my career and how it goes behind the scenes. So you target guys and then you go get guys as a front office and then everybody signs off, ownership. Sometimes managers don't have a say on if you sign a backup catcher or whoever it is. Like sometimes that's just your thing. Ideally, it's ownership, front office, coaching staff, all sign off on the same guy. You're all on the same page. Like lineups on a daily basis, who starts, who's the opener, who's not. There can be give and take on that, and I think that's healthy. But like the team you're assembling, and if I'm the manager, like it has to be players that I know fit into how I'm going to manage. Like because sometimes, Guru, you can get a hodgepodge of athletes, whether it's football, basketball, or baseball, that just don't fit.
No, I get it.
And so in that regard, the front office puts the chess pieces on the table, and it's the manager's job to do what he can do with those pieces. Now, when it all gets thrown south and you get like, injury after injury after injury, and you're like, is this really happening? You see two catchers get hurt in the same week, and this guy gets hurt. Now Blake Sable's catching, and then your leading on base percentage guy tweaks his hammy, and then Conforto's raking, and he slides into second, and he hurts his hammy. You're just like, I've never seen anything like this. Nick Ahmed gets jammed on a little blooper in Pittsburgh, and that hurts his
for a
wrist.
minute. Yeah.
And he just solidified everything on the left side of the infield defensively. And now there's all kinds of question marks at shortstop. And so like when all these things happen, those are out of your control. And the only thing you can do as an organization, hope that your depth of your minor league system can tread water, play 500 baseball, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, until the cavalry comes back. Then everybody gets locked in. And it's not immediate. It's not video game. You just don't plug in Michael Conforto off the IL and say, go get him. It takes a minute to get your timing. If you're Blake Snell, it takes a minute to get your timing. If you're Camilo DeBall right now making adjustments in the bullpen, it takes a minute. So like these things aren't just a video game. It's going to take a second.
Oh, you know what? Let's go out to Alameda and let's talk to Carlito. He wants to share his thoughts on the state of the Giants. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, great shirt, Guru. You are looking fly. That's a great shirt.
Oh, thanks,
I'm going to get into the Giants. This is what I think. Look, the Yankees come in. I like the Yankees just as much as anybody. That's a great organization, great team. But they came in and took our heart out, and we lost our confidence completely. They screwed up. But I'm going to say this: if this keeps up, we can't do this all year. Somebody's got to go. I would move on from Farhan Zaidi first and send a message. Thank you.
So if you move on from Farhan, what's that going to change? They're going to win tonight against the Diamondbacks?
No,
like mid-season, I'm talking.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay,
like right now.
I hear you. Well, yeah.
Okay, fire Farhan tomorrow. Yeah. Like, what's that going to do? Oh, they're going to go to Texas and kick the Rangers' ass.
It's bigger than the results on the field, FP. It's management saying, it didn't work. It's time to move on. That's what it signifies. Like right now, it just seems to me, and I understand it because I'm all over. I got ADD when it comes to the Giants. Like if you told me right now, Goo, you give me your right fingernail, they can make the wild card. I would do that for Giant fan because I'm a romantic, a sports romantic. You don't know what that wild card berth could turn into, but that's neither here nor there. Farhan, the cupboards are bare. Everything looks bad right now. How did you survive and Gabe get capped? So that's one thing. But right now, everything that you're talking about in regard to what message would it send if I'm a diehard Giant fan and he was relieved of his duties, I would say, okay, somebody finally said enough is enough. Not that we're going to win 20 straight, FP, but there would be a message to the fan base that this is not acceptable. And that's why I brought up Gabe, because he was the poster boy of what was wrong with this team and organization. And Robin got fired, but Batman should have went with him with Farhan. Okay, I didn't bring up Kapler the 2 days we've been talking, but all of a sudden, the way this season's going, Luciano not knowing or a scout or what have you, Farhan, you are in control of this ship. Not to know dude had a problem with routine grounders, and now, yeah, I know he's hurt. Something's up with the hammy, but the talk about somehow this got swept under the rug. That's a fireable offense, especially when we talk about Luciano at the plate being probably one of the most attractive facets to your team, and yet you can't even utilize that because we don't know what this dude is. That's a fireable offense, FP.
Well, I think
that's all.
You're not making bad points. I think you just have to evaluate at the end of the year. You have to, and I think there's probably going to be like anybody that's the head of a major league team at the highest level. You're always getting evaluated, whether you're the manager, whether you're the GM, whether you're president of baseball operations, whether you're a player on the team. You're always getting evaluated, and at the end of the year. The one line that like literally is emblazed in my brain. Remember on the other station when Ralph Barbieri and
I already know where you. I think
Sabian used to get into it on the air.
Oh man!
And, I mean, they would go back and forth.
The
and
razor.
Ralph would question him all the time, and then Sabes would get pissed, and he would go at him. And Sabes' line was like, "Judge me by my body of work. Like, wait till the end of the season." And if we are this bad at the end of the season, then I'll come on this show and you can have at it. And I deserve it. But like right now, we are on June 5th and we're freaking out. Like I'll freak out. I'll freak out when Brandon Ayuk is missing camp.
Okay.
I'll freak out when the Giants are out of it July 30th. It's not time to freak out. It's time to be frustrated. It's definitely time to be frustrated, especially at the brand of baseball that I didn't think at times last night was major league quality. It's the big leagues. You get a high hopper. I don't care if you're on the fastest infield in the world. You make that play. It's the big leagues. When you're a shortstop and there's a bunt with the runner on first, you cover second base. Like, it's the big leagues. And last night was a bad brand of baseball and a bad game. Am I freaking out that the season's over and this guy needs to be fired and this guy, like Guru, like that's sports talk radio. Like, I know that's what we do, and that's fans. You high highs and low lows. But if you're going to get on this roller coaster, and the Giants, for some reason, sweep the Rangers, and they come back home, and they have a good homestand, and now you're going to go like, oh, yeah, I see that. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't do this. Like, you can't go high highs and low lows, and I love him, I hate him, I love him, I hate him. Like, just for your own mental health. Like, it's a game. It's a freaking game. There's way more important things in life than a game.
Yeah, but
it's baseball.
No, but I hear you. But nobody wants to hear that.
People's jobs on June 6th. Like, okay, if it's September 30th and they're 20 games out and they're missing the playoffs and okay, I get it. It's big boy sports. You got to buckle up your pants, put your helmet on, put your mouthpiece in. It's big boy sports, and you're accountable. And accountability is a big thing.
And that's why, before we go out to Castro Valley and let, you know what? Let's do that now. Let's go out to Castro Valley and welcome Mike to the program. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Guru and FP Santangelo. Great to hear you guys as always, and nice meeting you, FP, the other night at the Gotham Club.
Hey, man, what's up? How are you?
Doing real good. Hey, I just wanted to say, I'm not giving up on the Giants, but I certainly am frustrated. Number one being that, it's like, I see the same processes every night. I don't see any changes. We're going to change the lineup every night. No consistency, no defensive consistency. And, what I'll say is, with the Giants, the way they're playing right now, people talking about a wild card spot at this point, they don't deserve to be in the wild card at all. And if they do, then shame on the MLB for allowing such travesty. And it's about time that Bob Melvin got pissed off. It's about time. He should have been a while ago. And, the other question I have is what part of responsibility he's taking for the way that they've been playing and his choices with their lineups and everything else.
And Mike, hold on. FP, this is Mike, my buddy, Gotham Club Mike. You ain't Mike, you're Gotham Club Mike. My buddy, I introduced you to you Friday night.
Mike,
what's up, Mikey?
Mike,
yeah.
Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Mike, I don't know if this hurts or helps everybody listening, include you, Mike. You know, there's only 4 teams in the NL above 500 right now. It's the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Brewers. There's 4 teams over 500 in the whole league. So not that that's an excuse or whatever, but it's a fact. So there's a lot of mediocrity in Major League Baseball. So what that tells me is that if you make adjustments, you figure things out, you get hot, you make some trades, and then that's where you could come in and say, well, has Farhan made a big trade? Has he done that yet? I mean, there is track record here, and there is reason to criticize. There is. I mean, I'm not going to be the one to do it, but I can see, like, I always go to this.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah,
thanks for the
that's
call.
my guy I introduced you to.
Dude, he's cool. But like, I always go to I grew up here. I grew up a Giants fan. I was a fan way longer, many years in my career than working for the ball club and playing for the ball club, coaching for the ball club, broadcast. Like, so it's in my blood. So I get it. Like, you should see my group chats.
Yeah.
With all my friends that are Giants fans. I'm hearing everything everyone's saying on the text line. I'm hearing everything on the YouTube chat. I'm hearing everything you're hearing. It's not like I have blinders on and I'm stupid. Like, I understand the criticism. I do. And it's frustrating being a Giant and knowing what you used to be and what you could be. And yeah, I'm not freaking out on the season. What is it, June 5th?
Yeah.
June 5th. I'm not.
Okay.
Am I frustrated?
Yeah.
That's why I tweeted what I tweeted.
I got to tell you, we're up against it too, but FP, I'm blown away that you use that mechanism in your Batman utility belt about there's only 4 teams over 500 in the National League, but dreamers dream. Fan is short for fanatic. Like, I would eat that up all day, and that's why I said if this team somehow can qualify for the wild card, I mean, I would take that as success. Now, other fans, other people, that's not sufficient enough, and I get that. But the bottom line is getting swept by the Yankees in your own backyard, having your aces get, taken out of the park, that happens. The best of the best is going to get you. But everything about last weekend, because I can't forget, I just won't forget it. Your stud closer got touched up. He blew a save.
That's baseball.
Webb gave up a bomb. Hicks gave up a bomb. Snell gave up a bomb and then couldn't even finish the game. So that was ugly. But what's happening these first couple of days in Arizona, FP, that's not acceptable. And that's why I understand, and I'm nobody to judge because I'm damn sure not the fan police, but people that came into this season that wanted this guy that runs your baseball operations up out of here, I get that. And if you want to keep it real and just talk about a resume or what Farhan has done, all real quick here, the Chris Bryant edition, a couple years back, to me, that was the biggest thing. And
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
What we got?
I don't know if this is big news, but Austin Slater returned from his rehab assignment, is reinstated from the 7-day concussion list. Luis Matos was optioned to AAA today.
Wow.
So the National League Player of the Week a couple weeks ago, back to Sacramento.
Wow. I just, nothing against Slater, but man.
Your thoughts?
If I'm a Giant fan, that's depressing. You know what? We'll get to that on the other side. We'll pay the bills. What's coming up next on The Game? Your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Listen at 12:30 to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey, all presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and also by Fremont Bank.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a #1 priority. That's why our foundation focuses on
He's like legit authentic and one of the nicest people on the planet, Steph Curry.
Right beneath Jesus. I mean,
now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jesus is on the planet? That's new.
I meant that.
Breaking news.
The chef.
Yeah.
And you can win a Steph Curry signed jersey today. I'll tell you how here shortly. But the breaking news is Austin Slater not only back with the big club, batting leadoff, playing center field, and Matos, all the people, I'm talking to myself, FP, that were excited about the growth and the experience he was showing, and the promise is optioned back to Sacramento, and I am shocked it's all outdoors. What are we doing, FP? I mean, you got to be kidding me. I thought Austin Slater, before the emergence of Matos and Ramos, was a guy that, you know what? We've seen what he can do. It'll never be enough. Maybe he's the guy that you know what, DFA, and you say, you know what, youngsters, here's your turn. But on a wild Wednesday at 10:59, you break the news that Matos is back in Sacramento. That's what I call it. I'm shocked, and I think this is just the wrong move. Welcome back, Slater. Come on,
breaking news, Jesus spotted in Golden Gate Park, first of all.
The chef.
Walking hand in hand with Steph Curry.
Evan saw him yesterday. But come on, call a spade a spade.
I'm just going to say, in general, it's tough for anybody to develop as a young player when you're looking over your shoulder. And I thought the coolest thing about the evolution and the progress that Luis Matos was making is that he didn't have to worry about if he went 0 for 4 going back to Sacramento. And I said that on the broadcast. I've said it on here, that I think it's for a young player to develop, it's hard to develop when you're always worried about getting sent down and you're worried about if you have a tough couple of weeks that you're going back to AAA.
But this was your center fielder, I thought, for the rest of the season, Matos.
Guru, if you have a tough couple of weeks and then all of a sudden you're not on this show anymore, like life's about battling through adversity and figuring things out and making the adjustments. In the way a young player becomes a major league player, the way he becomes an everyday major league player is having the luxury of working through some stuff. So when you lose 6 games in a row, yeah, does it get weird at the highest level? Yeah, but like for Matos to be called the center fielder, to be the leadoff hitter, to be National League Player of the Week, and now he's back in Sacramento, that's hard for any young player. That's hard for any young player. And maybe I'm sounding old here, but I'm from the school of if you're going to commit to a young player, you're pot committed. You're gonna hope that guy works out and be able to work through something. Now, do I know all the details behind the scenes? Is he sulking? Is he pouting? He's lost confidence and he's asking weird questions? And now he's like, do I look okay at the plate? Like, how does my stance look? I don't know what's going on. So, like, but still, ... Like, for young players to get better, they have to get better here. He's gonna go back down and rake. He'll go to AAA and rake. You'll be seeing the videos on the River Cats Twitter of him hitting 2 home runs a game. Like, that's going to happen. But like, if he's part of your future, like, and he keeps going back and forth, that's not conducive to him getting better and to figuring it out. But he's not going to figure out anything going back to Sacramento. He's not.
But if you go online right now, Giant fan is irate, and I get it. And when you talk about the future and you talk about Austin Slater and what's his future and the likelihood he'll be here the next few years, and is he a fan favorite? I think he's part of the problem. Just his name, FP, it's kind of like you know what you're getting, and it's not, and it hasn't been good enough. And I'm looking at Matos' numbers. He batted .224, 2 homers, 20 RBIs, but on a good week, he was player of the week, and you felt good about him because of the youth. What message are you sending to the team, one, and the fan base that you pull the plug on what was, for the most part, since he got called up, FP, a promising performance from Matos? That's going against what you were talking about. You want to get younger, and I know it's not about looking cool, but he has swag. He had flair, and on a good day, he could pop the ball out the yard. To go say now Austin Slater is your leadoff hitter, batting center field, like, that doesn't make much sense to me. And if I'm a diehard Giant fan, it just doesn't, the optics don't look right. Like, what is this? What message are they sending, do you think? Because I know the one I'm getting from over here, and it's not the right one.
I think it's super important to remember that there's people inside those unis and not just chess pieces. And Austin Slater hit a home run the other night. He's raking in AAA. He's established. He's got track record. He hasn't played well this season for whatever reasons. But when you have a player that's NL Player of the Week and you see him tap into that potential, and has he had a rough couple of weeks? Yeah. But like every established big leaguer,
that's part of it.
Juan Soto is going to have a tough couple of weeks this year.
Aaron Judge
is going to have a tough couple of weeks. That's called baseball. And if you don't learn how to work through that at this level, and then to me, the part I'm going to right now, Guru, is how does this affect him mentally? How does it affect the person? That, man, you're on top of the world, you're NL Player of the Week, and you have a little scuffle. And have you adjusted? Have you adjusted? No. But will you adjust?
I didn't get a chance.
He didn't get a chance. So now he's going to go to AAA and absolutely rake. But is he going to rake? Because, like, where's his head at?
Oh.
Like, where's the psyche? So when we have all these analytics and we have everything to project his swing plane, his this, his that, his exit velocity, his spin rate, whatever, like, is there anything to measure what this is doing to the heart of a kid?
Man.
This like, oh, man, I had a tough 2 weeks, now I'm back. So the next time I come up, I can't go 0 for 4. Like, how does this retard his development?
Yeah, or stunt, no doubt about it. I'm not a psychologist, FP. You played the game, but I'm sitting here thinking, from an optic standpoint, if I were Farhan or I was Bo-Mail, and it's about the future or the possibility, I would ride with a guy that showed me on a good day he can handle it. And Matos was talked about on the station, on TV, along with Ramos and Luciano is, okay, hey, we see something. Knock, knock. Somebody's behind the door. Let's see it. Let's see what it manifests into. But now the plug is pulled. And I'll say this. I'm going to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco. The bottom line, and my guy Tone said this last week, and I told it to Steiny and the listeners, Farhan doesn't believe in these youngsters. And even on their best day on that road trip, when they were carrying a heavy part of the load in New York and Pittsburgh, he really shouldn't have gotten credit. And the reason I say that, FP, is the only reason these youngsters were called up was by necessity, okay? And if Correa would have inked his John Hancock on that contract, Luciano he probably would have been gone. He was never looked at or viewed at as the next Brandon Crawford. So that's one. And then Matos would have never got called up if Jung-Hoo Lee, who you went and signed and gave big money to, and you really didn't know what he was going to be on the major league level, he was going to be blocking Matos. So my point is now, after just seeing this transaction, Farhan never believed in any of these guys. And now it's kind of playing out right in front of us.
My biggest concern with this is I always go to the mental side of the game, and I'm a big believer in sports psychology over math. I am. I'll always be that way, and nothing will ever change my mind. Is the one thing I have noticed traveling with the team, being in the clubhouse, being in the dugout, being on the field, being on the plane, is the Latin contingent has injected so much life and energy into this ball club.
I've seen it. Thank you.
They're having fun. They have swagger. They have confidence. And if you send a kid down, how does that affect the other guys that are still here? Like, what is Tyro Estrada thinking today? What is Jorge Soler? What is Wilmer Flores? What is Elliot Ramos thinking? What is Camilo Doval thinking? Like, that's one of their brothers just got sent down. He's National League Player of the Week. Like, what ramifications does this have on clubhouse chemistry and the vibe? 6 losses is going to have ramifications, right? You lose a week in a row, that's rough. Like, it's different when you walk into a clubhouse, you lost 6 in a row at the highest level. But, like, does this have a trickle-down effect to the guys that, in my mind, have injected a lot of life and electricity into this ball club?
There's some, and my dad is one of them that would respond to you to that, because I feel that 100% would have said, you know what, son? You can't worry about the next man. You're trying to be a pro. You are a pro. You're in the pros. You're trying to make the big club. Focus on yourself. I say that to say is, how do we, unless we hear something come out of that clubhouse, how does one determine if this is affecting Ramos or the rest of the gang or some? Do we wait to hear something from the verbal?
We just ask them.
This stinks.
And you can feel it when you've been around it your whole life. You can feel it. When one here's the thing, dude. Like you get desensitized to your buddy getting traded or sent down or getting hurt, even hurt. Like you see Jung-Hoo Lee and you're like, oh, it's part of the game. That sucks. You all right, dude? Maybe go to the hospital and hang out for a couple of days when they get operated on or whatever it is, but then you move on. Like you get desensitized to all this. But like when you've seen the positive effects that this had on a team that was kind of playing like they are now before, and maybe that's I don't know.
Dude could steal you a bit, swipe you a base late in games.
You gotta
stretch a single into a double.
Maybe I'm sounding super old and way oversensitive.
No, you're not,
as a Italian man.
Look at all the people who are upset.
I feel like I would love to see a kid be able to work through a slump.
And you couldn't find somebody else you could have sent. I mean, I don't get it.
It's nothing against whoever's taking his place, or I would just love to see if that's your future. I mean, Juan Soto when he got called up when he was 19, he had scuffles. Bryce Harper, when he got called up when he was 19, had scuffles. And then you just stuck with them and they figured it out because you have a good veteran presence. You have guys like counseling you, telling you what to do. This is what they're doing to you now. This is what you look for. This happened to me my second year in the big leagues, where they adjusted to me and I started sitting on off speed. I was hitting fastballs my rookie year, going off, and all of a sudden, it's all I saw was off speed. So David Segui was my mentor. He said, "Hey, FP, I sat on off speed for a whole month and just let fastballs go right down the middle. I had the best month of my life. So I sat on fastballs for a whole month. Tony Gwynn beat me out for Player of the Month because I hit like 385 and he hit 400." Because of a veteran pulling me aside.
Yeah.
So I sat on off speed the whole month. Fastball right down the middle. When you're looking for curveballs and sliders, they don't have the same effect. So it's a cat and mouse game that you make adjustments. But if you're not there, I mean, hell, if I had a bad 2 weeks my rookie year, I would have been sent down too. I mean, I did. So I don't know. Maybe I'm getting emotional here thinking about a kid that was so valuable to the team.
You're a former player. I'm a fan. We're taking calls from fans. And the reason I bring that parallel up is
maybe he'll be right back. I don't know, but there's still the ramifications mentally and long lasting, and from the player stamp, like you rip a heart out of the kid because he has to. Is he going to be the same guy when he comes back?
And a fan base.
He's not a machine.
And a fan base. This is not a popular move. So he's batting lead again. I got nothing against Austin Slater. I've never been a fan. I think he is what ailed the Giants and why they were boring. But you bring up Matos, and like you said, he gets the award of, and it's just a week, 7 days. But I saw something, and I wanted him to get 15 rounds. And I thought the injury to Jung-Hoo Lee was going to, give him that luxury, and we could watch a brother work it out. But to send him back down, that FP, back me up here. I don't need you to back me up. I believe amongst the fans, and we got Ron Wotus coming up at 12. I don't believe this was a popular move.
No, I mean, there's players inside the uni, and I think that goes way further than any sort of metric. I do. I mean, I might be wrong, and that might be like an old man take, an old school take, but there's human beings inside those uniforms, and that this part, from that standpoint, I feel bad for Louis. He's a great kid, man. A great kid who can absolutely play the game. He went through a little tough spell. The league adjusted to him. Maybe he didn't adjust as quickly as they wanted to, and now they're going to be like, go down, you'll be the first guy called back up. But
we're going to replace you with a guy batting 124 on the season. That's Slater's average. 128. Wow, man. Will, that just stinks for Matos.
I mean, he'll be right back, but I just hope this just doesn't have a negative, like where he's looking over his shoulder. Why take that chance
then if he'll be right back and you could have that collateral damage with the others?
Yeah.
But they got a game to play today, and FP, they better not get swept. And like I said, the way that I'm looking at it, I'm with you, but I understand everybody's voice. The ones that were not, the Giant fans that were really done before the season started. The ones that, that say a wild card is not sufficient enough. So I get everybody's voice, but the bottom line is, and this is the hill, I heard Shasky this morning, what hill are you going to die on? The one I'll die on for the Giants, from my perspective, is if you can get to the playoffs and qualify for the wild card, then game on. I'll never foo-foo and say a playoff berth is not worth anything.
Diamondbacks got the World Series doing that last
And what about the Giants? Every time they won the World Series, they were never the favorite.
I have a big ring I'll wear tomorrow that I got.
And please wear it.
The Nationals were a wild card team. They won the World Series.
Look at FP.
So the runs over the past 7 games for the Giants are 1-1, 2-3, 5-2-5 in the last 7 games.
Can you do that one more time? 1-1.
2-3, 5-2-5. The runs the Giants have scored over the past 7 games.
Wow.
So maybe
that's impotent.
But I just don't think. I don't know. Who am I to say, man? I just worry about the kid. Like, I'm not the guy that makes decisions, and thank God, Giants fans, that I'm not the guy that makes decisions. I just worry, just from a human standpoint, how this affects Luis Matos.
But what about the team, though? What about the team?
I would imagine
they're in a funk
guys
right now.
Well, I would imagine a lot of guys are like, wait, what?
Now I feel like Spadoni could be, and Spadoni, I love you, and you were out there at the softball game. I feel like he could be pitching for the Diamondbacks today. And if you're right, this is an unpopular move. They score 1 or 2 runs.
No, Spadoni would get lit.
Oh, well,
he'd give up 15 runs in the first inning.
Get lit. Monterey's finest.
And he might get injured,
Come
too.
on, you know what I mean, man. Why would they make this move?
Evan, what do you think? What do you think about this?
I was like, man.
What's your take? What's your knee jerk on this? You're a baseball guy.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it, but at the same time, I thought Matos got a raw deal being moved into the leadoff spot. I just don't think they had a guy at the time that was capable of picking it up, and he just it seemed to kind of mess with him. I think he's overly aggressive right now. I mean, he's 5 for his last 48 at the plate. He's not hitting too well, and I think that they always were going to have Slater back on the team. It just feels like the wrong odd man out, so to speak, especially when you got other players that also aren't performing too well, that are young, that are old. It feels... I feel bad for Matos, but I would also hope that he's back in a couple weeks, because I also think he's somebody who defensively does help you. Like, I know he hasn't helped at the plate, but he's somebody that can be out there every day in center field, and I'm just not sure Slater's that guy. Wow. So I feel bad for Matos. That's my first reaction.
Yeah, same.
No, I
feel bad for the kid. Usually it's a business, and I don't get like this. I'm pretty like,
but I'm going baseball. Yeah, I'm going baseball.
Lack of empathy usually.
This makes no sense to me.
Because you're used to this your whole life.
Yeah.
Usually I'm not this empathetic toward a move, but like when you see the kid, the dynamic he added to the team, and then he struggles a little bit in a 2-week period, and then he's back to the minors. And maybe this, I don't know, maybe he's back tomorrow. I don't know.
Austin Slater, 31 years old. I wish I was 31, but FP, is he part of your future to mess? And that's what I'm saying. You're going to, okay, come right back, batting $128 for that. Like,
when you're
willing to risk the psyche and the mental of Matos and the gains, because there have been gains and there have been growing pains, but to just throw him back to sack for, this ain't Reggie Jackson that you got batting first, playing center field. To me, there would be a ripple effect in my clubhouse, man. I just don't get how you could do this or risk messing with your psyche for just a guy, Austin Slater, that's just been a guy.
I wonder if this move would have been made if Luis was still raking. Like, what was the move going to be? I guess it doesn't matter. It's kind of like if candies and nuts were whatever.
So is this a panic move, FP?
Well, what I was about to say to what you just said is when you lose 6 in a row, you're not thinking about the future. You're thinking about the right now.
Well, damn.
Maybe that's the onus for this move.
Well, I was going to say, because you got Yaz Conforto just came back, so the choice was probably between, might be unfair, but him and Ramos. So if he was hitting better, it might have been Ramos, and I think that would have irked fans just as much, right?
Yeah. Ramos, who he looks great right now. You know what? Let's take a call. Let's go out to Castro Valley and talk to Jeff. He wants to speak on the breaking news. No more Matos. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to make it kind of short. They don't care about people in Major League Baseball. It's all about producing. They don't care about people. I can tell you a quick story with the Nationals. That I worked with someone since he was a little kid to be a Major League player, and he's on the roster, been in the big leagues up and down a couple times. Pretty good, fairly high draft picks. Called me, told me he was having some serious problems with the medication he was taking. that was already approved by Major League Baseball. I told him he needed to talk to the team doctor. He's having blackouts on the field in the batter's box. And told him, you're going to get killed out there. You need to go talk to the team doctor. He did. The next day, Matt Williams called him in the office, told him he was a little kitty cat. He needed to get his head out of his rear. And we're going to send you down to AAA to get some at-bats. They sent him down to AAA the next day for 1 day. This is early spring training on the roster. And gave him one at-bat, came over to him, told him with the security guard, we don't think you're a good fit for our organization. Walked him out with the security guard. He said, well, is this because I went to the doctor and told him I was having problems? And they said, oh, we don't know what you're talking about. That's how his career pretty much ended. So that's how much they care about people.
Well, I think the phone call.
I mean,
wow, that was.
I mean, I lived it for a long time, and there's organizations that do care.
Right, and unfortunately, you know, I love you, and somebody's asking me, Guru, are you listening to anything FP is saying? Yes, smart ass, I am, and I'm just telling you, you are worried, and I'm not saying I'm not worried; it's too strong, but you're concerned about Matos and his psyche, but. As far as the big club, I just don't know how you got better with this move. And Evan's right. If it was between Ramos and Matos, unfortunately, you know, you're seeing more from Ramos right now than you are from Matos. But I just, you know, you talk about the youth, you talk about the future, and now you got a 31-year-old center fielder who wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire, FP. That's why it's just
you're hoping he catches fire goo, and you're hoping you have value. There's value there. For a trade.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're hoping if you're fine.
And now, if you're a Giant fan, what's going on with Luciano?
Like, call Slater up. He gets hot.
Yeah.
Now we have value for a trade. We can use him as a piece to the puzzle. Call Matos back up. Put him back out there. See if he can figure it out. Go to Sacramento for 2 weeks. Get your swing right. Work on hitting the off speed. Work on whatever the league's been doing to you. Slater gets hot. He becomes a trade piece in July. Maybe they're trying to up Slater's value by getting him right back in there.
Yeah, let me give everybody some good news, FP. Make sure to listen every day this week because every show will give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 all week this week on 95.7 The Game. Breaking news, Austin Slater batting leadoff, playing center fielder for the Giants. Is off the IL, and Luis Matos, for all the Matos fans, you can catch him in Sacramento. And I just think that's the wrong move. And like you said, they're desperate, but I don't see how this gives you a shot in the arm at all. Now, Slater can go 3 for 3 today, FP, and hit 3 bombs, and then I'll look like an ass. But I'm just thinking bigger picture because we're talking about everything that's going on with the Giants. This was supposed to be, you know, a week, a month, what we've seen of excitement and maybe promise for the future, and that plug has just been ripped out.
I don't know what to say. I've said everything I could say about this. Other than 6 games in a row, weird stuff happens when you start losing. Weird stuff happens.
Yeah, we'll continue more discussion on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from your QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
My friends at Pacific Coast Termite have treated almost 50,000 commercial businesses and homes.
I'm pregnant with this next take I want to get off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, Steiny, the great FP Santangelo holding it down. And we got some good stuff coming up. We'll be joined at 12 o'clock by Ron Wotus, Giant special assistant, longtime bench coach, and 3-time World Series champ. So we can run these latest moves and just the state of the Giants by him, FP. And then also as a bonus, 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by the great Jennifer Lee Chan, 49ers beat writer for NBC Sports Bay Area. But I guess I'm just in my feelings because, again, you can't look at the record for the Giants and say, okay, that's what you wanted, at the start of the season. You can't look at, Aaron Judge or guys of that caliber because you don't have them. But I was warming up to the fact that the, Ramoses of the world and Matos and Luciano, for the short time we saw him, were making some contributions. And bam, almost like I feel like a thief in the night just came and stole that joy because Luis Matos has been optioned to Sacramento and he's no longer a Giant. And Austin Slater is back, Jack.
I mean, ideally, as an organization, you want to develop championship players, winning players. How do you learn how to be a championship caliber player? By dealing with adversity, dealing with failure, learning from failure, and making the adjustments to be great. That's how you develop championship players, winning players. Like when you talk about, what's the kid from the Yankees, Volpe, the shortstop. Yeah. He struggled last year.
Him. Yeah, he did.
The Yankees stuck with him. This year he's going to be an all-star. He's at like 290. Like, so he learned through reps and successes and failures to navigate through tough times. So you get through those tough times. You learn, okay, well, last year when I did this, I didn't get sent down. They stuck with me. I did X, Y, and Z to get out of it. And then the next year you're better. The next year you're better. All of a sudden you're established. You think you've arrived. And now you have a winning player because he's learned from adversity. He's learned from failure at the highest level. But if you keep going back and forth and back and forth, like you talk to any AAA manager in baseball, they are 90% psychologists. Because everybody that's been there and is in back there is bitter. They don't belong there, and they all have a story. This GM hates me. This coach hates me. I was hurt. This and that. They all have a story. Every young player coming up thinks they should be in the big leagues, and they shouldn't be there. So like AAA, for the most part, is purgatory for players. So as a manager there, God bless them all, that you're a psychologist. So now the key for a young 22, 23-year-old that gets sent back to AAA is to get him thinking on the right track. Look, think about what you did. You're NL Player of the Week. You're going to be a Major League Baseball player. You're going to be an all-star someday. They're just sending you back here to work on X, Y, and Z. You'll be right back. But then buying into that and then playing in front of 40 people and having crappy flights at 6 in the morning where you get the middle seat instead of being on the luxurious charter and stay at the Four Seasons. And not there's so much from the mental side that goes into it. It's not just he got sent down, he got called up. That's what we see. But the psychology of it from a player's standpoint and getting him back. When you're having success at the highest level, you got the biggest swagger, you the most confidence you have. I just got a hit off of this guy and I used to watch him on TV. Nobody can get me out. Screw this. And then all of a sudden you wobble a little bit and you're not afforded to wobble a little bit. And then you're sent back. It's hard to get back to that point. So now the biggest challenge for any young player is to accept what just happened to. That's a big blow, man. It's a bigger blow than you can possibly imagine. Being the best player in the National League for a week.
He was on fire.
And now he's in Sacramento. So the psychology, the sports psychology, when I'm just throwing terms around like there's players inside those unis, there's so much more that goes into it. These aren't chess pieces. It's just Luis Matos isn't just like, okay, I'll see you guys a couple weeks. Thanks for the opportunity. That was great. Like he is devastated. And so are his friends.
Get that.
And so are his brothers. So this is bigger than you would imagine. And I'm just old school. Play through it, dude. Figure it out.
Well, that's all. And then if it's a month,
say it's a month and a half later, and he's hitting 200. Well, but like when you make that call. And then they perform and you see what they can be. ideally, and maybe the 6 losses has a lot to do with it, where they're at in the standings, the way the season has gone, you would love for him to figure this out, because now once he gets through the other side, you have a bona fide major leaguer that has a chance to be an all-star. And, like I started this rant, a championship and winning player.
No, I'm not even. That just shows what kind of heart. You got a big heart because you care about him and Sack. But for the fans that are so sick and tired of this season being a train wreck, because that's what it's been thus far, my question to you, FP, is moves and transactions are made in pro sports to what? Improve the team. My question to you is, outside of the feelings for Matos, and if he'll get over this, he's a big boy, and I'm sure he will, and this hurts. But FP, why I'm scratching my head is, from my vantage point, I can't tell you 100% that this makes them better. And that's what's so mind-boggling about the move. Like, can you look me in the grill and tell me, Goo, this team is better with Slater batting leadoff and in center and Matos be like everything that you just talked about in the bad part of it or the mental part of it for Matos? Is it even worth having him go through that for Slater? And I'm asking you because I don't think the Giants right now are a better baseball team an hour and a half ago when Slater wasn't batting leadoff playing center field.
Well, the Giants aren't good or bad based on this move. They're not. This move isn't going to make or break their season. I'm just talking about what a young player goes through mentally. Like, there's a lot of other things going on. It's not like, oh, Slater's here, Matos is gone, season's over. Or Slater's here and Matos is gone, now they go. It's not that. It's just like the message that this sends is concerning to me.
Oh,
the message that this sends to younger players in the organization. Like Fitzgerald had a great spring training. He might have deserved to get sent down because he was playing timid. He was getting picked off. He was playing the game passively, not aggressively. So, okay, and then you go down there and go, well, if I get another chance, I'm going to do this. And he did what he had to do down there to get back. So maybe that's a little bit different. Plus, he's a little bit older, and he's not one of your top prospects. Like, I mean, and Matos is. So, like, that part's concerning to me. And this isn't going to change what's going on. They need to catch the ball. Back to my initial point. You play consistently good baseball. You don't go out there and try to win a game because what does that mean? Yeah. Oh, let's go win tonight. You play consistent baseball over the long haul, you're going to win more games than you lose. That's what they need to get back to.
Let me ask you this. I asked you yesterday, and you gave me a profound answer on Logan Webb. But what about Harrison last night? What did you make of his outing? Because, you know, I got love for the Pirates, and I'm looking at Jared Jones, who is their young phenom rookie. One of them, Paul Skeens, who's on the bump today. But we saw Jones kind of shut out the Dodgers last night. And I'm not comparing Kyle Harrison to those guys, but there's nothing like excitement of the next, you know, the new generation. And Kyle Harrison, before he actually even came up and made his debut, FP, and it's my fault, you know, I was taught, or I was sipping the Kool-Aid of, oh man, this dude he's the next. Not Randy Johnson. My mind kind of was like, but I was excited because there was a lot of noise around him. I'm not saying he hasn't met that, but what do you make of him and his future? Because before you answer, right now he looks okay, but I don't see like just, oh my gosh, Vida Blue, you know, he's going to be the next Vida Blue.
Yeah, there's an upside there that you could definitely tell. And last night he pitched through a lot of adversity, probably through 40 or something extra pitches because of plays that were made behind him. I think he's gonna learn how to pitch someday. I think when he gets emotional and the things that make him really good that you love about him, the closer's mentality as a starter sometimes gets him into trouble, like an 0-2 pitch right down the middle, 94. Big league hitters don't miss that. And I think when things start to go south for him or plays aren't made behind him, he'll learn how to like throw the off speed more and to be more of a pitcher instead of just like power through it. I'm a big fan of the kid though. I love the fact that I think he's got to learn that 93, 94, no matter how much spin rate it has late in the zone, no matter how much jump it has, the big league hitters are going to square that up. And the off speed at times is crisp, at times rolls. The changeup last night was really good. He pitched way better than his numbers last night. Like his makeup alone, Guru, plus his stuff, like the total equation, the sum of that are going to get him very far in this game. It's just maybe I think that like he's learning, like we're talking about. He's 22 years old. He's learning. He took a lot away from last night. If my shortstop kicks a ball, If I make an 0-2 mistake, if I'm ahead in the count 0-2 and I go to 3-2, like he's every single time out, he's learning. He's a smart kid. He's got the right demeanor, the right makeup. Those are the things you look for. I mean, he's got everything it takes to be. I don't know if it's going to be a Randy Johnson and Cy Youngs are involved, but like a really good major league pitcher. I don't even know. It may be an all-star someday. Maybe. He's got the makeup to be. He's got the work ethic to be. He's got the coachability. He listens. All these things. He's not like, I got it. I got this. You shut up. I got this. Like, he's always taking in information. Maybe too much. And maybe that's something you learn as a kid on how to filter. That's something I never did. I was trying to, like, if a hitting coach told me, I was trying to take it all in. I'd be like, scrambled eggs. So maybe part of the evolution and the maturity of a veteran player is knowing what to listen to and what to block out.
Yeah, you know what? You, during the break, you had some news on Blake Snell. And you kind of said, you know what, Goo, this possibly could not breaking news, but just an update on his status, because to me, it's almost like that acquisition has just been a microcosm of the Giants season.
Bob Melvin said before the game that hopefully he's back throwing soon and doesn't have to go through an extended period of buildup and rehab and stuff like that again. So hopefully we caught a break.
And we'll find out.
He's got like a strained groin, and it seems like it's not as bad as they thought.
Yeah, and Jorge Soler, I'm looking at the state of the NL West, and I know, FP, you're saying there's 100 games left or around there. You're looking at the Dodgers, Padres, and the one team in that division, not named the Giants, that represented the National League in the World Series was the Diamondbacks. They've beat you 2 in a row. They own you in their yard, taking the last 7. There's so many what-ifs in regard to, is Soler going to break out of it? I sat in with Larry Monday. He was in there for you, FP, and he was talking about, when the weather heats up. And I'm like, what does that mean? I mean, I get it, but that ain't good enough. What is that?
Well, Larry said that Jung-Hoo Lee couldn't hit a fastball, so he lost all credibility right there.
Oh, well, damn.
And I'm not joking either.
Well,
I forgot more baseball talking to you right now than
he ain't hitting no balls
than he'll know in 3 lifetimes. So if you're going to refer
shout
to
out
him.
Larry, he'll be in Friday. That's our guy.
I really don't care.
I'll say this. He's not hitting any balls right now because he's on the shelf.
Yeah.
That didn't help the team. It just seems like, and no pun intended, they're snake bit, man. And I just don't know, if you want to just take the macro look of this, can a guy in Farhan's position with as long as he's been on the job, how many times do you ever beat that bear of rectifying and fixing it and getting to the top of the mountain and be the next fixture here in his position for the next 10 years or the next decade? You know what? I'm not saying the deck is stacked against him, but I guess, FP, there's been a lot of failures. And a lot of times you succumb and you do what Gabe did. You said, hey, we need your key card. You're out of here. Somehow Farhan got his 9th life. That didn't happen. But I'm just wondering, moving forward, FP, if Farhan is really going to be able to maneuver the ocean that is this San Francisco Giant job and not drown.
Well, there's, in my mind, and what do I know? There's 2 things that have to happen. You have to be open to change, and you have to realize that there's others around you that know baseball, and you have to rely on that. And I think sometimes when we're in positions of power, no matter who it is, you feel like you have it all figured out. And I don't know that that's the case with him, but for him to stay here, there has to be evolution and change in thinking for anybody in that position of power, right?
Yeah.
Because right when you think you figured it out, baseball especially has a way to bite you right in the ass. So for him to be successful and be here for a long time, A, they got to win, but B, he has to be adaptable in his beliefs. Just like any GM, there's old school GMs that had to come around to the analytic part now, and they have to be open to that. So the way you're successful over long periods of time is being adaptable and being open to change and using your resources around you.
Yeah.
I don't know, just in general. So that's the way you keep a job for a long time.
We'll be joined by the great Ron Wotus at 12 o'clock. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and welcome Hex. I guess he's on 880 in traffic, FP, because it's always traffic on 880. What's up, Hex?
Hey, first off, let me tell you quickly, I was listening to you guys, and I called in, but I called the other sports station, and they put me on, and I started off by saying how great and how much I've loved listening to you, Guru, over the years. And FP, how courageous.
Is this a true
story?
You were,
and I got kicked off. I got kicked off. But anyway.
Hey, wait! Before you make your point, can you call back again to the other station as a different name, and then just mention us again real quick?
I'm out. I actually called. They were going to put me on anyway. Just told me not to talk about you guys.
Careful, the old program director will attack you on Twitter.
That's a great story. What you got, baby?
Well, a couple of things. First off, I love the point you just made about you having to adapt, and I'm going to somewhat defend Farhan in saying, bringing Melvin in was an adaptation. Melvin isn't just an analytics guy. He's done a lot of adapting himself. That's the only way he could have existed with the A's. And so I think he is somewhat of a move to the old school. The other thing I want to say about Farhan, and then I want to talk about the Matos thing, is when Farhan took over, the Giants may have had the worst farm system in baseball. There wasn't anybody in the system. And once he came in, there's a lot of young guys that are there that we're talking about that they can bring up. That's my opinion. Now, going with the Matos move, I've done a lot of managing of people. Matos is struggling right now. I think he's a great guy, but if I was his boss, I would have gone and I would have said, look, you're struggling. And like with a rubber band, if we're going to make you go forward, you're right now flat. And we can push a rubber band around the room. But, sometimes you got to pull the rubber band back to make it go forward. And that's what I would be saying to Matos is, look, you can stay up here and struggle and try to get above 128, but you're going up against the best pitching in the world. Go down, learn to slow down a little bit, learn to take a few different pitches, and come back in a couple weeks. And I think that you started to say that may happen, and that's what I would do. If I got a guy who's young, I don't want to keep him up and have him get beat up. I want him to go down, get fixed, get his head straight, and come back with a few changes. So that's my
appreciate the phone call. FP, my only question, and again, I don't think, and I mean, it's a long season. We've seen the last of Matos, but if you're going to just put 14 days on it and say a week, 3 weeks, again, my question would be, and it's what Evan brought up, was it between Ramos or Matos? But on that day they came home after that Saturday night game against New York, or that series playing the Pirates, I was like, these two might be Ramos and Matos fixtures for the rest of the season. Sign me up. But I say 2 weeks because, okay, who do you option then? Because that could have been done now, right? Like, what changes in the couple? I think it'll be more difficult for him.
Dude, I got to wear it a little bit right now.
Yeah,
I came out with Willard and Dibs on the whatever final pitch.
Yeah, no.
And Willard, the first question that Mark asked me, and the team had come back like 3 nights in a row, Pittsburgh, and then New York. The first question he asked me is about Slater coming back. And I blew him up on air. I'm like, I was joking, of course. I come on the air. The team has come back in 3 straight. They're playing the best baseball they've ever played. And the first question from you is about Austin Slater.
That's stupid.
And he goes, we're worried about when he comes back, who's getting sent down. I'm like, okay, but that's the first question.
And
he was right.
Yeah, he was Willard Damas.
My answer to that at the time is if you're playing and you're performing, this is a what have you done for me lately league. And if you're getting the job done, then it's those guys. I said those guys aren't going anywhere.
Okay, wow, and I believe that. But the cool part about this is
he got cold.
The guy coming up, Slater, hasn't been performing. You could have had a divorce. You could have said, you know what, night.
Yeah, I do wonder what would have happened if Matos had continued to hit. Ramos has been hitting.
Man,
I mean, I still don't know if they would have DFA'd Slater. I don't know.
So do you think Giant fan would be more upset then if Matos had been hitting and he got sent down as opposed to?
This could have been Bob just saying, man, I'm sick of seeing all these mistakes from the kids. Give me some veterans.
Yeah, it's true.
It could have been that. This might not even be Farhan now that I'm thinking about it. It would have been like, I'm seeing these kids just make mistake after mistake. They're throwing the wrong base. They're missing cutoff man. We're not covering second on a bunt. Schmidt is all over the place last night. He was just like ADD the whole game. Like, what's going on? Give me some veterans that are going to play slow.
All right. I'll tell you this.
Know, maybe
I'll tell you this.
I don't know. I'm just trying
I hope they don't get swept. But if they do, and I came at you and you kind of looked at me like, what are you doing, Goo? But I talked about karma and bad luck and Kapler and all that stuff and how Farhan survived when he shouldn't have. You play the Rangers. Your former manager who guided you to 3 World Series. I mean, it's about winning tonight and today's game. But FP, you go in there limping, coming off of 2 sweeps and won by the Diamondbacks who couldn't even get their house in order. And I'm just telling you, my dad has this saying, son, as bad as it is, if you don't get up off the mat, it can get worse. And that's what I'm just looking out like the Star Trek Enterprise because we're looking at the beautiful San Francisco. And I'm like, there's another meteorite, a glacier that can hit us. And that could be the Texas Rangers. Like, they need to snap out of this. And I do wonder, that sound from Melvin, that's his version of being hot. Can we hear it one more time, E? Yeah. Is it enough?
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. We made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worse?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But it doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
You know what? I love Bo Mel for that, for having his players back and saying I'm not going to tell you what's discussed behind closed doors. But, FP, real quick here, you talk about old school and you played the game and for multiple managers. You know me, I run hot, man. I love passion, and sometimes I can't control it. But if I were a player, I don't think that tone would, and maybe he didn't use that tone in the clubhouse, but I don't think that would move me. But I guess if I know I got a mild-mannered guy, and then when he gets mad, it means more because you don't see it all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how they perceive Melvin.
Well, we had our 95.7 microphones in the clubhouse last night.
Oh.
We did. We got a little piece of Bob Melvin's speech, and I think here it is, right? You got it?
I didn't know.
Yeah, listen.
You guys, you lollygag the ball around the empty. You lollygag your way down to first. You lollygag in and out of the dugout. You know what that makes you, Larry? Lollygag. Lollygaggers.
I'm ashamed I should know. Where's that from?
That was from the clubhouse last night. Goop, play with the bit for God's sakes. We had our microphones in the clubhouse in Phoenix.
Of course we did.
They were in the shower. It was in the shower, and then Bob threw bats at him after that. The bats. That's from Bull Durham.
No,
dude. Come on.
I knew. Come on,
dude.
That's pretty.
The one thing they aren't doing though is lollygagging. They are playing hard. Way harder than they played last couple.
And we got the great Ron Wotus coming up at 12 here. You keep messing around just as a team, as a unit, you're going to be out of this thing. How about that? Like, you keep playing around. I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy and we got to go to break, but you need to snap out of it. You got Hicks on the bump today. Don't get swept. That's all I'm saying. Don't get swept.
Don't get swept.
Yeah, on the other side, we got Ron Wotus. We'll get his thoughts on everything San Francisco Giants. That segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
You guys, you lollygag the ball around the empty. You lollygag your way down to first. You lollygag in and out of the dugout. You know what that makes you, Larry? Lollygag. Lollygaggers.
Now at O'Reilly, get 2 bottles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, Steiny, we got the great FP Santangelo in, holding it down. And right now, we got a heavyweight FP on the line. It is Giants special assistant, longtime bench coach, and three-time World Series champ, Ron Wotus. Ron, thank you for breaking out some time for us today. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Guru, and I'm happy to be with two gurus today. I know FP very well, we got two.
There you go.
You're coming into a hornet's nest today, but I'll be with what's going on. But it's good to have you on, Wo.
Thanks, FP. Good to be with you guys.
Hey, Ron, let me get your thoughts. The Giants just made a move. They activated our guy Austin Slater off of the IL, the concussion list, and they optioned Luis Matos back to Sacramento. And Ron, the reason I bring that up just to get your thoughts is a lot of people were warming up to Matos. What are your thoughts when you first heard that news?
Well, I'm up here in Sacramento right now. I watched him play last night. Not that had a major impact on their decision, but he's healthy. He's been playing. He's ready to go. The bottom line is this. Look, Slater has been a very good major league player. He plays his role extremely well. He didn't get off to such a good start this year. He missed a lot of spring training. So I think the at-bats that he's gotten down here to get a little rhythm and get things going, he really never got going this season in his role. Now, the question of Matos, we're going to need the depth. Everybody loves Matos. I loved what he did with the club. All the young guys have contributed, but over the course of 162, it makes some sense to go ahead and give Slater the opportunity. Matos is right here, and he can come back any moment. God forbid there's another injury, or, if somebody doesn't perform. But we got 4 months left in the season, and it's the safe move at this point in time, and it makes sense to me.
What's the biggest challenge when you have a young player that was National League Player of the Week 1 week that scuffled a little bit, didn't seem to make the adjustments from a mental standpoint, from, say, the coaching staff in AAA to keep his spirits up? Because that's got to be a punch to the gut for this kid to be on top of the world, the best player in the National League. Now he's back in Sacramento.
You're right, FB. You played. You know how those things affect you. And, this is probably the second time, because out of spring training, everybody thought he was going to make the club, right? He had a tremendous spring training. He came down to Sacramento, and he didn't swing the bat all that well. He went back up. Of course, it's the big leagues. There's a lot more at stake, a little more energy. Much easier to get up for a major league game than the AAA game. I've seen that over my career, just as you have. But that's going to be the biggest part, and especially with young guys, as you well know, the mental adjustments and how they handle it is the things that will make the player who he is. Hopefully he won't have a lapse mentally or be that disappointed, because as you know, again, there's no time for that. You got to go down and perform, because you're just a phone away from going, and that's part of becoming a pro and understanding the business a little bit. So it'll be tough on him, but I think he'll come down and do his thing.
Do you think it'll have an effect on the other Latin guys on the team? I've been talking about how the Latin contingent has just employed a lot of electricity and energy of the ball club. Do you think it's going to have an effect on the other guys that he got sent down?
Well, yeah, the friends on the team will say, like most everybody does, well, you don't deserve this, you should be here, right? How many times have we heard that in the clubhouse, right? So, they'll be in his ear a little bit, and that makes it tougher. And hopefully some people, and I'm sure Bo Mel will be telling him just how important he is to the club and the job that he did, and lay out the reasons that he's going down, and hopefully he'll hear that. But he'll be disappointed, but it's all part of it, as you know.
FP and Guru on 95.7 The Game. We are joined by Giants Special Assistant Ron Wotus. Ron, let me get your views on this season. I know it's early. There's 100 games left, but we're taking calls and text messages. Giant fans are upset. That Yankee series didn't help over the weekend. What would you tell Giant fan right now in regard to this season with more than 100 games left?
Well, it's always difficult when you're in the midst of a 6-game losing streak and you're playing the Yankees, and you have the last game won, and your closer, who's been very good, gives it up to a very good offensive team. That really hurts. So you expect to go to Arizona and win some ball games. They haven't. So this is definitely a low point. They had a stretch like this earlier in the year, but I still do Steve. I mean, Schnell's on the DL. That really hurts because the strength of our club was our starting pitching, when we had all the names on paper. And we just haven't clicked in that manner. Schnell has been hurt, and that's a big loss. Some of the young guys, like Black, for instance, didn't do as well as we had hoped he'd do, but he's down here, working on his craft. But we're still built with pitching. There's a long way to go. But the bottom line is, we do have to play better. We haven't clicked on all cylinders. And for me, the young guys have done their part. It's more the veteran guys, the proven guys. We need to get more out of the guys that we sign that we expect to help to carry this club. The kids aren't going to carry it, but there's a lot of baseball left and plenty of time to make up ground.
Well, talk about, Nick Ahmed really solidified the defense at shortstop. But talk about some of the challenges that position it brings to these kids that haven't played it on an everyday basis. Like you put a Casey Schmidt, who's a plus defender there. He has a rough night. Brett Wisely doesn't cover second on a bunt. Tyler Fitzgerald, who seems to be a decent shortstop too. When you don't play it every day, talk about some of the challenges that one of the most important positions on the field presents.
No, you're exactly right. Games played in the minor leagues at your primary position goes a long way. That's where you learn to be a pro. Just like Matos is going through the up and down, that's when you become a real pro, right? Or you're in the minor leagues and you're trying to play shortstop and you struggle. And then you go to the big leagues later on and you've been through it. You know how to handle it. Well, most of these guys we're talking about aren't even shortstops. Schmitty's been a third baseman his whole career, and he's got great hands and accurate arm, and he's done a good job. And, we know how difficult the big leagues can be. You make an error in AAA, and, it's no big deal, but you make it in the big leagues at the wrong time. And, everybody says you got to be better, and you do. But it's all part of the game and a growing experience. So you got Fitz. I think Fitz might be in there. You got Schmitty. Ahmed, I'm not sure if he had a setback or not. He was down here in Sacramento. But it is a challenge because of, it's not their primary positions. Wisely has done a very good job for not playing a lot of shortstop. And it's just like the at-bats. I think last year we talked about the kids coming up, and some of them did fantastic. Some struggled. But it's the games played and the experience you have a position. It's just not easy to go to a major league game and play out of position and expect to be, reliable and consistent every single day. And those are the growing pains of new positions and young players.
Hey, Ron, I got a quick question. My gosh, if I had $1 for every Giant that was on the IL list, I'd be a rich man. And I know you can't control or predict injuries, but from your experience in FP playing the game, do the Giants, do the organization meet? Do they talk about, why we have, a rash of these injuries, or you just take it day by day?
Well, I know the trainers are always, trying to uncover everything on why we're getting injured. The whole industry is, Guru, and I'll tell you what, you're the guru. I hope you have the answer, because I don't. I don't have the answer. You can speculate on a lot of things. There's a lot of things that go on in this game. The way we train, the way the pitchers train now with the weighted balls, they throw year-round at these showcases. It's all max effort. It's not location. So, some of that enters into the pitchers, position players. Some people love the weight. Some people say it's too much on the body. Every industry tries to predict, injuries, by giving off days. I know we do a lot in the minor leagues. These guys basically have every Monday off. They get another day off, so they're not overtaxed. Is it enough? Who knows? Maybe, in the old days, guys pitchers threw more pitches, and maybe they're in better shape to do that. We used to play every day, FP and I. We didn't get it. Your body was in shape every day. So, I don't have the answer. I really don't. And I don't know if we'll ever have the answer, because it's just very difficult to predict when an injury is going to happen.
Well, I remember doing the show in 2010 on the other station, and you guys had lost 9 out of 10, and people were calling for Bruce Bochy's head in 2010. You guys ended up winning the World Series. The question I have for you is, you've been a coach for a lot of great managers. So say you lost 5 in a row or 6 in a row, and then you played a game like last night. It seemed like Bo Mel went in there and said, hey, clean it up. I don't know what he said, but that's what it seemed like. So take me through what Dusty would have done, what Felipe would have done, and what Bruce Bochy would have done after a losing streak and a bad game like last night after the game.
Well, I think they all would have done the similar thing that Bo Mel has done. Now, some guys have more patience. Some guys have less patience, right? It's the way you lose is what gets to a manager. It's not necessarily the losses. I was Dusty, Felipe, or Boch. They had a lot of patience if we were playing hard. We just weren't executing and doing the things that the manager expects you to do. But through this series, this losing streak, there have been games that we should have won, and he just didn't like probably the effort and the at-bats last night, and he wanted to say something about it. I know coaching, when you really feel we could be better and it's not happening, and you're in a streak like this, you feel like you want to be proactive and get something done. And I think all those managers you named would be doing the same thing.
FP and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. We got the pleasure to be joined by longtime bench coach, 3-time World Series champ, Ron Wotus. Ron, I got to get this off my chest because this is, to me, the definition of baseball. If you would have surveyed the Giant fans after the Pirate comebacks, the Met comebacks, and Matt Chappie flashing the leather, guys swinging the bat, compared to now, Ron, to me, that's just the definition of the game, but it is night and day. It's just amazing.
It's torture again, isn't it? Isn't it baseball something else? You can't predict what's going to happen. As you said, we were all riding the high. So was I. I was so excited the way we were playing. We were coming back. But, you look at the club, you look at the injuries, you look at the job the kids have done, like Matos, he can't keep up the week that he had there. Nobody can. So it is baseball, and there is plenty of time left. But we need to play it better, and as I mentioned, I think we need production from the whole roster, and you can't expect the kids to carry you, and we need to be healthy, and those are two big things that will help turn this thing around, and just plug away like Boch, Felipe, and Dusty would do, and Bo Mel. Let's just plug away. It's a new day today. Let's win today's game, and you don't know if you can go on a 5 or 6 game win streak.
There it is there. We know you're a busy man. Thank you so much for your time. That is Ron Wotus. Take it easy, Ron.
All right, guys. Great being with you.
Man, FP, there is something to you tell me about the injuries. We used to didn't care about pitch count. They would let you Tom Seaver 120. They wouldn't even count them. But you said. Does everybody get a report card like a trainer with these rash of injuries? And I'm not blaming the trainer, but is that something with all the analytics that you judge a training staff on is how often guys get hurt?
I mean, it's been done before. I've seen organizations wipe out training staff because there were so many injuries. When I was with the Nationals, they hired a football coach from England.
Yeah.
That was like with, I don't know, Real something.
Madrid.
I don't know whatever the teams are in soccer because I'm not a big soccer guy. To train because he had a good record on soft tissue pulls and stuff. So I can't ever blame it on trainers, dude. Like when you play in a cold ballpark with wind and it's just conducive to muscle pulling. Some injuries are freak injuries, so you just don't know. I mean, you never know when it comes to injuries. But nobody cares, and nobody cares that you have injuries. Nobody cares, and all the teams are glad that you have them. They just don't say it publicly, and you just got to find a way to tread water. And by the way, just a little side note on Wotus. He deserves a job as a big league manager. I sit with him every night at the games, and we talk baseball.
Oh, do you sit by him every?
We sit. No, he's my guy, man. We sit there and we talk.
He's a cool cat.
He just gets it. He knows baseball in and out. He knows it. From an old school standpoint, from a new school standpoint, he's a great communicator with players. He's very eclectic. He gets along with everybody in the clubhouse, and he has a way of saying things that you just kind of lean in. He just understands baseball, and he knew it before Dusty and before Felipe and before Bochy, guys that he was a bench coach for. But like when you're around those guys on top of being a manager in the minor leagues and knowing baseball, like I don't know that he would come out of retirement to manage, but I think he would. And if he ever did, I'd love to coach for him.
No, he sounds like a cool dude. And like you say, he knows how to convey his message and just talk ball. I didn't know you sat with him like as much watching the game. So good for you. But FP, let me just, before we put the Giants to rest here, let me just pick your brain. So
sorry, I'm reading a text message from Moses.
No, what'd he say?
It was good. It's all good.
Can you go public? Can you go public with it?
No.
Okay,
I'll show you during the break.
So your message is you understand it's ugly. You understand guys in the morning, Bonte and Shasky upset. It's not just them. People that wanted Farhan out of here. I don't believe that's going to happen in season. But are you preaching patience? Like, where are you at on the FP Santangelo, this is unacceptable meter?
Well, I said this
the whole season.
I said this yesterday that when they get to the All-Star break, and not the All-Star break, the trade deadline, July 30th, excuse me, back up, slow down. The trade deadline, if
that's a little while.
It's July 30th. So in 2 months or whatever it is, if you're playing the same way you are and you're out of it, then you have decisions to make, and that's where you can get really frustrated as a fan.
Man.
But I've seen so many things turn around in baseball.
All right.
You're one like blue single away from turning this whole thing around and winning 5 in a row. So I'm not going to freak out until it's time to freak out because I've been doing this my whole life. So I know that if you have a football fan's mentality in baseball, meaning like if every game is like a football game to you and there's 162 of them, dude, you're going to be checking in for therapy. You're going to have heart issues. It's not good for your mental health. So you just watch. And like Woe just said, if you lose, you lose. That's part of the game. It's how you lose. And last night, like I've been saying since we got on the air, was inexcusable. Like there was so
Melvin didn't like it, yeah.
I was watching on the couch and I rarely get mad. And I was getting mad last night. That's why I tweeted a major league shortstop has to know to cover second on a bunt with a runner on first. Like that's inexcusable to me. Like errors happen, physical errors happen. Like Casey Schmidt, it's a big league, should have made those plays. But like those happen. Like standing at shortstop and not moving an inch to cover second base, the pitcher turns to throw to you and you're not there, that could have helped get him out of that inning. And that inning snowballed big time after that. Those are the kind of things that get to you as a manager. Like Bob's not going to come out and say, Wisely's got to cover short. I don't care if he's never played there. Casey Schmidt can't swing at those 3 pitches with the bases loaded, 1 out. He's not going to say those things, but I guarantee you that's what he's thinking. And maybe he called people out in the meeting last night, or when he went in the clubhouse, maybe he didn't. But the message was clean it up. This is the big leagues. Like this is the big leagues.
Yeah.
That didn't look like the big leagues to me last night. And so that was a bad loss. That was a bad game. 6 in a row sucks. Like trust me, it sucks. Like you go back to your hotel, you're not even going out to like have a pop with the guys. You're like, I'm just going to my room, dude. I'm not in the mood. And when the Giants lost that 4-run lead in Pittsburgh,
oh man,
the broadcast crew, we're going to go out and have some beers, and we decided that that kind of screwed up our night too. It's like I don't feel like it.
Damn.
So you get invested in this thing, but you're used to guys getting sent up and down. You're used to guys getting traded. You're used to guys getting hurt. Is unempathetic as it sounds to say. You're used to that. What you're not used to at the big leagues, and that was embarrassing for Bob Melvin last night. That game, they're a reflection of you. So when you're watching the ball fly all over the place and double plays here and double plays there and errors and mental errors, that's a reflection of me as a manager.
Well, that I get.
Just like when your kids are in public and they misbehave and they're out of control, that's a direct reflection of you as a parent.
Can't have it.
Like, and I mean, and if your dog's out of control, that's a direct reflection of you as a dog owner. So like when you're a manager of a major league team and they play crappy baseball, winning and losing, like a lot of times you can't control that. You go out and play a good game, you lose, tip cap. But if you go out and play bad baseball like they did last night, that would frustrate me. That would be embarrassing for me, and I would address that just like he did.
You know what? That's well said. And, you know, I'm just a guy at the game, or if I'm not at the ballpark on the couch, but I love me some Major League Baseball. And I want to ask you this, because you talked about bad baseball. FP, I just think there is a epidemic of pitchers that have hitters in 0-2 counts or 2-strike counts, and the ball is in the heart of the plate. Like, I don't know if something's changed. If I throw so hard, it don't even matter. I'm going to just try to beat you with my best stuff. And I asked you about Kyle Harrison because he gave up 3 hits last night, and they happened, so I'm not coming down his road.
He gets a little macho at times.
Yeah, he had 3 batters with 2 strikes, and 3 of them got hits. And, you know, he's given up 20 hits over the last 2 games. Hits happen, but I'm thinking of Luke Jackson. Like, what are you seeing there? If you're a Giant fan and you see him come get the ball, it hasn't been pretty. So is it fair for fans to be like, okay, it's early. Brother's going to figure it out? Or I heard Shasky this morning talking about what I had on my list about, man, the ZRA is almost 7. Luke Jackson, what are we doing there? What, how do you rectify that?
I never panic about bullpens because I think they're the easiest tweak to make on a roster. Like, you go out and get guys. You could make trades. You could get guys that throw 100. I'm a big fan of missing bats late. I don't like tricky stuff late.
It's out
I
of
like
control.
guys. I like power late in my bullpen. I love Randy Rodriguez.
And that's why you didn't like the opener and how they utilized it as a team.
I would love
Monday.
I would love Eric Miller to be the back end of the bullpen throwing 100, not starting the first inning. That's just me. Maybe I'm too old school. I don't know. And that's first guessing because I didn't like it ever so far. Like, if you start a guy like Brebbia, okay. But if you have a lefty that throws 100, I need that guy in my back pocket as a manager in the 8th inning for a matchup for just the 8th inning.
And it was a close game, and you could have had him. Yeah, they got walked off.
Just that, yeah. So that might be a little too tricky for me. But what do I know?
I'll tell you this real quick, FP. If you don't like somebody, there's nothing they can do for you to change your opinion. And the reason I bring up that analogy is Farhan. The people that wanted him fired, regardless of the Chappie signing and everybody that he brought in, fans, it's their right. They feel how they feel. And it's just amazing, what I'm seeing, what I'm reading, me being at the ballpark, that no matter what the Giants do outside of winning the World Series, there's nothing Farhan can do to kind of change his view in some fans' mind.
I would say I would take that a step farther, and I feel like I have a finger on the pulse growing up here and being here the majority of my life, is that there's fans rooting for him to fail. It would be the worst case scenario for a lot of Giants fans if Farhan won a World Series. And I don't understand that mentality.
That sounds like a Steineism, though.
I don't understand that mentality, but I would.
You might be right.
I feel like
they're out on him.
Yeah, they're out on him. And if him winning and the Giants winning would be the worst thing for some Giants fans.
We did that with the Warriors.
I feel like that.
Wow. Think about that, though.
And the thing is, too, all these people that hate him, if they met him in public, probably would say, like, he's a really nice guy.
But it's nothing personal. It's just his baseball vernacular. Come on, FP. I get hate is baseball hate fandom.
Yeah.
But he's been on the job a long time. I just brought up MLB.com. Can you guess, or you probably know, the Giants farm system, where it's ranked among the 30 teams?
I don't know.
17th.
Okay.
If you're into that. But
yeah, because they're all in the big leagues.
Well, nah, one of them's headed back on Amtrak right now, Montos. But come on, man. That's just, I don't know. What can you say he's done to fertilize the team since his inception of him taking over the job? That's what I'd ask you real quick before we go to break. What would be his one thing you would say, you know what, he's done this?
Well, I thought his offseason was great until Solaire's not performing, until Snell signed late, he's not hurt. Chapman's been a great sign. I was, if you were excited in spring training when he got all those guys, and now you're blaming him for getting those guys, that's a double-edged sword that I think is a huge flip-flop. It really is.
All right, because
if you were out on him and you didn't like the signings, and now you're out on him because you still don't like the signings, that's consistent. I get that.
Before we go, my dad had a saying, Norm Johnson, Union City, FP, never mistake activity for achievement. So just because you did something, like, you still need to finish, and it needs to result in something special. And I guess me just sitting here, just throwing eggs at Farhan because he couldn't close a deal. Those guys he brought in, the Soler, I was giving him love. And I guess you're looking at me like, Goo, there's 100 games left. That still can manifest into something.
It can. Do I know if it's going to? I have no idea.
We'll talk about it more on the other side. What's coming up on the game? Your chance to qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. On the other side, your chance to qualify for an autographed Curry jersey, all presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Unraveling. No, to me, it doesn't change at all. I mean, you find out when guys are in those situations where they come or not, and some guys come because they want to avoid a fine, and some don't. But regardless, it doesn't change anything. When those guys have come, it's not like we know what the process is, we know what the business part is, and that's just how they decide how they want to handle this week.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was your head coach, Kyle Shanahan, on Brandon Ayuk, who my partner right here, not Steiny, who's on vacation, enjoying himself. My guy, you just beat me over the head yesterday, dude, with no big deal. Ayuk didn't show up to camp, so it's kind of funny now. I've been reading some material from Matt Mayoko, and the great Matt Mayoko, and he was just throwing out a couple scenarios about Brandon Ayuk possibly, FP, playing this year out. I'm like, that's too risky, right?
I mean,
on his current that's not what divas do. I want no part of that. What if I got hurt? What if I got hurt doing that?
Yeah, you're betting on yourself big time, and then you have to perform big time. But there could also be a big time distraction too if you're not getting the ball as much as you want.
And that's what I just told you.
I got to put up my numbers. It starts to become about yourself and not win a Super Bowl. So there's danger in all that. By the way, there's a breakdown of Brandon Ayuk. First day fine is $16,953. Second day fine is $33,908. Third day fine is $50,855, totaling $101,716. They are subject to that fine. Last year, Nick Bosa, he didn't go to minicamp, and the 49ers did not fine him.
Okay.
So
they were like, you don't have to make so much.
They're not fining him. They're signing him. They're not fining him. He's going to be their number one guy, and they're going to win a Super Bowl.
You know, Debo made some comments yesterday. So did Kyle, and we'll hear from him. I'm going to play Debo Samuel on and I love this, FP. You tell me what you think on if he's given any advice to Ayuk during these possible negotiations.
Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And when it comes to things like this, it get tough, and some things you kind of take personal, and it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
Wow. All right, because he got his back.
Run that back a little bit. I think, and I read this quote too. I feel like Debo said sometimes you can't take this personal.
All right,
and he said sometimes you can take that. You should take this. Wait, play that again.
Oh, here you go.
Bang. Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And when it comes to things like this, it get tough, and some things you kind of take personal, and it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
Some things you kind of take personal. Yeah. And my advice would be don't take this personal. This is business, dude. And business is ugly and it's gross and it's the side of sports that absolutely sucks. So don't take it personal when they're like, sorry, we're not giving you this, we'll give you this. That's easy to say and hard to do.
I'll tell you what, and we talked about Operation Super Bowl and getting back for the Niners. I think Brandon Ayuk has leverage, and you say, what leverage, Goo? His services. So you can hold out. If he were to do what Mayoko said is a possibility, him playing that, they could have the option next year to use a franchise tag on him. And I'm sure he wouldn't want that or he'd be bothered. My thing is right now, dude, you're a dog. They know they need you. And if you want to risk it for the biscuit and go out there, and you just said it, you kept it real. We talked about divas, and that's what receivers are. But could you imagine an important year from him on a personal standpoint in regard to numbers, because money talks, right? Numbers don't lie. Could you imagine week 6 or week 7, FP, if for some reason, defenses are taking him out of the game plan? He's not even thinking about partially the game at hand, but he's thinking about, I'm not putting up my numbers and how this is going to affect me doing what you talked about yesterday, generational wealth, getting paid, taking care of my kids. So to me, that would be a nightmare scenario. If I were advising Brandon Ayuk, I would say, dude, don't show up until you guys get this thing worked out. Bosa did it.
I always thought the luxurious part of having the contract was that now I don't have to worry about my numbers and I just go out and win.
Oh, wow. Well, you're talking about Bosa now and Debo. Those guys got their money.
I play to win. And then the tricky part is before you get paid is to stay in that mindset of just play to win, play to win, play to win. If I play to win,
I'm sorry, I'm being real.
But
I couldn't do it.
Everything takes care of itself when you win. It does. But if you put the cart in front of the horse, you worry about your numbers. Inevitably, if you got 2 or 3 or 4 guys worrying about their numbers more than winning, you ain't going to win. So it's a tricky dynamic. So if Ayuk plays out the 5th year of this thing, he's going to want his touches. He's going to want the ball in the red zone. He's going to want touchdowns. He's going to want this. And if he's not getting them, it could get weird because it's going to be all about him put up numbers so he can get paid. But if you pay him, you check all that in, and you're just like, let's get a ring.
Yeah.
Let's get a ring. But this is tricky. It's tough to tell, too. Like, this is hard.
It is. And if you're thinking that, FP, they know. Like, what did you say yesterday? Your one thing was the Niners take care of their guys. And when you were talking about July and after, and you're right. But FP, that's my version of taking care of your guy, knowing that Ayuk would have those thoughts or like, you know what? Let's take that off. If FP is family and we want him around and, you know, guys like him and we're trying to win, I think I would meet you halfway, not holding out, playing poker and, we don't got to do it until we got to do it. We'll let the clock strike 12. I don't know whose voice that is. But I'm just telling you, FP, I wouldn't want you to have to go through that mental warfare. And I would want Kyle to talk about Ayuk. Like, I'm about to play this sound. This was Kyle yesterday talking about McCaffrey's extension. 2 years for $38 million, 19 per, and he got 24 guaranteed, which I think was a steal. But listen to this and how glowingly Shanahan talks about McCaffrey.
Every year he's been in the league, seems like he's been the same guy since he's walked in the building. He's the same guy every day on and off the field, and I'm pumped to have him here for a long time.
And it's not just about talent, but that was a head coach that was like, FP, it was a no-brainer. We took care of our guy. He's worth it. And I'm not saying Kyle's not doing that with Ayuk, but if I'm Ayuk, I would that's what I want my coach to talk about my situation.
You can't talk about the situation while there's negotiations going on because you could affect the leverage of the situation. I'm sure Kyle would love to say that, but he can't sit there and say anything other than super generic things about Brandon Ayuk.
You know what? Speaking of
I would love to have him back. I would love to have him here. That's it.
You know what? Speaking of which, he did bring up Ayuk's name. He talked about Trent Williams and Ayuk not being at minicamp.
Trent's daughter's graduating today. Should be here tomorrow. NBA contract stuff.
Well, see? Hopefully it'll work out. Like,
your coach just said that you're invaluable and that we can't go on without you. And then the agent takes that to ownership and takes it to Jed and said, your coach said this, and now you have leverage because of something your head coach said. So once they sign and all that negotiating business crap's done, he can say whatever he wants about Brandon. He loves Brandon Ayuk.
You know what? Let's go out to Daly City and talk to Riff Raff. He wants to talk Niners. What's up, Riff Raff? Oh, boy. Yeah. Call back. We're here. But, I get you, FP. And what did you say? You heard the great throw me the damn ball, former number 1 pick for the New York Jets, Keyshawn Johnson. What did he say? Was that you telling me what he said about
he said he goes, minicamp's overrated. Same thing I said for 4 hours. We talk about minicamp for 4 hours. Not the game. Not the game.
We were talking about attendance.
We talked about minicamp for 4 hours yesterday.
Too.
Not the game. But Keyshawn said, he goes, you go to minicamp and they do brain surgery on you. They implement the new offense and the new defense, and you go away for 8 weeks and forget it all, and then they got to do it all again when you get back to camp.
That's
how important mini camp is.
I believe
it's not important.
We'll be joined here shortly at 1 o'clock by Jennifer Lee Chan, 49ers beat writer for NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll get her thoughts on everything that's going on with the 49ers. And FP, this is football's king. Shout out Elvis, rest in peace. But the reason it's king is because you only get one game a week. And I love the fact that every 49er player, coach are tapping into, you know what, Guru and FP, we've been the big dog since 2019. We blew a 10-point lead to Mahomes and Andy Reid. We should have won the Super Bowl then. We had their ass last year, and we lost a couple NFC championships. Our quarterback got knocked out, and I bring all that up, FP, because the Niners right now are bear hugging the fact that it's Super Bowl or bust. And just from a fan standpoint, I appreciate you telling us what time it is. They know they've been top dog. They know they tricked off some Super Bowls. I appreciate everybody in Ninerville saying what it is. We want to go win this damn thing. We might not, but we're not running from what it should be. And the theme for the 2024 Niners is we need to go win that thing. I love it.
Yeah, embrace it.
Embrace it.
Why have it be the elephant in the room that you got in there, haven't got it done? And maybe that's just a team-wide thing. Like the mind,
embrace it.
The body doesn't go anywhere the mind hasn't gone first. So why not talk about Super Bowl and have every last rep of practice be like Super Bowl? Like the 2-minute drill, Super Bowl drill.
I'm not
and
mad
just be
at
like
that.
Super Bowl. Talk about it all year. Like Tom Brady talks about. Every single practice in camp, every single rep he took, every preseason game, he treated it like it was a Super Bowl. So when he got to the Super Bowl, it was just another game.
Wow.
So as an organization that's been picked and has been there and has failed, that has all the talent in the world, has one of the best rosters assembled in the NFL right now, why don't you address the elephant in the room and talk about it? Why don't you just get it out there
and that's
say,
what they've done?
Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
And then every time you get up in the group, you just say Super Bowl, and then you break and go do it to your everybody go to their position.
Steiny and I fight over
Super
that
Bowl.
all the time.
Everything's Super Bowl.
We don't have to
have a big thing up in the locker room. Super Bowl. Or number 6, or have big 6s everywhere.
Yeah, what did you,
Kyle? Not 3 6s, but just 1 6. Have 1 6, like for this title number 6, and just embrace the hell out of it.
And it's so easy. And I think fans appreciate that.
Talk about it every single day.
I'm
Have
with
plays
you.
called Super Bowl. Have this Super Bowl. Have dinner tonight called Super Bowl meeting. Like just embrace the whole thing. And so when you're there, it's just another game. If you're lucky enough to get there, it ain't that easy.
Yeah, and no fool would sit here and think that, any club or team, organization is not thinking about the future. You definitely got to do that. But for Kyle, a couple weeks ago was the draft. He was talking about, I'm not worried about 3 steps later. We're worried about what's in front of us. And, I was like, damn, I can appreciate, especially from a coach that got close and hadn't won it. He's great, but all he needs is this ring to solidify his greatness. And I was like, you know what? You didn't run from it. You did what FP just said, the E word, embraced it. So I appreciate that. Guess what? Riff Raff called back from Daly City. Let's go out to Riff Raff. What's up, baby?
Hey, Daryl, FP, how you doing?
All right.
Dude, you only get one shot at the title. You're lucky Daryl took your call. Let's go. What do you got?
Yeah, that's why I don't do what you do for a living. I ain't quick enough, brother.
I'm joking. What do you got, dude?
FP, you are the Kurt Hennig of radio talk. You are Mr. Perfect, man. I don't know why you don't have your own show.
Thank you. I don't know who Kurt Hennig is, but I appreciate that. Wasn't he an ice skater? Was he an ice skater?
Daryl does.
It was who's Kurt Hennig?
WWE, Mr. For Wrestler.
Oh, all right.
My boy Kay from New York.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
No, you're a rock star, bud. Real quick, I have faith in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're as good a GM coach as Bill Walsh and John McVay ever were. They're going to do the right thing. They're going to make everybody happy. They're going to do what's right for the team. I trust these guys. I'm 65 years old. They go back a long ways. It's going to all work out. I don't know why it's your business too, but why we broadcast athletes' salaries. It's nobody's business what I make for a living or yours, but it's necessary. They're going to figure it out. Everything's going to be fine. They're going to make one more run at this thing, and I think this is the last year, though, honestly.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, he's fired up.
I do too.
Now is the time. Listen for the next 15 minutes, FP, and we'll ask a question to answer for you to answer for a chance to win a Golf Bro bobblehead and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. So listen, for the next 15 minutes, we'll ask a question for you that was asked on this show. You answer it correctly, you win a Golf Bro bobblehead and FP qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Sir.
Did you see the splash hit bobblehead the Giants are going to give away?
No.
It's Lamont Wade Jr.
And he had the water on the side. I thought that was genius.
The squirter bobblehead.
That is incredible,
it's
man.
Awesome. They got the squirter bobblehead celebrating the
I thought about Dibley's old Baby Shaq. He's got so many endorsements, but Dibs,
I love it.
This squirt commercial. Squirt here.
Yeah, that's cool. It's an interactive bobblehead.
You know what? We were playing some sound. I want you to hear Kyle on Logan Thomas, because we were talking, nobody's been really bringing him up.
The Commanders.
Yeah,
he's a former quarterback turned tight end from Virginia Tech.
Let's see what Kyle says, what he brings to the team.
I really wanted to just up the competition there with the group and get a guy in there who's had success in this league in the run and pass game, who's been on a few teams and done it before. We like our group and there's some competition there, but having the opportunity at this point in the season to be able to add a veteran like Logan with his skill set and be able to get him in here to come compete and him being ready for it was something we were kind of pumped to pull off at this time. And we're just going to have him watch this week because he just got here today, and we'll give him a chance to come in training camp and compete with those guys.
Wait, he's just going to watch minicamp? He's not going to participate? Minicamp's so important, Guru.
I wasn't saying it like that. Just come on, meet me halfway, man. Free Ayuk, pay Ayuk. I just want him to get paid.
He's going to get paid.
You think so?
I'm not worried about it a bit.
We got Jennifer Lee Chan coming up from NBC Sports Bay Area. She's awesome. I'm doing my FP version of. We went to the Super Bowl. The station sent us, and we were on Radio Row, and I ran into her, and she was awesome.
She's the best.
She is cool.
She knows her stuff.
How hard is it to be down to earth, FP? Because you're a former athlete. That's why I think
hard.
One of your best attributes is you got to be down to earth.
It's super hard talking to all these peasants in their car right now.
Boy.
It's really hard.
I asked FP this morning about a water cooler. I'm just a random dude. I don't know where it comes from.
Random dude.
And I said, FP, what type of car do you drive?
Stop.
No, but I don't. But I did ask you that, right?
Yeah, you're nosy as hell.
Now,
you didn't tell me what kind of car you drove.
It's Cadillac. I tell I volunteer it. Yeah, 2019 XTS. Hey, tell the people what you drive. It's a beautiful car.
No, I'm not. That's none of anybody's business.
So you're one of them dudes.
I'm not. I talked about myself and all that personal stuff way too much yesterday. I don't care. It doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. It matters what kind of heart you have, what kind of person you have.
I wasn't judging you on the car you drove.
It's not about the brand name car you drive. It's not. I ride my scooter around the city, Guru.
There's only one dude that does that. Hunter Pence.
I have an e-scooter.
You can't steal from him.
I have an e-scooter that my car
Where you park
stays
that
parked.
thing?
My car, it's parked in like the closet in my house it's getting plugged in right now.
Okay.
I walked today because the weather's so nice.
Yeah, no.
And the e-scooter on Market Street, like zigzagging outside these buses and then the cable cars, and it's gnarly, dude. It's a lot safer to walk.
I love it. And you know what? I apologize for prying. All right, you gave me the answer, but you tricked me on air.
Nobody cares in their car what kind of car I drive, and then you start to talk about like no, that's just silly. That's silly.
Well,
although yours is baller though. You have a really nice car. Good for you.
Don't make fun of me.
No, that's a beautiful car. Is it an Escalade?
No.
I thought you have an Escalade.
I didn't like that joke.
You don't have an Escalade?
No, I didn't like that, Evan.
Oh, you're supposed to say something? You have another promo for Steph Curry's jersey?
No, I'm listening to you.
No, I'm done.
That was too short. You're not done.
Got an hour.
We got an hour. Oh, my God. All right. Let's get back to the Niners and sports and everybody pissed about Luis Matos getting sent down.
That is kind of a bummer. That's all. But I'll give you love because you're worried about just his psyche. I'll give you that.
I mean, maybe it's the dad in me worried about how he'll respond to being he'll respond to being the National League Player of the Week, dude.
That's real talk.
The best player in the National League. You know who the American League Player in the Week was that week? Aaron Judge. It was Aaron Judge and Luis Matos. And now Luis Matos is in Sacramento.
Who had struggled, though. So if we were judging Ramos and Matos, when they both came up, Matos got it quicker. He was shining a little brighter. And then Matos is kind of surpassed him, obviously. And he's doing well right now, and he's still up with the team. So I am with you. That kind of stinks for Matos.
And I'm not being critical of anybody because they know their players better than I do. I think you become a championship player, a winning player by dealing with adversity at the highest level and figuring things out, making the adjustments. Now on the other side, you're going to have a more polished, winning championship type player that if you keep sending him back to AAA and dealing with the mental anguish and the mental fatigue of back and forth and playing in front of 40,000 people, sellout crowd, Yankees on a Sunday to 3,000 people at whatever in Sacramento or wherever they're going to play now, Salt Lake City, whatever it is. And then getting up for those games, concentrating, have the will to climb all the way back up. Like prospects back and forth to me is a scary thing because you don't know how they're going to react. and I think it retards development. That's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong.
And Wotus, we had the great Ron Wotus on. He talked about, he could come right. Obviously, you don't want it to be because of an injury, FP, but I'm wondering with what he's dealing with Matos, he knows he's just a millisecond away from coming back. You know what I mean? It's not like, okay, we sent you down and it's got to be 60 days before we can bring you back.
Still, though.
I hear you. That's just a bummer.
You can tell me I'm coming right back. You're our guy. Go down there and work on this.
How was your experience with the minors? Was that happening to you or no? It was different then?
No, when I got called up, that was it.
Okay,
I wasn't going back ever.
All right.
And I didn't until the very end when I was kind of a player coach in Sacramento.
No, that's dope.
Yeah. So, I don't know how personally to handle the back and forth thing. I've just seen the toll it's taken on guys. It's not easy.
Yeah. And we'll see if the Giants can get off the mat today. Losers are 6 in a row. And, again, I just keep going back to that road trip, Pittsburgh and New York. And the one thing I say to myself, Goo, third person, is, you know what? You fell for it. Because you talk about how bad the Mets are playing, the New York Mets, they're calling them that, and the Pirates. You were down 4 or 5 runs a few times. So technically, you weren't playing great baseball. You came back. But if we hone in on, why were you down to the Pirates and Mets, maybe we're not surprised that they've lost 6 in a row. Just a thought.
No. I think that's a legit take. But when you look at the standings, where are the Pirates right now? I'm trying to scroll through this as I'm talking.
They're 4 under.
They're 28 and 32, and the Giants are 29 and 33. The Diamondbacks are 29 and 32. So these teams you're talking about are the same record as the Giants. So you're talking about them like they're some last place team. They have the same record as the Giants. So I don't know if that makes the Giants bad and them bad, or the Giants good and them good.
But
you're talking like
I feel what you're saying.
Those teams are very equal to the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got?
All right, hit the contest line at 415-523-4652 for your chance to win a Warriors lunchbox and qualify to win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. The question is...
Question of the day is, since FP wouldn't tell us what he drives, what does he ride around the city of San Francisco?
Nice.
What does he ride? FP Santangelo, what does he ride around the city of San Francisco? Let's hit that number one more time, Gil.
I got it. 415-523-4652, baby. Yeah, Evan's smooth, man. I like that.
Grocery cart.
You went down Lombard Street in a grocery cart
with a helmet on.
Dude, the lines, they're calling right now, baby.
All right.
Well, good for you, FP. You didn't have that experience of, and I know we're going to take a break here, but getting your chain pulled going back down.
Nope,
so
never went backwards.
Wow.
I got lucky in that regard.
No, that's big time.
When I signed my first contract in Montreal, in the bowels of the clubhouse, Bill Stoneman was the GM of the Expos. And he said, Montreal, my first day in the big leagues. He said, sign right here. This is what you'll make when you go back to AAA. And I said, Bill, I ain't going back to AAA, but I'll sign it anyways.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll get back to some more football talk on the other side, and we'll be joined by the great Jennifer Lee Chan from NBC Sports Bay Area. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, FP Santangelo in for Matt Steinmetz. Boy, you've been on fire today. And I've been having fun talking about football. Football is in the air, and it looks like wide receivers, that's the position to be right now. I mean, they are just getting buku money, just like Christian McCaffrey got his new deal yesterday, FP. And you tell me if I'm misquoting you, but you're like, nothing to see here with Ayuk. He'll get his chicken. They'll work it out either this year or next year.
Well, I said it for, 3.5 hours yesterday, but I think, here's the thing. Like, you go track record, you go organization, you understand who you're dealing with here. It's the 49ers. They don't shortchange people. They always sign their big guys to contracts. And when you talk about their big guys, they haven't, it takes a minute. I mean, this is a business thing. And when you talk about the big contracts they've signed, Kittle, Warner, Debo, Bosa, massive extensions, none of those guys signed their deal before mid-July.
Gotcha.
So there's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
They're going to sign him. The band's going to be back together, and they're going one more push for number 6.
I was listening to Bonte and Shansky on the Morning Roast, and they had Lombardi on, and he gave his thoughts on, what this McCaffrey, the impact of this deal, if any, will have on Brandon Ayuk. Let's take a listen.
Doesn't mean anything for Brandon Ayuk. The Brandon Ayuk deal is happening in the receiver market. The receiver market is what might actually slow it down because we saw such an outlier with Justin Jefferson's contract that it's kind of, to be honest, I think it's confused a lot of the league. You might even be able to compare it to the Deshaun Watson contract a couple of years ago when the Browns gave him that fully guaranteed deal. It was unprecedented. And then a lot of people at the time said, well, okay, now here come all the fully guaranteed deals for quarterbacks. And that never happened. The rest of the league never followed suit. So that remained an outlier. And this Justin Jefferson contract is 70% larger in terms of fully guaranteed money than anything that had happened before it at the receiver position. It's a good chance that the league is going to view it as an outlier again. And the first teams to really put to the test regarding that will be the 49ers because they're negotiating with Brandon Ayuk, and the Cowboys because they're negotiating with CeeDee Lamb. Maybe the Bengals too with Jamar Chase. But anyway, that's the main focus point for the Brandon Ayuk deal.
Well, interesting. So, I mean, I didn't understand. I know Justin Jefferson. If you ask me right now, you hadn't, who the best receiver in the game is, he would be in my top 2 or top 3. But that contract, good God, and you don't even know who's going to be throwing them the
J.J.
football.
McCarthy, baby.
Well, it looks like he's the leader in the clubhouse, but they got some other options. But it was like, the Vikings were like, you know what? We got Jerry Rice. It don't matter if FP or Guru's throwing him the ball. We know he's badass, and he got paid. That's some buku money. But a lot of what you're saying about the Niners and how they do their business is real. It hit me. So I do get people out there saying there's nothing really to see here. But Lombardi had a thought also on how the extension for McCaffrey helps the Niners and Christian.
He had $24 million scheduled to come to him over the next 2 seasons. But that money was not guaranteed. And as we know, Christian McCaffrey is one of the best players in the NFL. He wanted some more security. The 49ers said, okay, we'll give you some more security. And the great thing is, if we turn this $24 million into a guarantee, we could actually stretch it out into future years because it prorates against the cap if it's a signing bonus or an option bonus. So the 49ers won too. Christian McCaffrey won, and that his contract now becomes guaranteed, the $24 million of it. The 49ers won by virtue of being able to spread that money into the future. And San Francisco also picked up some extra contractual control, 2 more years of Christian McCaffrey under contract. And when you have a Hall of Fame caliber player on your team, making sure he's under contract for a longer period of time is always a good thing.
That's what you call a deal when both parties, FP, are happy when it's all said and done. How about that?
He had 2 years left on a contract that was 4 years, $64 million. And now, I mean, he's
none of that was guaranteed.
And now I don't understand anything he said about versus the cap, but it was advantageous for cap space. It was advantageous for McCaffrey. Well, you think he'd get a number retired as a Niner?
No, that's a great question.
Do you think 23 will go down in the Hall of Fame for the Niners? Or does he have to win a ring for that to happen?
He has to win a ring, but the qualifier is Kevin Durant won 2 with the Golden State Warriors, but he left. So I don't see a scenario to where McCaffrey leaves the 49ers. But FP, that's funny you asked that. I feel, let's just say they had won it last year. I think, my gosh, I could see that happening.
But he has to win one for it to happen.
You got to win a chip.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you got to win a chip. Other than that, like, that's why I keep, I don't laugh, and I'm bringing up Garoppolo and that era of 49ers football, but yet they still have not gotten past, the Super Bowl. And you got the likes of McCaffrey. So it's kind of funny, FP, and that's why I gave them kudos, because the players and coaches are all tapping into, embracing, we got to win it all for this to be a success, man.
Embrace it. Wrap your arms around it. Love the pressure. That means you're good. Teams are coming after you. You got to be on your A game every single Sunday. They want a piece of you.
Now, you want to talk about an OG, a guy that is, I'll say, facing the music. Mooney Ward is on his last deal with the Niners, and listen to him talk about what this season means to him and him just playing on it.
Yeah, I like to stick around. I feel like it's a good team. They love me here. I love it here. Love all the coaches, love my teammates. But, I just let my agent handle it. That's the business side of things. I'm just do my job, go out there and ball, put the pressure on them. Hopefully they give me a bag. If they don't, I know it won't be like any bad blood in between me and them. It's just like, it'll be a business decision. But I'm pretty sure they'll like to have me, and I'd like to stay here for sure.
Dude, we're watching ESPN right now. They got Kyle Shanahan on. They just said Brandon Ayuk holding out last year, 14, and they showed Ayuk on a baseball field making an over-the-shoulder catch, running into the warning track close to the fence like an outfielder in center field.
Is that true?
Yeah,
I missed that.
Mal Mooney was talking.
He's on the softball field.
He's on like a softball field making catches over the shoulder with the fence. See, we got it. This guy's been talking.
I'll go Stephen A. Smith. You better be careful, Ayuk.
Yeah,
you
don't run into the fence. Remember, Brandon, the warning track is a warning that the fence is coming.
But Mooney Ward, that was just as real as it gets. I hope they give me the bag. But he's going to go out there and ball, all the risk that is involved in an NFL season, FP. And you talk about this team, obviously, they're going to make the playoffs. So you're playing more than just 17 games. But damn, if I had what I deem leverage of my services, I'm sorry, I got to use that because I am not waiting. I'm not waiting. And we see it all the time. So I don't think his teammates would think any different of Brandon. And I know you're laughing and, having fun with the bit of, it's just mini camp. But Brandon Ayuk, I think the thing is going to go into camp if they can't work something out. And I get it, brother. Don't come risk anything.
So you think this is going to get weird?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
You do. I don't. I think the Niners are going to take care of business. They always sign their guy. Brandon Ayuk is one of the elite receivers in the NFL right now. People look at me sideways when I say that. He's on his way to or already elite, and they need him. In their minds, they do what they want to accomplish without him, probably. Probably they go out and get somebody and plug him in, and they probably feel like they could, but that's not going to happen.
But what's funny is when you cite, we can even go back as far as Fred Warner, and it's different in his position, Bosa, and even Debo. It was not 4th of July in regard to other receivers getting their bag. And that's what's so funny about this Brandon Ayuk situation. There's a wide receiver boom right now, FP, and that just leads me to think Ayuk, not that he's wrong for having these thoughts, but if he's seeing A, B, C, D, E, and F getting paid, he might be really saying and hearing from his family and friends and his agent, hey, I'm as good as FP. Damn it, I want to find out what how valuable I am to my team. Not play this year out and then find out and risk injury. I'm going to put my foot to the pedal and I'm going to find out now. So that's what's interesting to me about this. Is he's watching everybody else get the bag. Debo was quiet on the set, maybe a guy or two signed. It wasn't even too. Bosa, I ain't going anywhere. This is different, FP, and that's why I'm wondering if he has a false sense of self-worth to where his value or his number is inflated, and Kyle and John are like, can you believe this?
No,
FP trying to take us to the cleaners.
How do you think he has a false sense of self-worth? He's like
if it came out
their
what
best
he's
receiver,
asking, right there. But if he's asking for Jefferson money and the other guys, the other top receivers, the Waddles of the world and the St. Browns, That's why I'm saying to you the possibility, not that it's etched in stone, the possibility that he might be like, I want a few more M's. And what Evan said yesterday to us that kind of went under the radar, the fact that if he is looking at this, and again, we're talking about divas, receivers, if he's looking at McCaffrey getting, his deal getting done before Ayuk's, he might be like, you know what, agent? Add another 1 or 2, 3 mil on that number. Whatever that number's at. And I could be totally wrong. And there's nothing.
McCaffrey thing, you were really hooked on he's offended because McCaffrey signed first. That has no bearing. And if it has any bearing at all, it means we're all in to win and we're going to do whatever it takes to win. The way the 49ers work, I wouldn't be surprised if they sign him to the deal he wants and it's taken off the salary cap and it has room and they get creative with it. There's... I guess it's something to talk about on the radio, but that could happen. Literally, if I wasn't doing a show with you, this would not even be a blip on my radar screen right now.
And you know what? I believe if we were, because CeeDee Lamb, he's doing the same thing in Dallas. He's holding out. But I don't think there's any question on how valuable CeeDee Lamb is to the Cowboys because he plays in a different system. But last year, he just put up video game numbers. And that's why Ayuk is intriguing because I feel like not the system is holding him back, but he's better than the numbers he put out. So that's why I can't wait when it's all said and done.
He might be putting out the numbers, not to interrupt, because of the system. Yeah. Because there's 4 other weapons you got to worry about on offense, which allows him to get open every once in a while.
That's interesting.
Maybe his numbers wouldn't be this good if he didn't have Kittle and Debo and McCaffrey.
You know what? I'm not mad at that.
Third and Jawan.
So you're saying he's benefiting from not being the number one?
Yeah, because you can't just take him away. You have to take what teams did is take McCaffrey away and make Brock Purdy beat you, or take Kittle away and make Ayuk beat you. So there's going to be different weeks based on matchups, based on schemes where he's going to be the featured guy. There's going to be weeks where you just don't hear from him. And the one thing I was thinking about, Goo, the other, Brock Purdy calls most of the plays on the line of scrimmage. Kyle will put him into 2 or 3 different plays. And if he was upset about the Super Bowl and his usage, maybe Brock Purdy was checking off into plays that didn't include him, where the play was originally to include him, and they went with choice B and C. So, for me, I don't know if that's on the coach or that's on the system that he was mad in the Super Bowl, but you want to contribute on the biggest stage, right? You want to be part of it,
no doubt.
But there's 2 ways to go about this. I think that Brandon Ayuk's an elite receiver. But I also think he's benefiting from the system he's in because of all the weapons that he's surrounded by.
You know what? And the reason I said you kind of blew me away with that take, and I'm not saying you're wrong, is Mike Florio joined Bonte and Shasky this morning, and he talked about Ayuk and his impact on opposing defenses. Check this out, FP.
I mean, he's second-team All-Pro, but would he be the guy that keeps you up at night game planning? Is he the guy that you have to put 2 defenders on everywhere he goes? I don't think he's that guy. So, I think there's a lot of guys you could put at that spot in the 49ers offense who would put together 1,300-plus receiving yards and be a second-team All-Pro. And again, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think it's elite, rare skills like Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, absolute top-of-the-market guys.
Wow, that was this morning with the guys. FP, it almost is down the lane than what you just said to me. And I would tell Mike this because I don't know what his intent was, and he was just being real. But when you say a guy's second-team All-Pro, and then you kind of say, I don't want to take anything away from him, but your whole gist was the reason he's second-team All-Pro is he's got a lot of guys helping him do his job, not being the main focus.
He would be second-team All-Pro playing for the Panthers.
Wow.
He wouldn't be. He would be first-team All-Pro playing for the Panthers.
And I do wonder, not trying to pick his brain. I think he's wonderful. I'm
not trying to downplay what he's accomplished because I think he's their best route runner. He's their best threat. He's their best receiver. I'm a huge fan of number 11. But he wouldn't be second-team All-Pro if he weren't on the Niners.
Now, let me lay this on you. I do wonder if Brandon Ayuk says, you know what, FP Santangelo? I would love the opportunity. I've won. I played in some big games. I would love to go to Carolina and prove that to your asses like you and other people that doubt me, and we couldn't say he wasn't a winner, right? But that would be putting his stats before winning, prioritizing what you talked about yesterday. Because let's be real, there's some dudes out there that want to put up numbers, and if they win 8-8, miss the playoffs, they would be okay knowing that at their position they were putting up buku numbers. We would be naive to think those type of players don't exist in all sports.
Yeah, but there's nothing like winning at the highest level, man. You could do whatever you want. There's no rules. I mean, there's laws, but I mean, like,
you're gonna wear your
as
ring
far as
tomorrow.
what you do in the locker room, what you do on the plane, what you do in the hotel, it was just so much fun winning at the highest level. Everyone just has a great time. It's the most fun you could possibly have. On the other side of that, there's nothing worse than losing at the highest level because
Which
you're
they
supposed
have
to
done
win.
on the biggest stage.
Yeah, 6 in a row. I mean, whatever it is, it's not fun losing on the highest level. There's some people on the YouTube chat saying that Brock Purdy doesn't call plays. Brock Purdy absolutely checks down in audibles all the time on the line of scrimmage. He has options. Yeah. They go to the line of scrimmage with 2 or 3 plays every play, and he tries to get them in the right play based on the coverage and reading the coverage and getting them in the right plays. And if a play that's called doesn't fit, he checks off all the time. Yeah. He's got that option.
FP and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. We want to hear from you. Niner thoughts on McCaffrey's new deal and the future of one Brandon Ayuk. 888-957-9570. It's interesting because we talked about the wide receiver position for the Niners, and I want you to hear some sound from Deebo Samuel. And why I appreciate it is, you know, Deebo could be playing his last year in San Francisco. We don't know. But what I love about raw and authentic stuff from the heart, the cardiac muscle, is you don't have your ears closed. You know what time it is. Check this sound out. This is Deebo talking about, you know, is he playing on the last year of his contract?
You know, at the end of the day, you know, contract was signed. I know what I signed up for, and we just focus on this year.
Wow. So he's basically telling you, FP, if I'm a sacrificial lamb, I'll leave up out of here if I'm the odd man out, knowing I got my bag. And that's what Brandon Ayuk is trying to do, is get his bag.
That's great to go out with a ring on your finger, dude. That's all I care about. Big old ring. We'll see you on Market Street in end of February?
And if you want to just talk about Deebo Samuel for a second, I remember pre-McCaffrey, FP, he was everything. He was this offense. And when he was holding out or said he wanted to trade and we were trying to scuttlebutt, Stoney and I were like, do you think his plate is too full? Do you think he's telling the Niners that they're using him too much? And they had a playoff run. Where was it? They had Garoppolo. They had won in Dallas. He was limping off. They went to the frozen tundra and Green Bay and won. And they had lost to the Rams that year in the NFC Championship game. But Deebo's a stud. I just wonder if the Niners have got the best out of him. He's gotten paid. And if Ayuk gets a bag, you do wonder if he somehow is not on the team here in the near future.
I was with Deebo holding out, by the way. I mean, Ohtani got paid for being a pitcher and a hitter. And then they're asking Deebo to be a running back, a return guy, and a receiver. If I was Deebo, I'd be saying, you got to pay me for 2 positions.
Wow,
you got to pay me for being a running back, and you got to pay me for being a wide receiver, especially if you're going to ask me to risk my health.
And we thought it could get funky because we didn't know if, you know, we never ended up knowing what was said behind closed doors, or if his agent, Deebo's FP, was saying, you know what, you're running me too much. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's got to be one or two things. It can't be both. Because let's be real, the right on the table is he would get nicked up, you know? He would be there.
He's so physical.
Yeah.
He's so
sometimes too physical.
When I see him kickoff return, I just cringe, dude. I don't like seeing Deebo returning kicks, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just like, no, what are we doing? Oh, it must be a big game if Deebo's back returning kicks.
And here I go. I sound like the old broken record. The Green Bay playoff game at home in the rain. That dude started the game, FP. He didn't finish. He was gone early. And they won that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were lucky to win that game.
Oh, man. I'm ready for football season. Is that bad in June 5th?
No, not at all. It's time. It's camp. Even though the camp you don't like.
I love football more than I love baseball. Is that blasphemous? I do.
Do you think you've grown up ever? I'm older than you, I think, FP. Do you think we've ever seen baseball or basketball be more popular than the NFL? I can honestly say I think the NFL has always been king. Even before the cable deal and the Thursday night, it's just that one day. It's like every Sunday's a playoff game, FP. And the NBA with 82 games. Major League Baseball 162. You can't mimic that Sunday where it's just you feel that loss or win for a whole week.
Yeah, but there's just something so like I don't know, primal about it too. That it's like one game and it's just like gladiators in an arena and it's very physical and it's all stuff that like we go back to the Romans.
Yeah, no load management either.
There's no load management. Yeah. It's like selling out every Sunday, everything you got crashing into each other. I mean, we don't care about their CTE 20 years from now. Yeah. I mean, we just want to be entertained on a Sunday. And then when you have your team and there's so much buildup all week and you talk about it all week in the office, around the water cooler.
Yeah.
And then here comes Sunday and then you pregame with your friends. You either go to the game, go to a bar, watch at home. And then your whole Monday and maybe Tuesday and Wednesday are determined by whether your team wins on Sunday. It can dictate your mood for a couple of days until you turn the page for next Sunday.
Wow.
And then if you lose into a bye week, it sticks with you for a while. Like last night's loss with the Giants was tough. They're playing today and it's another game. If the Warriors have a tough overtime loss or a last second shot beats them, like happened a couple of times this year, they're playing and maybe not the next night, but they're playing, in a couple of days and that's over. But in football, man, you got to sit with it. You got to sit in it, whether it's a win or it's a loss. And there's so much to love about it.
I got a quick question for you and the listeners. So everything you described was Evan Spadoni and our chat we have on Football Sunday, which is Thursday now and Monday night. But how much of the fantasy element and the fantasy football element do you think, like you described me, hardcore football fan, forget fantasy, but how much of fantasy football is taken off to where you think, you know what, Goo, football's so king, but I bet 50% of it now is just the gambling component of it as opposed to the hardcore fan.
Yeah,
I think, go ahead.
I think the fantasy element of it is
just out of control.
Out of control. I mean, I'm in the minority. I don't play fantasy football because
Are you kidding me?
I don't. I played 1 year with the Giants, won the whole thing. My name's engraved on the trophy in the clubhouse, and I dropped the mic, and that's it. Hey, yeah.
You don't partake in?
No. I don't want to root against my guys because they're going against my fantasy. That's why I don't gamble either. It takes the fun out of it.
Takes the fun out of it. I don't think I've met too many people that don't play fantasy football.
I told you I'm in the minority. I like to go to the bar. I like to put my Niners gear on and scream and yell and hoot and holler and root for my team.
Where were you for the Super Bowl, if you don't mind me asking? If I'm not prying. You don't have to give me the address, but where were you? Where'd you
at the Battery for a while.
Oh, you know
and
what?
Then I went to the bus stop after. My two spots, mostly the bus stop. I was going to go to bus stop, but I thought it'd be a S show, so I just
So what did you numb the pain with?
The Battery was terrible.
Patron.
By the way. That was the worst call ever to watch a Super Bowl there. It was terrible.
It wasn't popping?
It was terrible. It was a bunch of nerds that
So
never watched sports.
What did you use to numb the pain of the Super Bowl loss? Like, was that all-nighter?
I don't know, Goo, if it's like based on experience. I know how hard it is.
So you know how to deal with the heartache.
But I was over it quicker than most. That was hard. I didn't go hard after the game. You know what I was bummed about? I watched with my son.
That's what you told. Yeah, there you go.
And I was bummed that we were going to go tear it up in the marina if they won. We were going to go have a blast. We were going to go party like rock stars if they won. And then we were just bummed. We were just bummed. Yeah. He was in the mission. We talked about it.
Yeah, that's true. I was watching the game in a hot tub. We were doing the pregame show together.
Yeah,
we're talking about where we were going to go.
Did Evan say hot tub?
Oh, it was great. Yeah,
I just thought of Hugh Hefner. He's got a great doc on Prime. You got to check it out. Put the hot tub, Evan. Get it in, baby.
I was in the hot tub.
Yeah. But if I'm correct, I believe your son thinks you're a jinx because normally when you guys watch together, the Niners lose. I'm sorry, I had to drop that.
We made the bad decision on where we watched it. It was a terrible decision. It was probably our fault they lost based on where we decided to watch it.
It went OT, though. It went OT.
Oh, man. We were really bummed that we didn't, like, they robbed us the chance of just raging in the city where the city was out of control. Yeah. In a good way, of course.
No
doubt. Like burning things down. I never understand when cities, like, loot and vandalize their own city because they won. Like, and they flip over cars and burn them. And
Kay's going to know this for me. There's a 30 for 30 now. I want to say Vancouver hockey, where it's called Why We Riot, and it's when they won the Stanley Cup final, but the whole thing is just predicated on them just trashing their city.
I don't get that.
Yeah. We'll talk about it more on the other side.
You see why Edmonton's winning right now?
It's our too short
segment. Did you see why Edmonton's winning, the Oilers right now?
No.
No, they just Google it. You'll see.
when Evan puts his hand in the air, we got to go.
There's two really big reasons why Edmonton's winning right now.
Yeah, it's a great set of eyes.
There you go. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Don't talk about that.
The most exciting event of the year is here.
man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, no, Steiny. It is the one and only number 14 from your San Francisco Giants, FP Santangelo, holding it down. Where are your headphones, bud? You got to be ready when we come back from break,
I'm
man.
celebrating in Texas and celebrating in Texas. Celebrating in Texas.
You know I'm playing with you. Hey, I'm in a good mood.
So am I.
But can I tell you something I saw last night that kind of brought me down?
Wait, why are you going to buzzkill right now? You just want to get it out?
I have to.
You want me to counsel? I'm a good counselor, dude.
I could see you. You're a great listener, FP.
What'd you say?
When you're not, that's a 4. FP, when you're not talking, you're a great listener, man.
That means
well,
I'm
can
not
I tell you something I saw that bothers me?
I don't know. Homeless people?
No, I root for them.
So do I,
do all that I can.
Everyone's freaking out because there's an encampment behind where I live now, and I'm like, just let them be, man.
There's an encampment everywhere.
Just chill. Yeah. They're just trying.
Man.
Not 5, not 6.
I was getting off BART the other morning. We just walking over people sleep. I'm like, how about wake the person up and give them $1 or $2?
Exactly.
We are just cold.
Everyone's freaking out right now.
Let me not get fired.
Yeah.
But, Kendrick Perkins. The 7-footer that played for the Boston Celtics.
I like Kendrick Perkins.
You're by yourself. You know what? I'm warming up to it too. Molly. But listen, I'm watching the Red Sox game yesterday, and he's taking BP at Fenway. And this dude's an enforcer, an NBA athlete. The athletic gods have given you gifts. And FP, I teared up watching him swing a baseball bat. And my question to you, being the former pro athlete, is, why can't NBA guys swing a bat? Why can't other sports swing a bat? Like, this looked like, oh my gosh, my 8-year-old can swing it. Or he might. What's going on? Talk to me.
First of all, you got to stay in shape. Although you could make an argument that round is a shape.
This wasn't about shape, though.
Yeah, but it's weird to me that baseball players can shoot a basketball, some can dunk.
Yeah.
Football players can play basketball, some can dunk.
Mike Trout.
But football players can't play baseball, and basketball players can't play baseball. Have you seen first pitches? Yeah. When they throw out first pitches? Fred, did you see Fred Warner throw out the first pitch?
It hurt my heart.
Oh, man, I love Fred Warner.
This dude inflicts wheel on Sunday's
terrible.
Pain. And you can't throw or even swing the bat, FP. I don't understand it.
Well, here's the thing. There's two things that involve. You never play catch off a slope. So when you go onto the mound, you finally throw downhill off the slope. That throws people off. Plus, when you get in front of 40,000 people and you're doing something you're not used to doing, like you can get the Chuck Knobloch thing in a hurry.
Steve Sachs.
I had one of my dear friends was lucky enough to throw out the first pitch of the Giants game, and he played baseball all the way through college, and he got out there and he did like a 50 Cent, like he yanked it, threw it over toward the on-deck
mayor of
circle.
Cincinnati, some of the worst throws ever. Now, you didn't ask this. I had the pleasure and the honor, FP, of throwing the ball out. Bo Mail was a manager for the A's. I threw the first pitch. I went on top of the rubber.
Did you nail it?
I got the video and I got the audio of Melvin being asked about my throw, and Stoney corrected me. Aldretti, former catcher, he was the third base coach at the time, but he caught the pitch.
Strike?
Yeah, I think his thumb might have been a little messed up. Bo Mail alluded to that.
Good for you. Heat. Good for you.
It was Game 7. Tom Seaver, Doc Gooden. So I don't understand why pro athletes can't at least throw it over the plate or swing like you played the game before.
Dude, best first pitch ever was George Bush after 9/11. And Yankee Stadium World Series.
You know what? He did throw a hell of a pitch.
Whatever you think about politics, check that the door.
I was watching that live.
At that time, the pressure on that first pitch was right down the middle.
Fool me
if
once.
He bounced that after 9/11, or he threw it halfway
that
up the
was
screen,
a strike. He threw that.
Was huge.
I'll give you that.
That's the best first pitch ever in the history of first pitches. I did. I was lucky enough to get the boopies ready. The boops. I did the first pitch for the River Cats opening day this year. They were very nice enough, very humble to say yes and to do that. Dude, I was so nervous.
But did you get it over? You got it over?
I missed high because I wasn't bouncing it. And I did it from the grass. I didn't go up to the rubber because I was not bouncing it. There was probably like 2,000 people there too because the night before got rained out. It was a makeup game, so they asked me to come back on Saturday. I was still nervous, dude.
Yeah. Speaking of which.
Do you know why I'm not coaching anymore? I couldn't throw batting practice. I got Chuck Knobloch, Steve Sachs, and batting practice for the San Jose Giants.
Let me tell you who could throw batting practice.
I was hitting kids.
Yeah.
I was bouncing.
What's that about?
We were in Scottsdale, starting Scottsdale in spring training. All the coaches made me go in the cage at 7 a.m. They had these 2 kids in there that were 16 years old. Like, practice your BP, FP. I said, first kid, you couldn't do right in the back.
Oh,
7 a.m, dude. First pitch, right in the back.
But what did you learn from that? You just can't do it?
It's just a psychological, mental mind block that you can't do anything about. Never had it as a player. I hit you in the chest from any position I played.
Wow.
Shortstop, third, second, center field, hit the cutoff man. Accurate as hell. I got up on that little ramp with the L screen. Dude, I couldn't.
So you couldn't be in the home run derby, the pitcher.
I couldn't throw batting practice.
I'll tell you what, who I want to shout out.
That was the end of me.
My dad asked me this morning, what's going on with the Oakland Ballers? I come in today and Evan tells me they have 4,200. They had 4,200 people at their game, I believe, yesterday. So shout out to the Oakland Ballers.
Yeah.
That's more than the A's are getting.
Shout out to JT Snow. He's coaching the Ballers.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, he's the first base
you need
coach.
To bring him on.
Defensive coordinator. He'd love to come on. We get him on tomorrow. You want to get him on tomorrow?
Yeah, I would love to.
Ask him how the Ballers situation is going.
And Evan, what's the park? Evan, familiar with the park?
Raimondi Park in West Oakland.
Wow, man.
Raimondi Park?
That's tight.
4,200 people? Let's see what they get for game 2. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I just looked up at the news, saw the local activist / rapper, Mr. Fab. He's playing a celebrity softball game. He didn't have his elbow right, so I texted him, you got to keep that bad boy out. Make better contact. Because I hit one out at the company softball game Friday.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, somebody's got to say it.
Guru's a guy from
Kelly was there.
What is that movie where he says, I can throw that ball over the mountain? If Napoleon Dynamite, that's Guru. I hit home runs. I throw strikes.
Hey, I'm going to give you an 8 for the pool.
I threw fourth quarter, but in state champs, no doubt.
Look at my guys. Wow. You know what? I'm arrested there. You know who's coming in, FP, after this segment?
Who?
Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, let's go.
You think they'll be running hot?
I don't know. What are they running hot about?
Just chill.
You guys all run hot at this station. Do you guys have a mental health coach? I've never seen radio guys get so fired up about everything all the time. Do we have a couch?
There's a backhanded compliment in that.
You guys are all just
passion.
oh my God, this is the worst thing ever.
Is that me?
You all do that. You and Steiny argue the whole time. These guys get mad about everything. Argue. Shasky yells at the clouds every day. You guys just get
passion,
mad.
Though, FP.
You just a bunch of mad people at this station. You're all mad.
Dude,
you need a couch.
The FP Diary, that's a segment. Wow. Do you cuss at the radio?
I cuss at everything all the time.
Oh.
No, that's what you guys do.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
FP, that scared me a little bit. Oh, boy. I got to hear from you and everybody else. But I'm having fun, man.
I love that you guys are so passionate. I do. Yeah. That's why you're successful.
Well, I love you,
man. That's why you guys are so good at what you do.
Let's do it. We got up next the crossover with Mark Willard and the great Dan Dibley.
Hey, can we yell at him? Can we get in a fight?
Come up with something to act like you're mad at Dibbs for, because Willard, he'll know you're doing.
Dibbs goes for the jugular, though.
Yeah, but you need to act like you want to go for it.
He'll just take the knife out and stick it right in your throat and just be
He's the guy on the Game of Thrones. What's the guy's name?
What was your career batting average?
What was his name on the Game of Thrones you just asked about?
Dinkley?
Yeah.
Peter Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage and Corbin Carroll are twins. They're twins.
Coming up
Corbin
next,
Carroll and Peter Dinklage are twins.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
The Fantastic Four. How you guys doing, buddy?
Doing great. Happy to be here where it's not so damn hot. Oh, it's so damn hot.
And happy to be here with good people.
Yeah, my house is 95.
These are my favorite people right now.
Man, I was out there at the nursery trying to buy some plants.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Your boy's melting.
Do you and the missus
cube.
fight over air? Because we do at the Johnsons. I have to be cold. Yeah. I just turn it to 60-wheeler.
Well,
she comes turning it off.
Well, this is a story that's as old as life itself. Like,
And the kids are looking like
air.
I don't.
Yes, we do.
Listen. I think we can do this without coming off as sexist. Most women want it warm and most dudes want it cold. Like, that's every car I've ever been in.
Right.
Like, and I'm like,
can you turn the air down?
I can't breathe. Like, why? Now we're rolling windows down on the freeway.
Oh, geez.
Like, it's 80 degrees outside.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
And people are wearing hoodies. I'm just like, I can't do it.
I can't sleep. And I was like, I hit a home run at the company softball game. I
Oh
know
my
I'm not
God,
having
how
hot
many times you gonna
flashes.
say that?
Well, nobody's talked about it.
Yeah.
It got lost, so I'm going to bring it up.
While we're talking about the company softball game, and Guru's home run was, it's funny because Guru's like first 5 or 6 swings, we're like, oh my God, Guru, I hope no one's rolling tape on it.
Thought it was especially the first one, and someone was rolling tape on it.
But that will never get, my kids want it, they'll never get it.
So after like swing 6, it was like, all right, Guru, it was pop, like warning track. And then he got a 2-cheeker into it. It was like, all right, Goo, good for you.
And that was coming from, we call it the cafeteria. So that was more impressive.
No, it was impressive. Yeah. And then I get up there and I have my my little session and my pitcher.
Hurt. Yeah.
I didn't get hurt.
Who was the worst player?
No, he just always looks like he's hurt.
No, we were on air talking about, we were on air today. You were pitching. We said you did a phenomenal job.
Oh, no, I didn't get hurt.
No, he just left.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He left because the ball got hit right in his face, and, the net
right
saved
in the face.
him. Yeah, in the face. And
is that why you left?
The net saved him. The net saved him, but he was like, "We're not doing this again.
We're not doing line drives.
You hit a line drive at my face.
Yeah.
My life flashed in front of my eyes.
I quit.
I'm leaving.
It's over.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
I saw the whole thing.
I loved everybody's outing.
Who was the worst player that would have got sent down to public access radio after the game?
Bonte Hill. And I'll put my name on it.
Bad. Are you
during batting practice.
The ball went to him 8 straight times, and he caught none of them.
My batting practice pitcher, Joe Shasky, he comes up to me before I start hitting, and he goes, "Hey,
I love Shasky.
Hey, let's make sure we get Bonte involved." I said, "You want a Bonte finder?"
He peppered him.
Because I'm a bit of a batsman. I can hit the ball 80 to 85 feet, but I can hit it where I want it to go. So Bonte's over at second, and I'm batting righty.
He's a lefty.
First pitch, inside out, bap to Bonte. 3-hopper, that's an error. Next pitch, outside pitch, Dibber steps across, 2-hopper, that's an error. Then I switch to lefty. Because I can slap it with the best.
You're amphibious.
And I can swim. Inside pitch, pap to Bonte, line drive. It goes by him. Next one, lazy fly to Bonte. That's an error. He made Marco Luciano look like Ozzie Smith.
Wildest thing ever. Luciano showed up to the event and goes, "Catch the ball." It was like, what? What's the matter?
Now, he has the height, the size. I wanted to see him at the dish, though. I wanted him to, because Big.
And how'd that go?
I didn't see it. I was late, yeah.
Oh, I love. See, this is
I don't think it happened.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he took BP.
This was my main job in the clubhouse, was to stir the pot, and I just like.
No, you nailed it. I didn't know Bonte Hill spelled his name with 7 E's.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
I wanted you to be.
And they weren't silent either.
I'm a defender. We were all in sneakers, so it was even hard to hit.
Joe Shasky was not in sneakers.
Well, he's a pro.
Lucas Alexander wore stirrups.
Yeah,
our producer. He had tights and stirrups.
And we had Chris, the great Christie, pitch running for guys.
Sam Lubman thought he was in the lineup for the Giants that night. He thought he was going straight up. He was in uniform.
Anyway.
If you ask for the demotion.
Yeah.
Last thing about and I love you, Sammy.
I wanted you to be there. I wanted to see you.
Too.
He's too big.
I want to see it.
Last thing about me, FP, is I was on first after I got a little base knock my first time up. And there's a line drive to left, and your boy's I'm huffing and puffing a second. I got forced out at second by a 5-year-old.
Oh, you saw that.
That's a true story.
Yeah, it happened.
And it wasn't close
No.
either.
Did Bonte catch it?
Bonte.
I don't remember all
He's
the
eating
airs.
pizza by then.
Yeah, I don't remember all the airs, but y'all take inventory. What you got something about today?
This is great.
The softball game. That's it.
Stuff.
Give us a call if you're there.
Stuff.
This
Larry's going to join us in about 45 minutes, and we'll get into some of this, the 49er stuff.
I'm down on Larry.
You're down on
He'll be in here
there.
Friday. He stood us up yesterday.
He did, didn't
he was working.
Well, I had your back again. Like, we came in, and he had stood you up, and so the guys were like, Larry no-showed on Guru.
Oh, did you let him? Okay,
do you want him on? No.
Yeah.
No.
Can't do that.
I love it.
No, the station is like, lose the number for the
We
day.
a brotherhood here, FP. Yeah, and I'm the brother.
And this is the hood.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Brandon Ayuk, nothing to see here?
Well, certainly now. I mean, that's kind of what I want to get into. Like, I'm fascinated, and I get it. He's a great player, and we love Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
So there's automatically no different than Nick Bosa last year or Debo the year before that. There's going to be stress surrounding these guys, but it's interesting to me why the 49ers haven't maybe earned more stripes with some of their fans in terms of like trusting this process. I don't want to hear somebody yell to Forrest Buckner. I get it. Nothing is a catch-all. Nothing is 100% of the time. And if you want to get mad at the things you get mad at on Monday morning during the season, that's different. As far as constructing a roster and taking care of their guys, don't really know any organizations.
FP just ran off the list of guys they've taken care of.
Like, and look at the roster that Shanahan and Lynch had when they arrived, and look at it now, and tell me. I don't want to go into the weeds. Well, what about this guy? Just look at the roster now and look at it then, and tell me you don't have a little faith in their roster construction. That's my only question.
Well, and look at the organization too. And I said this yesterday during our handoff thingy. Like they're in first class. They're not going to try to cut corners. They're going to be creative in the way they construct a contract, how it pertains to the cap, how it pertains to the person. And they're not. This isn't a cheap organization. They're all in to win number 6. So that's where I kind of. What do you think about Matos getting sent down? Mark Dibbs.
I mean, he's been struggling. So there you go.
But he had one player of the week. He's young.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
3 weeks ago.
Like
what's he been 4 for 37
cents? Quit throwing a fastball.
You know my old. I don't get like for me. Yeah. I don't really care how old you are. I don't get into play the kids, and I don't get into don't play the kids. I get into who's going to win the game today. I was a little surprised that he got sent down, but you were already tucking him into the 9 hole in the order.
Yeah.
He was not hitting. I heard you say it earlier today. The league sees, player of the week. They make one adjustment. He now can't hit.
Yeah.
Is it a little bit reactive and quick for our tastes? Sure. But he wasn't playing well.
Yeah.
You got games to win. I don't care how old you are. They got games to win.
FP was worried about his psyche, though. I'm like, man, it's about the big club. He'll get over it.
Yeah. No doubt. I'm more worried about Brandon Ayuk's psyche. And, you see, and I'm not that worried about it, but as we drag into, June and July and, all the chatter about you're missing OTAs and what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk and boy, Ricky Pearsall looks really good. So, what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk, and you got Pittsburgh radio still talking about how, man, there are trade rumors. I mean, maybe something will happen. And Mike Silver's tweet yesterday about, here's one of the things that could happen. He could have to play on his 5th-year option, and maybe there's a chance that Ayuk could still get traded
him the next year if he does that. Like,
all that
why would he do that?
He wouldn't, and they wouldn't. But it still lives in the minds of. And I'm sure if you're Brandon Ayuk and you're sitting here on June 5th, you'd like to have your deal done and be in camp. And we saw the video earlier of him working out at some high school on a baseball field. I don't know what.
Dude, he was like making a catch.
The ball's thrown behind him.
It was behind him. He got to the warning track. Don't run into the fence, Brandon.
Exactly. And where is he? We were all debating where he could be because he was born in Rockland, but he went to high school in Nevada, and I know he went to college in Arizona. So we were trying to figure out what baseball field that was. But he clearly is sending that message to say, look, I'm putting in my work. I'm doing my thing. I'm Brandon Ayuk out here.
This is my thing, and we're all human. And I don't know Brandon Ayuk, but what I do know is when Debo, it was about him and his deal. When Bosa was up or Fred Warner, it was almost like the football world was about them. What I am intrigued by is young Brandon Ayuk is watching this boom every other day with receivers getting the bag. And I want to know, and I tell my kids, be all you can be. How does he see himself? Does he look at this offense like, you know what? In this offense, we'll win, but I really can't put up those video game numbers. So pay me and I'll be fine. And we're going to find out. But whether I am, like, Debo wasn't watching guys get the bag left and right. And I just wonder, and it's okay, where Ayuk, how much he values what he's worth, especially with CD out there and Jamar Chase. And the Niners like, we love you, bud, but you ain't that.
Well, he thinks he is, and I don't know that he's wrong. This is my experience with pro athletes. What do you think Brandon is? Make up a number. Is he the 8th best in the game? Is he the 15th best in the game?
Top 10, 12.
8th is good. 8th is fair.
I would imagine
that's a compliment.
That the top 10 receivers in the game.
In my view.
I think he has a chance to be the best.
Okay, but here's what I would say. The top 10 receivers in the world all think they're the best in the world. Who the hell doesn't? The top 10 point guards in the NBA, nobody's like, well, I'm not as good as Kyrie.
I'm better.
No, they all think they're the best in the game. That's the mindset. And I reject the second thing that made me think of, I sort of reject this idea that there's some sort of rub between the Niners and Brandon Ayuk because they don't throw the ball as much as other teams. I don't think anybody cares about that. I think the Niners are well aware of how good Brandon is. And Brandon is well aware of how good it is that he's on the Niners. Like, I don't think receivers
we just talked about that.
The idea of being under Kyle Shanahan with a good quarterback. I don't think anybody blows that off. Every time someone tries to make some sort of something about the Niner locker room, I laugh. Last week, remember that thing? Christian McCaffrey's had it with the games that Shanahan plays. And then you get a new contract and a sound clip from Christian who's like, this is the best place on earth. Nobody doesn't like what we're doing here. We love the teammates. We love the coaches. We love the staff. This is the vibe of the NFL. I think this is just flatly about money. That's it.
Right.
It's just about money. Brandon wants his. The Niners want to keep him and give him money. He wants a little bit more. They want to give a little bit less. That's just an employee in a company. I think it's as simple as that, and I think it gets done in August because that's when these things usually get done.
Yeah, and I do think that Justin Jefferson makes it a little bit more complicated because the ceiling got blown sky high, like the Wonka Vader. Talked about Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory when he goes through in the Wonka Vader and they blow through the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
That's Justin Jefferson right there playing the role of Charlie.
Who's the Oompa Loompas?
Charlie.
Who's the Oompa Loompas here? I love Oompa Loompas.
The Oompa Loompas probably Trent Williams and your various Brendel and Burford. Those guys would play the role of the Oompa Loompas in this analogy.
If you were wise, you'll listen to me.
Look at FP.
What do you get when your kid is a brat?
I love it. Were you a little bit Oompa Loompa-esque as a kid?
It off the top,
because I know that, you turned out to be a pro athlete and all the rest of it, because when I was a kid, I was super Oompa Loompa-esque.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union.
Support that man. He's not a procrastinator. Yeah. Don't just because you have till 05. Is that
Dibs ain't going diva on
Did you handle term papers that way?
Wow.
Mom, it's only Thursday and it's due Friday. I can start at 2 o'clock this morning.
Mom, let's be honest, and shout out Sue Dibley, rest in peace. You and I both know I'm going to junior college anyway. So even if I turn it in a week late, it's only down a grade. And this paper's going to be B level anyway, so my B becomes a C. Who gives a crap, Sue?
Yeah.
Oh, go to my room? Okay.
You're like, that's why I was heading
This
anyway.
is like therapy.
Yeah,
I was the fourth
that
of
went
4
somewhere,
kids.
didn't it?
So
Get it out, dude.
And Mikey 1.0 and Douglas and the Hurricane, my sister, they were such a nightmare that my parents were like, dude, stay out of jail. All right. Hands in the middle. Dibley's on 3. So the bar was so low.
I relate to this. You do get, whether it's as a kid or a parent, you get to a spot, and I think after the pandemic, this is happening more and more for families.
Right.
You can quickly get to a spot where you go grades, schmades. I do not give 2 rips what your grade is. Will you please stay mentally healthy?
Yeah.
You're going to have options when you graduate high school. You can do this 1,000 ways. I don't even know, is 4-year school, is that a good financial move? I don't even know if that makes sense.
Depends on how you navigate it.
I mean, I don't even
Shout
know.
out Joe Biden.
Everybody, right?
Take that loan.
No, but everyone's got their cap, and it's like, I'm going to here and there. It's like, I mean, good luck with your loans.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, lucky if your parents are bajillionaires.
Well.
But I mean, gosh, you go to JC. You can go anywhere you want 2 years later.
Or if your parents
those are
get
facts.
divorced and, all of a sudden your kids are now going in on a single income, next thing you know, their college is paid for.
Wow.
So,
Daryl, how are you feeling?
Shout out Broken Home.
Daryl, how are you feeling?
It just hit me in
Did you want to share anything with the group?
Yeah,
You're being very quiet over there.
Frank.
Daryl the
I'm an open
second.
book.
I tell him all the time, son. We thank you. You would not be at Santa Clara without your academic scholarship, which you earned.
Right.
And I beat him over the head of like, dude, that was a big deal. You're starting out the gates because if you had to worry about these pockets without the scholarship,
Santa
we would
Clara.
need some
River.
What is it, 80 grand a year?
Oh
at
my,
least?
it's just out of control.
What are we doing?
And we pay a little something, but it's a smidgen compared to what's your
tidbit.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Shout out to my 2 kids that went to junior college for 2 years.
Yeah.
And I told them, wherever you graduate, you just say, I graduated from Cal Poly, I graduated from UCSB. Nobody ever cares about the first 2 years. So they saved dad money, 4 years of college money, 2 years of junior college.
Look at that.
I tell my
That
kids,
was my game plan,
I
too.
tell my kids, go to the 2-year and then just say, I graduated from Cal Poly. You don't even have to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, great.
It's like Shohei's interpreter, right? Oh, I went to Riverside.
Exactly.
What's that? Not Imanaga. What's that guy's name?
Ippei.
Ippei. Matsuzaka. Matsuzaka.
Did
You guys talk about that? He just wore it. He just wore it.
Well, do you not
It's
think,
closed. Case closed on Shohei, but some poor kid for
You're
the
bothered
A's.
by him getting
Some
off.
poor kid for the A's that bet on baseball 3 years ago and bet $6 a bet got taken out of the clubhouse yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're the biggest superstar in the game is directly associated with the guy in
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard your soundbite on KCBS yesterday, and you said, I've got no sympathy for these guys.
Yeah, well, that one kind of that one's tough.
But that's not like the guy but
I mean, he
radio
broke the
with
rules.
the last 2
He
days.
broke the rules, but man, 3 years ago, $6 bets, and he won $28, and he has to sit out for. I know the rules are the rules.
Aren't they posted in every clubhouse?
Articulo 21. You see it right when you walk in. Article 21.
So if I'm a womanizer or I abuse drugs or I have an alcohol problem, there's a shoulder to cry on from these leagues.
Right.
But if you gamble with the temptation that the leagues, because everything's, intertwined, I just don't like how there's no show. There's no therapy.
Well,
there's like, I understand you can't bet on your own, but we are just throwing these young men and women out like, oh, but I can do all this. And we'll talk to you, little Jim. Come here.
Well, hold on.
What are we doing?
Let's act like everything is actually a disease, which all of these things you
Gambling
just
is one of the
mentioned,
biggest.
no doubt.
Losing is a disease.
But you don't need to gamble on baseball. I could argue that, right? Like, if you're an addict,
all right.
if you're an addict,
man,
right? Because you're saying alcohol, drugs, and then if you cry addiction, then the whole world, it's like Draymond screaming at refs. All of a sudden, it's like, well, it's an anger management, mental health problem. So now we need therapy.
Well, let me take it to the actual drug realm, because if you're in a state where you're, smoking crack cocaine, now you're going away for 20 years. But if you're just popping pills because you have all these prescriptions that the doctor's given you, and yet you're a junkie on that tip, well, we're going to get you help because that's okay. You had a prescription. But if you happen to be, a crack head or a crack junkie, well, now we're going to have to come down on you and give you 20 to 30 years in prison.
Let me go back. Hold on, FP. Hang
That's
on.
what happens when you get C's.
I brought it home.
Do you not buy the
And
Ipe? Do you not take the Ipe and Shohei thing at face value?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
But you understand how
I don't
America
either.
works, right?
You don't.
No.
And you know why he got off. You know? Oh,
Dude, if
Because
the
you
guy
need a
that
fall
lives with
guy.
me is my best friend and he's betting millions and
doubt,
millions and
FP.
millions, I know.
All
I
right,
know.
okay, all right.
We all got. Imagine your best friends right now that you lived with in college,
overseeing
and you
your
live with them.
money. And
I
you
don't even know. You just know. You
But
know
why
these
would-
things.
why
That's not a
would-
big secret.
I agree with you completely, but why would Shohei just sit there and do let that happen and not be involved and just be like, it's fine? That's weird. The
Because
whole
he
thing
came
is
out
so
and said
weird.
he knew what it was about. He admitted it. Shohei did.
Well, then, look, the whole timeline of the thing. There's no way that it. There's no way that it all just went down the way that we're now being told.
That's all.
There's no way.
America.
But why would Shohei? I don't know that he was like directly involved. Even if he knew, why did he just sit there and be like, "Sure, you can have $4 million
Maybe
out
they
of my
should have
account"?
made him go play minor league basketball, like Jordan had to play minor league baseball.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, that because oh boy.
Well, and I think about, Greg Anderson going and taking the fall for Barry Bonds, and everyone speculates about what he
And
got
never snitched.
on the tail end. No,
Yeah,
he never said anything.
never.
And so Ipe
Damn.
goes to prison for, I don't even know if the sentence has come out yet, but
I thought it was like 33 years.
Yeah.
and he'll end up doing half of that,
Sure.
if that.
But no,
And
this
then-
is the stint, though.
Make
This
it
is
sound like
yeah,
that.
they got him though.
So
Dick.
16, no
yeah,
big
like
deal.
it's
I mean,
just
just a decade and a half.
How long have we been doing this show?
16 years.
Yeah,
so
boy.
it feels like.
What a stretch. You can do, if you commit the crime, you can do the time. But I agree with
guess.
you, FP. I do think that there's more to it than just, oh, my guy robbed me, and I had no idea. Anyway, I'm going to go 2 for 5 tonight with 2 homers because I'm Shohei.
And then Shohei's other best friend, Fletcher, on the team, they were boys. That guy got implicated on betting with the same guy that Ipe was betting with.
Yep.
So 2 of Shohei's best friends were gamblers, but Shohei wasn't. I'm just saying.
Wink, wink.
I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything, but it's just weird.
But Willard, my bigger point is have some type of, don't just because it's gambling, throw these guys under the, and not check, or gals. There should be some, and you're saying therapy, but there should be some, you know what, you're in the system.
But you get it. You get it. You understand the line.
If you bet on your own team, I get that. You're done.
But the line is, even if you're betting on a different team, that's a very, very small fraternity. And I'm not trying to be corporate here, but there is a different line between someone who's betting on baseball and someone who has got a drug problem, because the drug problem is not bringing the integrity of the game into question. That's all. I mean,
unless you're Doc Ellis and you're throwing a perfect game on acid.
Allegedly.
Right. I mean,
that's
incredible. The leagues are completely hypocritical. You're not wrong.
Okay.
Like, oh my gosh, you have to be like.
Willard got popped for gambling, brought to you by
DraftKings.
Exactly.
No, total hypocrisy, but you do also get that all of these other problems don't. I mean,
It's
that's why.
affecting-
That's why they're doing it.
There's a lot of drug problems in the 90s that affected the integrity of the game.
Well,
dude, Tim Rock Reigns stole 80 bases one year.
Vials in his back pocket.
In their socks.
But wait,
That's why he went head first.
The integrity of the
I would say
game?
be prepared.
The outcome of the game, but not the integrity. No one's throwing the game because they're on coke, right?
No, but the integrity is
steroids-
affected by the outcome.
Steroids could have affected the integrity of the game, one would argue.
Again, it could affect the outcome. I don't know, like it's
integrity.
not, but the
The record
integrity, the
books.
gambling, the idea against the gambling is the idea that people
Right.
are purposefully losing games or playing harder in certain games.
Yes.
How prevalent was greenies in your day when you played?
I'll just
Was that
say
a real thing?
Extremely prevalent.
Wow, man.
If you weren't
Shout out
taking him,
Mike.
it was frowned upon.
Dude, wow, man.
Like, he's not trying. Willard's not taking him. He's not trying.
I believe that. Like, he ain't trying.
Day game after a night game?
Allegedly.
That's what I heard. It
Perked up in a hurry right
Day
there.
game after the night game.
I wish I had one for these shows.
Wow, boy.
Seriously.
I'm doing a good job.
Speaking of performance enhancers, and I'm going to save this for the show. I had one of the most breathtaking celebrity encounters of my entire life this morning.
You're welcome.
Steph Curry.
The dibber in the break room.
Coming up.
It's
a tease.
Oh, it's a tease.
It's a tease.
Because I
It's
didn't
a
like how you
tease.
did the Debo thing and tucked it. It was great.
What do you mean?
Well,
Oh.
I I got in the car before I even heard it. Like, damn, me and Stotty would have played this.
I'm not allowed to tease on our show.
I got you.
We got ratings, too.
I was tuned in. All of us do. Oh, boy. All right, Grandy said we can go.
All right.
Bye. We'll be listening.
See you later.
Do you know how many, by the way, I just want to say, do you know how many drops this station has gotten because you're leading this week? I mean, they're already
now
using...
that's a backhanded, like,
no, it's not.
To Roger Federer.
No, it means you're an original.
I do want to say something.
I already heard this morning, time to do it legal, and now they're using that every morning at the top of every hour.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Well, that's what's so sad.
If I can just speak to it, and I've said it to you off air, to your face many times.
This is scary.
You are the Steph Curry of the station.
You're one of a kind.
You are
well,
one of
a
one.
kind, I'll tell you.
You are the most beloved, and you're the chef.
I hit the home run. That's enough.
And you strike out 3 times, but it's
time for the legal.
You go 1 for 4 with a homer and 3 runs batted in, and we win 3-2.
You do care too much about our sports outings.
No,
I will say that.
To be honest,
you care too much.
I
love you
if
for
we
it.
were playing volleyball,
he's playing
the fact
full
that I
speed.
saw you, Christy, Bonte, Shasky, Lucas, I'm being real. All the boss outside of work.
It's beautiful.
There's no dollar amount but you put on that.
But
you need more of it.
You
scored
on me at Chase Center, and I didn't even know we were playing. I'm just like,
I'll send you the video.
Look, there's Gooey's having fun.
This is one of my top moments in 20.
Repurposed the content 88 times since then. Like I got schooled. I'm like, I'm just standing here.
You got schooled.
I got served.
You got owned.
I didn't even know. I was like,
he put one in Willard's eye.
Hey,
what?
Yeah, real quick before I leave, you did put some mustard on some balls you hit. Yeah, Jeff Kent like. I was like, look at Will played back in the day.
I can fly out to the middle of left field with the best of them.
Dude,
we'll be listening.
All of a sudden he wants to stay. Now we're talking about him.
No, I'm trying to get out. I'm on top. FP, help me.
Just say the name of the
I feel like you're the guy that runs over the catcher in the company softball game. You're just going to plow into him like Pete Rose and Ray Fosse.
Yeah, I'll play hard.
All right, see you guys never. I'm going. It's 80 degrees out. Have fun.
It's so good. Right. Get on your scooter.
Sun's out, guns out on 95.7 The Game.
Well played.
Time for the legal.
Their longtime friend.
Gibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this, okay? We got another qualifier for the Steph Curry autographed jersey coming up in 2.5 hours. We got Larry Krueger coming up in about 25 minutes. And maybe we'll recover the relationship with the station and Larry Krueger. It sounds like it needs a little work. Man, everybody got all mad at him.
I don't get that.
He stood the station up. Now he's catching strays. He's just out in the sunshine in Santa Clara trying to cover the Niners with the best of them. Anyway, he'll pop in. That was one thing that kind of hit my head yesterday after listening to all the Brandon Ayuk stress. There's a lot of stress, and I get it. He's a really good player, and so people don't like it, especially when you're in a window of success. People don't want to hear that the top names are somehow kind of on the lam, and that's what the wide receiver room is right now. You know what I've always said about this. I mean, maybe this is why I'm in
Cap Schmap?
No, not Cap Schmap.
Okay, sorry.
You have to have the stomach for this.
Right.
I don't. But I'm not doing it. I'm not in this. I've never. Can you tell me this? Have you ever had in your life, and we're dealing with peanuts compared to these guys.
Totally.
Have you ever had a contractual negotiation go on for 4 or 5 months?
Yes. Like with this company?
Any company.
With this company, probably 5 different times.
Oh, really?
In my 13 years.
And does it gets contentious at times or offensive?
A little bit.
You take it personally?
I actually, I scrubbed the Odyssey app from my phone one time. That's it. No more Odyssey app. I didn't, Stacy, and I know you're in town today, and Matt Nahigian. That's it. No more Odyssey app. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to promote it. I'm
more like the way that and I'm not a great negotiator. I'll say that right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I can say it now because things it sounds like are pretty much done. But anyway, yeah, like I'm not a great negotiator, but like when I go to buy a car, I've always had a process because I know I'm not a great negotiator. So I got to sort of do the negotiation in the mirror in the bathroom first. And I'm like, okay, this is the car I want. I'm going to study, and then I'm going to come up with what I think is the right number. And then I put it on a piece of paper and I stick it in my pocket. And I go in there and I go, if we don't get to the number, we out. And if we do get to the number, we're in.
Yeah.
And I'll pull that thing out of my pocket whenever I feel like it's the right time to do it. But that's kind of my way of negotiating. It's like, look, here's the deal. And you explain to me what you're thinking, and I'll be straight with you and explain to me what I'm thinking. State of the industry, state of the job you do, how have you done, what will you do? Right. Put that puzzle together, and it's like, look, all right, let's be done. I don't, like, I'm not, by the way, this is also a fault of mine. I did this the 1 or 2 times that I was, like, lucky enough to own real estate, and this is 1,000 years ago. You know when you'll get down to the haggling, and it's like, okay, let's say it's and again, this is a long time ago, and it's in a different city. Let's say it's $500,000. All right, $500,000, and they'll come back and they'll be like $510. Fine, whatever.
Yeah,
over 30 years,
dude.
What are we talking about? An extra $3 per payment?
Right.
I don't care.
We did that same thing when we bought our house 2 years ago.
What's stupid? So I'm a terrible negotiator because I'll just be like, fine, that's fine. You want $3 more a month? Let's do $3 more a month.
And that's slightly different than a cap situation and all the rest of it, and Brandon Ayuk and his contract and where that might actually land. But if it comes down to with one side saying, we're going to give you an average annual of 28.5 and he wants 28.75. Well, at that point, you're looking at $1 million, which is exactly what you're talking about. And you can go ahead and figure out how to meet in the middle at that point, and everybody's happy and it's done and it's signed and the rest of it. But I'm kind of with you when it comes to negotiating. If we're looking at micro amounts of money over a 30-year mortgage, and it's, we ended up spending an extra, I don't know, $50,000 for our house. It was $50,000 over what we wanted to pay, and it was $50,000 less than they wanted to get. And so you thought about $50,000 over 30 years, and it comes down to about $40 a month, if that. And it's like, let's just,
whatever.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
We're talking about where we get to live, like whatever.
Exactly.
Now, this is different. Brandon Ayuk and the Niners are probably haggling over, who knows, 10, 15, $20 million.
Seems like a lot.
And that's worth it. You got to have the stomach for it. And it sounds to me, and this is normal, I think, like the Niners do. And so does Brandon, and so does Joel Siegel. Or I'm sorry, that's Christian's agent. Whoever Brandon's agent is, I don't even know off the top of my head. They've got the stomach for it. And Torrey Dandy. Oh, is he really? I didn't know he and Debo had the same guy. Torrey is like captain of the wide receivers now. Anyway, so he's got the stomach for it. I don't.
I see Ryan Williams.
Yep, that's on me. Yeah. Ryan Williams is our
Torrey
answer.
Dandy is Debo's.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anyway, whatever. They've all got the stomach for it. Us fans, we don't.
Right.
But I trust the Niners. I trust their roster construction. I trust the way they handle their homegrown, growing star players. I just do. It doesn't mean they hit 1,000. Nobody does. You could bring up DeForest Buckner. You could bring up the drafting of Trey Lance if you want with regard to roster construction. I look at it more of a view from 10,000 feet. Look at where they were. Look at where they are. I trust Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on roster construction in these decisions.
Yeah.
And I think that they'll do a fine job here, and I think that Brandon Ayuk is very likely to be a 49er. And if something goes sideways, I would sit there and want to listen to what Plan B is. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Plan B. By the way, Plan B doesn't even mean that Brandon won't be a Niner. The Niners control him if they want for 2 more years.
Right. But that's not
50-year option franchise tag.
Sure.
You can do that.
You can, but they won't. So if you're Brendan Ayuk, you're not looking at that as anything other than a laughable notion, because the last time the Niners used the franchise tag was on their kicker, Robbie Gould. The Niners don't use the franchise tag. They just don't. And so if you're Brendan Ayuk, you're not even thinking about that. Now, fifth-year option, playing on that fifth-year option, that might be something that Brendan has to look at and figure out if he wants to do that and how he would do that. And TJ Hushmanzada, his personal coach, told us a couple of months ago that, yeah, his advice would be to go out there and ball out and make him regret not signing you to a long-term deal now and make him pay for it. And that's the way that he would have to go about it. But as much as you have faith in the Niners, I have that same amount of faith in Brandon Ayuk that he will, if the contract doesn't come in where he wants it, he'll come in and play football and do the right thing.
Yep. I mean, I agree with you. I think both sides are pretty dug in. I don't know how far apart they are, whatever. But anyway, that's kind of an interesting question, I think, for 49er fans. Do you trust this regime when it comes to roster construction? We'd love to take your calls, 888-957-9570. Go ahead and dial it up. Larry Krueger's going to join us in about 17 minutes. We'll further the conversation. I never want to not pay off a tease, so let me go ahead and share.
Oh, I love this.
Well, this was a moment now for me because, look, I've lived the majority of my life in this city, and this is one of the biggest names that has ever been in sports in this town. But I've never had the chance to say hello and shake his hand. And my first question for you before I mention, and I know you know who it is.
Chris Wondolowski.
When you meet someone like that, are you able to just handle it like any other introduction? Or do you need a picture or something to sort of commemorate, make it a commemoration sensation?
Right.
Do you need
I don't.
You don't?
No. I've never been that guy.
Okay.
I've always been a guy of the moment, and I met Robin Williams a couple times before I actually worked with him on Flubber, and so meeting him, who was one of my heroes as a comedian, I didn't need to, hey, Robin, if you wouldn't mind, I don't need the picture because I know in my mind and in my heart the moment that we have had, and one was great, one was the biggest embarrassment of my life, and so I don't need a picture.
Funniest story this morning, because I'm driving to my morning run, and I go to the same place, the 3 days of week that I do it.
Yeah.
So I'm heading off to my run, and I drive right by the home run king. He's on a bike.
Sadahara O?
I drive right by Barry Bonds. And it is very well known by many now that he has taken up cycling as his absolute passion.
So as you drive by and you look out your window, you see
Barry Bonds.
That it's Barry Bonds.
On a bike.
There's no doubt that's Barry Bonds.
Zero doubt. It's not the first time I've seen him on his bike.
Okay.
And in this area, and to drive right by him, there is no doubt that wow, there's Barry Bonds.
Keep him coming. Oh my God.
I see him riding with one other person, but my car's on the move. We do have a friend in common. And Jay, I know you're listening. What's up, my brother? It was great to see you this morning. The funny thing is, I'm in a moving vehicle, so I see another biker with him, but I can't catch the face. So the thought goes through my head, I wonder if that was Jay, because I know they ride together. I go, what are the chances? Anyway, whatever. There goes the home run king. I'm off to my run. So I drive another 200 yards, park the car where I normally do. I pull out my phone, and there's a text from my buddy, and he goes, dude, I'm in your hood right now. And I go, oh, my God, are you riding with him? I just drove by you.
Oh, my God.
I go,
stalker.
Hey, ride this way because I'm 200 yards away. I'm about to go on my run. Ride this way. He doesn't even see the text. So I start to head for my run. Here they come. They rode that way anyway. They drive right by. So I yell out his name. They both
Jay
stop.
or Barry?
Jay.
Okay.
Can you imagine?
Barry. I thought that was a fair question. Which name he yelled out?
I yelled out Jay, and I got to spend 5 minutes having just a little
That's pretty cool.
fun catch up. I did not bring up Giants baseball.
No picture?
No picture.
Good for you.
I'm sure he was well aware that I knew exactly who he was. But it's always a funny moment where you're like, hi, I'm Mark. It's like, hi, I'm Barry. You just want to be like, I'm aware.
Dude.
What
are you doing at 3:48?
Pretty sure Pretty sure I caught that one.
And you booked him, I'm sure. Book.
What, like in the county jail?
Always be booking.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Yeah.
we're sponsored by Fremont Bank. Mark your calendars for Fremont Bank's 60th anniversary block party, also known as Dibber Day. It's Saturday, June 15th. Dibs will be there. Live music, food trucks, beer garden, carnival games, and a huge raffle with 60 incredible prizes in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years and the grand opening of our new flagship branch on the corner of Capitol and Fremont Boulevard. Do you trust the Niner regime for roster construction? Kruger in 15 minutes, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
This Friday on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo.
nothing gets past you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll just maybe say this kind of as a forward promotion is what they call it in the business.
All right.
Dan Dibley, not that you need to know that. You've been here for a minute. Kruger tweeted out quick thoughts from minicamp. And just in reading that, I have questions.
Yeah?
I have questions about Brock Purdy. I have questions about Ricky Pearsall. I have questions about the secondary, and I have a huge question about who's going to be tight end 2. Because Larry has some eyebrow raisers in his tweet. So Larry's going to join us at 3. All right, we're going to push that back a little bit. Larry's going to join us at 3. That way, Dibs, we've got some room to cook. Okay? You want to cook?
Yep, let's do it.
All right. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, by the way. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and look at how skinny Dibs is. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can also now download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code there in the bottom right corner of the Twitch and the YouTube streams. When you head on there, you will see it right away. Lickety split. I just think the whole Brandon Ayuk conversation, the conversation itself may end up being the most dangerous part about this, just because it gets super dramatic. And that's, as you know, we talk a lot about this. Like in this day and age of social media, we want that more than the sport itself sometimes. What's more exciting, the NBA in season or the NBA off season?
Well, the off season for the NBA.
All right.
I mean, the NBA finals are not going to happen, I'm being told. They've been canceled.
I wouldn't even know. You're right. Yeah.
It's been a week since we actually had basketball.
It's another night tonight where there was not a basketball game. Yeah. Here's another example. Anybody actually watch a WNBA game this year? Or do you just want to talk about people?
Oh, let's talk about flagrant fouls.
You just want to talk
Angel
about.
Reese had her second technical rescinded.
But she got tossed.
But her second tech got rescinded.
That's fine. Those two techs came about 1.5 seconds apart.
Right.
It was tech and gone.
Well, it's funny you say that because I watch more women's basketball than 95% of the people in America, yet I'm not locked in, but every headline, wherever I get my sports news, is WNBA controversy. Can we just make it about the basketball?
No.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but no.
Right.
It's funny to me, actually, when some of the WNBA players or talkers who've been doing this for a long time, like even that Stephen A thing the other day.
Right.
With
Monica McNutt.
Monica McNutt.
Yep.
And she's like, you could have been doing this 3 years ago. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. It's funny to me that's and then that's the other point you'll hear people bring up. Can we talk about the game? No. We largely don't talk about the game in the NBA.
Right.
We'll get into a Warriors game, but the NBA finals are tomorrow. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Ooh, Kyrie returns to Boston.
No doubt.
They're going to yell at him, and he might flip him the bird. And they're going to, instead of bleep you Draymond, it's going to be bleep you Kyrie. I'm sorry, none of us did this. That's the world now.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, and that's why the Brandon Ayuk piece is so telling, because right now we're not really worried about Ricky Pearsall and how he looks coming out of his break. And Larry Kruger is more worried about that and the battle for TE2 with the Niners and how's Brock look on his 9 routes and all the rest of it. It's about Brandon Ayuk and his contract. That is what is moving the needle among Niner fans.
Drama.
Yeah.
But I do think now Brandon has fed this, as many do, especially wide receivers, because there has been social media discourse. And that is how people communicate in many ways now, especially when they don't want to be direct about it. Did Brandon Ayuk actually text John Lynch, money talks, poop emoji walks? I doubt it. Maybe, but he put it on his IG story.
Right.
That's how people communicate now. or at least a lot of people. It's how a lot of people communicate now. And that's fine. So it's not to say that there isn't some stress there. I'm sure that there is. Debo spoke about it yesterday. He said it's very difficult in these situations to not take things personally. When a business is sitting there going, well, no, you're not worth $50 million guaranteed. You're worth 38. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm like busting my butt for you over here. And they're like, well, no, don't take it personal. And you're like, how am I not supposed to take it personal? What are you talking about? This is my money, and you're downgrading who you think I am, even though we're all partners. And like, we all get how that process goes. It's very, very difficult. It's also incredibly predictable and inevitable. It is unavoidable. Like, a business is never just going to be like, well.
It's rare. Patrick Mahomes is a guy who, he walks in and says, I think I might want more money. And they go, okay.
But I know people who think that's actually the biggest bargain in sports. Lee Steinberg gets torched for that contract.
Well, he got a new contract since then.
Correct.
He had it reworked. But you're right about the Lee Steinberg piece of it.
He does not have the best contract in the NFL at all.
Well, nobody ever does. Once you sign it, it's like when you buy a car. When you drive that car off the lot, that car goes down by 10%. Just by you leaving the lot. As soon as you take that thing out onto the open road, that car no longer has the same value that you paid for it. And that's kind of like NFL contracts, where no matter what Brandon Ayuk gets, if he's the second highest paid wide receiver, or if he comes in at 3, 4, 5, he probably won't be number one because Justin Jefferson got crazy gaga money. But no matter what happens with Ayuk, when he leaves that contract, when the ink is dry, that contract is already not worth as much as it probably would be 4 years from now if he's that good.
Right. At the same time, though, gratitude, I hope, doesn't get lost in all this. Justin Jefferson just got paid in this contract more than what Randy Moss made in his career. And
wow.
Okay? Did everyone catch that? Justin Jefferson just got a guarantee. This is year 4 in the league, and he just got a guarantee that is more than what Randy Moss made in his career. And many think that that's the most talented receiver who's ever played. He's certainly top 5, without a doubt. And it wasn't that long ago.
Right.
So, and I'm not asking Brandon to take less because of that. Like, yes, your market for your position has exploded. Good for you. Take advantage of it. But I do get a little bummed sometimes when those contracts get signed. You fight for them. You want 4 years. And as you said, then 6 months later, you're like, I'm underpaid. No, you're not.
Right.
No, you're not. Everybody gets their turn. And everybody gets lapped. That's just the way it is. You know what I mean? Brock Purdy is going to make more on this next contract than some crazy accomplished quarterbacks. People who had great careers. It's his turn.
Yeah, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, John Elway, Dan Marino. You think about what those guys were making, and even you go back to Steve Young's big contract when they were able to sign him in the USFL. I think it was the New Jersey Generals. Or no, it was the LA Express.
And
he signed, I think, he signed a $1 million deal. And it was like, whoa, Steve Young signed for $1 million?
Really loosening it up.
That is, Blake Snell makes that for every start he doesn't make.
Oh, God.
Too soon. Sorry, that was a cheap shot.
That was
I probably should have kept it to football, but
that was not okay.
Steve Young is getting paid. He got paid 30, 40 years more than Brock Purdy's making this year.
So anyway, for me, the large point is that I have a feeling that the conversation, there's no way to put the toothpaste back in the tube. I'm not suggesting that. No one's going to stop this conversation. No one's going to stop the stress. But it at a minimum runs the risk of being 10 times louder than what the reality is here. There's only a couple ways this can go, and I think it's probably going to go the same way most of these go. And I just kind of put flip-flops on and grab a foofy drink because I completely trust that when it comes to roster construction and taking care of their own and the people who have played really well for them, I'm not going to say the Niners are perfect. I'm going to say they're about as good as any organization I've ever seen at that. They're about as good as any organization I've ever seen. I mean, even if you go back to this is a completely different subject, but I think it's related. Go back to the Dwight Clark event that we just went to, where ex-49ers are taking care of ex-49ers.
Right.
And Alex Smith pulled us aside and was like, no other organization in sports is doing this. Nobody. And you're like, oh, that's interesting. I firmly believe that. And you can disagree because Kyle Shanahan did a run play at the wrong time if you want. I think the 49ers are really classy. And I think they take care of their people. And I think a lot of the talk about all the discord in the locker room is made up by people who want the Lombardi Trophy. And I get it. I want the Lombardi Trophy too. So do they. But all of this acrimony supposedly that's going on, and this, boy, you did this to Debo, and now you're doing it to Nick, and now you're doing it to Brandon. Nobody there feels that way. Brandon feels that way right now. Debo felt that way a month ago when he thought he had been told you weren't going to be traded, and then it was like maybe you are going to be traded, and then they got over it because everybody gets mad at their employer a time or two when you're going through stuff. But in the end, when your roster looks like this, there's a reason. There's a reason the roster looks like this. People really want to be on it. They really want to be on it, or else they wouldn't be on it.
And it's also the nature of the business. If you didn't want to be in a business where you could be traded or you could be cut or your future could be tenuous, then go be a teacher. Because you work 2 years and you get tenure and you're good. It's very difficult at that point to lose your job, and you can work 30 years and you have a nice pension and it's all good.
Yep.
So if you want security and if you want that sort of job certainty, there are places where you can go do that. If you're in a union, if you are a grocer, the good people at Safeway. I used to be in the Safeway union back in, 1986 when I was a courtesy clerk. I don't know if they still call them that, but I was in the union. And there was a certain path where you could do that for your career and you make good money and you have good benefits and there's a union protection and all the rest of it. If you're a football player, you know you are subject to this exact thing. Now, if you want to be a baseball player or an NBA player where your contracts are guaranteed, that's a different story. But when you're in the NFL, you know that you have a big number, you have a big contract, and it's either fully guaranteed or partially guaranteed or what's the guaranteed at signing. And that's where Brandon Ayuk is right now. And I'm not saying that being a grocer is as dangerous as being an NFL player, because it's not. But Brandon Ayuk's in a spot where, at the very worst, he's going to make $14 million to play football this year. And at the very best, he'll get a contract for $60 million guaranteed at signing and $120 million over 4 years. And he's going to be even more set than he already is.
I mean, I hate, like what you're talking about, I hate for the players in the NFL that it works the way it does. There is a piece of me, though, that understands why. It's not the NFL's fault that football is as violent as it is. And so the fact that everybody is so prone to injury all the time is part of the reason that the teams need to keep their financial flexibility going into seasons, because everyone, just spend, just keep everybody. Just give it. Come on, acknowledge them. They were good last year, and you do that, and you just fill your cap up, and you're just like everybody gets paid, and then 4 key guys get hurt. Now what?
You're screwed.
Do you your season's over?
Right.
And fans don't want that. So I always, sometimes, not always, I scratch my head when people really scream for more loyalty in sports. Because I've also watched that after the teams do display the loyalty that fans want them to display, the fan then gets mad when that contract actually doesn't play out the way they wanted it to. So all this says to me, we get emotional about this because we're fans. We wear jerseys and we buy shirts and hats and we sit down for no reason and get totally married to a team. And they don't even know that we're doing it. That's all happening. But the team can't get emotional like that. They can't afford to get emotional. I sat there and watched like I hosted every single after Giants game situation when Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford and Buster Posey had all been given what felt like thank you contracts. Now, they rallied back in 2021, and they were fantastic, and they had a special season, but go back to 19 and 20. Buster wasn't even playing, and the Brandons looked cooked, and people were really mad. They were fed up. These idiot Giants gave them a thank you contract. Well, you loved it when they did it.
Right.
Because they're coming off of a World Series win, and you love the loyalty. So that's my only message with this Brandon thing. Like, it has to go this way. It has to take all summer. It has to be stressful. Both sides need to dig in and do their thing. And I have faith that it will play out the way it usually does.
Which is they keep their player, and their player comes in and he's happy and he should be here for camp. And I know that the preseason starts in early to mid-August, and so that's really where the deadline is. You want him in for preseason. You want him to at least be able to practice with the team and run around and get ready for the opener when that comes up in September. You don't want to make it a last-minute thing. You saw the way it went with Debo, where he came in late and he didn't play great that year, and you saw it with Nick Bosa, who had a little bit of a slow start to his year last year. You want this to get solved before August 1st. I don't know if it will. Feels more and more like this one could possibly drag on, but you got CeeDee Lamb still out there and maybe Jamar Chase if he gets his extension. So I think the Niners would be better served by getting this done early as opposed to waiting for all those other comps to come in.
What's the concern there, by the way?
The price goes up. The price goes up. Already the ceiling has gone up. And if
the wide receiver ceiling has gone up.
Right, but if you think that he's not Justin Jefferson, and you can rightly say he's not Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, he's not.
But the top of the market is higher than it was a week ago.
I think most people would argue he's not CeeDee Lamb.
Well, that becomes an interesting one for me.
It does.
And we heard David Lombardi yesterday on our show say that he's much better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. And
I know
that becomes subjective.
Right. I know the metrics he's looking at, but like it's as you're saying, like both sides are going to come in, and that's why people get offended. Because it's like the team is sitting there almost arguing against their own player who they love and they're trying to give $100 million to. But sticks you in a bad spot.
It does. And it becomes personal. Because if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're coming in and saying, I'm a top 5 receiver in the league. And if you're the team, you might be saying, well, you were 33rd in catches. So, I mean, are you really top 5? We have you at top 20, barely. And I'm not going to say that they're taking that approach, but you've been in negotiations, and you mentioned it before. When it comes time to really get into the weeds of a negotiation, it's not as easy as, you know what, you're as good as, we think you're as good as you think you are. We're going to give you every last dollar.
I mean, normally, I don't know if it's different in football. I've never been in a football negotiation. Most companies I've ever worked for, when it comes to money and negotiations, they usually use the same tactic. And it's not to compare you to the other people in the industry. They don't usually do that. What they do, a little tip, don't listen when they do this, but what they do is they're going to explain to you why at this time in their organization and at the state of the industry, you're going to need to take a little bit less than you want.
Right.
But we'll get you the next time around.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I doubt they do that in football, because in football, there's the culture of we don't even know if there's going to be tomorrow.
Exactly.
You can't get me on the next run. My legs might not be attached to my body anymore. So it's a little bit different. But I bet the 49ers absolutely, rather than saying, hey, Brandon, we actually don't think you're as good as you think you are. I do think there has probably been a conversation with his agent where it's like, look, we get it. And we love Brandon, and we absolutely need Brandon, and we are very willing to give an incredible contract to Brandon. But do understand, we have to keep his quarterback in mind now. Like, that's just a thing. And that market has exploded even more than yours. And my goodness, I mean, even Brandon himself, he would not be in favor of us having to move on from our young star quarterback who's just really turned into something. In fact, who's the guy who threw pretty much all of Brandon's 1,300 yards. You want him to be that, I do think, is probably a part of the conversation.
It is, but I'm sure Brandon's people are like, that's a you problem. That's not a us problem, and that's a you problem. And part of your problem is you're paying some other guy 19 problems. Well, he's now wearing number 1, and he's making $28 million. So you're going to pay him 28, and you're going to try to pay me 24, 25. That's a you problem. And your little Brock Purdy problem, you guys could figure that out down the road. Right now, it's my time.
It is, but it is a Brandon problem too, because at the end
they won't see it that way.
Well, but it's not about how you see it. The bottom line at the end of all of this, and Brandon and his agent know this, and it's one of the reasons you've seen a bunch of receivers who aren't waiting for Justin Jefferson or waiting for August or waiting for CeeDee Lamb. You've seen a bunch of them sign, because at the bottom tier of all of this, if you really want to get into leverage, the Niners have it. I know that Brandon does too. He's a good wide receiver, and the Niners need him this year. No question about it. But at the bottom tier of all this, the man is not a free agent. And he's not going to be a free agent anytime soon. And so the 49ers, if you really want to get down to brass tacks and be like, we are at a stalemate, so we're not signing a new deal, who's the one who loses there? I would argue Brandon a hell of a lot more.
He loses more. Well, I don't know about a hell of a lot more, because you're not a Super Bowl team without him, and they know that.
Probably
you're gonna Ricky Pearsall me at the X receiver. You're gonna win the Super Bowl with Pearsall and Debo and Jawan.
I'm gonna say not buying it. You go down a major rung, but Brandon is like, you're not even getting, the year doesn't even count. You're losing millions of dollars every week.
Well, he could come in and make it count. He'd come in late. He could sacrifice 8 weeks of pay and come in late and get the credit for the year.
You know what, 8 weeks of pay?
It's about $8 million for him, no doubt.
Bucks.
I know exactly what you're talking about as far as the sacrifice that he would have to make to go that route.
And you're not a free agent at the end of that play.
Well, he's a free agent unless they want to franchise him, which they won't.
Which they can.
If they did, then that would cost them probably $27 million for the additional year.
No problem.
For a disgruntled receiver.
They're trying to pay him that anyway.
Right.
All you got to do
you'd be paying him 14, or you'd be paying him about 8 for him to hold out and then come in late and then get his free agency, and then you're going to franchise him for 27.
That's changed.
For a guy, I know it's changed, but it's not the way the Niners do things, and he knows that.
No, they don't.
They don't use the franchise tag ever.
They do
for
not,
good reason.
They do not want to do it, but it is in their hip pocket, and Brandon loses way more than the 49ers do.
I don't think so.
I do.
I don't think he loses way more, because they wind up as, their Super Bowl window, even though Christian McCaffrey wouldn't address how big that window is. That window is closing.
I get it.
And if you don't have Brandon Ayuk, you're not going 13-4 and you're not winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. I wouldn't. Like, you make Brandon sound like he's a quarterback.
No, but
they're a worse team. They're not a bad team.
They're not a great team. They're a fine team. And you're asking your young quarterback to now play with Debo Samuel and a bunch of rookies and unproven guys?
No, there's other guys on the roster who have played wide receiver in the league. I mean, for a minute. I'm not saying it's good. I just think there's a lot more on Brandon's plate to lose. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. That question, what's different about Brock Purdy this year? Larry says there's something, and Larry Krueger will join us next. Thoughts on Pearsall and a name for tight end 2, he says, that is not Logan Thomas. So we'll get into all of that with Larry coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Prime members can buy 1 container of cut melon.
WBMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Stop whopping me. Stop whooping me. Stop.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The whoop to the whop to the wibby wibby. It is time.
Stop.
No, go. It's time to go. It's go time because 49er minicamp is wide freaking open.
Season's right around the corner, Mark.
It's coming up. No, it's less than 100 days till the Red Zone channel is live.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Scott Hansen tweeted it out last week.
That's so great.
100 days till I see you on Sunday.
7 hours of neglecting my 2-year-old baby starts now.
Seriously. And
Daddy?
when they get to the end, I'm
Quiet.
like, that's the funny thing. How many things that go 7 hours in life when you get to the 7th hour, you're like, could we hang out for a little bit longer?
Can I get a little bit more?
Yeah. I'm not ready to leave.
Welcome to the witching hour.
Dude, I'll play with my daughter for 22 minutes and then it's
where wins become losses and losses become
Don't
wins.
even say
I
that.
love it.
That sends a shot up my spine that is so intense, I don't even want to hear it unless it's real. All right, Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. Same for Larry Krueger, who joins us after another day in the sun in Santa Clara. And apparently he says, Larry, true or false, Brock Purdy looks different this year. Explain, Larry.
Well, I mean, he's in control. I mean, this is his show, man. I mean, last year, first 2 years ago, obviously he was a rookie. Last year, he was a guy coming off a major injury, trying to kind of establish himself. This year, he's coming off of a Super Bowl berth, and it's his show, and it's like he's the leader on the offense. You can just see it on the field, much more so than the last couple of years for sure.
What else is standing out for you from camp, Larry, about the offense? Ricky Pearsall, is he going to be the new wide receiver too, with Brandon Ayuk being, I don't know, traded?
Well, I don't think Ayuk's going to be traded, but unless you're believing those guys in Pittsburgh who seem to think that they're on the verge of trading for either Debo or Ayuk. But no, I mean, I'll say this: the Purdy to Pearsall is quickly becoming something. And I asked Shanahan about it yesterday. I said, how happy are you to see these guys have this kind of chemistry? And it's just, it's like there was reason to believe they would have the chemistry, but you just never know until you see them out there together. And now they've repped it on the field, and you got a guy that likes to operate in the middle of the field quarterback-wise. You got a receiver that's really good at freeing himself up in the middle of the field. And it looks like the Niners may have their version of Stafford to Puka that the Rams had a year ago.
Well, Larry, can I ask this? How can you tell in practice?
Well, it's just that Brock and him seem to have, like Pearsall, I asked Shanahan about it. And he's like, well, Pearsall knows where he's supposed to be. And, Purdy plays on time and with accuracy. So the ball is where it's supposed to be. Now, the question is, if the receiver's where he's supposed to be, then everything works out perfectly. And right now, and this is very early, but you're seeing these guys, you're seeing the effects of them logging some serious practice field time. I don't know how much time, Mark. It's a good question, but there's no question that they have spent time together, throwing passes, and it looks great.
You mentioned something about the tight end position that I thought was interesting about who the second tight end would be. Can you expand on who you think might be the one to be playing behind George Kittle this year?
Well, I mean, the guy that looks incredible. I mean, right now it's a wide open competition, but there's really only a couple competitors. I mean, we haven't seen Latou because Latou's still, injured and won't be ready till camp. Jake Tungs is more of a camp body, the former Cal Bear. Nothing against Jake. Logan Thomas is interesting. He's a former quarterback. We'll see what he looks like. He was out there today. But to me, it's Braden Willis. Braden Willis is being utilized. They're flexing him out. They're throwing him passes down the field. He looks terrific. I mean, he looks like a player that has used his redshirt year and his off season and put it to great use. If there's a receiver other than Pearsall that looks like he's in lockstep right now with the quarterbacks, it's Willis.
Larry Krueger joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game after another day of Niners mini camp, and we will get to all of the wide receiver stuff here in a little bit. One other thing I've noticed from your commentary, Larry, it sounds like you are really excited about the Niners secondary this year, in particular a bunch of the young guys. What are your thoughts on the way that's going to look?
Well, I mean, they lost two true alpha leader types when they lost Jimmy Ward and Emmanuel Mosley. I mean, really good players, but more than anything, guys who are like really strong leaders and very physical. And they couldn't replace that in midstream last year, but they went into the draft and they drafted Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green, and both of those guys look to be like that alpha type, I mean, both of them look like they're going to play as rookies. Hufanga was very impressed. I asked him today about Mustafa, and he's like, man, he's beefy, but he's a big bodied guy, but he's really, really, explosive mover too. So, so there's Mustafa at safety and Renardo Green at corner, and Renardo Green is just how many times can he called himself a dog like 15 times when he was talking to Shanahan and Lynch. And everybody who talks about him says the same thing. But, I mean, this guy is he's just an awesome competitor. He just comes to play. They're bigger guys. I don't know where he's going to play. Is he going to play outside, inside? Is he going to play free safety? But, what's pretty clear is he's going to play. So that's pretty encouraging. The other guy that just looks like a ton this summer or this spring so far, and we'll see what he looks like this summer, is Darrell Luter. I mean, Darrell Luter, I asked Sorensen about Luter, and I just mentioned to him how, to me, he's impressive. And he's like, yeah, he looks an awful lot like Mooney Ward. And he really does. I mean, like, if you didn't know which one was Mooney and which one was Luter, they're stunt doubles. They're both big and tall and long-armed and physically dominant, and Luter is just bouncing around. He looks fantastic. So last year was his redshirt year. He played at South Alabama. Maybe there's a little bit of a jump from South Alabama to the pros. He had that knee injury until late in the year. Then he played a little bit, had that nice play on coverage in Seattle on Thanksgiving, but never really got into rhythm. Well, guys, this year, this is the year of Darrell Luter, and he looks terrific. I can't wait to see what he looks like this summer.
Do you think that Ambry Thomas becomes the odd man out? Because I know they picked up Isaac Yadam and Rock Yassin, other depth pieces in the secondary. Is Ambry Thomas in danger of not making this team?
Well, there's no doubt, Dibbs, that they have a severe competition. I mean, most teams keep 5 corners, maybe 6. The Niners have about 8. Because the other guy that they really, I think a lot of people didn't see coming was they signed Isaac Yadam, who played for New Orleans last year, and he played really, really well. So he's looked good in these mini camps. Long, rangy, experienced guy. They just have a lot of bodies. I mean, I still think Ambry's got as much talent as almost any corner the Niners have. In a lot of ways, he's the prototype physically. But he's just got there's just been dramatic inconsistency in his play. I mean, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but I mean, we've all just seen it. It's like he's had some highlight plays. He's had some horrendous plays. So there has to be, he better show up in camp ready to fight for his spot, because this year it's not assured.
All right, Larry, how do you think the Ayuk thing plays out?
I listened to you right when I was getting in the car down in Santa Clara, and I couldn't, it's bad radio to agree with the host, but I agree with you completely. I mean, we've seen this before. The Niners would love it to get done early. I think Ayuk would love for this thing to get done, between now and training camp. But the reality is it's not going to get done that way. It's the Niners are tough negotiators. Parag is a very tough negotiator. My guess is that it gets done, not before camp, not, the day of camp, but like 10 days to 2 weeks after camp starts, and maybe even later than that. I could see this being very much like the Bosa and Debo situations where they wait and they wait and they wait. They don't want to wait, but they can't help themselves because they want a killer deal. They want the best deal possible, and they're going to fight for every nickel. So that's the way it's going to go. I think you're absolutely right. It gets done, in August or maybe even early September, before week 1, but not at the beginning of camp.
All right, then let's keep moving the ball forward. Let's say we're right, and that's how it goes down. Do you also think that this is Deebo Samuel's last year on the Niners?
I do. And, and I'll say this. Yesterday he spoke to us for the first time, and one of my main questions about the Niners going into this year is, what's the mental frame of mind of Deebo? Because, I don't care about the mental frame of mind of everybody on the team, to be honest, but certain guys, their mental frame of mind impacts the room. He's one of those guys. And he just was like, hey, I'm just focused on this year. We're trying to win the Super Bowl. We haven't gotten it done. I'm just focused on that, and I'll let my agent and everything else take care of itself. And as long as he can maintain that kind of compartmentalization, if you want, of his emotions and feelings, I think that's great news. Because the one thing you didn't want to have this year, and you don't want to have, is you don't want Deebo, who's a tone-setting player, a leader in the room. You don't want him just pissed off in the corner of the room, making himself an island. And I get the sense that his mindset is absolutely in the perfect spot. I'm just going to come in. I'm going to play hard. I'm going to control what I can control. I'm going to try like crazy to win a Super Bowl, and I'm going to let everything else kind of take care of itself.
Shanahan said yesterday that he's looking to, I guess, diminish or limit the carries and the touches for Christian McCaffrey. Do you think that means more carries for other people, or does he let Brock Purdy throw the ball more than he did this last year?
That was my question. I said I confronted him with the fact that CMC had 339 touches. He correctly pointed out that, the running back spot, you could have no design plays, and, there could be 5 pass plays, and they're all check downs to the running back. And then all of a sudden he's got 5, targets. So, but he did go on to say that they would, they're not committing to any number being more or less than like the 339, but it sounds like they are committed to handing him the ball less. Like they're going to hand the ball to other guys. He's going to have fewer carries than he had last year. And I think his carries were right around, like, you could check it, but I think it was like right around 279 or 280, something like that. His carries are going to come down. His touches might not, but his carries are.
Larry, have you had any wink-wink conversations with anybody on the defensive side about the restructuring of the defensive coaching staff?
I mean, we all have our thoughts who cover the team.
Yep.
But the locker room setup. There's not open locker room. I have many guys in the room who would talk to me, but we're at the podium. You know what I mean? So we're in that stage until week 1. So we don't really have the access from the players. But what are you getting at?
Well, I'm getting at that there were a number of conversations toward the end and the back half of last season that it made it feel like there were at least certain players on the defensive side of the ball who were just not jiving with Steve Wilks's system. So you could even go back to last year. And what I'm trying to ask is, do you think this group will perform differently and feel differently with a new staff?
Well, I think that last year Wilks was kind of, I don't want to say put upon them, but I don't think they were front and center at the table when that decision got made. Listening to Fred Warner talk up Nick Sorensen today, you couldn't convince me that he didn't have a direct conversation with Lynch and Shanahan where he absolutely said, I want Sorensen, and here's why, A, B, C, D, E. He's clearly a Sorensen disciple. It's clear that the players, specifically the linebackers, spoke up for Sorensen and wanted Sorensen. I don't think it was a hard convince, though, guys, because the Niners love their wide 9. They love Chris Kasarik. They didn't want to go away from that. So they wanted to try to maintain defensive continuity because they didn't want to chase off a whole nother group of coaches. They like their coaches on all three levels. And Sorensen allowed them to get, to have that continuity. And then you got Staley there, who kind of allows them to have kind of, a checks and balances, if you will, or at least another set of eyes on the defensive game plan. And I think that's probably a good thing. But it's all going to be about how healthy is the relationship between Sorensen, who's a first-time coordinator, and Staley, who's a failed head coach, but a very successful former coordinator.
That's exactly what I was getting at. That kind of an answer. Yeah, that's interesting to me. All right, Larry, thanks. Great stuff. Fun question on the way out the door. You think Klay Thompson plays for the Warriors this year or not?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I love Klay Thompson. I think he's one of my favorite athletes in the history of covering Bay Area sports. But when they offered him 2 years, $48 million, and he was disgusted by that, I was disgusted that they would offer that. So, you know what I'm saying? When you got people disgusted by the offer and him disgusted by the offer, that sounds like an impasse. And I just think that, they say, Mark, it's easier to handle different stages of your life if you move to different rooms. And I think that he would handle the twilight of his career better in Orlando than here.
Larry, thanks, bud. We'll see you soon.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See you Friday.
Yep. See you Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, he'll be in with Goo on Friday.
Look forward to that.
Yeah, I just want to see what he was thinking on that. I know you think he's going to be on another team.
I do.
I'm starting to lean back. I keep going
You've
back.
You've gone back and forth on it,
I just based on the most recent information, and that Slater article, and we don't need to go down this road. We got plenty of time for it, but that Slater article last week just has me, the vibe is that the Warriors are just not even prioritizing Klay Thompson.
And they won't. And so if you get to July 7th or 8th and Klay doesn't have an offer and Klay doesn't have a destination and the Warriors were unable to land a, quote, big boy, a big fish, then maybe at that point they go ahead and make it happen again and Klay comes back doesn't even have to be a bargain at that point. If the Warriors can't find a trade partner to bring in a real big fish, and they don't have the room financially to bring in a big free agent, and all the moves that they're trying to make aren't happening, and Klay Thompson doesn't have a real suitor that he likes out there, I think then maybe July 8th, 9th, or 10th, maybe then Klay can come back.
888-957-9570. That is the number. You're welcome to weigh in. We've largely been talking 49ers with the mandatory minicamp now open as of yesterday. I'll say this, and I know we've all sort of reached now a level of assumption with Brock Purdy, $55 million next year, whatever. He's certainly proven himself as a good quarterback in the league. Is he going to be great? We'll find out. I am very interested to watch him play football this year. Not because of the obvious. He's the quarterback of the 49ers, but, this is his first offseason as a starting quarterback. He was the starting quarterback last year, but he had gone under the knife. And so this is the first time he's been able to do this, and the reports of him being bigger and having a little bit more sort of swag and a leadership presence on the field, which is also interesting because I feel like the talk before now has always been, oh, he's got a good leadership swag to him. And Larry's like, no, it's now hit another level. And knowing that he is going into the contract conversation, knowing the stress around his wide receiver room and what is on the plate for the 49ers this season, I mean, this is everything that you could ask for. I don't know if they've asked him, and I don't know how great of a character he'd be, but that whole Netflix quarterback series, if I were them, I'd be calling Brock's people and being like, can we follow you this year? This is going to be bananas. You're heading into your bajillion-dollar contractual situation. The whole world thinks you're the Super Bowl favorite again. Your wide receiver room is filled with drama. I mean, my God, what else do you want?
Yeah, as far as drama, you don't want much more than that. And, he comes in, Mr. Irrelevant. That's always going to be a part of his story. And now he's freshly married and he's QB1 of the Niners and coming off a Super Bowl loss. And you look at everything about him, he seems like he's a cookie cutter, great story to follow. And yet, if you're a 49er fan and you saw the way his year ended, his last 5 games were a few of his worst games of the year from a QB rating standpoint. His 3 playoff games were not as good as he played earlier in the year.
It's true.
So you look at him going into camp and you think, man, how does he get better? Well, he probably needs to get better because you look at your 3 playoff games and he was fine. He was good, but he was better earlier in the year.
No, you're not wrong, although there were interesting characteristics there because what we normally say, and in fact, I think it's what we were saying about Brock during the 3-game losing streak early in the year, what we didn't love were his fourth quarters. We're like, dude, if you want to be the dude, you got to be able to bring your team 80 yards in the fourth quarter and get a touchdown that they have to have. That didn't look good in Minnesota. Cincinnati game, he didn't even really have a chance.
Right.
Cleveland game, I'd argue he did take them on the drive, and then the kicker missed the kick. But
he wasn't good up to that point.
He wasn't great. No, and that game obviously had its own personality and whatnot. But if we do go through the playoffs, when was Brock at his absolute best? I mean, against the Packers, it was when there was 4 minutes to go.
Yep.
And
one drive with 6 minutes to go.
And then against the Lions, you're down 24-7 at half. Did you get a break with the Ayuk play down the field? You sure did.
No doubt.
Did you get a break when Josh Reynolds dropped the ball? You sure did. But what'd you do with those breaks? I mean, if you're a quarterback and your team's down by 17 at half and you win a football game by going north of 30 points in the game, when
you get credit for it.
You get some credit for that. So
you had the Ayuk fluke, and you had a short field off the Lions turnover. So things definitely broke your way. And then against Kansas City, you could look at the reasons why you didn't win that game, and you could look at Brock Purdy, but I would look at 4 or 5 other things before I looked at Brock Purdy.
Agreed. He was pretty good in the Super Bowl. He wasn't stunning. He wasn't Patrick, but he was pretty good. He was pretty. He played a fine game. That's the way I'd put it.
And I look at those 3 playoff games, and they all 3 were B- level, and it wasn't good enough to win the Super Bowl. So this is not me to try to nitpick Brock Purdy, but you look at this being his first full time as QB1 in camp. How can you get better? What can you do to get yourself from where you were to being a better quarterback and winning the Super Bowl?
All right, coming up next. Boy, this was an interesting piece of information that broke earlier today about a phone call the 49ers made. To who and why? You're going to want to know this. So we'll tell you all about that coming up next. Plus, we are flying quickly toward Steph Curry autographed jersey time. Remember, all week long right here on 95.7 The Game, make sure you're tapped in at 3 specific times throughout the day. That's when you can qualify and win a separate Warriors prize. That's 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with us. That's every day, all week long. So we're coming up here. I guess we're already at kind of the halfway point, right? 3, 6, 8 qualifiers
8 out of
already
15,
in. 7 qualifiers to go, and that'll happen in an hour. And all you need to do is listen. Right at 4:30, we'll ask you something about what we said on the show. First person that calls in with the right answer is qualified to win the autographed Curry jersey. Plus, you get your own prize every day as well if you qualify. And today, you will be playing for an Andrew Wiggins bobblehead. So the Wiggins bobble and qualification for the Curry jersey all on the table in exactly an hour. But the phone call the Niners placed, to who and why, coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10.
Consolation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Is what it is. So it's limited edition, damn.
Cha-ching!
It's Wiggins. Does it talk? No, it doesn't talk.
I don't think it. That's why my impersonation's so good.
It would be amazing if that one had a button on it and you pushed it and it was just like.
Totally.
Pull the string. And
it's just so good. I actually, during the break, I was sitting in here and somebody came in and said, yeah, hey, Dibs, do you want an Andrew Wiggins bobblehead? My response, I'm good.
I do.
Take one.
Can
you
I have
won't.
one? What do you mean?
No, you can't take that.
No, not that one. Who offered you a bobble?
That's none of your business.
Who offered you a bobble?
You were out of the room. I can tell you that.
My boys would love a bobble.
Yeah, they would.
Give me the. You got a Jedi bobble? You got extras?
TBD.
Yeah, exactly.
We know people.
It's like
totally.
Like I'm not going to say it on the air, you dummy. Anyway,
what's Jude doing at 4:30? He can listen and call.
Jude will be warming up for his playoff baseball game at 4:30.
That's exciting.
Step off.
It's a consolation sensation.
You didn't need to say that, but it is.
No, you already mentioned it before.
I know.
And I actually was thinking about him today on this Wednesday, knowing that it was coming up.
And it's a hot one out there.
Yeah.
So get extra water.
Hydrate.
And and get ready. The ball's going to be flying well.
In 36 of Andrew Wiggins' 71 games this year,
there we go.
He made 4, 5, or 6 field goals.
That's good. That's more than Looney.
That's all I'm saying.
Consistency.
Yeah.
So when I talk about 4 of 11,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
5 of 12 or 6 of 13, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, stay tuned to get your Andrew Wiggins bobblehead and a chance to qualify for the Steph Curry autographed jersey.
You sound so excited. You do. You sound excited.
I am excited, and bobbleheads are incredible. People love bobbleheads. I kind of wish that I would have kept my bobbleheads because I had a pretty good collection of bobbleheads over the years.
What'd you do with them?
Well, I got into a situation where I was no longer living where my bobbleheads were. And
why don't you go get them?
Well, when you start to leave the home in a divorce situation,
right?
You have to make some hard choices. And
she wanted the bobbles?
No, and luckily my ex-wife, wonderful woman. We're still friends, still friendly.
Go
but
get the bobbles.
Yeah, I had them there for a number of years.
Yeah.
And then the call came in, hey, Dibs, I'm going to need you to come and get the rest of your S.
So why did you go get it?
Because I didn't have the storage, nor did I really have the wherewithal. Both of my kids were adults at the time. What am I going to do with 17 random bobbleheads?
I don't know. You could give them to somebody.
I would have given them to you had I thought about that. Had you and I been this close then.
How much room do bobbleheads take?
It's a box.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with, and I had probably 14 boxes and a set of golf clubs, and, you're running out of space when you're moving in.
So where'd they end up? She just threw them away?
They wound up in the driveway on one of those hurry up and come get it sales. Like an everything must go deal.
And somebody came and got it?
Oh, yeah. And somebody bought my old set of clubs for like $20. And they weren't worth more than $100, but it was one of those deals. And my old touring bike, I had a bicycle that I had for 20 years that was probably worth a couple $100.
Hey.
That got sold for $10.
At least she asked.
No doubt.
Some people just throw it out on the street.
No doubt.
You ever had that happen?
No, fortunately. And, it was very amicable. But it got to the point where, my storage unit is full of your crap. I'm going to give you 30 days. It's going to be a no from me, Dibs. I'm going to need you to come get your crap.
A 30-day notice.
Long way to say, like for now, for me to collect bobbleheads doesn't really make a lot of sense because my collection is no longer existing. And I have a 21-month-old who... That bobblehead, that Andrew Wiggins bobblehead, that thing wouldn't last.
No, that thing's going to not be bobbling after a little while. A couple days.
Well, her thing now is she'll be reading a book to herself and you'll hear, uh-oh. And it's like you go in there, rip it. Wait, what happened? Did you rip it? Rip it. Yes, you ripped it, honey.
Rip it good.
Totally. Where's the scotch tape?
Yeah. Anyway, here's the Curry jersey. I want to hold that up for Twitch and YouTube also. Here it is. It's real and it's spectacular, and you might win that too if you're listening at 4:30.
You got a chance, right? And it'd be 1 in 15 chances. We have 8 qualifiers already. Qualifier number 9 coming up.
7 more to go.
I love it.
7 more to go.
And that's a great prize. Although it's been touched by a lot of different people.
It has. But one of them's me, and I just washed my hands literally within the last 6 minutes.
I tried to touch it yesterday, and I was immediately rebuked by our producer, Lucas. Don't touch that.
Get your greasy hands all over there. You're eating salad with oily dressing all day.
Good call. Changing diapers.
Yeah.
I probably should keep away.
We have a quote from Adam Schefter.
According to sources?
Yeah, you're going to want to hear this one. This comes from the Adam Schefter podcast with Daniel Dopp. It's my new favorite name. I don't even know who that is, but it's a fun name.
Never, ever got close. There were teams that reached out. Daniel, the New York Jets reached out about Justin Jefferson. Did you know that?
Yeah, can you imagine Justin Jefferson and Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers? That would be unreal.
The Indianapolis Colts reached out about Justin Jefferson. You know that?
That'd be a great, I mean, Anthony Richardson would love a wide receiver like that in his wide receiving core.
The 49ers reached out about Justin Jefferson. You know that?
Okay, they're just getting greedy at this point, Adam. They certainly don't need another wide receiver.
Well, this was all before the draft. And every team that called the Vikings before the draft was told we're not trading him. The conversations went nowhere with anybody. So it was a moot point. And by the way, there should have been 31 teams that were calling the Vikings and checking in to see if there was any way that they would trade the wide receiver who wanted a new deal, who they struggled to get a new deal done with. Everybody should have called.
My favorite part of the entire sound clip is when he says a new team and go, did you know that? Did you know that? No, Adam, we didn't know that.
Didn't know it.
We're not Adam Schefter.
Right.
But anyway, the 49ers called the Vikings about Justin Jefferson. Now, it went nowhere. I do think it's interesting on a couple of levels. First of all, and I know, like David Lombardi and others have sort of like spoken publicly about this before. The Niners themselves have spoken about this before. They have kind of a philosophy of no stone unturned. So I know Lombardi earlier today likened this to when the 49ers called about Aaron Rodgers. It's like, whoa. You called about Aaron Rodgers? Well, yeah. It's just a phone call. You know what I mean? Hey, what are you guys doing over there with Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
Like, what do you think? I'd call too about Justin Jefferson. However, also knowing at least the way the brains work in all of this, even though it was just a phone call, and even though it went nowhere, so it equals nothing. I could imagine Brandon Ayuk going, oh, so you thought you could fit that contract, right? Like, why would you call? In theory, if you called, you figured maybe there was a way to make this work. You thought you could fit that contract into your cap, and I imagine still pay Brock Purdy. So why on earth would you have any trouble fitting my contract? I don't know if there's any reality baked into that at all. I could see him at least having the thought.
For sure. You think that you can bring that kind of a player in, knowing what he's going to command, and I don't think that anybody thought $88 million guaranteed at signing would be the way that came out. And I think the official guarantee is 110, but 88 is the actual guarantee. So if you're Brandon Ayuk and you're thinking, all right, you thought that you'd bring in that player, and nobody thought he was going to get $88 million actually guaranteed. But even if you thought he would get top of the market money, which it's fair to think that he was going to reset the market, nobody thought he would reset it at the level he actually did reset it. So if I'm Ayuk and I hear this, according to sources, I'm thinking, all right, this means that this team, the Niners, are more equipped to handle a near the top of the market salary than anybody else would probably think.
Yeah, because I love the no stone unturned idea. I love that the 49ers are just all about due diligence.
And Tom Brady too, right? They tried to overturn that stone.
I got to figure though, the Niners are not doing it to be annoying. They're not doing it to be gossipy. So in other words, they did in their mind think, hey, let's check and see if there's a way to do this. They weren't calling the Vikings just to be like, dude, what are you guys going to do?
Right.
Like there's probably some sort of a question about the whole thing. That's certainly what Adam is insinuating right here. And so, if I'm Brandon Ayuk and I'm already feeling some kind of way about the way this offseason is going, then I'm going to say, oh, Oh, you call the Vikings. That's interesting. And again, I think we always have this faux thought in our head that like Brandon and some sort of like person in a Niner helmet are in a room talking. Brandon and Parag are not speaking directly at all. Brandon's agent is. I could see, and the reason maybe I'm saying this, I could see myself calling my agent and being like, excuse me? Like, you're offering me $40 million guaranteed. He got 88 and they called. They thought they could fit that with Brock Purdy. And they're telling me that I've got to take 39 guaranteed or something like that because of Brock Purdy. That would annoy me. That would annoy me.
Yeah, and Ryan Williams, his agent, is getting a call. As soon as that sound clip is played here on 95.7 The Game, Ayuk is like, Ryan, yo, did you hear this? Did you hear what Willard and Dibbs are talking about? According to sources, Adam Schefter on a podcast with Danny Dopp, and they're talking about the Niners calling about Jefferson. Yo, call them right now and let them know we now want $62 million guaranteed. No more 61. We're going to go ahead and up our ask. And I know it doesn't work quite that directly, but for sure when the player hears this, he's like, oh, heck no. Heck no, you're going to try to bring in Justin Jefferson, and then you're going to come back and lowball me, quote unquote. It's just, I mean, it's not really a lowball, but I know how this works. Every piece of new information that comes in, the players and the teams, they're going to try to use it to their advantage.
Yeah, of course. And if I'm the Niners, I could easily respond and say, yeah, dude, we did call the Vikings. We offered them you. Like,
oh, that got awkward.
Well, I mean, okay.
So you wouldn't have to fit both of us under the cap if I'm gone?
Yeah, if you're going to, listen, again, it went nowhere. So I don't think anybody offered anything. I think it was one of those phone calls that you look at your log and it was like, that was 48 seconds. That was only 48 seconds. What kind of information? It's kind of like when I call you. You on BART today? Yep, I'm on BART today. All right, bye. 9 seconds. It's one of those calls.
Right.
Justin Jefferson. They're like, no, that's going to be a no from us, dog. All right. You sure? Yes, we're sure. Like, all right, bye.
You sure?
Bye.
Actually, now that you asked again, we really want this guy gone.
I mean, the 49ers do have a history, if you believe all of these reports, of having a lot of gall. Like, they've got a lot of nerve. This is the team that called the Patriots and went, we want Garoppolo. And they're like, not giving you Garoppolo. And they're like, all right, what about Brady? What?
Right.
What the hell did you just ask me? Right? They call the Packers about Aaron Rodgers. They call the Vikings about Justin Jefferson. Sure. Who knows who they're going to call next? Maybe they'll call the Chiefs. You guys done with Mahomes yet? No. Sure?
You sure?
All right. We out. You know, I love that about them. But if that conversation were going to go somewhere, that's probably what it is. Here, you do Ayuk. We'll do Jefferson. Ayuk will be cheaper. We'll do Jefferson. And we're probably going to have to dump some one or two other people off of our roster.
Like their quarterback.
Yeah, but let's explore it.
Yeah.
You want to do this? Like, I don't know. That's probably what would have happened if the Vikings were like, well, we're not really into the whole, like, you guys won't believe what he's asking for.
Right. So you're going to trade Ayuk and your first-round pick, your 31st overall, to get Justin Jefferson and then have to go out and pay him? Well, you could do that. Wouldn't it be better just to keep Ayuk? And I do think the big piece that makes this contract actually happen at some point is what it would mean for their cap number and their cap savings going forward in light of Brock Purdy. So if Ayuk's making 14 and the team, whatever the number is that they agree to, and his cap number for this year goes from 14 down to 7, I think is roughly about what it would be. So you have a $7 million actual cap savings, and that money goes right into the coffer for Brock Purdy down the road. And every single dollar you can save now under the cap that you can carry with you toward the future, which is Brock Purdy, I think it becomes important. And so getting Brandon Ayuk done becomes, I think, more important for Brock Purdy than just for Brandon Ayuk.
You know, it's interesting. You said something earlier I think we could explore further. You essentially said without Brandon Ayuk, the 49ers are, don't let me put words in your mouth, like not even a Super Bowl contender.
They're good, but they're not great. If you have Pearsall and Debo as your two receivers and Juwan Jennings, I don't think that you are.
Well,
you're not winning the NFC. You're a playoff team, but I don't think that you are a Super Bowl team. No, Mark. No, that's going to be a no from me, Mark. I think if Debo, and again, I'm not wishing any ill will on anybody, but I don't think that Debo Samuel has shown to be the most durable wide receiver. And the reason why Debo is such a great wide receiver 1A is that Brandon Ayuk can be the route runner. He can be more of the quote-unquote true receiver. Debo can be the catch-and-run guy, a guy you can put at running back. Without Ayuk, I think Debo becomes lessened based on what you would need him to do.
I mean, you're leaving out a lot of names that are serviceable people. Chris Conley is a serviceable NFL veteran wide receiver.
He's a wide receiver 4 on a good team.
Right. But again, if you go through the history of the league, if you have a great offense and if you've got a really good quarterback, this is sometimes why I still stop and wonder, how deep is your belief? Not just you, anyone. How deep,
you can put it on me.
How deep is your Brock Purdy belief? Because the history of the league, and again, I don't want to put him in sentences with Brady and Mahomes. That's absurd.
Right.
But the history of the league with really good teams is that you can get some things done with less than stellar wide receiver cores if the rest of what you're doing is really good. It's one of the things that surprises me so much about the money now being spent on wide receivers. I can't believe that. In the wake of what Tom Brady achieved in his years with the Patriots, and in the wake of Patrick Mahomes winning back-to-back Super Bowls with a big bunch of whatever as wide receivers.
And let's go to that point real quick, because last year you and I were talking throughout the course of the season about Super Bowl teams and this and that. And, you know, Kansas City was a team that you and I both were kind of like, well, I mean, Kansas City, you got Mahomes, but gee, I just don't see it with Kansas City. I mean, yeah, they're going to be a playoff team.
They're good.
But are they really going to be that good? And as we got into December, you got into November, you got into December, and they just kind of kept winning, and they made believers out of all of us, and it was kind of what you're talking about, like Rashee Rice, and I knew about him more than most because he was on my fantasy team, and it's like, thank God for Rashee Rice. Kept me from being in dead last.
But it wasn't because of the receiving core. I was watching them play last year, and I was not a huge believer in the way that the offense was producing. This is one of the things that gets so lost now in looking back on last year. And in fact, if I were a defensive player on the Chiefs, I'd be texting a lot of people WTF. Like, yes, no one is arguing.
Where are the fans?
Patrick Mahomes, the face of the league. You're wrong if you think otherwise. That's the guy. He's the best player in the National Football League, the most important player in the National Football League. And yes, he put together an overtime drive. But how incredibly lost on everyone is it the way the Chiefs actually won that Super Bowl? They won it with defense, and in regulation, Patrick was given 4 quarters of football. The only touchdown he scores when the Niners fumbled deep in their zone.
Yep.
And he was able to turn that into a touchdown. And then he went on the drive in overtime. What made the Chiefs really good last year that I missed during the regular season was that their defense was greatly improved. And that's how essentially they did it. Go look at the way they went through the playoffs and then compare that with the famous Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes game that changed the rules of overtime and all of that stuff. The Chiefs were not doing it the same way. No one was scoring 40. They largely weren't even scoring 30.
Yeah. They didn't score 30.
They didn't score 30.
26-7, 27-24, 17-10.
There you go.
25-22 in overtime.
And that's against 4 of the best teams in the league. Their defense was absolutely next level.
Yeah, 3 road games, and you had the MVP. You held them to a 17-10 win, although I would argue that the Ravens held themselves to just 10 points.
An ugly game.
Would they run it 3 times or something crazy that?
And they fumbled at the half-yard line.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, Baltimore, I thought, lost that game on their own, but you held Tua and company to just 7 points, and then Josh Allen in another classic between Kansas City and Buffalo, you held them to 24, and then you were able to contain the Niners, and you're right. The defense won them that game, but I think it goes back to the point about the Niners without Brandon Ayuk. I do think that without Ayuk, your offense becomes much, much easier to contain.
I don't disagree, but it's interesting. I don't think the Niners I don't think there's any one player, at least not named Brock or Christian, that just suddenly craters the whole thing into nothingness. The other point that I'd like to make, though, which is going to sound completely counter to what I just said, is one of the things I hate about these situations. Like, it's one thing to have the team be like, well, we're negotiating. We're out here in just fan land. We're not negotiating.
Right.
I got no axe to grind. I got nothing about anything that has to do with Brandon and his money. But it leads to people starting to try to fine-tune their point about a certain player. And you'll hear it all over the place. I heard Florio on this station this morning talking basically, Brandon's not as good as you think he is. I just think this is some of the stupidest commentary that's out there. I never understand when you have somebody that performed at that level and now they want to try to bring this argument to you. You know, he got 2 targets in the Super Bowl. Right, for a bevy of reasons that had nothing to do with him. If you look at last year and think Brandon is not phenomenal, I can't help you.
It's like people looking at Draymond Green averaging 8, 8, and 8 and thinking the same thing because you don't watch the game.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Yeah, watch the game. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Do you trust the Niners regime when it comes to roster construction? 888-957-9570, and we're only a half hour away from Curry jersey qualification. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward. And I think you've opened up a box.
Pandora's?
Oh, what's in the box?
My hot take.
888-957-9570. How important is Brandon Ayuk to the team? Answer that however you want.
Yeah.
How would you answer it?
It's a great question.
Thank you, Doc. Doc Pandia.
By the way, Joe, notice I got, and I know it doesn't count because he has taken money from this station, but there was an odd one from Larry. He gave it to me mid-answer, and the three of you collectively, no one noticed.
I noticed.
Well, I knew you noticed.
I always
and
noticed.
You just ignored.
It was my bit from many, many years ago, and now you're the one who's racking up all the that's a good question.
And that was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Yeah.
And I partly was hurt because I was actually wounded, Larry, because I asked him the same question he asked Kyle Shanahan, and that's not a good question, Larry.
Well,
I literally asked you your question.
Right, so he victory lapped on you. He was like, I think he felt like you were taking his material.
I was actually
He's like,
leading
that was
him.
my question.
But I was leading him like a horse to water so we could all have a drink.
You didn't get a that's a great question. You got a that's a my question.
Right.
That's what you got.
But
anyway.
that's by the very nature of it being his question, I thought that would have been a good question. I guess he has a level of self-hatred about his own questions.
You also have to allow me to steal some of your bits. You have to allow me. If you're going to,
no, you can have them all.
No, yeah. If you're going to make me try to uptick, which I'll never understand.
That was a Lorenzo Neal bit.
I don't even get it. It's not a bit good or bad. I don't even understand it. I don't. You've told me the story.
Yeah.
I don't really get it. I'm dumb. Fine.
It's not something that you have to understand.
I don't get
it was a Lorenzo Neal tick that he started doing, and it really bothered Joe Fortenbaugh.
Go to hell, Dibs.
And because it bothered Joe Fortenbaugh, I immediately embraced it.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of things bother Joe Fortenbaugh.
Yeah.
Never met the man, but he seems like he gets bothered a lot.
Just by...
He's angry. That's awesome. That's just the way I'm going to leave it. I never met
angry,
the guy.
Jeff.
Yeah. That's awesome. Good for you, Joe.
Someday there will be a, I don't know if it'll be a 30 for 30, but maybe an oral history. I would love for someone to do the oral history of 95-7 the game. And because I got stories on stories now from,
yeah, you do.
Because we're coming up this year on 13 years, Mark Willard. It'll be 13 years as a station, August 1st. Yeah. Maybe this is the year we have that anniversary party, that big blowout.
I think that's what we just did Friday night with a softball game.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
That was pretty fun.
There was pizza.
Anyway, there was pizza.
It's a party. So
there were secret beverages too.
There were drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were
in
drinks.
that one cooler.
Anyway, so 888-9, let's drink. Thank you. 888-957-9570. And I think that is sort of an interesting way to put it, because while I'm going to try to make these 2 points simultaneously, I do think that we are teetering on the edge. This is in general now. I think as a league, we're teetering on the edge of overpaying the wide receiver in terms of his importance to the team. I say that as a general blanket statement. Now, as far as Ayuk, I'm going to buy what you're saying to a degree. The 49ers, in my opinion, absolutely need him. I don't think they crater into awfulness without him, but I think that they are a much worse team without him. I think he's a phenomenal player, and I never understand that when it comes to contract time, Tom, Dick, and Harry are all there to raise their hand and be like, so I know that he had 1,300 yards. I know he was clutch. I know he goes over the middle. I know he blocks downfield. I know he was second in the league in yards per catch. And I could give you about 12 more I knows. I know all those things. But I'm here to tell you he's actually not that good. Whatever, Florio.
I mean, he's second team All-Pro, but, would he be the guy that keeps you up at night game planning? Is he the guy that you have to put two defenders on everywhere he goes? I don't think he's that guy. So... I think there's a lot of guys you could put at that spot in the 49ers offense who would put together 1,300 plus receiving yards and be a second team All-Pro. And again, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think it's elite, rare skills like Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, absolute top of the market guys.
Okay, so you named three people.
Right.
He's not those three people. He's what? He's next. So what are you saying? No one's asking for $88.7 million for Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
He's not the guy that keeps defensive coordinators up at night. You know who keeps defensive coordinators up at night? The whole team.
Well, actually, I'm kind of the one and stuff, and it's my laminated play sheet and stuff. And
he's the best one at catching the ball.
Yeah.
So this whole, you don't have to double team. How many guys in the league do you have to double team? Like, Brandon Ayuk is phenomenal on every metric. And so you start to notice, to me, this happens now to all the players on the 49ers. Do you notice the process of what takes place? Seemingly everybody but Christian. And I'm not sure why. We could dive into that further. But no matter who you are, you can perform like crazy. And on some level, we're just going to denigrate what you do because 49ers.
Right.
There's great players around you, and you have a great play caller. So, like, I think that he just said it. I think there's a lot of receivers you could plug in there and have that happen.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
I agree with you. And it's not only because of what he does with the football. And you mentioned he's number 2 in the league in yards per reception. George Pickens was number 1. The Niners had 3 of the top 22, incidentally, in yards per reception. Now, is that because all 3 of them are really good when they get the ball in their hand? Yes. Is it because of the scheme? Yes. Is it because of the quarterback? Yes. All those things, I think, play into the fact that you had 3 of the top 22 in yards per reception. That doesn't mean you can just put a guy in for Brandon Ayuk and have him be as good as Brandon Ayuk. I don't believe that. And getting back to my take, I do think that if you had Brandon Ayuk on another team and you didn't replace him with anybody other than what you already have or who you've drafted, I do think you are significantly worse because of what he does for your quarterback and for your receiving core. He makes it so that Deebo Samuel doesn't have to be a 7 or 8 catch a game guy. Deebo Samuel can be your yak guy. He can be a little bit more of a changeup. And it means your tight end can play the role that he does. And it means Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield can be your check down guy. I think that Brandon Ayuk is your wide receiver 1. The routes he runs, he's your best route runner. He's probably your best catcher of the football. Maybe Deebo's better with the yak when he gets the ball in his hands. I don't know. You'd have to look at the total yak percentages and all the rest of it. But without Brandon Ayuk, for me, Deebo is diminished. George Kittle is diminished. McCaffrey's diminished. Everybody gets worse without Brandon Ayuk.
There's one place where you can talk about this right here, right now, and it's 95-7 the game. The Giants have snapped their losing streak. They have defeated the Arizona Diamondbacks by a final of 9-3. And we can dive into this a little bit. 888-957-9570, because there is much, much, much to discuss with this baseball team. The frustration has been completely boiling over in an understandable way. And I don't know about you, Dibs, as we could take a few minutes and dive into this. I was really thankful to see what we saw last night from Bob Melvin. And I don't know how many of you stuck around to hear it. You know what I mean? Like, the Giants were, it certainly appeared, were way out of this game. 8-2 going into the 8th inning or whatever. And so I flirted with the idea. I thought about turning it off. And then I was like, that's not the kind of fan I am. Let's check it out. And then, yes, it's 3-run homer, and then there's base runners in the 9th, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, there's a baseball game. But they lost. And after the game, Bob Melvin had this to say.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worse?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at-bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
The visual that goes with this, for me, is even better than the audio. He is rocking back and forth And not in a like rocking chair on the front porch sort of a way.
No.
Rocking back and forth in a, I'm about to throw something off the wall sort of a way.
And his face was redder than my face.
Yes.
And I tend to have a red face. Red face Jones. He was red. He was rocking. He was angry. And he was patiently answering the questions until you got to the end when they asked him about the message that he sent. And I'm not going to get into the message that I said or what I said to the players. But if you would have had him on Truth Serum and he would have given you the answer, I'm sure, would have told you that he told the team that sort of a bullshit effort is completely unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. We're better than that. And you all collectively had better pull it out. Pull your heads out of your pockets and start playing baseball. Because the way they lost that game with defenders not remembering to cover second base,
Brett Wisely,
shortstops making errors, Casey Schmidt, and like he said, you had him on the hook repeatedly. It was bases loaded every time you turned around and he didn't score.
And the worst at bat of all the bad at bats did belong to Casey Schmidt. It's funny that you called it Bullschmidt because he was awful yesterday.
Yeah.
And I have no problem saying that even about a young player because it was Little League crap. Absolute Little League crap by Schmidt and Wisely, kicking balls, flailing, swinging wildly in situations where you absolutely had to put the ball in play. And then the mental error of not even covering second base on a bunt is something that at the major league level, you flat out cannot and usually don't see. So it was interesting because Melvin's screaming and yelling here to the reporters mainly about the at-bats. He's talking mainly about the offense.
Yeah.
Listen to what Grandy put together with their defense.
Shot on the ground. Schmidt can't come up with it. Hit on the ground, and Schmidt's going to slow it down. And he slowed it down just enough for everybody to move up a bag. Off the glove of Chapman. And the throw home is not in time. Schmidt right through his glove. Well, they're going to give Marte a base hit, but that's not a base hit. On the ground is Schmidt. Schmidt kicks it around, and everybody's safe. And bunts it. Jackson's got it. Nobody there. Then he throws to first. I'm wondering what Wisely was doing.
And Wisely never moved. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I mean, you have to go to second.
I'm so sorry, Kruk and Kipe.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
I got you, Grandy.
Kipe's a second baseman.
Right. I've never seen that.
Listening to this, and you can hear the disdain and the frustration even in his voice. The ball went off of Casey's glove 4 times.
Can I just weigh in real quick with this piece of it? I know I can. It's the way for me to kind of precede what I'm going to say. The Giants were charged for 1 error in yesterday's game.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
And nothing has ever been more bullshit than that.
What has happened to official scoring in Major League Baseball? And I saw Andy Baggerly put out a tweet about this. I think it was during yesterday's game where we just don't give errors anymore. And Casey Schmidt easily could have been tabbed for 2, if not 3 errors.
If not more, for sure.
And just listening to all those cuts, those were 4 or 5 plays that needed to be made at this level, and they weren't. And I checked the box, and they were charged with 1 error. Casey Schmidt's first of the year. Somewhere Marco Luciano's rolling over in his bed, and he's thinking, what the hell?
Yeah.
Where was that official score when I needed him?
Well, it's funny because somewhere along the line, the stats of the whole thing, maybe it's tucked into the fact that it's so much seemingly harder to hit now in baseball. They want more hits. They want more action. But I wonder if they realize you're affecting stats in the other direction. How does Kyle Harrison feel about this? Those runs were largely almost all unearned in my mind. But I think 3 of the 4 that he was charged with end up being earned runs. And Kyle wasn't great yesterday. He's a young player who's but he's better. He wasn't bad.
Yeah.
He logged 6 innings. He needs more consistency and dynamic results out of his breaking pitches, his non-fastball. That's get deep into the weeds with Kyle Harrison. But outside of that, he's got a bunch of stats on his ERA that are undeserved. I was like, Bob Melvin went, quote, off. I would have loved to see him go off even more. Like, that was absolute Little League junk last night that the Giants put out there. And there was another rant that I loved. And by the way, we are talking Giants baseball after their 9-3 win today. Glad they ended the losing streak, but this is your spot if you want to call in and get anything off your chest or talk about it right now, 888-957-9570. And there's a lot to get into. Matos got sent down before the game started.
Right.
Austin Slater led off, went 1 for 4, struck out twice, including once in a huge situation where, again, the ball needed to get put in play. It was great. They hit the long ball today, so they got 9 runs, and one of them was a grand slam. Flores, Ramos, Soler, who only hits when there's no one on base, he did it again. I'm not trying to come down Soler's road. I know how bad he wants this, but it's so obvious what's happening to him. It's literally like, dude, when there's runners on base, don't swing, because all they're doing is throwing curveballs in the dirt to you. And you want it so bad that you're swinging out of your shoes, and if you make contact with one of those breaking balls, it's a grounder to short or a pop-up to first, seemingly every time, if you get a bat on it or a strikeout. Lo and behold, when you come up in the next inning with no one on, you get a fastball and you tank it 15 rows deep. That's great. That's great. But, dude, they're not giving you any fastballs because they know they don't have to.
Yeah.
This is not some sort of a quirk of the statistical arrangement.
6 of his 7 home runs this year with nobody on. And so your take is spot on in terms of the stats. And he's now batting, after today's 1 hit with a runner in scoring position, he's now hitting 173 with runners in scoring position on the year. 173, your big free agent slugger who does all his slugging when he's all alone on the diamond. Home alone, Macaulay Culkin. That's who your cleanup hitter is.
Again, I really dig I dig that they won today, and that's great. But where this ends up, and there was another rant today that I heard that I really liked, and it came from FP. And FP was like, "Look, a lot of you got excited with this play the kids moniker, and I get it. He gets it. We all get it. I get excited about play the kids too, but with one firm caveat. If they are winning and succeeding, play the kids. But I will forever, every June for the rest of my life, and May and April, all of those months that happen before August, I will forever reject when people throw their hands up and go, crap, play the kids. These guys suck. Because listen to what happens when they play the kids. Bob Melvin's freaking out in the visiting clubhouse.
Yeah.
Twitter is alive with Giants fans who are ripping Farhan Zaidi sideways, and I get it. But by the same token, you said play the kids. Matos goes 0 for a week and a half. Schmidt made Luciano look good with the way he played short last night. Wisely doesn't even know where the hell to go on a bunt, and you want to play the kids. If you want to play the kids, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get what looks like moronic baseball sometimes. So for me, sitting wherever they are, I haven't even looked, a game out of the wild card.
One game out, Mark.
A game out of the wild card, no. I don't want to play the kids. If it's going to lead to that, that was terrible. Like that. Now, this is the word that gets overused in sports media. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like when you lose. No, it's not embarrassing when Aaron Judge hits a home run. He's Aaron Judge. It's not embarrassing when Juan Soto hits a home run. He's Juan Soto. Last night, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
When you've got a bunt play and your second baseman doesn't cover second, and you've got a shortstop who doesn't really look like he's that dialed in on the ball game.
My 10-year-old is in his uniform at Boyle Park right now getting ready for a game, and he would have covered second.
Yeah.
He knows.
I mean, that's Little League, right? That's a situational play that from the time you're 8 or 9 years old, you pretty much know as a second baseman. If there's a bunt and there's a runner on first, and it's to the left side, your job is to run over there and just be near second base in case we want to, I don't know, get a force out over at second. And you mentioned play the young guys. Luis Matos, over his last 14 games, he was batting 153 with 3 runs batted in and an OPS of 343. And that's 14 games. That's 2 weeks of the struggle bus, as we like to say. It was a big time struggle bus. And so, and I think you're right about Bob Melvin. He probably got done with last night's game and last night's rant, and Slater's getting close to being ready. And he's thinking, you know what? Can I get a grown man up in here? Because the kids right now, they're starting to frustrate me a little bit.
Like, look, I know that they said Matos had some runway. Now he's going to be the center fielder, but not if you a $120,
right,
or whatever you just said.
143.
Even no. There's a season to play. There's a season to play. So we're not doing play the kids just because. And the whole let's ride with it when it's frustrating. No, I'm a hard no on that. There's no ride with it. You play well or get the hell out of here. And
you're a game out of the wild card right now.
That goes for the veterans too.
Exactly.
But if you're the Giants, and I get it, I would love. It's like I want to see these kids play well, but I don't want to see them not play well. It's like I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are like, no, we want to see them play just because they're kids, whether they're good or not. And if they're not good, then, let's just see what they got. I am so not in let's see what they got mode. So if you are sitting in a spot, and I know you might be thinking, well, Mark, Slater's also hitting a $140. Well, what's the tiebreaker between Luis Matos and Austin Slater? I would bet a lot of you are like, well, Matos, because young and exciting, and let's see. No, my tiebreaker would be one's been in the bigs for 7 years and has a resume. And so, and by the way, has had a lot fewer at-bats this year than Luis Matos.
Right.
In a short period of time. So if there's a tiebreaker there, let's go with the guy who's shown that he's a big leaguer. I don't even know if Matos is a big leaguer.
Well, let's see if Slater is still a big leaguer, because he hasn't been healthy, and now he has a chance to go out there and show that he can be the player that he's been in the past, because you do have a track record with Austin Slater, and it hasn't been what he's shown you so far this year in a small sample. But for me, the only goal, the only aim at this point in the year with 99 games left to go is win the baseball game. And if you think that Austin Slater will give you a better chance than Luis Matos, then we're going to have to wait on play the kids, because you're 3 games below 500. You need to win baseball games.
No doubt. Ramos stays because he's a winning player right now. So where do you stand on play the kids? 888-957-9570. We can get into it. We're sponsored by Robert Half, and also your chance to win is coming up next. A Wiggins bobblehead and a qualification for the Steph Curry autographed jersey coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty.
hits a high drive to left. It is out of here. Yep. The big hit they haven't been able to get. They just got it from Wilmer Flores.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
True or false? Anybody weigh in who was actually eyeballs on this one live in that moment? Did Wilmer throw the bat down? Like you know what I mean? Sort of in a sort of a way. Like I think he hucked the bat straight to the ground.
Wow.
Which for Wilmer Flores qualifies as a pirouette and a bat flip. Pull your helmet off and take 8 minutes to round the bases. That guy doesn't ever show any emotion, seemingly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what Giant does. They don't have a very emotive group. And so for anybody in that moment to do that, and I'm looking at the highlight right now, it was more of a flip, more of like a get this thing out of my hand. I didn't really see a spike.
Okay.
It certainly wasn't a Juan Soto turn pirouette, twirl, pop, pop, pop type of a moment. But
it wasn't in the ninth inning. So
no, and for Wilmer, I mean, you really let the emotions get the better of you there.
Yeah, really did. All right, so here's what that sounder means. If you want to win a chance to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey, you will qualify to do so. If you're the winner today, you will also win an Andrew Wiggins bobblehead, not just any Andrew Wiggins bobblehead, but an Andrew Wiggins Jedi bobblehead. Pretty cool. All you need to do is start listening to the show right now. Over the next 15 minutes, you're going to hear countless interesting things on this show, okay? Fascinating things, brilliant things. In 15 minutes, we will specifically ask you about one of them. And the first person to call the contest line, and if you want that number, you can save it right now, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Have that contest line ready. Don't call it now. That'll get you nothing. But have that ready, and then when we give you the cue, you give us the right answer to the question, you get the Wiggins bobble, and then you are qualified for the Curry autographed jersey. 15 qualifiers throughout the week. Number 9 is coming up today, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30, every day, all day this week. So listen in right now and get ready for your chance to win.
I love it.
All right?
Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Yeah, home run number 2 on the year for Wilmer Flores. So I will allow him a little bit of emotion. And he took the bat and he just kind of flung it toward the dugout like, yeah. And I'm sure in the dugout, you could see the reaction was like, oh, God, thank God.
Oh, God, thank God. Yes.
Seriously.
Thank God.
I mean, after what you were through, the road trip was so great and so thrilling and so exciting, and play the kids, and these guys are exciting, and we're back in it, and you won 4 of 6, and you'd won a 10 of 13 since Mark Willard's famous rant.
Mm-hmm.
And then things had gone to hell in a handbasket rather quickly. Losers of 6 in a row until today.
Jim and Woodacre on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jim. What are you doing?
I'm a caregiver. I'm sitting here in a surgical place waiting for my client to come out of her procedure, but that's not why I called.
Okay. I didn't think so, but yeah.
Thank you for giving me a chance. I'm just tagging on what you're saying about you can't just let anybody go out on the field because you think you got to give them a break. A good analogy is a symphony will audition, let's say, violinists. X number of people come in, and if nobody is up to snuff, they don't hire anybody.
Yep.
Yeah. And somebody's got to play shortstop, Jim.
Well, what?
Somebody's got to play shortstop, so they do have to hire somebody for that position. But your analogy is well taken.
Sir, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
but the person that plays shortstop, can I finish?
Please.
The person that plays shortstop has to have certain abilities so they don't flub up. That's all. You can't hire a musician that's going to hit the wrong notes or make errors.
Well, Jim, the spot that we're all in right now is that a bunch of Giants are hurt. So let's acknowledge that for a second.
And my point is, even if you don't have a maestro at a position, you still have to have somebody play that position.
I totally get where you're
I don't know if Jim got that.
I get where he is.
Batting seventh and playing shortstop.
No,
we don't have anyone eligible. We don't have a maestro. Shortstop will remain vacant today. We will not have a second chair on the cello.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, I don't know. Maybe how about we go with two pitchers instead of a shortstop?
That would be novel.
Have them throw two balls at the batter. Maybe they won't hit it so consistently.
I have no idea. Guy actually throw at somebody, which they actually did dot somebody today. Made me feel good.
I don't think it was on purpose.
Should have been.
Did they dot someone?
Hicks hit a guy.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think the second
he
inning.
Lost control.
Whatever. You hit somebody with a baseball and you win. I don't think that it's coincidence, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I get where he's coming from, but there are a bunch of Giants hurt. So for me, let's take ourselves on the journey we've just experienced and just acknowledge it. The kids were not called up because you wanted to see the kids. The kids were called up because you didn't, as you just said, have any other human bodies who could play those positions. The problem is that it went well at first, and that gets everybody excited. And I totally understand that. And I would love for the kids to stay, but they've got to earn that. I think it's a very strange thought that the kids get to stay because they're kids, because they're homegrown. That is to me, a very defeatist attitude. So defeatist to be like, well, let's just see what they got. Who does that?
It's a loser mentality is what it is.
Teams that do that are like openly not trying. And I am very aware that some of the teams that are not trying have a record very similar to the Giants. So nothing in here is defensive for the Giants or Farhan Zaidi. This is much more about a strategic approach as the season continues to unfold. And it is interesting to me, and I think we would both love to hear from some of you who are somehow bothered by Luis Matos being sent down to hear the true reasons why. Like, if that bothers you, why? And is there an answer that doesn't have to do with, hell, this season's not going anywhere. Let's just see what they got. Because even if that's your opinion, and God knows the months may prove you to be right, there's no way in hell there's anyone in the Giants organization thinking that right now. June 5th. Hell.
We're one game out of the wild card. We're not doing anything.
Bleep it.
Right.
Let's just be all 22-year-olds.
We got Snell, Ray, and Cobb eventually all coming back, we think. Forget it. What are we even doing here? We're a game out of the wild card. I mean, who could possibly make up a game over the next 99?
This has to be a parlay. It has to be a parlay. It's a pick two. You got to be a kid, and you got to play well to stay.
Right.
You have to play well. Elliot Ramos has carved the role. Did you all see what Elliot did today? Listen to this string of at-bats for Elliot Ramos, who hit a game-tying home run last night in the 8th inning. Listen to what he did today. Homer, single, walk, 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 walk. That would be 6 for 6 on the on-base percentage.
Yep.
With the OPS up to 918, currently ranking second in the National League among outfielders.
It went up 71 points today, his OPS.
With at least 100 plate appearances.
Right.
That's Elliot Ramos. You, my friend, can stay because you're crushing it, and that's delicious. I got no interest on June 5th in, well, let's see what he can do. No. No, there are games to win. Lots of them. Lots of games left. And they've got to win them. They have got to win a lot more of them than they lose.
Yeah.
And that's the way this team was built. That's the way it's going to operate, and they're absolutely right to do it. And to be honest with you right now, I didn't think I would feel this way 2 weeks ago. I'm about to say something that's going to sound absurd, I would bet. I can't wait till Nick Ahmed gets back, which is an absolutely unthinkable thought. I hate that I feel that way. But my God, can someone go over to shortstop and pick up the ball? when it comes to you.
On the ground?
That's it.
And throw it?
Super bonus, be in the right spot when you're supposed to be in the right spot. Play the kids. Give me a break. Play the baseball players. We're looking for some. Anybody who looks like one, you stay. If you're running around out there with no clue what to do, or your glove doesn't work anymore because it's scary, it's the big leagues now, then you're screaming, I'm not ready. I got nothing against you, but baseball is built in a certain way where there is somewhere to go when you're not ready. It's called the minor leagues. Please leave and let us know when you're ready. Elliot Ramos is telling everyone he's ready. You stay.
And if he falls into a spot like Matos did, where Matos went 9 for 59 over the course of 14 games with only 3 batted in, and he drew 3 walks during that time. His on-base percentage was 191 over 2 weeks, and you got Austin Slater coming back, a veteran, and you at least want to see what you have with Austin Slater. If Slater goes into a 2-week or 3-week funk where it's like, oh God, Austin, you really are, maybe you're done. Maybe your career is not what we thought it would be. Then you can revisit it. Hopefully you had Matos go down and get a little breather and he comes back and he can make the adjustment because the league adjusted to him. Now he has to make the adjustment to what they did to him. It doesn't mean that Matos is done for the year by any stretch.
No.
But now you go with Slater and you hope that he can perform. And if Elliot Ramos goes into a funk like Matos did, then you're going to have to make a move there too. It's the nature of what you do with younger players.
It's so funny to me how many people would be like, we love urgency. We love urgency. And in the next sentence, they're like, let's just see what happens.
Right.
No, urgency. Get out of here if you're not ready. And listen, let's talk about Luis Matos for a second. I would like to buy shares of Luis Matos because Luis is someone who has shown that he will go to the minors with direction, work on things, and get better. I thought he's still not great, but I thought he came back as a better outfielder this year than he was last year. I thought he did certain things at the plate better than what he did last year. But the bottom line is he and Casey Schmidt still have a case of let's call them the swingies. They got a case of the swingies. And that is when they're not feeling great at the plate and they're not seeing the ball great, they fall back on the exact same thing. Just huck the bat out there. Just swing. Who knows, you might hit it. And you can't do that in the bigs.
Right.
These pitchers are way too good. They smell it from around the corner. They just throw you a curve about a foot outside and they've got you. That at bat from Casey Schmidt, it was the first or second inning last night with the bases juiced and I think nobody out. That's an awful, inexcusable at bat. 3 pitches and you wave at him when this guy shows he had no clue where the strike zone was. The impatience is overwhelming right now with these kids, and I get it. You're pressing. You want to have the big moment. Like Casey hit 2 home runs against the Yankees. I bet it felt better than sex. But no, you can't have that on the big league roster if you've got other options. So that's all we're talking about right now. Nobody's saying Austin Slater or Nick Ahmed are wonderful players who deserve new contracts. But they're big leaguers. They're in their 30s. They've been in the big leagues for a long time. And if someone else isn't banging the door down, they get the gig. Because
That's
they're not
the way it works.
Right, because they're not overwhelmed by the moment.
Exactly. Even though Nick Ahmed is maybe going to go 1 for 4 on a good day, he's just not a very good hitter at this point.
But he can pick up the ball when you hit it to
That's
him.
what you're looking at first and foremost. Matos was 10 for 26 in his opening week or so in the bigs, including what he have 17 runs batted in over the course of 7 games.
He caught a heater.
Then he goes 9 for 59 because the league made the adjustment, like Casey Schmidt last year. Oh, if I throw this 5 to 7 inches off the plate, he's still going to swing at it? Okay, maybe we'll try that for a while. So now Matos, like Schmidt had to do, went down, made the adjustment, and last night the at-bat was not good, and today Casey Schmidt was rewarded with a DNP, as a way to kind of say, all right, Casey, go ahead and watch today. See if you can't pick something up. We're going to go with Tyler Fitzgerald at shortstop. Casey's not done. He's not getting sent down. But yesterday was, I think, alarming for Bob Melvin looking at the young players. He and Wisely both looked like rookies.
Well, I didn't think I'd say this because Ahmed in his rehab, I'm not going to say he had a setback. When he went out there, it didn't feel as good as they wanted it to feel right away. So I don't know how close he is to coming back. It is possible that Luciano is healthy before Ahmed. I don't know that, but I'm just throwing a scenario out there. And if Luciano is healthy before Ahmed, I'm sending Schmidt down and keeping Luciano up. Because my goodness, if you're all just going to go out there and kick the ball all over the place, at least give me Marco's bat. Because Casey going out there waving at things at the plate and then also not catching the ball, what's the upside?
Well, the upside is his glove. But to your point, if he goes out and has a game like he did last night where it was Luciano-esque, then you're right. What are we doing? I mean, you've got Casey Schmidt, who has been better hitting this year than he was, at the end of last year, certainly. But really, if you want to go with the glove, it's Nick Ahmed. I still think that if Luciano is healthy, I would still stick with Casey Schmidt and have, you got Fitzgerald at short, you got Wisely at short. It's unfortunately right now, it's a big time, it's not a platoon. And like with quarterbacks, if you have more than one quarterback, you don't have one quarterback.
Correct.
And that's kind of the situation at shortstop right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I somehow feel more comfortable right now with Fitzgerald over there than any of the other young guys. And Tyler brings some interesting things offensively. He obviously, he was overwhelming AAA pitchers a week and a half ago, but he's also got a ton of speed. You know what I mean? Like that game they won against the Phillies 1-0, they lucked out because Tyler Fitzgerald was the runner that went out, the auto runner that went out to second base. And 2 medium deep fly balls got him to third and then got him home. And not every runner is able to make those plays. There's an offensive dynamic he brings that I don't hate. And while he's not a dynamic shortstop, he does usually, when you hit the ball at him, pick up the ball. He picks up the ball. And I'm pretty sure that's what's needed from your shortstop. So this is not any sort of a narrative in support of like Austin Slater and Nick Ahmed and the excitement that they'll bring.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is my mind is nowhere in this space of where I think a lot of people are, which is that if you've got these two equal things, Nick Ahmed's never going to be a great hitter. Austin Slater struggling this year, and even in his best years, it's like, well, he's not like some sort of overwhelming player. Why not give the reps to the kid? Because the kid might become a really, really good player. Oh, sorry. That's what September's for if you're out of it.
Exactly.
That's not what June is for. So that's a no from me.
Dog. And you're not out of it. And by any stretch, you're not out of it. And I'm just looking at the upcoming schedule. And you've got 19 consecutive games starting Friday at Texas. 19 consecutive games against teams that are sub 500. And I'll say it again for effect because it's your expression. And I've started to kind of use it off the air. And the expression is time to boogie. And when you're sitting at 30 and 33 and you've got 19 straight games, Mark, against teams that are sub 500, Texas, Houston, the Angels, Chicago, St. Louis, Chicago, 19 straight games against sub 500 teams, it's time to boogie.
It's a good uptick.
Thank you.
It's a good uptick, and it leads
I'm trying to get more ticks in there.
I'm
more ticks.
Very excited about
it's tick
that.
season.
It is.
Thank you.
But that's not the read I have. The read I have is, hey, y'all, it's time. It's time to boogie. It's time to win. If you want to win the Wiggins Jedi bobblehead and be entered into the drawing for the Steph Curry autographed jersey, contest line right now, 415-523-4652. Again, the number, 415-523-4652. Here's the question you're going to need to answer. Okay, we're going to play fill in the blank. Once again, a little bit ago, I said something that may have sounded absurd. I can't wait until blank gets back. Fill in the blank. I said something recently that may have sounded absurd. Quote, I can't wait until blank gets back. Fill in that blank with the giant I was talking about, and you will be the winner. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Wiggins bobble and a qualification sensation for the Steph Curry autograph jersey. Remember, if you don't win today, we're not done. Got 2 more days, which means 6 more chances every day. 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 just after lunch, 4:30 with us all week long. Good luck. And as always, thank you to the Warriors for all of this loot that we've been playing with this week, all of these prizes. Good luck, 415-523-4652.
You've gotten me into a little bit of time to boogie space on it's time to move.
Yeah.
It's time to go. It's time to boogie. You got 19 straight against sub 500. And, a couple of those teams you are competing with for the wild card, and that would be Chicago and St. Louis. And it's actually 10 straight. It's at Chicago, at St. Louis, and then home to Chicago. That's on the tail end of this 19-game stretch. And I'm not saying it's make or break at that point, but you will get a good idea of where you sit by the time you face the Dodgers again at the end of June. You're going to have a good sense of, well, are you still a 500 team? Did you, in fact, boogie when it was time to boogie? Did you fall further down? I think after the next 19, we'll have a really good idea at about the halfway point. Actually, it will be exactly the halfway point, I believe.
Go easy on me this weekend.
That'll be 81 games, 82 games, actually, after the next 19. So
why'd you have to bring up my losing record?
Sorry about that, Boach.
Therese in where? Tyrese in Daly City is today's winner. Wiggins bobble and qualified for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. All right, 888-957-9570. Still want to play the kids? We'll take your calls as we move into the 5 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
Shop premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off no antibiotics ever air-chilled bone-in split chicken breasts with Prime through June 11th.
Ramos hits one very high and very deep. Carroll at the wall, and it is out of here. And the Giants take the lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Also known as Kipe wasn't sure. Kipe wasn't sure on that one, which I appreciate. That's a lot better than doing the John Sterling.
What did I do wrong?
It is gone, but caught.
Yeah.
that was a fun call.
It is gone. But caught.
Yeah, there you go. It'll never not be funny. Very high and very deep, as Kipe said. Those are good to go together off of a Giants bat. Very high and very deep. And Elliot Ramos is playing very good baseball.
And very needed to get that win over Arizona, not only for the head-to-head wild card factor, but, man, you needed a palate cleanser. That was a nice piece of pickled ginger after a spicy piece of sushi as you get ready for the next bite. You needed a palate cleanser.
All right, should we do Bomel last night versus Bomel today?
Yeah, I would love that.
All right.
Probably rocking is down about 88%.
I would think. So here's Bomel last night.
When you're going through losing streaks, at least you fight. For the most part, we have. That was an awful game. And we made it interesting at the end, but didn't play well. Made Harry get multiple outs. We had a starter on the ropes every inning. Couldn't cash in. It's a bad game and a bad stretch by us.
What do you think stood out worst?
We just looked like we were running around in quicksand for a while. So, it is what it is. But doesn't feel very good when you play like that.
Do you mean defensively?
Everything. The at bat, we have guy on the ropes every inning and can't cash in but a couple of runs. It's just a bad game.
Was that a message that was relayed to the team?
I'm not going to talk about what I say to anybody.
All right. That's Bomel last night. He was asked if that rant led to the way that they played today.
Oh, I get nothing to do with me. We just had good at-bats today. So, we've been really kind of aggressive this entire series on their starting pitchers. They do like to throw strike one. But we got a good pitcher out of the game, made him work, and obviously Flo's grand slam was huge.
You notice the big difference, don't you?
Music.
Exactly.
Vibing.
You can barely hear Bomel today because music. For the first time in a week, music.
Right? And I'm sure that flight to Texas, it's not going to be a party on the flight, but there's going to be some chatter, maybe a card game or two.
Yeah, exactly.
I doubt they're going to be, that exuberant because yesterday was so bad, and today is like a kind of an exhale victory. Thank God we got that.
Look, I don't think there's going to be like streamers hanging from the roof, but I think that there'll be like that relaxes you. That would have been a hell of a flight. I bet their flight to Arizona sucked.
Yeah.
And this one, there's no party when you've won 1 of 7. But when it's the most recent one, you sort of get on the plane with that. I mean, that's all that we could do today. All you could do each day is win one.
Right.
And they did it today. So is the mood good? Yeah, I bet the mood is good.
No doubt. And the mood's better. And certainly the big factor for me is that you were able to hold on to third place in the division, because if you lose that one, Arizona jumps you. And I know it's all temporary, but
it's pretty early.
It's the optics of it. It is early of it. And you would have fallen 5 games below 500. And instead you win and you're only 3 games below 500. So it's more the mentality of avoiding the sweep, avoiding being 5 below, and the optics of losing to Arizona, a division rival.
Well, and I'd also say the optics are always going to be bad as long as the L number is bigger than the W number, period. Even though, as it stands, and this is why the Giants are so lucky, right now, the third wild card leader has a losing record.
Of course. Which I hate.
The Cubs are 30-31.
Right.
And currently in the playoffs. And they're a half game behind of the second wild card team, the San Diego Padres, who are 500. 32-32.
Yeah.
There are a total of 4 baseball teams in the National League that have a winning record. 4.
there are 10 teams in the wild card race that are within 3.5 games of the wild card.
The Mets out here have given up their 3.5 out.
Exactly.
They've given up. They're ripping themselves. They're DFAing people when they don't
throwing
even know.
Gloves in the crowd.
Hucking gloves.
Yep.
Making fun of themselves.
Talking about trading their slugger.
Don't even know if a guy ripped the team or himself. They can't tell. They're like, let's DFA him just to be sure. I mean, a total hot mess. They're 2.5 games behind the Giants.
Right. And the Nationals have been mostly bad all year, and they're only 3 games back of the Chicago Cubs.
There's really only 2 teams that have declared themselves off the planet. It's the Rockies and the Marlins. Did you see my new TikTok?
I did. I saw it.
Which one?
The one where he's taking on and putting on his jacket over and over. And if I was Gabe Kapler's advisor, I would just say, you know what, Cap? If you really want to make headway in this world, male model, just drop this baseball stuff.
He is.
No, but he could just go be a model.
Yeah.
Invest all your time in your perfectly crafted and coiffed beard, your chiseled 6-pack.
My man.
The dude he's dead gorgeous.
First of all, he did a whistle while you work TikTok yesterday.
Right.
Or the day before yesterday. Right. Like he's listening to music and then he's just like, and okay. And then someone got mad at him for this one. I didn't know there was a Marlin fan out there, but there's a Marlin fan. Did you know that?
Marlin man.
Yeah, there's Marlin man. He's a fan. And he's like, we're 21-40, and this is what our assistant general manager's doing. And Gabe is just getting ready for work, except for he is in a suit.
Yeah.
I mean, in a suit. And in a living room by his damn self, really into his suit.
Yep. It's a good-looking suit.
I don't want to psychoanalyze anyone. I don't know the man. But, like, when I look at Gabe's social media, it feels lonely to me. It feels lonely. Like, yeah, he feels lonely. He's just out there in rooms, like getting dressed and telling people to walk faster and Google Maps. Like, I mean, just what is happening? What are you doing? And it's fine. Like, I'm not up in anybody's business. If you want to just go get coffee and burgers in every city in America by yourself and, like, take pictures of it and get dressed, like, great. I wonder if he's happy. I wonder if Gabe's happy. I hope he's happy.
Yeah.
I do. I know nobody cares. I just,
I hope everybody's happy.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know his mental state, but he seemed to have landed on his feet pretty well after his unceremonious mutual parting of ways with the Giants.
Let's get back to the current Giant manager, Bob Melvin, on watching the way Elliot Ramos is playing.
He's just so balanced, every take, every swing, and he's just completely locked in. I mean, who walks 4 times, especially when you're hitting like he is, you want to swing, but, they're deep counts, it's 3-2, and ends up taking the ball just off the plate. It's really cool to watch because he's such a good kid, and it's been, kind of a hard road for him to get here, and he's taking full advantage of it.
So locked in, and it does take, listen, Elliot Ramos, I heard Flem this morning talking about there's one last piece of the puzzle for him, and it's his strikeout rate. He's just striking out too much. So he's doing a better job of laying off the bad pitch, but there's too much swing and miss in his game. For him to follow that comment and go out there and get 2 hits, including a home run, and then in 4 consecutive at-bats, work walks, that's great. That's subtle because a walk, that's not that exciting. You know what I mean? You'll pick up, you'll look at the stats of the game and you're like, oh, he went 2 for 2. That's not that big a deal. No, he kind of went 6 for 6. And to do that, as Bomel says, when he's swinging the bat the way he is, that's exciting. This is when I get excited about a young player. Forget the fact that he's young. He's succeeding.
Right.
He's helping you win games.
And like Bob said, especially for a young player, when you're hitting well, your inclination is to go out there and keep swinging because you want to keep hitting because you're hitting so well. So to walk 4 times after his earlier hit and his home run shows a certain amount of confidence and maturity, and he's probably not feeling the pressure of, oh boy, Slater's coming back, and it helps that Matos got sent out so that Ramos feels at least somewhat secure. But, you got to figure he's going to be a guy who can stick and stay as long as he keeps getting on base.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm just tired of these veterans, specifically Jazz and Slater. Slater's been already at the plate almost 200 times. He's got a high 100-something batting average.
Hit me with your hold on, Robert. Robert, hit me with your stat one more time. He's got what?
167 points, a batting average.
But how many times?
177?
How many times did you say he's been to the plate this year?
It doesn't matter. You look at his lifelong.
It does matter, Robert.
Average.
Robert, it does matter. 43 at bats. Well, less than half of Luis Matos.
Slater sucks. Slater sucks.
Then what does Luis Matos do?
Jazz sucks.
Okay.
So I think it's time to my point is it's time to let the young guys play.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
But my question to you, Robert, would be, do you care, and you can answer this however you want, do you care how this season ends?
Well, I think the young guys are doing a better job than the veterans. And I think, and again, I'm just playing the devil's advocate, right? We can go in the middle. We can leave those guys here. Just don't play them as much as the young guys. Play the young guys more and play the veterans less.
Do you know? But Robert, do you notice that you're building a collective that, in my opinion, doesn't exist? It's like it's young guys or it's veterans. Why can't we go person by person here? Elliot Ramos is staying because he's playing well. Why does it have to be all young guys or all old guys?
There's always a mix, right? What my point is, let the young guys play more than these veterans that aren't producing.
Well, I just think, and thank you, Robert. I think you're building a scenario that's impossible to exist. You can't have them all on your roster. You want to keep the veterans, but play the young ones more. How many roster spots do you have? That was the issue today. Austin Slater's ready to go. Are you excited about it? No. Who the hell's going to be excited about that? He hasn't played well. He has in his career. 738 OPS, 254 career hitter. Just last year, hit 270 for a full season of the big leagues.
Another piece of it is, what do you do with these guys? And you mentioned it, right. Roster spots. You don't have a ton of roster spots for everybody. So if you do decide to keep Matos up, then what do you do about Slater? You can't just let him continue to toil in the minors. You have to come up and see if he's going to be able to produce. And he doesn't have options. And Yaz doesn't have options. So if you do want to get off of Yaz, and I don't know if you do, because he's one of your few power threats in that lineup, and the ball he hit last night, I know you were down 8-2, but that was a big fly, big 3-run piece to right field. He's one of the few guys in your lineup who is a threat to hit it over the fence.
Well, and by the way, who's playing center field?
Right.
Yaz and Slater, Fitzgerald, and Matos are the only ones who can play center field. So all I'm saying, this is my whole point today. Like, it almost feels like the conversations that are much more important that we have about discrimination. And here's what I mean by that. Like, if a young guy is not performing and an older guy is not performing, are you just going to slant toward young guy just because he's young guy? I would much rather argue which one is more likely to play good professional baseball. Austin Slater has already shown for 7 years that he's a big leaguer. Luis Matos showed it for 2 weeks and then showed maybe that he's not ready. So, again, my only thing as we go through the whole play the kids deal is if they are outperforming veterans, they stay. If they're not, I have no interest. It doesn't mean you're giving up on Luis Matos. It just means not today.
Well, he's got options and Slater doesn't. So for me, the Slater question is much more of an easy question, and that is, all right, Austin, show us that you can be the player that you've been in the past. And he gets the chance now. He's healthy. He gets the chance to show that. It doesn't mean he gets a series or a week, and he might get more than a month, but it might be a month or 6 weeks, and you get to a point, if he's continuing to hit 140 without any power, and he's a guy who is not looking like the player that he used to be. And you're right, he's a career 254. Last year he did fairly well. OPS is 748. Good, solid player. Serviceable. Serviceable enough to be out there. And, he didn't play a ton. He's been injured. He's been up and down. But if he comes back now and shows himself to not be the player he used to be, well, then you can make a decision because he doesn't have options. And then you can decide at that point that you're going to move off of Austin Slater, but he's earned the right to go out there, in my opinion, and show you what he can be when healthy. And that's what he's going to get now. He'll probably play some against righties too, because you don't have a lot of other options out there.
Going into today, Luis Matos had more than twice as many at-bats this year as Austin Slater.
Yeah.
But everyone wants to make a decision on Austin Slater. Oh, we've seen enough. But Luis Matos has twice as many at-bats. And you're like, but let's see it. And I get it. He's a young player. We don't. And by the way,
he's done more than twice as well as Austin Slater this year.
All within 2 weeks.
Right. All within 2 weeks. 8 games, even.
Right.
Even a shorter sample than that.
He
went off.
I would. But then for 2.5 weeks, he had as many as Austin Slater has had for the whole year. Did the exact same junk.
Right.
And now it's a problem. Luis Matos projects to potentially be a much more influential big league baseball player than Austin Slater. He's a major prospect and has been for some time for the Giants. I am not selling his stock. It is simply my opinion that he has shown, ever since getting named National League Player of the Week and the league getting some more video on what he was doing, reacting to it, he has not reacted well. That says to me, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Well, he's 22 and a half.
Which is totally fine.
Right.
It's totally fine. I'm not selling my stock.
Exactly.
And
I don't think your stock even went down that much over the last couple of weeks. Austin Slater's 31 and a half. And so he is this player. Now, is it over for Austin Slater? Is he not going to be the player that he used to be anymore based on age and declining ability? Let's find out. And the only way to find out is by playing Austin Slater, because Luis Matos is 22 and a half and his future is still very much in front of him, and he can go down and work on the holes in his swing and work on the adjustments that they made to him for 3, 4, 7, 9 weeks, whatever it is, and he'll come back, and you know what, Mark? You know what he'll still be? A young prospect.
He'll still be 22.
He'll still be 22, and his career will still be in front of him, and at that point, you'll have an answer on Austin Slater.
I mean, it's kind of a recurring issue that we've been talking about a lot recently. The Brandon Ayuk thing, too. Like, you don't have to make decisions until you have to make decisions.
Right.
So that's another piece to this that I think is very important. We're not talking about an equal playing field. Luis Matos has options, Austin Slater doesn't. You want to kick the can down the road, you send Matos down. You don't lose anything. You can call him right back up tomorrow if you want. You get rid of Austin Slater, that's a wrap.
Yeah.
And now Matos is here for the rest of the year, potentially also hitting 140. This is nothing for you.
And then what? If he hits 140 for 3 more weeks, then what do you do? So now you want to move Matos down, but you don't have Austin Slater, who's a veteran who can at least hold it down while you're trying to figure out what to do.
Dean in San Ramon. Hi, Dean. What's going on?
Hi, I just wanted to talk about the Giants. I'm mostly an A's fan, but I was watching the game today, and I noticed that, I feel like most of the players are dealing with the pressure because the fans and the manager are putting on them. Like, it's a play or not be played league. If you can't perform, you can't play. And if a player can't play, I think they just got to be sent down to the minor leagues.
Correct, Dean. Okay, so are you in support of the move? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think I'm in support of the move.
I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned you're an A's fan because that's the organization, and I'm forgetting the kid's name, but who was the kid who was performing really well at the beginning of the year?
Esty Ruiz.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Esty Ruiz, and they sent him down. So,
yeah,
like that's an offense. If they sent Matos down and he was still hitting 290,
yep.
My gosh, we'd march. We'd march.
Yeah, but that wasn't the case. He started to really struggle, and I mentioned it before, 14 games, he was hitting 153. He was 9 for 59 with 9 singles, 3 runs batted in over the course of 14 games, and that was it. You need to take a break, and we need to send you down and have you work on what you're struggling with.
Luis Matos and Austin Slater this year have both posted negative WARs, below replacement level baseball. As we mentioned, this is Austin Slater's 7th year with the Giants. Dibs, do you know how many negative WAR seasons Austin Slater has posted prior to his 43 at-bats this year?
Probably 0, would be my guess.
That is a correct answer.
Yeah.
So, I know he doesn't excite me either. I'm not over here going, yes, Slater's back. They're going to go to win streak now. That's not what I don't think that's what anybody is saying. Who the hell would say that? But I am in support of what they did today because these things aren't equal. There are tiebreakers. And if you want to go by WAR, they do have almost the exact same negative WAR. So what's the tiebreaker? The tiebreaker is 2 things.
It's options.
One's got options, one doesn't. And one's got a resume, and one doesn't. So I'm keeping Matos every time if the season's already over. But if you're playing for something and you're desperate and it's urgent, the answer is obviously Austin Slater.
Well, I also think that the big piece of it is information, and you need to get information on Austin Slater.
Totally.
You need to figure out what he is and what he's going to be because he has been bad when healthy this year. He's not been a player that you want to play, but you have to see if it was due to the injury or if it's due to the fact that maybe he's just losing it at 31 and a half. And if that's the case, well, then you can make that decision. You can then either try to trade him before the deadline, you can DFA him, you can do whatever you need to do after you figure out that Austin Slater's not the guy, but you might see Austin Slater healthy and realize, okay, he can be a 250 hitter still. He can be a good, solid defensive player, which is what he is. He can be a piece for a team that fights for a wild card. And if that's the case, you have to be able to see it at the major league level to make that determination.
All right. 888-957-9570 on that. I got something else Giants related. I would like to be critical of something that Farhan Zaidi did.
Well, hold on just a minute. You critical of him?
Here we go.
Okay.
You ready?
I mean, I am ready for this. Hold on.
Okay,
Do you have to be a homer?
No.
That's not a good question. It's pandering crap. I might have got that wrong, but
I was bothered by something he said yesterday. Really, really bothered. If you run a go deep. Now, maybe I'm sort of viewing this wrong, but this is how I translated it. And I don't want to go too far deep into the weeds with all of the exact quotes because it'll bore you. I think I can summarize it a little bit quicker and easier. So you're familiar with Shota Imanaga. Shota Imanaga.
Having quite a good year this year.
He sure is. This is a free agent pitcher with the Chicago Cubs. That's where he signed. And this is following all of the hype about pitchers coming over this last offseason, starting with Yamamoto, right, who ends up with the Dodgers. And there were a handful of guys that everybody was looking at. And the Giants were highly, highly engaged, supposedly, and involved with a lot of them. They didn't get them. So Imanaga, so far this year with the Cubs, in 11 starts, is 5-1 with an ERA of 1.88. Okay? His whip is barely over 1. I don't know where his nene is, but that's where his whip is. Shota Imanaga. Farhan was asked, take us through the free agent process with Shota Imanaga. Did you go after him? If you didn't, why didn't you? Or did you? Why did he say no? That whole thing. And the Giants had been named with Imanaga at times. His answer was essentially this. This is what got me. And again, I'm summarizing. His answer was, our analytics department loved his pitches. Loved them. Our scouting department did not. So the eyes on the scene did not think he necessarily had elite, quote unquote, stuff. Now, our analytics, the analytics was hot on Shota. But the eyes on the scene were like, I'm not sure if I see it. So we did not pursue him aggressively. Now, here's how I'm going to translate that. You, the president of baseball operations, are essentially saying, I was right, but my people talked me out of it.
Yeah, my scouts.
No. See,
he doesn't get to do that?
Not if your title is president. All decisions are yours. You have the final say. This guy's fantastic, and my goodness, at a time when the San Francisco Giants are leaning back out of analytics to a little bit more human thought, and Bob Melvin represents something a little bit more old school, to me, this was almost like a veiled shot where Farhan is like, see, if you would just listen to all of the data, if you would watch the machines work and all of the robotics, we could have had this guy. But we still employ human beings, and they were all wrong. And so now we don't have Shota Imanaga and his 1.88 ERA. That is how that felt to me. Do I think that Farhan Zaidi was openly like, hey, let's do the interview, and I'm going to take shots at my scouting department? No, I think that's saying it a little hot. But how many times have you seen Farhan speak this deep about a free agent pursuit and exactly where it went or didn't go and why? Like, he'll say, oh, yeah, we tried for Aaron Judge and it didn't work out. He's just bringing up specific little idiosyncrasies of the whole thing. And I thought to myself, that as always, celebrities speaking to a microphone, there's a reason. There's a reason you're putting that information out there.
It's not like he got cornered walking out of a restaurant by TMZ.
Correct.
This is an interview he did with The Athletic. And Imanaga, 30 years old, signed a 4-year, $53 million contract with the Cubs, which is $13.25 a year. That is a bargain. That's less than you paid Minaya and less than I think you paid Steve Sclafani and Strip Doggy Dog last year. And the actual quote is even more interesting than the way you described it.
Hit me with the actual quote.
Your description was great. But he says, our pitch grade models really liked him.
Yep.
They had plus grades on all three of his pitches, fastball, split, and breaking ball. So the machines are looking at spin rate and all the rest of it, and we like it. Plus grades on all three. But our scouting reports weren't as strong. And it's understandable because what makes his pitches so effective doesn't jump out to the naked eye. So the machines are saying, damn, did you see the spin rate on that Imanaga? And the scouts are like, nah, I wasn't thrilled by it. And then he goes on to say about the availability of pitch data from the Pacific Rim makes those valuations more sound, but there's still a leap to take when you don't have that high-end velocity. I imagine there are scouts around the game that had him as a high-end starter, but I suspect that the teams that were highest on him put the greatest stock in their pitch model valuations. In other words, the teams, the Cubs, that went out there and pursued him were teams that liked the pitch model valuations, the machine stuff, and the teams that are more scout-heavy were more down on him, which tells me that they're going to fire the entire scouting department. If you're a scout with the Giants and you read this, I'm looking for a new job.
If I read this, I'm livid.
No, livid.
You sold me out to NBC Sports Bay Area because Imanaga has had a good start to his big league career.
10 starts, 10 good starts.
There's but also keep in mind, no big league hitter has ever seen him before. So everybody he's faced is facing him for the first time. So he comes out hot. This is not to say that he's not going to be really good. I would argue that he will be really good. Like, I don't think you put this together because, again, there's video. People can see you, Bob.
Yeah.
So, yes, they'd be doing something against him if he wasn't a good pitcher. But there's something going on inside the Giants organization that feels like a discord because Farhan was doing it his way, and Gabe Kapler is in the mirror with cheeseburgers and let's be honest, is making no decisions ever. And then it got too hot and you had to get rid of somebody. And so Gabe's the guy, and the Giants are going to stick with Farhan and pair him with Bob Melvin. And that's interesting because now it's like, all right, you have a bigger voice in the room to challenge you. And by the way, we're told sometimes they do. There is discussion that is not always agreement between the baseball people on the field and the guys upstairs. And it's not just Farhan, Patella, that whole group.
And you would imagine that Bob is more representative of the scouting report side as opposed to the pitch grade models. So in those debates, if it is between Farhan and Bob is from the old school. Farhan is from the new school.
More so. Right.
Yes.
And I think Farhan has a human element and Melvin has an analytics element.
No doubt. Well stated.
It's not robot versus human. But Farhan certainly comes from the side of let's lean on what the data is suggesting, and Melvin probably leans more toward my eyes tell me this, my guy's out there on the field, here's what I see. And I think we know this. So for this to be publicly stated, well, what'd you call them? Our pitch what models?
Pitch grade models.
Our pitch grade models.
The machine will grade the pitch. Yeah. I gave that an A-.
Right. Our humans didn't like him as much.
Right.
We should have listened to the machines.
Exactly. And what I heard him say at the end
not great.
is I suspect that the teams that were highest on him put the greatest stock in their pitch model valuations, which tells me that going forward, they will put greater stock in the pitch model valuations.
Well, here's to me, this is like, if you want the final straw in this conversation, I would look at Farhan and say, then why didn't you listen to your pitch grade models?
Right. You're the boss.
You're the boss. Go get him. Go get him.
Right.
It's almost as if he's saying, I listened to some of our people and maybe I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Well, but that's not their fault.
It's not. And then to come out and make these comments to The Athletic and basically say...
Oh, was it to The Athletic? Sorry, I said NBC Sports.
No, that's where I'm reading it from, NBC Sports, but I believe it was in an article in a recent feature story posted on The Athletic that NBC Sports essentially aggregated. It was an aggregation sensation is what it was. And
that happens.
Yeah, and I appreciate them giving the proper credit to The Athletic, and they actually did the right thing, which is link back to that story if you're so inclined to look at the entire feature. But this tells me that, yeah, he had his own machine people saying, yeah, I like the player, I like the pick, but the scouts talked him out of it. That's not good for Farhan.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But I also, gosh, to not just to put it out there publicly, but to sort of, it just makes me feel like there's discord in there about direction. And I wonder now how that's having an effect on even these decisions that we're talking about. Because again, we'll look at it as people and be like, wait a minute, Matos was NL Player of the Week and he's exciting and he's young and he's homegrown. And you're going to come back with slates and his 46 at bats where he didn't do anything with them. Well, what are their advanced, who knows what? What do they say? What do they say about what they're seeing with Luis Matos out there? There was a reason that the guy was leading off. And then his National League Player of the Week, and he's hitting fifth. And everyone's like, Matos, this is exciting. And they've got the Latin vibe, and this is amazing. And then quietly, within a week and a half, he's batting ninth. Who do you think put him there? I can promise you it probably wasn't Bob.
Right.
I don't know that Bob would have fought otherwise because Matos wasn't hitting. You have to put him somewhere. They would have liked to bat him 10th the way he was hitting. But there's like all sorts of deep data that's getting thrown at this. And I have a feeling it wasn't looking too good for Luis. For you to have a 0.2 WAR when you were also National League Player of the Week during that time, do you know how bad you have to be for all the other weeks? It's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. He was phenomenal. He deserves all the credit. I'm not selling my Matos stock.
Right.
But the baseball we saw from him since that week was really, really under par.
Yeah, it was a struggle. He was on the struggle bus, and he had 5 runs batted in against Colorado. The next game, he had 6 runs batted in. He had 11 in 2 games. He was absolutely dominant, hitting .385 with an OPS mark of 1115. That was 7 games into his season, and by the time he got sent down, his OPS on base plus slugging had gone down 540 points. It had gone down to 577.
Ouch.
His batting average plummeted by 160 points, and all of his metrics all sank when he batted 165 over the course of 3 weeks.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is classically like, I don't know, I don't want to bring up politics, but it's the way a lot of people feel about the election. It's like, Matos or Slater?
Right.
Yeah.
You got a third-party outfielder I can vote on?
What else you got?
I'm voting Fitzgerald.
I don't know. Nobody is here saying, boy, this is amazing. Austin Slater's back. Here come the Giants. But this one did not bring about some sort of emotional reaction from me because they're now going away from the future. Like, you have to always remember, I think, what the circumstances were when they brought these guys up. They didn't bring them up because they wanted to. They brought them up because they had to.
Right.
So you got to keep that in mind in terms of where they go next. And then the other bottom line is, then this goes for everybody, man. Like, it's go time. It's time to boogie, as you said.
Yep.
So you got to play. And if you don't, then you're going to get what you get. And you may get to stay, but you might not.
Yeah, and you might only get to stay because there's no one else who can come up and replace you due to all the injuries and the fact that, other guys are struggling. You're going to see Ramos get a little bit more leash because you don't have a lot of other options right now in the outfield.
Ramos not going anywhere.
Right.
Ramos looks fantastic. 888-957-957. You can weigh in on this. We are brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly.
This one ain't coming back. Out of here. That is a big fella home run.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Jorge Soler swinging a drive with the bases empty.
6 of his 7 have been with the bases empty.
I don't want to, it just looks, it seems obvious. They just pitch him differently. They pitch him differently. And the one thing I love about him, it's all over his face. My God, he wants so badly to tie into one with runners on first and second for a 3-run shot to change the game. He is furious with himself every single time he pops up. Does that help?
No.
He really wants it.
Yeah.
Giants fans.
Yeah.
Really wishes he could be playing better.
Another negative WAR player. Negative .1 WAR.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, when you're a DH and you're not hitting.
Right. Tough to contribute in other ways. But
the Giants did get, this kind of got buried. The Blake Snell MRI was pretty good. Blake Snell MRI pretty good. Mild groin strain, and there is hope that this IL stint will be shorter than the last one.
Okay, and the last one was damn near a month, right?
The last one was long, yeah.
And the good news also is that his arm is reportedly in great shape, so that when his groin, his adductor does get better and that quiets down, he probably won't need a ramp up. So maybe he won't even need a rehab start.
I don't know. I mean, that's probably up to him, I guess. But
didn't he go 4 2/3?
Against the Yankees?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
That sounds about right.
Yes, he did. In fact, he pitched to the next batter, too, and then he hurt himself.
Yeah. I do think that he was heading toward 100 pitches. He was almost there already.
He was over there.
He was at 100 already.
He went over 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which tells me that the arm is ready.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
He was going to go 5 and dive, but that's very, very Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Like, that outing against the Yankees was a very Blake Snell outing. What I was expecting to have him do was to get that guy Verdugo out, because that's what he does. He goes 5 innings, he loads the bases a bunch, he makes you pull your hair out of the side of your head, and then he puts up a 0, and he walks to the dugout. It was about to be a good outing, and then he got hurt, and then someone else came in and gave up a double.
Yeah, which is less than ideal.
Yeah. You know who the Giants are pitching this weekend? Neither do they.
I didn't know if that was
I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Logan's going to pitch.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be Logan.
Logan's going to pitch Friday, and then it's a big old shoulder shrug after that.
Right. I thought Keaton Wynn was close to returning.
It's a maybe.
Okay.
He would like to pitch. I don't know if the Giants would like him to pitch. We'll see.
If I'm the Giants, you know who I throw?
Who do you throw, Dibs?
Luke Jackson. Grandy in our show thread earlier, as we all were, ramping up and sharing our thoughts and feelings. Or maybe it was last night, because I woke up and there was an absolute Schmidt ton of texts from you guys. And,
it was last night.
Yeah, and I saw something about just as long as Luke Jackson never pitches again.
Grandy, are you mad at Luke Jackson?
Yeah, Rogers twins, they're good now. It's all on Luke Jackson.
Frisbee guy, they looking good. Frisbee guy pitched another good inning.
Yeah, he had another good outing today, didn't he?
He actually might be your all-star on this
Tyler
club.
Rogers? No.
He's pitched a lot of innings, a lot of appearances. Quietly, the numbers are looking better and better.
It's pretty hard to do out of that slot. The setup,
He's
man.
fun, though. Wouldn't you like to see him in the all-star game? Flipping and flooping his little 74-mile-an-hour riser.
Fine by me. I'd love to see any of these dudes get in the All-Star game.
Somebody has to.
Eligibles for the Giants right now Logan Webb is still totally that's possible. I know his ERA is where it always is.
Yep.
I guess Tyler Rogers is eligible.
Frisbee guy.
Right now, it feels like Doval is off the table.
Yep.
But that could rally back,
Jordan
I guess.
Hicks. Quiet case. He's having he's having a damn good year. He looked good again today.
He looked okay. He only lasted into the 4th.
Right. Who pitches more than that? They're second in baseball in bullpen innings.
Well, he threw 92 pitches and didn't even get through the 4th inning. That's not a great outing. He walked 4 people. He was okay. He didn't get torched. Luckily, he had a grand slam help him out. Hicks is fine. I guess that's an outside chance. Patrick Bailey has a shot, I would say, to be that guy. But yeah, the pickings are a little slim.
Yeah.
Lamont Wade was on his way.
He was.
Lamont Wade was on his way.
And I think Eric Miller gets a start this weekend in
probably an opener
against Texas.
Start.
Yeah, it feels like a Keaton win, and Logan will pitch one of those games, right?
Logan will pitch on Friday.
Right.
Logan's going to start on Friday.
So
and there's a chance that Kyle Harrison actually pitches Sunday because of the off day.
Yeah.
You could do that.
And
they may do that.
And if Keaton Wynn is able, I know he was getting close to being able to come back.
He says he's ready. He's done a rehab assignment. Right. He says he's ready, but the team might have something to say about that.
Right. So, and, he's not been super effective since he came on this program, so that gives you a little bit of a pause. His last couple outings have been a little rough.
Tyler Rogers today gets 3 outs in 11 pitches to lower his ERA to 2.70. It's got to be the most hated 2.70 ERA in the history of baseball.
Right. And it's just,
or maybe we're just mad every week and we pick a new person.
That's it.
Yeah.
And right now it's Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson.
I woke up to anti-Luke Jackson texts.
Anyone else, Grandy?
I hate everybody.
Who you mad at? Who you mad at right now? Luke and who else? Anyone?
Pretty much anyone named Luke, I think.
Are you mad?
That's a good point.
Well, that's constant. Soler? Are you mad at Soler, or did his homer today?
No, I'm not mad at Soler.
You're not mad at him?
This is who he is.
Okay. Are you...
Everybody's mad at Austin Slater.
Just for being here?
Well, yeah. And, he goes 1 for 4 today to raise that batting average by about 20 points, which is exciting.
He scored a run.
But just the presence of Austin Slater equates to the lack of Matos being here and the lack of young guys. So if you love the young guys... You look at Slater and you go, I hate Austin Slater.
These are
It makes no sense, but I think that is the irrationality of the Giants fan right now.
But these are not rock groups that you're getting tickets to go see. That was one thing that became very evident to me in listening to some of the calls that we took. You don't have to select all of them as a group. Matos, Ramos, and Luciano are not related. They don't come together or leave together. You can pick and choose. It's just like going to a grocery store, okay? You know what I mean?
Take Safeway, for example. We love Safeway.
Sprite and Coke, I think, are the same company. You don't have to buy both. You could pick one and leave the other one there. So this whole, play the kids, play the young guys, or play the veterans. How about let's pick and choose, okay? I think... In 2 at-bats today, Michael Conforto showed me that his timing is back. He went 1 for 2, and his out was a line shot at the right fielder. Michael Conforto is somebody you want in the lineup. Elliot Ramos is someone you want in the lineup. I don't know if any of the other outfielders are people you really want in the lineup right now, but you do have to pick a third. It's a rule. So whether that's Yaz or Fitzgerald or Slates or whatever, you're going to rotate that based on the matchups and all of that. And then there's the DH, and you can figure all that out. They're obviously at a deficit at first base. They're still at a deficit at shortstop. Look, it's a problem. There aren't great options everywhere.
I think when in doubt, it's going to be exactly what you referred to before about, if there's a tough call to make, you're going to go with the old guy. And just today, if I use old guy by anybody who's had their 30th birthday, here's who played today. Old, young, old, young, old. Mm-hmm. The only 2 young guys were Elliot Ramos, who is scaldingly hot, and Tyler Fitzgerald,
who went 2 for 4.
Your catcher's 35, your DH is 32, and then you get into Chappie, who is 31, Estrada's 28, so he counts as a young guy as well. I left him out. Slates is over 30. Conforto is 31. I think when you look at Bob Melvin and what he wants to do, he wants to play the best 9 guys out there, but when in doubt, he's going to lean toward the vets.
Quick game show music, Grandy. Quick game show music. The Giants used 6 pitchers today. How many of them have had their 30th birthday?
Man, I would say 1, Not looking at the ages of the guys, but just looking at the names.
That is a correct answer. One.
Just one.
You know who it is?
I would guess Eric Miller, but probably be wrong. I don't know.
Eric Miller's 26.
I should have just stopped when I was right. I shouldn't have guessed again.
26. It's your favorite guy. We're just talking about
Frisbee
him.
guy.
Frisbee guy.
Turns out he's the same age as his brother. That's all I got today.
Crazy how that happens.
Who's older? The older one?
Yeah.
I actually don't know. Who's older?
It's a great question.
Yeah, they're both 33. They're both the twins.
Yeah. Frisbee guy. I think Frisbee guy came out first.
It's too bad they didn't trade Tyler to Minnesota when Taylor was there and they were actually on the Twins. That would have been fun for like 2 seconds.
Taylor is older by 30 seconds.
Oh,
30 seconds. Dude, in the 2-minute drill.
Fired him out.
Seriously.
He's like, get both of these guys out of
Seriously.
here. It is out of here.
It's a photo finish in the placenta.
All right, Grandy. Grandy, what are you doing, Grandy? We don't have time. Here comes Grandy. He'll tell you what he's doing. All right, it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game is moments away. Thanks for being with us today. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Of course. Best day of the week. Had to get that in there.
Can't wait for Thursday. All right, for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found ya.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, get gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Gig